Hello everyone, I'm Top Romance here. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will give me more motivation to produce even more quality videos. Thank you very much. I wish you all a pleasant day. Tiao Jingjiao, do you need face anymore? In the dark, silent space, suddenly a few voices rang out. Our female protagonist appears. Glossy purple hair, a graceful V-line face, red pursed lips, willow leaf eyebrows accompanied by melancholic eyes. In our female protagonist's subconscious, an image suddenly appeared. The hands of a man tied up high. Along with that, long hair hanging down. At that moment, she couldn't help but panic. Who said that? My head hurts so much. It hurts so much. Then a voice pulled her awake from the previous illusion. As a princess of a country, yet using such a lowly trick as drugging someone. Shameless. Oh, so our female protagonist is actually a princess. At that moment, she realized she was lying on top of a man, her hands unconsciously placed on his bare chest. The man in front of her was the very character who had just appeared in her subconscious. His hands were tightly bound to the headboard, his face flushed, partly due to the effect of the drug, and partly due to the female protagonist's restless hand placed on his bare chest. This scene, it looks really harmful to pregnant women's eyes. As if not yet adapted, our female protagonist was confused. This is. As she spoke, that mischievous hand became restless, continuously rubbing the firm, smooth chest of that man. In her heart, she kept marveling. What kind of privilege is this? Her nosebleed wouldn't stop flowing. Where am I suddenly getting to enjoy a handsome man's tofu for free? Indeed, good things come to those who wait. The female protagonist seemed to disbelieve what just happened. She firmly believed that she must still be dreaming. Having said that, she stopped thinking too much. Seizing the opportunity, throwing away her shame, she pressed her adorable face against that full chest. Her hands and feet weren't idle either, fondling the man's abs. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she didn't enjoy it, she might as well be called frigid and be done with it. While still dreaming, she must enjoy it. Oh my, our female protagonist is too shameless even in her dreams, isn't she? The man beneath her at that moment seemed unable to bear it any longer. His face covered in black lines, he shouted loudly, "Tiao Jingjiao, I will definitely make you wish you were dead." His words carried a full, threatening implication. The female protagonist was stunned. She seemed to have sensed something was wrong. Wait a minute, this is the name of a character in a novel. To verify her thoughts, she turned her head to both sides, observing the surroundings. This scene, in the corner of the wall, she now saw a wooden shelf full of pottery and porcelain, looking very beautiful and also very ancient. Outside the door hung a thin curtain, similar to the rooms of concubines in the Three Kingdoms era, often seen on television. She wondered why there were so many antiques here. At this moment, the female protagonist transformed into a mushroom-like shape, round and pink. One hand on her chin, thinking, her forehead constantly sweating. Besides, I was just working in the study room earlier. Following the female protagonist's recollection, an image of a woman wearing pajamas sitting in front of a computer, her hair neatly tied behind her neck, her fingers typing rapidly, the computer keyboard clacking away. This girl seems to be the female protagonist before time traveling. At that time, she was wearing thick glasses, one hand pushing up her glasses, the other hand continuously scrolling on the computer, reading comments on the screen with a joyful expression. Tiao Jingjiao is on the hot search again today, gaining another 3,000 views. Online, everyone is saying they want her to die. The comment section is filled with negative remarks, talking about that Tiao Jingjiao character, such as Tiao Jing is too evil, go die quickly, the main couple can't be together all because she interfered and ruined it. So annoying. All the troubles are caused by her. Go away, go away. Not only that, the comments with malicious content about this Tiao Jingjiao character received many likes. The female protagonist didn't think much. She contributed by adding another brick for Tiao Jingjiao. Her hand quickly typed a few lines implying that the Tiao Jingjiao character should disappear, then without thinking, she pressed enter. She gloated, saying, "She must die to satisfy my anger." The sound of the comment being sent was followed by a series of events like before. Ting. And so our female protagonist, who just moments ago was gleefully badmouthing Tiao Jingjiao, now, unfortunately, time-traveled into the very character she had just happily thrown bricks at. Karma came rather quickly, didn't it? The female lead only now began to realize. Sitting here now, could it be that I've time-traveled? The female protagonist's face immediately darkened. Am I the one who just made Tiao Jingjiao die in the story? Behind her appeared two black and white messengers of death. Along with them was a creature that looked partly like a fox and partly like a dragon. It had a pair of wings on its back. Its body was pure white. It emitted a blue light, looking incredibly mystical. Ta-da! Congratulations, you guessed right. The creature spoke up. It was the Hemorrhoid King system. It would be her companion throughout this time travel journey. The system explained, "You are currently in the novel Country-Toppling Beauty and the Handsome General. I am your Hemorrhoid King system." After saying this, the system politely bowed its head. The female protagonist, hearing the creature introduce itself as the system, felt like she had struck gold. She hurriedly grabbed the system's tail tightly. Tears flowed like a pitiful stream. "Thank goodness you're the system. Take me home quickly." The system, startled by her sudden outburst, was taken aback. It cleared its throat. Its tail had nearly failed to regrow. "Ahem, dear Miss Sumumu, don't worry." So the female lead's real name was Sumumu. Sumumu was the one who had written this novel. The Hemorrhoid King system put on glasses. It also attached a small tie to itself. Pointing to an electronic screen in the air, the screen displayed an anger chart. The anger meter only increased, never decreasing. Along with an explanation, because you created a supporting character, Tiaojing Jiao, who was too evil and crazy, this affected 80% of the story, causing 7.2 billion people to go mentally insane in the novel. The world population is only about 8 billion, yet the number of people aware of and affected by this reached 7.2 billion. Isn't that too unrealistic? Evidence of the system's words was a large crowd of people shouting to kill Jingjiao, along with banners saying, "No more Tiaojing Jiao," meaning, "Make Tiaojing Jiao disappear." Sumumu realized the problem. She transformed into an obedient child sitting properly. Her face looked stupidly frightened. The system continued. "In short, to be able to return, you must turn Tiaojing Jiao into a good person. Help the female lead end up with the male lead. May I ask if the player accepts the mission?" Sumumu looked troubled. Her hand fidgeted with her hair. "What if I don't accept? The prince in here dies if you touch him, you know," she said with a smile. But inside, she was actually terrified. The system's face darkened, warning that refusing also meant death. Sumumu's face drained of blood upon hearing this, her mouth agape after hearing it. Sumumu immediately imagined the system threatening her. Either complete the mission to live or die on the spot. Sumumu's eyes were filled with tears. Miserably, she said, "Do I even have a choice?" As she spoke, her hands tightly hugged the blanket wrapped around Yu Jingshu, the person she had been lying on earlier. Suddenly, from outside came a loud noise along with the panicked cry of a servant. "Princess, something's happened." The crown prince arrived wearing a pair of black shoes and a golden-yellow Han-style robe. On the chest was embroidered a dragon pattern, indicating this was someone not just well-known, but also powerful in the imperial court, of royal blood and noble lineage. Indeed, it was a royal family member. Sure enough, he was from the imperial palace, the crown prince of Dongling Kingdom. Behind the crown prince was a group of guards, each one tall and imposing. The crown prince's face looked very frightening. Angrily, he shouted rudely, "Who dares to treat the prince like this? Guards, quickly rescue the prince." By now, the servant from earlier had settled in place, kneeling before the crown prince's feet. As for Sumumu, she, in the identity of Tiaojing Jiao, was still bewildered, lying on top of that prince. Tiaojing Jiao, after being scolded by the crown prince, had a dazed expression. Crown prince, royal brother. Although in a very embarrassing situation, Tiaojing Jiao remained extremely calm. Inwardly, she was excitedly praising the crown prince's beauty. "This man is handsome too." Zhang Jumei once said, "Boy crazy even after reincarnation." Indeed, it was about this woman. Prince Yu Jingshu, after being freed, said nothing. He threw a knife-like glare at Tiaojing Jiao, the murderous intent visible in his eyes. If it weren't for the effect of the drug, probably by now she wouldn't have been able to keep her life intact. Tiaojing Jiao was startled. Then she pretended to be aggrieved. Pouting, she explained, "I'm not the one who drugged you." Crown Prince Lang Guo, on behalf of Tiaojing Jiao, apologized to the prince. "I apologize to Prince Yu." Yu Jingshu, still under the influence of the drug and out of respect for the crown prince, didn't argue further. His face was still covered in beads of sweat. He bowed his head, saying, "I bid farewell." The door closed with a thud. The crown prince inside frowned. His hand rubbed his temples as he sighed. "Father Emperor has spoiled you too much, making you so unruly. You even dare to do such scandalous things." While Tiaojing Jiao was still in a daze, with a dull expression, the crown prince quickly raised his voice to call for servants. He ordered, "Someone come and confine the princess for a month." Thud. Right after the crown prince gave the order, the palace servants didn't dare to utter a word. They quickly obeyed. And so, the sound of the door locking echoed. Thus, Tiaojing Jiao was officially confined. Having just transmigrated here not long ago, before she could explore the scenery outside, she was confined for a whole month. Our female lead truly couldn't be more unfortunate. After being confined, Tiao Jingzhao resentfully banged on the door, sobbing pitifully, begging her brother, "Please don't." Unfortunately, this crown prince's heart was harder than stone. He didn't even look back and left in one go. He even added, "Without my order, no one is to release her." Tiao Jingzhao immediately felt despair and lost all strength. She slid down from the door. Fainting, she lamented, "I'm dead. Am I going to be locked up here forever?" The Hemorrhoid King system beside her, seeing Tiao Jingzhao so desperate, generously comforted her by conjuring a mirror for her. "Look at this. Tiao Jingzhao is one of the most beautiful women in Donglang Kingdom. Don't you want to try living the life of a beauty who is both wealthy and beautiful?" Su Mumu looked at herself in the mirror. The image in the mirror was that of Tiao Jingzhao. She did look very beautiful indeed, but looking closely, she also had villainous features. Red, pouty lips, sharp, cold eyes, a small, delicate face with fine eyebrows that were always furrowed, looking very pitiful. Isn't this the typical image of a white lotus flower? Tiao Jingzhao angrily slammed the table, expressing her dissatisfaction. Others are beautiful women with prospects, but I'm a villainous beauty. But then, after thinking it through, she quickly lifted her spirits. Slamming the table, she said, "No way. I must complete this mission or I'll die. I won't give up." After saying this, she looked up at the ceiling, as if wanting to tell the system owner, "I wrote Tiao Jingzhao to become a bad person." She clenched her fist, showing her determination. "I will take responsibility for this and help her become a good person in this world, to atone for my sins." She had accepted and agreed with the system to complete the mission. The system's voice sounded, "Mission accepted. Congratulations, player, for unlocking the side quest, Become Jingzhao, the Kind Princess." Tiao Jingzhao listened attentively. A yellow box suddenly appeared, floating in front of Tiao Jingzhao. The system continued. "There will be a system reward. Please wait." Tiao Jingzhao looked towards the system. Pointing at the box, she said, "Don't exaggerate like that." The little princess touched the box that was floating, wondering about the reward and mission. "What is this? I didn't get anything." The system just smiled with curved eyes. "Can't tell you now. Wait for later." Tiao Jingzhao naively huffed, still pretending to be mysterious. The Hemorrhoid King system gave a small hint. 3 days later, the male lead Yu Jingshu will meet the female lead Ye Qing Cheng. They will fall in love at first sight. You should take this opportunity to seize the chance to act. Tiao Jingzhao smiled. "I'm familiar with these plot points. I'm the author of this story, who could understand the plot better than me." Clap. Tiao Jingzhao clasped her hands together, making a clapping sound, with a determined expression, confident that she would complete the mission well. "Rest assured, I will bring that couple together." 3 days later, although her confinement period wasn't over, somehow Tiao Jingzhao was able to go out. Now she was sitting in a sedan chair, hands on her hips, pointing straight ahead with one finger. With an imposing air, she ordered, "Straight to the imperial garden." The servant attending the princess from behind, upon hearing her order, cried without tears. He clasped his hands and pleaded pitifully, "Princess, it's not possible. You're still under confinement and can't go out." He anxiously reminded her of the punishment that the crown prince had ordered a few days ago. Hearing this, Tiao Jingzhao utilized her abilities. Taking advantage of the original host's bad temper, she shouted loudly, "You dare to stop this princess from going." She even threatened, "If you dare to oppose me, death will be your only outcome. Understand." The servant heard this and was terrified, but could only obey the princess's order to preserve his old life. He replied while sobbing, "Yes." Tiao Jingzhao, having achieved her goal, sat satisfied in the sedan chair. Tiao Jingzhao had a very bad reputation, but held the highest position in the royal family, so no one dared to touch her. This is too good. But seeing her behave like this, the system reminded her to change according to the mission requirements. Host, a little reminder. You must become a kind princess. Using dye is not acceptable. Otherwise, you'll become an evil model. The mission will fail. This mission is very difficult and dangerous. Tiao Jingzhao gently stroked the system's snow-white fur. I know. I was just joking," she reassured. The moving sedan chair suddenly came to an abrupt stop. This caused Tiao Jingzhao inside to involuntarily lurch forward. With a puzzled expression, "Why did we stop?" she peeked outside. It turned out a group of soldiers on horseback were marching in front of her sedan chair. Among the troops, she suddenly spotted someone. That person was... A tall figure appeared before her eyes. He wore a jet-black hanfu, with purple stripes on both sleeves. The robe was adorned with patterns that were extremely delicate and exquisite. Judging by the attire, surely this person held a significant position in the imperial court. Tiao Jingzhao looked at the majestic and imposing man before her. Her eyes turned into heart shapes. What a handsome guy. Her heart skipped a beat. She almost drooled. The story I wrote, and I didn't know there was someone this handsome. Tiao Jingzhao questioned herself. Her eyes shone like stars as she yanked the system's tail. System, I give you 10 seconds to introduce him. As expected of the female lead, still maintaining her style. Seeing a handsome man, her eyes light up. The system, in pain from having its tail pulled, grimaced and explained. The villain boss, Imperial Advisor of Dongling City, Di Lin Yuan, host. He has appeared. His current level of villainy is 18%. Tiao Jingzhao was stunned, mouth agape. Di Lin Yuan. In her mind, she recalled the plot. Images of Di Lin Yuan and Princess Jingzhao appeared. Di Lin Yuan was wearing a perverted smile, threatening the princess, I'll show you what it means to be unable to live or die. Princess Jingzhao begged in fear, please don't kill me. Tiao Jingzhao remembered the plot she had written and couldn't help but panic. How can this be happening now? She now felt most acutely the meaning of the painting The Scream by the famous Norwegian artist Edvard Munch. She realized, this guy is the pervert from the novel who always wants to kill Tiao Jingzhao. How has he appeared so early in the story? Tiao Jingzhao looked up at the person she had just been admiring and calling handsome. Her face turned pale, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with fear. This pervert tortured Tiao Jingzhao to death. Why is he here now? Di Lin Yuan was still sitting steadily on his horse, his expression solemn. He looked down at Tiao Jingzhao. Unexpectedly, the pervert from the original story, Di Lin Yuan, actually bowed sincerely to greet the princess. He gave a gentle smile. Greetings, Your Highness. At that moment, he looked so handsome and kind-hearted, yet in Tiao Jingzhao's eyes, he was nothing but a pervert now. Along with his devilishly handsome face were extremely cruel methods, a brutal personality and unparalleled martial arts, unpredictable mood swings. All of the above were attributed by Tiao Jingzhao to Di Lin Yuan. At once, Tiao Jingzhao felt her doom drawing nearer, and tears welled up. This person, even my entire clan together, couldn't defeat him, Tiao Jingzhao said helplessly. Seeing her like this, the system could only advise her to speak less. Now you have to start living according to the plot, it said, then urged her to greet him. Quickly greet him and start getting into character. Tiao Jingzhao cautiously stepped down from the sedan chair. She whispered to the system, you don't need to tell me, I know what to do. She walked up to Di Lin Yuan, her hands loosely clasped in front of her. Smiling politely, she greeted. Tiao Jingzhao pays respects to the Imperial Advisor. Di Lin Yuan, not understanding why Princess Jingzhao greeted him like that, frowned and responded in a deep voice. Tiao Jingzhao trembled in fear. Sweat poured out profusely. What's happening? Did I say something wrong? The attendant beside her whispered, reminding the princess, you should call him Royal Uncle. Tiao Jingzhao was stunned. Royal Uncle. Di Lin Yuan was known as the king for his great contributions to the country. His power was very high compared to his position here. Tiao Jingzhao recalled the plot details. In the story, she had only briefly mentioned this character. In the plot, he was only referred to as a tyrannical ruler, one who controlled tens of thousands of soldiers. In short, he had immense power. The novel only briefly mentioned this much. Jingzhao, realizing her mistake, solemnly raised both hands in front of her respectfully. She bowed like the concubines. Along with a sincere voice, Jingzhao was disrespectful. Please don't blame me, Royal Uncle. Seeing the princess so respectful towards him, Di Lin Yuan laughed and said, why is your highness afraid of me? Jingzhao waved her hands frantically. No, I'm not. But her actions up until now had precisely admitted it. Then Di Lin Yuan ordered his soldiers, bring the alpha wolf I captured alive during the hunt as a gift for the princess. The subordinates immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Then came the image of a fierce alpha wolf, its eyes still rolled back, thrown down in front of Tiao Jingzhao. A delicate girl like her, coming from a city background, had never seen these creatures on the dining table, let alone seeing them in flesh and blood like now. In a split second, she quickly retreated back into the sedan chair. Her eyes still brimming with tears from fear, the wolf's muzzle suddenly twitched. Tiao Jingzhao's eyes widened in panic as she said, it's moving. Even more terrifying, the wolf sprang up and faced Tiao Jingzhao. The little princess saw this and screamed. Once. Then, before Jingzhao could escape, the wolf immediately leaped towards her. Tiao Jingzhao froze in fear, her body stiff. How is it still alive? Her face darkened, eyes wide open, her mouth only managing to form the word help. Swoosh. Before the wolf could pounce on her, Di Lin Yuan, quick as lightning, jumped off his horse and rushed towards the wolf. One sword thrust pierced through the wolf's neck, sending it to heaven before Jingzhao could finish crying for help. Surely terrified by the previous scene, Tiao Jingzhao only managed to say, help, before she fainted on the spot. The servants who witnessed the princess fainting became worried about her. Princess. Di Lin Yuan stood right behind, frowning, his hand holding a cloth to wipe the wolf's blood that had stained his sword. He scoffed. Humph, what a coward. This Di Lin Yuan was indeed a pervert through and through. What was he thinking, letting such a small and delicate girl face off against such a fierce alpha wolf? Not only that, he dared to call her a coward. He truly was insane. Di Lin Yuan instructed a servant to tell her, "In 2 days, this wolf will be completely skinned. I will personally bring the wolf pelt as a gift for her." This guy's taste is really something else. First, he scares someone's daughter half to death, and now he wants to give her the wolf's pelt as a gift. Does he want to traumatize her for life, or what? The small servant heard Di Lin Yuan's instructions and jumped in fright, but he could only tremble and obey. Yes, fortunately this pervert still had some humanity left. He was still aware that Her Highness the Princess had fainted. He added, "Before leaving, summon the imperial physician for the princess." The servant bowed his head and quickly replied, "Yes." Tiao Jingjiao. She was lying in the sedan chair when she heard the system's voice. "All right, wake up. Hurry, he's gone now." Jingjiao, with half-closed eyes, slowly opened them, so she had been pretending to faint all this time. Realizing that the pervert had left, she finally felt the weight lift from her heart. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Squinting, she thought, these two really like to play games that are both challenging and thrilling. The servant beside was about to summon the imperial physician when he saw Her Highness the Princess sit up. Surprised, he asked, "Oh, how did you suddenly wake up?" Tiao Jingjiao explained, "I had to pretend to faint so he wouldn't linger here with me anymore." For her right now, survival was still the most important thing. Therefore, she anxiously remembered her mission. She immediately pointed and ordered, "Continue riding the horses. Hurry, hurry. I need to get to the imperial garden urgently." The servant quickly obeyed. Yes. Then the sedan chair was lifted again, step by step, towards the imperial garden. The person sitting inside the sedan was unaware of everything that had just happened, including her pretending to faint to make Di Lin Yuan leave, all of which he had observed from behind. The scene changes to the imperial garden. Inside the imperial garden was a large blue lake. On both sides were arranged lush green trees, looking extremely beautiful. But Tiao Jingjiao was in no mood to appreciate the scenery here. She sat in the sedan chair, her head turning left and right, her hand on her forehead like the Monkey King, eyes darting around the imperial garden. She kept saying, "Why can't I find her, no matter how hard I look?" The system, seeing this, replied, "Who are you looking for? The female lead Ye Qingcheng isn't here to be found." From afar, 2 women were approaching Tiao Jingjiao's location. Jingjiao saw that person, her eyes lit up with joy. "Ah, she's here, my savior." That girl was Li Fanfan, a noble lady of the capital. She had a mole next to her lips that looked very charming. Seeing Tiao Jingjiao appear here, she also greeted her brightly. "Princess, you've arrived." Li Fanfan squinted her eyes and laughed. "I heard that the imperial general was coming to the imperial garden today. I came to guide the general." She explained to Tiao Jingjiao the reason for her appearance here. Tiao Jingjiao crossed her arms and nodded. Just to guide." From afar appeared the light blue skirt of some young lady. The scenery and the woman seemed to blend into one. That woman stood among the flowers in the imperial garden. It was truly an explosion of beauty. Indeed, it was the radiant female lead, Ye Qingcheng. The novel's female protagonist had finally appeared. Her lovely face, her gentleness, combined with the image of flower branches competing to bloom, was truly a peerless beauty. Compared to Her Highness the Princess, Tiao Jingjiao was indeed 8 ounces to her half a pound. Ye Qingcheng entered the imperial garden, constantly marveling at the beauty of the flowers here. The imperial garden truly has many rare and precious flowers. Still in awe of the imperial garden's beauty, the female lead Ye Qingcheng was quickly reminded by the servant behind her. "Miss, that's the princess's sedan chair. Quickly kneel down." Perhaps not understanding palace etiquette, Ye Qingcheng turned to ask the servant, "Why do I have to kneel?" The young servant beside her chuckled. "Miss, all officials below the first rank must kneel and pay respects to the princess. Even we shouldn't ask any more questions." Ye Qingcheng followed the servant's advice. She knelt down low to pay respects before the princess's sedan chair. In her mind, she was thinking, "I've heard that Jingjiao Princess is the most beautiful woman in Lang Kingdom. I wonder if that's true." Tiao Jingjiao was sitting in the sedan chair at that time, not noticing that the female lead Qingcheng had appeared outside. Li Fanfan, beside the sedan chair, was chattering non-stop. "Princess, the imperial general doesn't care about people. Because he's a man, he's often cold and aloof. The princess is very beautiful. The imperial general has long liked you. Miss, look, does Her Highness the Princess show any interest in what you just said?" Tiao Jingjiao sat in the sedan chair. Hearing Li Fanfan's chatter outside all this time, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. This woman talks too much. Li Fanfan outside continued to gesticulate wildly. It's because the crown prince interfered before. Otherwise, the imperial general would have been yours forever. At this moment, Tiao Jingjiao finally noticed the person paying respects by the roadside. Oh my, this is the female lead, my savior. She immediately ordered Li Fanfan, who had been gesturing non-stop. Tiao Jingjiao excitedly put her hands on her face, her eyes curved in U-shapes with excitement. Don't worry, I'll help you and the male lead live happily ever after. The system beside her, witnessing this action, couldn't help but feel disgusted and nauseated. Tiao Jingjiao gracefully stepped down from the sedan chair. Pretending to know nothing, she exclaimed, "The flowers in the imperial garden are truly beautiful." Ye Qingcheng, curious, raised her head to observe the beauty that was rumored to be the most beautiful woman in Lang Kingdom, to see what she was like. Indeed, it was as rumored. She, after seeing Her Highness the Princess's beauty, blushed and couldn't stop marveling. So beautiful. Before Tiao Jingjiao could react, Li Fanfan beside her quickly spoke up. "Blocking the way, you insolent maid. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to look at the princess?" Ye Qingcheng was bewildered. Li Fanfan frowned angrily. She shouted, "You still dare to look." Ye Qingcheng, who came from a noble background, was rarely scolded like this. No one dared to yell at her so loudly. Now being berated by a woman, she couldn't help but feel wronged. Fortunately, her servant beside her quickly intervened, grabbing her mistress's hand tightly. "We beg your highness the princess for forgiveness." Then the two, mistress and servant, bowed down in respect. The servant explained, "My young miss has long heard of the princess's fame. Today she only wanted to take a look. Please, princess, do not blame her." Li Fanfan still wouldn't let it go, opening her mouth to cry on behalf of the princess. "Her appearance isn't something you can look at as you please. Where's the propriety in that?" Hearing this, Tiao Jingjiao got into character as the evil princess and smirked. "So how do you suggest I punish her?" Li Fanfan beside her viciously suggested, "I think slapping her would be most appropriate." Tiao Jingjiao continued to smile mischievously. "Slapping is too ordinary. How about this?" She then produced a knife from somewhere. She held it up in front of Li Fanfan, smiling cruelly. "Let's gouge out her eyes." Li Fanfan froze at the sight of the knife. Perhaps she didn't expect Her Highness the Princess to go this far. Li Fanfan trembled in fear, stammering, This. Tiao Jingjiao arrogantly asked, "Don't you like it?" She then thrust the knife into Li Fanfan's hand, threatening, "If you can't gouge out her eyes, I'll take yours instead." Though Tiao Jingjiao's words were soft, they carried an intense murderous aura. Li Fanfan held the knife, trembling violently. She stepped towards the female lead, Ye Qingcheng. The servant beside, seeing her mistress about to lose her eyes, fearfully bowed and kowtowed repeatedly, begging the princess for mercy. "Princess, please forgive us." Ye Qingcheng was terrified by the scene. Tears streamed down her face, looking beautifully pitiful. She sobbed, tears flowing endlessly. Tiao Jingjiao stood behind, secretly admiring the beauty's crying face, thinking it truly stirred one's heart. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Not bad, not bad. This tear-stained face even moves me, let alone the male Tiao Jingjiao. Is he really going to spare neither men nor women? Being into men is one thing, but now even women captivate him. Li Fanfan, risking her life, closed her eyes tightly and aimed the knife straight at the seated Ye Qingcheng. "Stop!" A man's voice rang out. It saved Ye Qingcheng's eyes. The male lead had appeared. With one hand, he knocked the knife into the air. Li Fanfan, seeing the Imperial Guard appear, fell to the ground trembling in fear. Imperial General. The Imperial Guard ignored Li Fanfan. He snorted, then knelt beside the female lead, Ye Qingcheng, took her hand and asked caringly, "Are you all right?" Ye Qingcheng, saved by the handsome hero and was being asked so caringly, her fondness for him increased continuously. Her mouth automatically answered, "I'm fine." Then she was slowly helped up by the Imperial Guard. Tiao Jingjiao, seeing the romantic atmosphere between the male and female leads, couldn't help but feel elated. Blushing, her smile reached her ears. "This is killing me with sweetness." The system beside reminded the host, "Remember, you must change Jingjiao's image to be kind." Tiao Jingjiao pondered. Right, the phrase gouging eyes was too cruel. I should change it to something else. The Imperial Guard stood up and shouted at Tiao Jingjiao, "You're too wicked." Li Fanfan, behind, secretly betrayed the princess. Her hand repeatedly pointed at the person beside her, implying, "It wasn't me who did it." Tiao Jingjiao, without fear, loudly retorted, "How insolent! Who allowed you to call this princess by name?" Li Fanfan, standing beside, side, seeing the princess now daring to defy the imperial prince, couldn't help but worry. The princess dares to speak like this to the imperial general. The imperial guard was stunned before he could process that this woman, who previously always obeyed him, was now behaving differently. Tiao Jingzhao picked up the knife from the ground. She said, "Well done, General." Then she approached the imperial guard closely, smirking. "If you're so eager to meddle, this princess will oblige you." The imperial guard was dumbfounded. He only managed to say, "Then Tiao Jingzhao stabbed him with the knife." "Aha!" was Li Fanfan's scream. Tiao Jingzhao laughed mischievously. "How about that, imperial general?" The imperial guard was stunned, without blood. He spoke, "A prop. How is that knife fake? It just automatically retracts when touching something, so it didn't cause any harm." Tiao Jingzhao gently pulled out the knife, even poking the blade. "Can't even distinguish my plaything," she mocked further. "Looks like the general wasted all those years in the camp, huh?" In the princess's chambers, Tiao Jingzhao sat, humming happily nonstop. A hero saves the beauty in the nick of time. The male leads feel the female lead must be about 50% now, right? Before she could finish rejoicing, the hemorrhoid king system spoke up. "Their current feelings are only at 5%, host." This made Jingzhao jump in shock. "What do you mean 5%? Didn't you say the male and female leads fell in love at first sight? How the hell is it only 5% affection?" From shock, she turned to despair about this world. "All my efforts were in vain, and I even encountered villains. Think it's easy, huh?" Suddenly, she sprang up. "That's it, I have a plan. System, can I poison and kill Dilin Yuan? So I don't have to worry about him killing me anytime." Tiao Jingzhao thought this was the best plan ever, to the point that the system was helpless, angry, but unable to do anything. The system warned, "If you don't want to lose points, shut your mouth for once." Jingzhao thought of something. She whistled at the system. Their eyes met. Her hand reached out to grab the hemorrhoid king's tail. The system struggled. "You stupid system. You just stand by watching and don't help me at all. Then you deduct points. What use are you to me?" She angrily grabbed the system's neck and shook it repeatedly. "I'll kill you right here, system." The hemorrhoid king cried out in pain. "Let go. From now on, I'll call you the useless system." Before she finished speaking, it jumped to the ground, surprising even Tiao Jingzhao. "Evil woman, you want to kill me." The hemorrhoid king suddenly changed from a small animal into a boy, looking very cute. From head to toe, it was all white. Tiao Jingzhao, still stunned, stared at him for a long time. So cute, her anger turned into joy. She hugged the hemorrhoid king's system, cuddling it. "Let me hug you a bit. You're so cute, system." The system, still in Jingzhao's arms, struggled. "Damn it, who said you could touch me?" Jingzhao picked him up and stopped. "If you touch me again, I won't tell you how to avoid Dilin Yuan's plot." The hemorrhoid king's crucial words made Jingzhao snap out of it. "A way to avoid Dilin Yuan's plot. Tell me now." Finally, she put the system down. Ahem. The original story says that because Dilin Yuan loves Ye Qingcheng and Tiao Jingzhao harms her, he directly kills you. In the hemorrhoid king's mind, an image appeared of Jingzhao dying at Dilin Yuan's hands, cruelly wielding a sword while embracing Ye Qingcheng. Prevent Ye Qingcheng and Dilin Yuan from falling in love. Then you won't be hated and killed by Dilin Yuan. After saying this, he leaned close to Tiao Jingzhao. "You can even make Dilin Yuan fall for you instead." The hemorrhoid king and Tiao Jingzhao were worlds apart. One side thought clearly, "This way, we can remove an obstacle between the male and female leads. And with Dilin Yuan's help, it's killing two birds with one stone." On the other side, Tiao Jingzhao was gloomy and depressed. "I'm praying for Dilin Yuan to hate me, let alone love Ye Qingcheng. She's the beauty in the male leads' hearts. How can I ruin that?" In the end, it was the system, the hemorrhoid king, who sat advising Tiao Jingzhao. "Think it over. The price is too high." Out of fear, he said this, but Jingzhao still sat thinking for a while. Preventing Dilin Yuan's feelings for the female lead is also a good thing. As I recall, Dilin Yuan falls for Ye Qingcheng after saving her from falling into water and then loves her. Then she smugly clenched her fist. According to the plot, in 5 days, the female lead will fall into the water. Exactly 5 days later, near the lotus pond, Ye Qingcheng stood arguing with Li Fanfan. "What are you doing? Why are you blocking my way?" Li Fanfan stubbornly continued. "Last time, the imperial general saved you and pushed me down, injuring me. I had to recover for 5 whole days. Now you dare to ask." Her fan pointed at the fragile Ye Qingcheng. "This sister dares to seduce the imperial general to harm me, making the princess sad. She hasn't even met us for days. Today, we must punish this maid for the princess and carry out justice for her." The woman next to Li Fanfan was no less aggressive. "We must carry out justice for the princess." Tiao Jingzhao, in her sedan chair, had heard from afar. Her Her face showed no anger, but her heart was burning. These capital ladies are truly cunning. They dare use my name to bully others, leaving me to bear the bad reputation. Tiao Jingjiao thought resentfully. She pointed towards them. Xiao Shunzi, quickly go there and see. The sedan bearer felt scared. It's over. Whenever the princess is unhappy, someone will have bad luck. Today, with these ladies involved, Miss Ye will surely encounter trouble. Ye Qingcheng, being pressured by the ladies, had nowhere to escape. Let me go. They surrounded Qingcheng. Are you scared now? Why doesn't your imperial general come to help? Li Fan cunningly thought to herself, ha, push her to drown, and the princess might reward me. Ye Qingcheng became increasingly panicked and frightened. Don't touch me. Just then, Tiao Jingjiao recalled her thoughts from 5 days ago. Oh no, I can't let Ye Qingcheng fall into the water. She reached out her hand to stop them. Unexpectedly, Li Fan didn't anticipate this and pushed both of them into the lotus pond. Ah! Xiao Shunzi, seeing the urgent situation, ran from afar towards the princess. Someone come, protect the princess. She's fallen into the water. Li Fan and the other ladies hadn't yet recovered their senses. I pushed the princess. Oh no, save me. Tiao Jingjiao struggled in the pond. Damn woman. Jingjiao knew how to swim, but the system beside her was a bit angry. But I can't swim. The Jiwang gradually panicked. If you die, the body dies too. Understand? After saying this, the system flew up. I have an idea. Damn woman, wait for me. Tiao Jingjiao stopped struggling and gradually sank deeper. Am I gonna die here? Who's that? A figure in black clothes jumped into the pond where Jingjiao was sinking. From afar, the group of ladies sat dejectedly. I saw it was Her Highness the Princess. The sedan bearers were also panicked. What happened? This time we're dead. Li Fan collapsed to the ground. Did I push the princess? How could this be? Beside her, a lady pointed. Look, Her Highness the Princess has been saved. The Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor actually saved the princess. It was Dilin Yuan carrying Tiao Jingjiao to shore. Why did I feel heartache when I saw her fall into the water? I acted on impulse. Lin Yuan thought to himself, eyes fixed on Jingjiao. The subordinate of the ghost-faced Yinjun, Dilin Yuan, was also shocked. He thought it strange that the germophobic Imperial Advisor would save the princess. Imperial Advisor, do you need the royal physician? Before he could finish speaking, the scene before his eyes left him astonished. Dilin Yuan's lips touched Tiao Jingjiao's. Tiao Jingjiao just opened her eyes. Not knowing what happened, she startled and backed away. Ah, the villain. Dilin Yuan wondered to himself, not understanding what Tiao Jingjiao meant. She kept mumbling, ah, the villain, in fear. The Jiwang system beside her reminded her. She closed her eyes tightly, but felt a bit happy. Ding. Announcement. Seeing that the host was wholeheartedly devoted to the mission and almost drowned, the system grants you a special favor. Jingjiao whispered in confusion, mixed with fear due to the current situation. Is the special favor being saved by Dilin Yuan? Then she turned to show some courtesy. Bowing her head, she sincerely thanked Dilin Yuan. Jingjiao thanks Imperial Uncle for saving my life. Dilin Yuan glanced at her, making Jingjiao tremble in fear. So scary, so scary. But then her mood changed immediately after, leaving the system at a loss. He does look scary, but he's also so handsome. Ah, Dilin Yuan's looks really make one want to commit a crime. Yes, this beauty really makes people lose control. As if he was a character she created in that other world. Jingjiao was praising Dilin Yuan while also praising herself. Tumomo, oh Tumomo, I can't believe you could write such a perfect character. Dilin Yuan glanced at Tiao Jingjiao's shoulder with a butterfly-shaped birthmark. His face reddened, then he picked up Jingjiao, surprising her. Ah, Jingjiao panicked in his arms. Did this guy forget to take his medicine today? Dilin Yuan held her tight, making it impossible for her to escape. Trembling, she said, Imperial Uncle, it's over. Emotions were about to overflow. Tiao Jingjiao seemed like she was about to cry from fear. Imperial Uncle. Dilin Yuan lifted Jingjiao's chin without saying a word. She panicked and whispered to Jiwang, System, what's wrong with Dilin Yuan? Isn't he a germaphobe? He's never had intimate contact with anyone before, so why is he hugging me now? Jiwang curled its snow-white body and coughed. This is the content of the secret reward I requested for you. It winked and raised its pink paw pad. For you and Dilin Yuan to open a path of romance. With the feelings from this romantic path, Dilin Yuan will love you forever, wanting to kiss you when he sees you. Kissing leads to touching, touching leads to bed, and in bed, he'll want to. Its voice became increasingly mischievous. Tiao Jingjiao frantically erased the system's thoughts. I'll hit you. She tried to avoid it, even though this guy was very handsome, but becoming a couple with him would only lead to my early death. On one side, Jiwang spoke with a spell. Anyway, you can't kill him, so you might as well love him. Dilin Yuan's eyes were no different from Jiwang's voice earlier. Zhao Zhao, this prince saved your life once. Is a thank you too much to ask? Tiao Jingjiao's mind went blank. Why are you calling me Zhao Zhao? we're not that close. Then she politely said, Imperial Uncle, please say what you want to say. Zhao Zhao will try her best to fulfill it for you. Her mind was full of plans, secretly intending to escape from Di Lin Yuan. This person is too dangerous. I must flee quickly. Before she could finish thinking, Di Lin Yuan interrupted. If that's the case, how about repaying with your body? Like a bolt from the blue, Tiao Jingjiao froze and silently cursed a few times to vent her frustration. Mom, it's just like those outdated plot cliches. He raised his hand to his head, and when he opened his eyes again, Tiao Jingjiao smiled lightly. Di Lin Yuan stepped back and ordered Xuanzhao, escort the princess inside. He turned abruptly, not even sparing a glance at Tiao Jingjiao. Xuanzhao behind him was also surprised. He could only obey without saying anything more. Yes. Jingjiao, not understanding, whispered to Ji Wang. Has this guy gone mad? His personality changes like the weather. Ji Wang was also a bit surprised. What the hell? He escaped my control. Ji Wang pondered, wondering if there was a system error. Clearly, it was Di Lin Yuan in the sedan chair, lifting the curtain. He looked towards Xiao Shunzi, who was reassuring himself. Worried about the princess. You're all right now. He thought to himself again, confused about his own feelings. Last time we met, I felt disgusted by her. But this time, what's wrong with me? Di Lin Yuan's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Continuing from the previous episode, after Tiao Jingjiao fell into the water, she was rescued by Di Lin Yuan. Due to being controlled by Ji Wang's system, it was the content of a secret reward Ji Wang gave to Jingjiao for sacrificing herself for the mission. On the other side, Ye Cheng had been brought ashore by the imperial prince. Her face was pale. The maid who usually accompanied her was now just as panicked as her mistress. Yu Jingshu applied pressure to her body to expel the water. Cough, cough. Her eyes were blurry as she looked at the person in front of her, who was overjoyed. Miss, you're awake. Ye Cheng was dazed for a moment, then frowned. You're calling me Miss. She sat up abruptly, holding her head in confusion. Just now I was reading the novel, Love Concubine Country. The handsome general was in love with me. How did I end up here? It turned out that when Ye Cheng fell, another person had transmigrated into her body. Just like Tiao Jingjiao, the maid beside her started to panic. Miss, please stop talking nonsense. You're scaring me. Yu Jingshu worriedly asked beside Miss Ye, are you all right? Ye Cheng looked up behind her. In front of her, besides the imperial prince, there was another technological panel. Excuse me, does the contestant want to accept the mission to conquer the male lead, Yu Jingshu? Disagree? Refuse. As soon as she looked, it was as if she wanted to leave her body immediately. Ah, I've time traveled. This is Ye Xiaomi, a reader of the novel Love Concubine Country. The handsome general loves me. Before she could finish thinking, the system suddenly turned red. A 5-second countdown before it auto-selects. Ye Cheng thought to herself, as I remember, the female lead in the novel becomes the empress. Below one person, but above 10,000. 4. Who would refuse such a good thing? She immediately pressed accept on the panel. The system immediately continued to display, host has successfully accepted the mission, linked to the role of Bai Lianhua. First mission, increase Yu Jingshu's favorability towards the host to 30%. Ye Cheng understood immediately. Thank you, General Yu, for saving my life. Yu Jingshu immediately helped her stand up. It seems he is the male lead Yu Jingshu in this story. Then she smiled smugly. For the nightclub queen Ye Wu Mi, not to mention just 30%. In the past, when I worked at the nightclub, I've dealt with all kinds of big shots. 100% is as easy as pie. Xiao Shunzi draped a shawl over Tiao Jingjiao. Princess, please put this on quickly, lest you catch a cold. I'll call the royal physician to check on you. Li Fanran's face turned pale, fearfully calling out, Princess Jingjiao, look here. Fanran knelt down, bowing deeply. I did it for the princess. It was just because I was too careless. Immediately, Tiao Jingjiao frowned. Ah, for this princess? She asked, pointing at the noble lady still lying at her feet. Li Fanran thought she had been forgiven and looked up joyfully. Yes, it's all for the princess. It's all because of that wench. As she spoke, she pointed directly at Ye Cheng standing behind Yu Jingshu. She's gone mad, face pale, speaking and laughing simultaneously. Imagining that Princess Tiao Jingjiao would soften, believe me, she's been seducing the imperial general day and night. I saw the princess was sad, so I taught her a lesson to make the princess happy. Xiao Shunzi, who had always been behind worrying about the princess, now didn't know how to face the situation. It's over, it's over. With Her Highness the Princess's personality, Miss Ye is truly dead today. Worrying wouldn't help. Jingjiao turned towards Ye Cheng. What does Miss Ye think? Perhaps wanting to let her decide for herself. Ching Cheng, having just arrived, still didn't understand what had happened, stammered. Then she pulled out her ultimate move. Not knowing anything, she decided to act coy. Imperial General, I'm scared. She burst into tears, eyes brimming with tears. That's how it looked outwardly. In her mind, Ching Cheng laughed triumphantly. What man could resist my pitiful look? But this male lead Yu Jingshu misunderstood Jing Zhao's intention. Nonsense. Miss Ye and I are completely innocent. We haven't done anything improper, so what seduction? He stood in front, deliberately shielding Ye Ching Cheng's body. However, on the contrary, Tiao Jingzhao didn't care about this matter. She immediately brushed past the two. Well then, regarding Li Fanran pushing this princess into the water, let the Ministry of Justice handle it. Her actions startled even the imperial prince. He looked at her in surprise, but still didn't forget to protect Ye Ching Cheng. In her heart, Tiao Jingzhao comfortably ordered Xiao Shenzi to return. Xiao Shenzi, who was by her side every day, seemed much more at ease. Realizing there was nothing too serious, he obeyed the princess's order. Yes, Your Highness. Yet this narcissistic male lead thought Tiao Jingzhao liked him too much, so she was using another tactic to seduce him. Last time you ignored me, I let it slide. This time you're trying to attract my attention again. He fumed as Xiao Shenzi lifted the curtain for the princess to slowly enter the imperial palanquin. Jingshu ran over, grasped Tiao Jingzhao's wrist tightly, and ordered her to stop. He stood there shouting at the princess. I warn you, don't use the soft approach tactic on me. Even if you strip naked in front of me, I won't be moved. He might have forgotten his own status here. Tiao Jingzhao was stunned upon hearing this. The two stared at each other, speechless. If they could marry, Tiao Jingzhao still wouldn't know what to say to this guy. This male lead truly has terminal narcissism, incurable. Where did he get the confidence to think everyone uses the soft approach on him? He flung Jingzhao's hand away. It seemed as if he was used to the princess treating him in the old way. He then turned to Ye Ching Cheng. Miss Ye, let's go. Tiao Jingzhao was annoyed on one side. This time, Xiao Shunzi was worried for her. In this entire palace, only the imperial general dared to treat the princess so rudely. He still thought that Tiao Jingzhao was the same as before, but the princess liked the imperial general very much. So no matter what he did, the princess would always forgive him. The imperial guard, Jing Shu, hadn't walked far when an angry voice sounded from behind. It seems the imperial general has forgotten his place. Behind was Tiao Jingzhao's clearly rising dark mood. Or perhaps he doesn't know how to distinguish between superiors and subordinates. Imperial guard Jing Shu, not yet understanding the situation, stammered, "Ah!" Tiao Jingzhao smiled mischievously. Her finger lightly lifted his chin. Relying on this princess's favor, the imperial general has almost forgotten protocol. If you dare offend me again next time, I'll sell you to a brothel. Tiao Jingzhao leaned close to his ear. Her tone gradually became mischievous as she slowly backed away. Imperial guard Jing Shu clenched his fist in anger at her. How can you say such things without shame? As he spoke, his face turned red as a tomato. Everything happened so quickly. Ye Ching Cheng, or rather Ye Xiaomi, asked herself, Tiao Jingzhao loves Imperial Guard Jing Shu more than her own life. Why is it so different in this novel? In the distance, Lin Yuan's boat was looking towards the shore. His facial expression gradually relaxed. How interesting. Lin Yuan recalled the scene when he rescued Tiao Jingzhao. Jingzhao had called him royal uncle. Then he looked at the hand that had lifted the princess's chin. His thoughts were endless. Xuanzhao stepped into the boat from outside. Reporting the situation, my lord. I found out that Sibai Tong is in the city, but he has hidden his identity. We couldn't pinpoint his location. There was no response. Xuanzhao looked up towards Lin Yuan. What's wrong, my lord? He worried endlessly. Lin Yuan just sat there, looking at that hand. Zhao, you're in love with a woman, aren't you? His words startled Xuanzhao. With a reddened face, he admitted, Yes, I am, my lord. Although Lin Yuan knew about it, hearing it still made him let out and falling. Oh, and chuckle. Then this prince orders you to test someone within 3 days, then tell me how it feels. Xuanzhao was surprised upon hearing this. You want to hear it again, my lord? In the princess's back garden, Tiao Jingzhao was lounging in a hammock. The hemorrhoid king system looked down from above. The system announced, the current favorability between the male and female leads is 10%. Tiao Jingzhao's tone seemed bored and tired, but her expression showed extreme comfort, only 10%, as slow as a turtle. She lowered her eyes, looking into space, reminding herself, no good. I must make them meet more often. A distant sound brought her back to reality. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. She startled, jumped up and shouted, Royal brother. It was Tiao Jingzhao's royal brother, the Crown Prince. She hurriedly jumped down. Running to his side, he always indulged the princess. Royal brother, you're so fast. She stumbled and fell into the Crown Prince's arms. He kindly supported Tiao Jingzhao. You're grown up, but still so clumsy. Being from another world, this action could make Jingzhao blush. but her royal brother's face remained unchanged. I heard you fell into the water. Are you all right? She pressed forward. Tiao Jingzhao held her head in distress. I'm not okay. I feel so dizzy. The crown prince sighed. If you weren't always fond of the imperial scenery boat, this wouldn't have happened. Before she could say more, many of the crown prince's men announced, Your Highness, we have matters to report. He turned, preparing to leave, not forgetting to instruct his little sister. These days, just rest and don't wander around anymore. Tiao Jingzhao was overjoyed to see him. I'll listen to royal brother, she thought. He's clearly very worried about me, but acts like he doesn't care to come here. My royal brother is truly cold on the outside, but warm inside. The crown prince's serious tone extinguished her joy. You couldn't find Si Baitong. Jingzhao looked at the hemorrhoid king. It's Si Baitong. As long as he's here, can we secure the empire? According to the plot, with his help, the imperial scenery boat could defeat the Tiao dynasty. After thinking, before she could smile, she burst into tears, saying, If the imperial scenery boat cooperates with Si Baitong to destroy the Tiao dynasty, will I also be killed for bearing the Tiao surname? She screamed both outwardly and inwardly, but was immediately comforted by the system. What are you afraid of? This novel is your own creation. Jingzhao understood. Her eyes lit up. Right, now I'm the only one who knows where Si Baitong is. No, I just need to find him and change the role. The hemorrhoid king crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and agreed. Right, he thought. My teammate is smart. Then Tiao Jingzhao turned abruptly. Her tone was somewhat joyful. Xiao Shenzi, quickly take this princess to this place. This was Qinglu Gay, where courtesans gathered. Xiao Shenzi looked like he was about to cry. Princess, is this really where you want to go? Tiao Jingzhao was no longer a princess. Tiao Jingzhao looked at her, no different from a young master coming here for pleasure. Courtesans surrounded other men. Young Master Li, it's been a while since we've seen you here, Chao Lang. Why are you so late? Xiao Shenzi frantically tried to persuade the princess. There's still time to leave now. Let's go. Tiao Jingzhao angrily tapped her small fan on his head. Be quiet. Call me young master. Xiao Shenzi had no choice but to obey. Yes. In short, I have business to attend to today. Oh my, two such handsome young masters, the madam called out from afar. First time here. This startled Tiao Jingzhao. The perfume was so strong. Are you trying to kill my nose? She said, sneezing several times. The madam felt a bit hurt. If the young master doesn't like it. Before she finished, Jingzhao interrupted. It's fine, madam. Find me a room and bring 2 ladies. That'll do. The ladies in our house are very beautiful. They'll satisfy the young master. She then had someone bring up wine. It wasn't just wine. The hemorrhoid king had added a bone-softening pill to it. His smile gradually lost its humanity. To bring you two together, I've put in quite some thought. The scene changes to a private room that Tiao Jingzhao had rented at Qinglu Gay. Tiao Jingzhao was sitting on the bed, arms around 2 women, contentedly appreciating the beauty of these 2 women. One was holding tea, the other feeding fruit to Tiao Jingzhao, along with invitations like, Young master, please drink some wine. Tiao Jingzhao was truly satisfied with the affection of these 2 women. The little servant stood observing in the corner, constantly sweating. Didn't the princess say she had something to do? Why does this feel so different? He covered his mouth, face turning black. This is bad. The princess doesn't have that kind of preference, does she? Tiao Jingzhao saw the little servant's expression and immediately guessed his thoughts. Frowning, she thought, what nonsense is this little guy thinking? Suddenly, Tiao Jingzhao spoke up. Xiao Shenzi, I'm done looking. With that, she struck the 2 women beside her hard. One move knocked both of them unconscious. Xiao Shenzi was startled by this. Princess, what are you doing? Tiao Jingzhao dragged the woman in purple into the changing room. Before leaving, she didn't forget to instruct. This princess has to go out for a while. Watch these 2 carefully. Don't let anyone come in. Understand. Remember what I said, she said before going in to change. She hung her previous outfit on the wall. Then she came out wearing the courtesan's clothes. I don't know what Her Highness is doing that requires so much effort to the point of disguising herself as a courtesan. I'm afraid. Fearing Xiao Shenzi might not obey, Jingzhao added a threat. If you don't follow my instructions, when this princess returns, I'll tie you to the tree in the back garden. Then Tiao Jingzhao and the hemorrhoid king system, one tall and one short, walked along the corridor of Qinglu Gay. As they walked, Tiao Jingzhao kept thinking to herself, everyone thinks that Tu Baitong is a centenarian, but only I know Tu Baitong is just a kid only 13 years old. Moreover, in this place, obviously a 13-year-old boy wouldn't be a customer. Jingzhao whispered to the system beside her, let's go to the backyard and try to find a companion. Suddenly, 2 soldiers appeared in the corridor. Tiao Jingzhao pricked up her ears to listen to their conversation. "Oh, Qin, the young master said he needs to find a goddess to serve the Lord, like the top courtesans in the house. The Lord isn't satisfied with any of them, so I'll go up there and look around. Right? Isn't that making things difficult for us?" The two of them suddenly turned around. They felt the woman who just passed by wasn't bad at all. They then flashed a perverted smile. "Hey, flower of the night, this beautiful masked lady isn't bad, is she?" Then they rudely grabbed Jingzhao's arm. "Her figure is even better than the previous ones. Come, let's take you to meet the Lord." Tiao Jingzhao, caught off guard, instinctively raised one hand, intending to slap each of them, along with a scolding. "Do you want to die?" Suddenly, as if a mysterious force appeared, it controlled Jingzhao's hand, making her whole body seem powerless. Her body went limp, involuntarily falling onto one of the soldiers. Jingzhao was terrified. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Why can't I use my strength?" The soldier smirked. "Looks like you've had quite a bit to drink." It was then she suddenly remembered the glass of wine she had earlier. Oh no, the wine I drank earlier was problematic. Unable to do anything else, Tiao Jingzhao could only let them drag her away. The two happily said, let's go, let's take her to report." Behind them, the Hemorrhoid King System's eyes flashed, breaking into a cunning smile, muttering, "Ha! Success." The scene shifts to a spacious room. Inside were dozens of people dressed like officials, sitting on both sides of the room, enjoying 3 dancers performing for entertainment. More notably, there was a person sitting in the highest position on the platform, resting his chin, bored, watching the performance. "Imperial Advisor, sir," a voice called from outside. It seemed to be calling for him. Then the 2 soldiers from earlier were dragging Tiao Jingzhao along. They brought her to their superior. With proud expressions, they said, "Sir, please take a look at this lady. See if she meets your standards." Only now did the Imperial Advisor deign to turn around. He looked up to see what this beauty they spoke of looked like. Tiao Jingzhao also looked up, and to her surprise, the superior of these 2 men turned out to be Dilin Yuan. Why was he here? Tiao Jingzhao was shocked. Dilin Yuan seemed to have recognized Tiao Jingzhao. He smirked and made an ah sound. Then he casually ordered, "Bring her here." Hearing this, Tiao Jingzhao became extremely worried about her fate. She never expected that lately, the frequency of encountering her enemies could be so high. Could it be that her demise was truly so near? The 2 men, hearing the order, obeyed without any regard for her delicacy. They pushed her forcefully, causing Tiao Jingzhao to fall into Dilin Yuan's lap. "This is the Imperial Advisor. Serve him well," they instructed carefully before leaving. Tiao Jingzhao, being pushed, frowned and let out a cry. Then she looked up and faced Dilin Yuan. Tiao Jingzhao blushed, her mind now in a complete mess. "He's discovered it's me," she thought. Regardless, running was the best option. Think it, do it. For her, survival was now the most important thing. Immediately, she jumped away from Dilin Yuan, scrambling to get out on all 4s. But the strength of a woman under the influence of drugs was no match. Against the strength of a healthy young man, he quickly grabbed her waist, not letting her escape. He ordered, "Sit still for a moment." Tiao Jingzhao was held tightly against him, her heart screaming for help. Tiao Jingzhao, held by Dilin Yuan until she couldn't move, silently cursed. "Dilin Yuan, you're something else. Clearly in the original story, you didn't care for beauty. Now you've turned into a lecher. Wait 3 more times. I'll change your fate to being quartered by 5 horses. Grind you into dust." Tiao Jingzhao swore that, as soon as she returned to the real world, becoming Sumumu again, the author of this story would change the ending, making him pay for what he did today. Those below who witnessed the scene began to whisper and discuss. "I wonder what figure this courtesan has to be able to enchant the Imperial Advisor. A man who's never been close to women is now in such a state." Another man showed his approval. Fanning himself, he said, "That's right, Imperial Advisor. Why don't you pull down the veil covering her face, so everyone can admire the beauty's looks?" The handsome man who just spoke was none other than Qin Ji Han, the capital's commander of the Imperial Guard. Tiao Jingzhao was held tightly by Dilin Yuan's arm, looking no different from father and child. Turning to the person who just spoke, she guessed in her mind that he was Qin Ji Han, Dilin Yuan's good friend. The system read her thoughts and explained, "Bingo, this person is currently the capital's commander of the Imperial Guard. He's cunning and ruthless in his methods. Please be careful, host." Tiao Jingzhao worried. Damn, with such a high position, he must already know about me. Let's not mention those 2 villains, Qin Ji Han and Dilin Yuan, anymore. If they find out that I'm Princess Tiao Jingzhao, how will I face them in the future? Tiao Jingzhao feared for her life. She turned to the system for help. With puppy dog eyes, she pleaded, "Ji, darling, save me. What should I do?" Ji Wang pretended not to care and even mocked her. "Isn't this your own doing? And you're asking what to do?" This system was too mischievous. If you hadn't secretly drugged the wine, Tiao Jingzhao wouldn't be in this mess. Tiao Jingzhao whined, "Will you help me or not? Will you help me? Will you?" Huh. Her hand wasn't idle either, tugging at the system's leg a few times. The system angrily replied, "You fool. Do you think this system can do anything?" The plot points in the story have all been set in advance. If forced to change, not only will future plot points be disrupted, but your own life will be in danger too. The system threatened and warned, like choking to death while drinking water, getting strangled by your own clothes, dying from exhaustion while walking, being scared to death in a dream. All the most ridiculous ways to die in the world. Hearing this, Tiao Jingzhao signaled the system to stop. "Enough, enough, enough. You're saying such absurd things just to make me feel depressed." The system didn't resist at all, just gently nodded and admitted, "That's right." Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of her, close to the thin veil covering half her face. "Indeed, you all want to see Tiao Jing's true face." Jiao was surprised. Not letting Di Lin Yuan remove the veil, she blew puff puff, as if trying to blow Di Lin Yuan's hand away from her face. Di Lin Yuan used an affectionate gaze, letting the person in his arms act strangely. Tiao Jingzhao continued blowing puff puff. In her heart, she kept praying, "You dog of a man, if you dare remove my face veil today in front of so many people, I'll go down with you. Let you taste what an iron head attack is like." Jingzhao's finger automatically pointed straight at Di Lin Yuan's face. Her face looked about to burst into flames, teeth gritting. Di Lin Yuan, witnessing such a strange scene, burst out laughing. Inwardly, Tiao Zhao wondered, not understanding why that guy was laughing. Di Lin Yuan spoke, "Removing the face veil is no big deal. This lord is very picky about women's appearances, you know?" Then he turned the woman in his arms to face forward. Tiao Zhao heard this and sighed in relief. Phew, that was difficult, almost exposed. Wait a minute, is he saying I'm very ugly? Craving me, huh? Tiao Jingzhao, realizing the meaning of Di Lin Yuan's words earlier, couldn't help but feel angry. She pressed her lips tightly, puffed her cheeks, and breathed angrily. People nearby saw this and just smiled. Back to Tiao Jingzhao's inner thoughts. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about this. The urgent task now is to leave here as soon as possible. Tiao Jingzhao suddenly remembered the plot, the character setting she created for Di Lin Yuan. He hates arrogant and conceited people. If she deliberately provokes him, he will probably kick her out of here. Thinking is doing. Tiao Jingzhao suddenly transformed into a real courtesan. Her two eyes opened wide, sparkling and cute. Along with that was a passionate invitation, coquettishly to the point of creepiness. Imperial advisor, you're hurting me." Tiao Jingzhao inwardly kept vomiting, disgusted with her current self. This voice gives even me goosebumps. I don't believe he won't react. The whole room suddenly fell silent. Di Lin Yuan said nothing, just stared at Tiao Jingzhao. The plan had gone off course. Tiao Jingzhao thought, why isn't he saying anything? He's not scared of me, is he? Unexpectedly, Di Lin Yuan not only didn't kick Tiao Jingzhao out, but immediately lifted her chin close to himself. He whispered in her ear, "What's wrong? Should this lord be gentler?" Tiao Jingzhao, in such close contact with the opposite sex, face turned red like a tomato. Her head felt hot as if about to smoke. Boom. It really started smoking. She hugged her ears tightly, shaking her head vigorously. How could I hear such a sound? Heavens. Being controlled by Di Lin Yuan's emotions, it's too scary. Di Lin Yuan, witnessing the woman in his arms being so shy, chuckled. The system behind was fed dog food to the brim. It nodded proudly. Even the main villain couldn't gain control of the system. So I can be at ease now. Qin Shi Han suddenly spoke up. The dancers in the capital have become boring after seeing them so often. How about this official invites you all to see something new? He said, then clapped his fan. Pak, ordering. Bring it up here. Following Qin Shi Han's order, just a moment later, 2 soldiers appeared, each at one end carrying an enormous cage. The cage was secretly covered with a blue cloth. The cage was placed securely on the floor. Qin Shi Han approached the cage and introduced. As you all know, General Luo, who was recently killed and robbed of his assets, has a daughter named Lan Nian Shu. It's said this woman is breathtakingly beautiful, with unparalleled looks. Today, this official invites you all to see for yourselves. Then he gently pulled off the cloth from the cage, revealing the person inside to be a beautiful woman sitting in the cage. Her face was defiant. Outside, everyone started to clamor upon seeing the face of the person in the cage. It's really Lan Nian Shu. I've met her once before. It is her. She's truly a beauty. The eunuchs continued to discuss, pointing, "It's really her." But wasn't her family arrested for treason? The men were beheaded and the women exiled, right? That's right. I heard when she was exiled, unable to bear the soldiers' humiliation, she jumped off a cliff to commit suicide. How could she appear here? The young lady's appearance here caused quite a commotion. Qin Shi Han approached the young lady. Holding his fan, he gently lifted the beauty's chin. This official finds it not easy to protect someone. The woman looked at him grievously without saying a word. Tiao Jingjiao in Di Linyuan's arms only now noticed. She stared wide-eyed at the newcomer. So it's her. Searching through memory fragments, she realized Qin Shi Han and that young lady in the novel were actually a couple. This pair of lovebirds from the beginning had cost readers many tears. Tiao Jingjiao felt proud and pleased when talking about the two children she created. The hemorrhoid king system frowned and criticized her mercilessly. "You really have no heart, such a beautiful sister, and you show no mercy." Tiao Jingjiao laughed awkwardly and explained, "Haha, isn't this the plot that should be? Overcoming a sea of blood and hatred to be together." Di Linyuan looked at the person in his arms, who kept making strange expressions. She wouldn't sit still, constantly turning back and forth. He thought, even in his arms she's not content. Suddenly he opened his mouth, revealing perfectly white teeth, one hand on her waist, the other covering her eyes. He lowered his head to smell Tiao Jingjiao's shoulder. Then he bit her back firmly. Tiao Jingjiao, feeling the pain, let out an ah. Everyone below, hearing such a provocative sound, suddenly fell silent, surprised by Di Linyuan's action. Tiao Jingjiao realized the sound just now was made by her. She quickly covered her mouth, hiding the blush now spreading across her face. Inwardly panicking, she kept thinking, "Save me, just now." Then she turned back to look at Di Linyuan, blushing and thinking, "This brat is sick. He just bit me so hard. Does he want to eat me?" Di Linyuan said nothing, just gently stroked her head. Tiao Jingjiao angrily lamented, "I'm a dignified 21st century young woman. Now I've been repeatedly made cheap by this brat. It's too much." Tiao Jingjiao was held tightly in Di Linyuan's arms. Tan Shihan saw that his friend today was especially intimate with a woman. He laughed happily. "Ha ha ha!" Directly paving the way for them, my inn has an empty room next door. Do you two want? Before Tan Shihan could finish, Di Linyuan immediately picked up the person in his arms. Agreeing to Tan Shihan's suggestion, "Okay." Tiao Jingjiao kept screaming internally, "You old geezer. You brat want to sleep with me again." Tan Shihan was surprised, not expecting his good friend to actually do it. He called out, "Di Linyuan, are you really going?" Feeling the obstruction from Tan Shihan, Di Linyuan showed no restraint. He gave Tan Shihan a bullet-like glare, leisurely carrying the person in his arms out of the room. "Ha ha." As if not done with surprises, Tan Shihan laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, good. Di Linyuan, you're over 25 now. Looks like you want to experience life, huh?" Indeed, after the imperial advisor left, his gaze shifted to the person sitting in the cage all this time. His eyes gradually lost humanity as he smiled roguishly. The fan in his hand tapped to a rhythm. "Now I want to play a little slowly. Now I want to play a bit." Tan Shihan smirked at the person in the cage. Then he ordered, "People." Instantly, dozens of inn workers were called out. Respectfully carrying food, they neatly set the table for the officials. Everyone chatted happily together. The atmosphere was very harmonious. An official picked up a pearl. "This is a pearl." The official sitting next to him saw this and asked, "Young Master Tan, you don't want to play throwing pearls collecting springs, do you?" Explaining, throwing pearls collecting springs is a game from the red light district. Players throw pearls at the flower girls. The girls can dodge, but when hit, they must remove a piece of clothing. Tan Shihan heard that the other person understood his intention. He laughed and praised. "As expected, Lord Liu understands me. I and the other lords have seen the beauty that could topple a nation of Miss Luo." He glanced at Luo Nianshu, who was sitting pitifully in the cage, gritting her teeth in anger. She glared at him with hatred. Her hands gripped the iron bars tightly. Face dark, teeth clenched. In her heart was a hatred for Tan Shihan. "One day I will kill you." In contrast to the joyful atmosphere at the brothel on the other side, Di Linyuan and Tiao Jingjiao were not so harmonious. Jingjiao was now still being carried steadily in Di Linyuan's arms. Her eyes were fixed on the bed in the room. She couldn't help but turn pale. Crying without tears, she begged the system for help. Hemorrhoid King, darling. If you don't save me, I'm really done for." The system ignored her, pretending not to hear or see the host here. Tiao Jingjiao was finally on the chopping block. She was thrown hard onto the bed by that imperial advisor. She let out a cry. Di Linyuan ignored it and continued to push her down. Jingjiao frowned. Is this using strength to bully the weak? She couldn't let herself be easily oppressed like this. She quickly used her hands to block Di Linyuan's shoulders, but it didn't work. She had to think of a way to stop him. Then she put on a shy expression, acting coy like a young girl, begging the imperial advisor, Please wait a moment. Di Lin Yuan actually stopped. Tiao Jingzhao, beneath him, opened one eye to look. Did it work? But Di Lin Yuan didn't stop at all. He used his hand to grab the young girl's chin. Staring intently, Tiao Jingzhao's worldview officially shattered. She held her head and cried miserably. It's over. It's over. According to the original story, he was the villain, cold and devoted, but how has he now become a lustful person? What should I do now? Tiao Jingzhao was in turmoil, pulling her hair in thought. Sumomo, you want peace. You must think of a countermeasure. Not stopping, Di Lin Yuan continued to caress the ties of her clothes, decisively untying them. Tiao Jingzhao officially panicked, only able to cry out without thinking of anything else. To prevent him from having free hands to continue removing more things from her body, Tiao Jingzhao, quick as lightning, took her hands that were still holding her clothes ties to her mouth and cried out, "Imperial advisor, to be honest with you, my appearance, this servant's appearance, is truly not beautiful. But at this point, beauty is no longer important." She continued to persuade. "Today you want to sleep with this servant, but tomorrow you'll surely regret it. Though this servant shares your youth, Imperial advisor, I truly don't want to deceive you." Hearing this, Di Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Is that so?" Tiao Jingzhao's eyes curved, her face now drenched in sweat, but she still forced a smile and replied, "Yes, this servant's face is actually quite unsightly. That's why I wear a face veil, fearing to scare noble people." Jingzhao stammered an explanation. Hearing this, Di Lin Yuan's curiosity was further piqued. Not stopping at all, he continued to lean his head closer to Jingzhao. Now they were face to face, his hands pressed close to Jingzhao's head. He replied, "Unsightly, you say? Could you possibly be so ugly that you could harm this seat?" His fingers moved to the veil covering her face, preparing to remove it. Tiao Jingzhao could only beg him not to. Outwardly, she appeared pitifully desperate, begging while inwardly cursing non-stop. This brat really doesn't listen. Tiao Jingzhao decided to act recklessly. She grabbed his head and pushed it back. "If that's the case, if you're not cold, I'll be cold. Let's play together." She had just managed to push his head away before she could do anything else. Suddenly, Di Lin Yuan's entire body went limp and fell straight onto Tiao Jingzhao. She panicked, looking at her small, fair hands that were trembling uncontrollably. She thought to herself, "How could my hand's strength be so great? Could I have killed someone with my bare hands?" At that moment, the system appeared from above. Looking down at the two people on the bed, it directly cut off her delusion. "Don't dream. His fainting is due to this system's efforts. Don't be so confident." The system proudly continued. Tiao Jingzhao looked at the log behind the system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 zeros at the end. "Is that log weighing 1,000,000 kilograms? That's 1,000 tons." She anxiously asked, "Such a large log. You won't kill him, will you?" Hearing this, the system just smirked. "He's not your man. Why should I care?" Tiao Jingzhao propped him up against the bed frame. Worriedly, she said, "After all, it's a human life. With such a large log, it's a miracle if he doesn't die." The system acted as if nothing had happened. Smiling confidently, it said, "Relax. He's very lucky. Besides, this isn't an ordinary log. After being hit, he'll only be unconscious for half an hour. There won't be any consequences." The system explained further to reassure Tiao Jingzhao. To prove that everything the system just said was true, it even showed the inscription engraved on the hammer body for Tiao Jingzhao to see. "Ah," was her scream. The system angrily said, "Damned woman, why are you screaming?" Tiao Jingzhao's whole body trembled, her face pale. Her hand still near his nose, she turned to look at the system in panic and stammered, He's not breathing anymore." Tan Chi-han used Lan Lian's shoe as entertainment in the brothel. As soon as Di Lin Yuan brought Tiao Jingzhao to the room, he was knocked out by the Hemorrhoid King system. The Hemorrhoid King system's eyes widened, running towards Di Lin Yuan, stammering, "No, it can't be. This person-hitting stick can't possibly kill someone." Its endless worry was interrupted by Tiao Jingzhao's burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha! Spicy chicken system. You're really too stupid. I was just joking with you. You actually believed it." Hearing this, the Hemorrhoid King was like a spark igniting into flames, angrily shouting, "Damn, woman. This system deducts 10 points from you, 90 points left. When you reach 0 points, you'll go with the dog to see if you can still laugh then." Jingzhao was stunned. Still not believing what she had heard. "Spicy chicken system. Are you serious?" The system, not calming down at all, crossed its arms and turned away. "You're still making a fuss. The villain boss is about to wake up." Only then did Tiao Jingzhao remember this. She muttered to herself, Right. While Di Lin Yuan is still unconscious, I must leave." As she spoke, her eyes lowered to look at her outfit. Just now she had worn this in front of them. Now there was no other way. But this courtesan outfit today, if discovered by outsiders, what to do? Better change into something else. Jing Jiao hurriedly went to the wooden wardrobe in the room. Opening it, there were only some random outfits. These outfits were too skimpy. Can't wear them. Looking around, only the Imperial Advisor's clothes remained. That's right, there's a set of men's clothes. Why didn't I think of this earlier? She was pleased with this idea. Jing Jiao, with ill intent, slowly approached De Lin Yuan. After undressing him halfway, Jing Jiao's lustful nature lit up just like a villain's star. The boss has abs. Tiao Jing Jiao, not sure if talking to herself or asking the Hemorrhoid King system. Hey, not touching would be such a waste. The Hemorrhoid King beside her was at a loss. Wipe your mouth quickly. You're drooling all over. This habit really can't be changed. Mountains and rivers are hard to alter. Nature is hard to part with. Jing Jiao caressed the six-pack abs. Damn, touching the chest feels so good too, both firm and soft. From bottom to top, Tiao Jingjiao pinched De Lin Yuan's cheeks. And this face. Can't even see the pores. Tell me, how to maintain him like this? It would be too perfect. After nearly 10 minutes, the Hemorrhoid King lost patience. I see you don't value your life anymore. Tiao Jingjiao's eyes widened, looking at him. The Hemorrhoid King, arms crossed, stood behind, speaking loudly. He'll wake up in 10 more minutes. If you don't take off his clothes now, in a moment he'll tear your skin off. Princess Jingjiao had no choice but to speed up the process. I'll take them off right away. After a bout of pulling, tugging, and putting them on, Tiao Jingjiao, from a noble princess, instantly transformed into a young master in De Lin Yuan's clothes. She looked in the mirror. Although the clothes were a bit loose, wearing them like this, going out, surely no one would suspect. The door burst open. Jingjiao looked around. Just need to open the main door and go out. Indeed, there was no one. Before she could rejoice, she cried out. A white-haired boy bumped into her. Jingjiao rolled on the ground, sitting up. Hey kid, what's wrong with you? Before finishing her sentence, the prominent Pisces bracelet caught her eye, drawing all her attention. This Pisces bracelet was a keepsake from Si Baitong's mother. He had never taken it off before. Despite the boy Si Baitong's repeated apologies, in her mind, she rejoiced that he was Si Baitong. Well done, fellow. Searched for so long, didn't expect to meet here. However, her goal of coming to Qinglujie was accomplished. Jingjiao still tried to delay a bit, but now the situation was urgent. Taking him back wouldn't be convenient. Wait a few more days, and then decide. Ah, young master, are you all right? Little Si Baitong chased after, worriedly replying to Tiao Jingjiao, who smiled lightly and walked away. It's fine, it's fine. Next time, be more careful when walking. At the Imperial Advisor's mansion, Qin Shi Han's loud laughter rang out. While laughing, he pointed at De Lin Yuan. De Lin Yuan, why do you have to be so delicate? First time out, and you get your clothes stolen, and your face looks like you've been beaten up. Ha ha ha! De Lin Yuan's face gradually darkened. He remained silent, not saying a word. Not waiting for Qin Shi Han to finish laughing, De Lin Yuan threw a large peach, hitting him right in the mouth. Qin Shi Han was caught by surprise. The Imperial Advisor, adjusting his clothes, glared at him. Who are you calling delicate? Qin Shi Han's teasing expression changed from joy to unease. Me, delicate. How can I be delicate? After speaking, he took the large peach from his mouth and ate it with relish. This time you've suffered quite a loss. Do you want to find that reckless woman and settle the score? De Lin Yuan calmly replied, no need. Qin Shi Han stood opposite, surprised. Are you serious? Han, take a sip from the cup. That woman knocked you unconscious. Let's not mention that. But she even took off your clothes, pinched your face. You didn't wake up. Seeing the person opposite not responding, he continued, you haven't fallen for that woman, have you? Still no response from De Lin Yuan. Qin Shi Han thought he agreed with his question. He spat out all the water in his mouth and stuck out his tongue as he left. After so many years, how can you still like such sweet things? It's killing me. I need to go rinse my mouth. Just then, Xuanzhao entered from outside. My lord, let your servant help tie your hair. Xuanzhao focused only on the smooth hair of De Lin Yuan. He sat under his subordinate's hand, thinking to himself, a princess in disguise, wearing a face veil, was brought before me. Yet she managed to leave unscathed. He played with his hair. How interesting indeed. De Lin Yuan's next words startled even Xuanzhao. Zhaoer, leave the investigation of Xiao Jingjiao to me. Xuanzhao's eyes widened, looking at his back. Investigate. The princess. A mentally challenged princess suddenly becoming intelligent is quite intriguing, isn't it? At the princess's palace, Xiao Jingjiao rummaged through De Lin Yuan's clothes, wondering to herself, oh no, where's the money I had with me earlier? Did I drop it in De Lin Yuan's room? But she immediately dismissed the thought. Pacing back and forth in the room, she reassured herself, no, I must have taken it when I changed clothes. Suddenly, she thought of the boy Tu Bai Tong and became suspicious. She was almost certain that the boy had taken her things. Xiao Jingjiao, angered, cursed silently, "You're good, Tu Bai Tong. I wanted to let you roam free for 2 days. Didn't think you'd dare to take this princess's things." In her anger, Xiao Jingjiao threw down the robe, startling the servants nearby, making them tremble in fear. She called out loudly, "Someone!" Immediately, a guard in all black attire from head to toe appeared before Xiao Jingjiao. She immediately ordered, "Within 3 days, find the boy who bumped into me earlier, bring him here, and hang him on a tree branch for me." "Yes," the guard quickly replied. "Yes, Your Highness." Xiao Shenzi looked at the robe and wondered, why does the pattern on this men's clothing look so familiar? Then he suddenly remembered something and was shocked. This is the royal advisor's everyday attire. Why is it in Her Highness the Princess's chambers? Suddenly, Xiao Jingjiao spoke up, asking, pulling him out of his thoughts, "Xiao Shenzi, what is this?" "Your Highness, it's clothing from Huage district." Xiao Shenzi, caught off guard, hastily replied to her. Xiao Jingjiao touched the jade green outfit, woven from expensive fabrics, praising, "It's quite beautiful." Unconsciously, Ji Wang spoke up. "The breakfast here made by Miss Liao must be the most delicious." "Aya, it's just a pity that someone declared war, so I couldn't enjoy such good food." Hearing this, Xiao Jingjiao refuted in her mind, "Nonsense. That's about the bad relationship between Xiao Jingjiao and the Crown Princess, isn't it? I haven't offended the Crown Princess at all, but you've kindly reminded me of something. In the novel, except for Emperor Dong Ling, both the Crown Prince and Crown Princess treated him very well. Now that I'm Xiao Jingjiao, I can't do things that would hurt those who love me." She thought, then ordered Xiao Shenzi, "Tomorrow, this princess will visit the Crown Princess. You bring this outfit for me, understand?" Xiao Shenzi obediently replied, "Yes," but was very surprised, thinking, the princess and Crown Princess hate each other. Why is she visiting her today? The next day in the Eastern Palace, the concubines were sitting and chatting. Since the Crown Princess entered the palace, the Crown Prince hasn't visited any of our residences anymore. If you were as beautiful as our dear Crown Princess, why would you fear the Crown Prince not favoring you? Hearing the flattery and sarcasm around her, Crown Princess Zhang Wanwan, with a face as beautiful as a celestial maiden, just sat silently listening, then spoke up. "His Highness is a member of the royal family. Where he wants to go, I cannot prevent or force him." Hearing Zhang Wanwan say this, one concubine from afar became angry, her face darkening. She cursed inwardly, "Damn it. If this woman hadn't saved His Highness's life, the position of main wife would have been mine." Then she began to change her expression, putting on a pitiful and harmless face, saying, "Sister, I don't mean any harm, but you've been sleeping with His Highness every night for 4 months now. Why haven't we seen any signs yet?" At this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became unusually silent. That concubine just smiled contemptuously and said sarcastically, "Ha ha, I've gone too far. You took a knife for the Crown Prince during the escort. Now you probably can't bear children anyway." These words made Zhang Wanwan stiffen. However, she still didn't let her off and continued, "But don't be sad, sister. I hear the Guanyin at Qishan Temple is very efficacious. I've specially requested a statue for you." Saying this, she waved for someone to bring in the statue. Her face still showed a smug smile, as if she had just won some glorious victory. "Sister, if the gods favor you, perhaps Guanjin will bless you with a child." Noticing the contempt she held for her mistress, the maid beside Jiang Wanwan spoke up, but was immediately stopped by her, who said with a forced smile, "Thank you, noble consort, you. Noble consort, you went to Qishan Temple for my sake. It must have taken quite some effort." A voice came from outside, surprising everyone who heard it. As Xiao Jingjiao just entered the palace, the concubines immediately knelt down and said loudly, "Greetings, princess." That concubine also knelt down, thinking to herself, "This demoness who kills people every day, why is she here? Who has she set her eyes on today?" Xiao Jingjiao bowed respectfully to Jiang Wanwan. Jingjiao greets royal sister-in-law, surprising everyone as they knew she could never be this polite. They all had the same question. Is this the usual tyrannical Princess Jingjiao or not? Jiang Wanwan was equally surprised, thinking, "She always called me by my name before. Why is she calling me royal sister-in-law now?" But she replied to the princess, "No need for formalities." Xiao Shenzi also presented a wooden box containing a jade green outfit, respectfully saying, "This servant greets the Crown Princess. This is a gift from the princess. She hopes the Crown Princess will accept it." Everyone immediately started whispering upon seeing the gift. "This outfit is made from heavenly fabric. It's of very noble origin. Princess Jingjiao hates the Crown Princess. Why is she giving a gift today?" Xiao Jingjiao said with a smile, "This outfit is an apology gift for royal sister-in-law. Jingjiao was young and ignorant before, so I've been rude to royal sister-in-law." Hearing her say this, the Crown Princess rejoiced inwardly. "So she wants to mend our relationship. That's why she's being so polite." Then she happily replied, "Princess Xiao Jingjiao, Don't be so formal. I'm not angry with you. Royal sister-in-law is kind-hearted, not holding grudges against Jingzhao. Jingzhao has no way to prove it's genuine for everyone to see, making those with evil hearts speak ill of others. After saying this, she turned and asked, "Noble consort Yu, what do you think of my words?" Noble consort Yu stammered in reply, This concubine was just wondering what this demoness is up to." Xiao Jingzhao didn't wait for noble consort Yu to answer, but immediately turned to examine the statue she had given. Noble consort Yu gifted a Guanyin statue. Is it? This princess feels it's quite sturdy. At this point, noble consort Yu began to feel uneasy, unable to speak, and thought to herself, a statue of Guanyin is very expensive. Even high monks couldn't afford to invite one. How could I have the money and effort to buy it? Xiao Jingzhao turned and questioned, with sharp eyes and a cold face. Noble consort Yu was so talkative earlier. Why are you so quiet now? After saying this, she threw the statue onto the tiled floor, shattering it while that noble consort was terrified. She angrily shouted, "You dare give a fake gift to the crown princess? Even chopping off 100 heads wouldn't be enough to atone for your crime. Princess, spare my life. Princess, spare my life." Xiao Jingzhao looked at noble consort Yu kneeling at her feet. With arms crossed and a dark face, she said, "Noble consort Yu insulted my royal sister-in-law, giving a fake gift, and yet wants me to let her off." Noble consort Yu on the ground was now terrified to tears by Jingzhao. She scrambled on the ground, crawling to Wanwan, the crown princess. She bowed deeply. "This foolish concubine has offended and deceived the crown princess. I beg the crown princess to forgive me." Wanwan, seeing this, softened and reached out to excuse noble consort Yu. She sincerely said, "Noble consort Yu, you're too formal. You and I are both by the crown prince's side. How could we hate each other?" Xiao Jingzhao saw Wanwan hurriedly excusing and comforting noble consort Yu like this. She thought, royal sister-in-law is so pure-hearted. She'll surely be looked down upon by other consorts in the future. It's my fault. Who told me to write her as a saint descended to the mortal world? Ignoring all the consorts still kneeling and bowing, Xiao Jingzhao swept past them without showing any concern. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind them, royal sister-in-law is magnanimous and doesn't hold grudges against you all. But this princess is selfish, petty, and displeased. Xiao Jingzhao turned her face. With a hateful look at those malicious consorts, she said loudly, "If any of you repeat this offense, what the result will be, you all understand clearly in your hearts." Everyone hastily obeyed, saying yes. Xiao Shunzi followed Xiao Jingzhao, whispering, "Princess, the guards say they've caught the boy who bumped into you the other day." Jingzhao smirked. "Oh my, that was quick. Come here." Xiao Jingzhao then turned to the crown princess, bowing politely. "Royal sister-in-law, Jingzhao has something to attend to. Please excuse me for leaving first." She still solemnly threatened, "If anyone else in the palace offends you, just tell Jingzhao, and I'll deal with them for you." This made the consorts behind tremble without a word. Crown Princess Jiang Wanwan was touched by her enthusiasm. Jiang Wanwan stepped towards Xiao Jingzhao, took her hand gratefully. "You've helped me so much. I won't trouble you anymore. If the princess isn't busy, please do come to the Eastern Palace." The crown prince appears indifferent outwardly, but he always mentions the princess. Xiao Jingzhao happily and excitedly responded to the crown princess's suggestion. I understand." The scene changes to the princess's chambers. Voices from inside echoed up to the roof. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't steal. It was Tu Baitong." This young boy had his hands tied, kneeling before Xiao Jingzhao, constantly denying. Xiao Jingzhao sat on the chair, smirking mockingly. "I didn't expect the clever and bright Tu Baitong would also do such despicable things. If your foster father knew you stole things to exchange for money to treat his illness, what would he think?" Tu Baitong looked up at the person sitting on the chair, defiantly questioning, "How do you know?" Heavens, she's the author. How could she not know these trivial details? Xiao Jingzhao lowered her head and explained, "I am the princess of Dongling. How could I not know?" She threatened, "Do you want me to tell your father?" Tu Baitong denied vehemently. No, his father absolutely cannot know about this. If he knew that the medicine keeping him alive was all obtained by his adopted son through theft, he would surely be extremely disappointed and ashamed, and might refuse to take his medication anymore. Tu Baitong continued, "A man must take responsibility for his actions. I stole from you, so you can deal with me. Don't involve others." Xiao Jingzhao covered her mouth and giggled. "A little brat like you, barely in your teens, your life isn't worth much. But I happen to be in need of a loyal servant. Your Highness, this means she wants Tu Baitong to atone for his crime through service. turning him into her personal attendant. This would keep him away from the Imperial Guard. This way, her life can be preserved. Xiao Jingjiao waved her hand, ordering, "Guards, hang him on a tree for the night. Tomorrow, this princess will use this ritual to gain good fortune and absolve him of his crimes." The guard obeyed, yes. Then he dragged Tu Baitong away to face his punishment. Tu Baitong angrily cursed under his breath. "Damn it, how dare you humiliate me?" Xiao Jingjiao added, "Oh right, bring his foster father to my residence. The prince's mansion is very large. One more mouth to feed is no problem." Tu Baitong was surprised. He stared wide-eyed at Xiao Jingjiao's retreating figure. The one who wants to punish me is her, and the one who wants to help me is also her. What exactly does she want? Xiao Jingjiao went outside to enjoy the scenery. The system beside her reminded, "You know that having him means having Wang Si. Tong means having the world. Why keep him in the princess's mansion? If you fail your mission, you can still rely on him in the future." Xiao Jingjiao crossed her arms and said confidently, "No matter how talented he is, can he change the system's outcome? Besides, I just want to prevent him from meeting Yu Jingshu for 3 years. Even though I'm the author, I shouldn't interfere with character choices." Xiao Jingjiao pretended to be helpless and said, "System." A golden box appeared. It opened and announced, "Congratulations, contestant, for passing I Am Kind elementary level. New plot unlocked." It's unclear what it is. The golden box opened, emitting a beam of light that made her hair and dress hem flutter. Xiao Jingjiao came to her senses, frowned, pointed at the system, and complained. "Elementary challenge. What trick have you played on me now?" The system ignored her. Xiao Jingjiao's gaze pretended not to hear anything. It gently floated away. "Princess, your highness is dead." It was the voice of a servant. He ran hurriedly to report. Concubine Yu, after staying in the Eastern Palace and paying respects, was discovered dead in the back courtyard in a terrible state. Her entire body was dismembered. The palace is saying it's because the crown princess was angry about her ability to bear children, so she took action. Xiao Jingjiao was startled upon hearing this. Concubine Yu is dead, but in my novel, she didn't die. Could it be because of the newly unlocked plot? The system beside her finally spoke up, hand placed on its chest, eyes sparkling, with an extremely proud expression. "The kind princess plot has ended. You no longer need to help the main characters get together. Now, use your princess authority to fight against all evil forces." What? From a historical romance novel living peacefully and matchmaking two main couples, now I have to fight against evil forces. This sounds like a wuxia film. Xiao Jingjiao took a deep breath, gathering all her strength, then shouted loudly, venting all her frustrations at once. "I just want to return to my life with Stork. Is it necessary to force me like this?" Even the system had to retreat a few steps, frightened by this shout. The scene changes to Xingxijia. At this time, Xingxijia was immersed in the quiet night. The space was quiet without a single person in sight. "Hateful woman, I told you to investigate the case, not to steal corpses." The system grumbled, frowning on Ji Wang, who was now dressed in all black. Xiao Jingjiao had even solemnly attached a fake beard to it, although normally, no one could see Ji Wang anyway. Xiao Jingjiao was also dressed entirely in black, face covered with a scarf. She held a small pair of scissors in her hand. "If we don't come here, how will we know how Concubine Yu actually died? You think that because I'm the author, I can just sit and solve everything like before." Xiao Jingjiao carefully examined the corpse before her. One hand held scissors. The other held a metal tool that looked like it was for grabbing something. While observing the corpse, she pondered. All internal organs seem normal, but the vagina has disappeared. There are no other wounds left behind, no signs of poisoning. So what caused her death? Xiao Jingjiao wondered. The system whispered a reminder. The patrol guards are about to pass by. Just as the system warned, a moment later, a group of guards appeared, some holding lanterns, others carrying spears. They walked around patrolling the area. Fortunately, thanks to the system's early warning, Xiao Jingjiao had managed to find a hiding spot. She peeked out to see if the patrol had left yet. The system, thanks to its wings, could observe the entire Xingxi Palace. Ji Wang pointed the way. "There's no one over here." Princess Xiao Jingjiao, surprisingly, knew the art of lightness skill. She moved lightly across the pavilion roofs. On the way, Ji Wang's system suddenly stopped in front of a lake. "Wait, is this the spirit spring?" Xiao Jingjiao wondered. The system explained, the spirit spring can enhance internal energy and make one's appearance increasingly beautiful. The Imperial Palace even has such good things. Xiao Jingjiao was surprised. Then both Jingjiao and the system broke into perverted smiles. They rubbed their hands together, grinning. "Since it's right here." "Hey," she said. Then Xiao Jingjiao lightly landed in front of the rippling lake. There was a sound. Xiao Jingjiao reacted quickly, immediately hiding behind a tree. She didn't forget to pull the system's tail to hide with her. Splash, splash. A man with a toned body appeared in the water. Xiao Jingzhao maintained her usual demeanor. Seeing a man, her eyes lit up brightly, turning into heart shapes. She almost drooled a river. Wow, which man is this? His figure is really not. Before she could finish admiring, the man turned around, revealing his profile. Xiao Jingzhao, who was peeking from behind the tree, was suddenly shocked to see Lin Yuan. Xiao Jingzhao was surprised. The man she had been secretly watching turned out to be Emperor Lin Yuan. She blushed with embarrassment. A cloud of shame appeared above her head. Her hand covered her mouth, repeatedly muttering, "Sorry, sorry, oh my, oh my. In the middle of the night, I'm here peeking at Emperor Lin Yuan bathing in the lake like this. I'm such a pervert." Xiao Jingzhao seemed to realize something. She glared at the system. Wait a minute. She pinched the system's cheeks hard, exposing Ji Wang's plot. "Did you deliberately bring me here?" Ji Wang darling couldn't easily admit guilt like that. It hurriedly explained, "It's unfair. How could I know this was the villain boss's living place?" "My lord," a man's voice rang out. Xiao Jingzhao panicked and shut her mouth, while Ji Wang peeked to see who had just spoken. It turned out to be Xuan Zhao, Emperor Lin Yuan's subordinate, saying something to him. Then came a scene of intimate care. Xuan Zhao helped Emperor Lin Yuan put on his robe. Xiao Jingzhao, seeing such an intimate scene, felt her inner Fujoshi heart, long buried, resurface. Her eyes turned into heart shapes. Ooh, the love between the emperor and his loyal guard. How handsome and romantic. Emperor Lin Yuan suddenly glared, looking towards the tree where she was hiding. Xiao Jingzhao was startled. She tried to reassure herself. It's still dark, and with how I'm dressed, hiding like this, surely he won't discover me. He can't see me. Man proposes, but God disposes. Suddenly, a flying dagger shot straight towards Xiao Jingzhao. Jingzhao panicked, watching the dagger flying directly at her. I'm dead. He's discovered me. She closed her eyes, bracing herself. I can't believe I've been here less than a month, and I'm about to be killed again. Surprisingly, the dagger flew past her. It pierced straight into a snake that was baring its fangs in front of her. Xiao Jingzhao cautiously opened one eye to look. The sight of the snake in front of her startled her. She screamed in fear and fell to the ground. Clumsily backing away, her face drained of color. How can there be such a large venomous snake here? Xiao Jingzhao was caught in a dilemma. She turned to look at the person behind her. Wait, this guy still intends to kill me. Emperor Lin Yuan moved swiftly and smoothly. He pulled Xiao Jingzhao up from the ground. With one hand holding both her hands, he pressed her against the tree trunk. His other hand, without mercy, decisively removed the black cloth covering her face. He showed no emotion, but his words were full of threat. Having fun? Xiao Jingzhao, terrified, tearfully replied, No, not fun at all. Her face at that moment was utterly pitiful. Emperor Lin Yuan saw the woman beneath him crying. He swallowed, his mind constantly wondering, why is it like this? When I see her, I can't help but want to get closer. It's because of her scent, but I clearly lost my sense of smell. How can I still smell her scent? He immediately pressed his face close to Xiao Jingzhao's neck, inhaling the scent of her body. Jingzhao was terrified. Your Highness, please let me go. Emperor Lin Yuan gently lifted Xiao Jingzhao's chin to face him. He demanded an explanation. Perhaps the princess can explain why she's at my residence so late at night. Xiao Jingzhao was speechless. Emperor Lin Yuan slowly moved his hand to Jingzhao's neck. He pondered deeply. This woman keeps trying to get close to me. She must have ill intentions. He frowned, thinking very rationally. Even though I always want to see her, I must kill her today. Xiao Jingzhao was terrified. Her face turned pale. I'm dead. If she didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would kill her. Should she say she was just passing by? In her mind, she imagined a scenario. If she actually said, I was just taking a stroll, would Emperor Lin Yuan really be happy and accept that answer and let her go? No, no. Emperor Lin Yuan would certainly not believe this reason. Xiao Jingzhao's eyes fell to her neck, where Emperor Lin Yuan's arm was wrapped around. If she didn't give an appropriate answer, he would strangle her immediately. Things have come to this point. There's only one way to resolve it. To survive, she must sacrifice herself. Su Mu Mu. After a moment of self-encouragement, Xiao Jingzhao gathered all her courage. She lunged at Emperor Lin Yuan's neck and kissed it. Then, blushing, she said coyly, Uncle Emperor, don't you know what Jingzhao means? Based on the system's information, Princess Jingzhao was extremely lustful. She abused her power to oppress people cruelly and was stupid and thoughtless. Xiao Jingzhao, acting according to the original character's personality, surely wouldn't be suspected, right? Emperor Lin Yuan said nothing. His face didn't redden, but then he released Jingzhao's hands. Then he coldly replied. Xiao Jingzhao didn't know she had escaped death, but her wrists hurt from being held for so long. Xiao Jingzhao blushed and pouted. I say that, and you just stand there with a dumb face. Are you a wooden block or what? Whatever. I'm going to die anyway. Might as well be a romantic ghost. At least I got to kiss a handsome man before dying. Wow, Xiao Jingzhao is really boy crazy. On the brink of death, she's still thinking about flirting with the handsome guy. Thinking is doing. Xiao Jingzhao decisively grabbed Emperor Lin Yuan's collar, pulled him close, and planted a kiss on his lips. Emperor Lin Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Emperor Lin Yuan was suddenly given an unexpected kiss by Xiao Jingzhao. His whole body stiffened, eyes staring, letting Jingzhao flirt freely. After Xiao Jingzhao achieved her goal, her eyes half closed as she moved away from Emperor Lin Yuan. Just as it seemed there would be a sweet romantic scene, unexpectedly, Emperor Lin Yuan suddenly pushed Xiao Jingzhao hard, causing her to lose balance. Following Emperor Lin Yuan's force, Xiao Jingzhao fell directly into the lake. She squinted her eyes, using a pitiful gaze to plead for Xuanzhao's help. General Xuanzhao, can you come help me? Xuanzhao, suddenly mentioned by name, was startled and couldn't react in time. Emperor Lin Yuan silently wiped the blood from his lips. He stared at the blood on the tip of his thumb. Turning around, he ordered Xuanzhao, take the princess back to the palace. Xuanzhao had already pulled Princess Jing out of the lake. He thoughtfully draped a thin shawl over her. Obeying his superior's command, he replied, yes. While Xiao Jingzhao was extremely embarrassed, the hemorrhoid king system was carefreely soaking in the lake. It even exclaimed with pleasure, ah, the spirit spring feels so good. Xiao Jingzhao, embarrassed and resentful, cursed silently. What a person. Stupid as a pig. Doesn't know how to appreciate a beauty. Well, according to the character setting that Tu Mok Mok created for Emperor Lin Yuan, he is indeed a villainous character, emotionally cold, without any feelings for others. Now you're blaming him for not knowing how to appreciate. What's that about, miss? Xiao Jingzhao continued to complain resentfully. I'm also a great beauty, capable of toppling nations. Why does he act so disgusted with me? The hemorrhoid king system felt that soaking like this was probably enough. It draped a wet towel over itself, replied, pigs are very cute. Don't speak ill of them. Xiao Jingzhao's face darkened. You dare to speak? She looked at Emperor Lin Yuan's back. Turning around, she suspiciously eyed the hemorrhoid king treasure and asked quietly, you said this guy and I would have a romantic connection and our feelings would be linked. Why does he seem so disgusted when he kissed me? Are the feelings you created completely fake? The hemorrhoid king, hearing this, frowned angrily. You dare say my system deals in fakes? Then it conjured up an electronic screen. On it were images of Emperor Lin Yuan and her. Below was a heart shape. Above it was written 0%, indicating the level of affection between them. The system pointed at the screen and explained, but this is forced emotion. This villain only has a slight impression of you. He doesn't love you at all. Now his feelings for you have dropped to negative. It's because you broke the system's imposed constraints on him. Hey, Xiao Jingzhao squinted and laughed stupidly. I don't know. Don't know anymore. Don't remember. Jingzhao's hand tightly gripped the shawl on her body. She unconsciously looked at Emperor Lin Yuan once more, her face calculating. Indeed, he's the villain boss. Even the system can't control him. Looks like I'll have to avoid him in the future. Emperor Lin Yuan stood behind, watching Xiao Jingzhao being escorted back to the princess's mansion by Xuanzhao. Let me see what exactly you're up to, Xiao Jingzhao. The next morning, at the crown princess's residence, Xiao Jingzhao was sitting and chatting with Crown Princess Rong Wanwan. She was wearing a light blue outfit today. It was the one that Princess Jingzhao had personally brought as a gift. Jiang Wanwan said, I am heartbroken to hear about noble consort Yu's passing, but people are saying I caused her death. Xiao Jingzhao gently took Jiang Wanwan's hands. She softly comforted, sister-in-law, don't worry. How can you believe such rumors? Jiang Wanwan was reassured by the princess, but she still couldn't be happy. Her face was filled with melancholy. A palace maid rushed in from outside, reporting urgently, Crown Princess, Li Huanhuan has brought another cultivator today. As the palace maid reported outside, Li Huanhuan was carrying some kind of jar. Beside her was a man with a thick beard. The two were blocked by palace maids. The woman shouted loudly, get out of the way. Anyone who blocks us is committing treason against Empress Dowager Jiang Wanwan. Hearing this, she just raised her eyebrows and smiled helplessly, leaving Jingzhao alone. Princess, wait here. I'll go out to see for a moment. Xiao Jingzhao sat there, whispering to the system, a cultivator. So the script has reached the part where the crown princess is falsely accused of killing noble consort Yu. The system cheerfully replied, bingo. That's right, Jingzhao smirked. As the one who wrote this plot, if I can't act it out properly, then I'm really terrible, aren't I? Xiao Jingzhao's eyes sparkled like stars. It seemed she had just come up with some idea. Holding the peacock's tail, she said, System, I need a favor in the courtyard outside. Jiang Wanwan stood facing facing two people, Li Huan, and the cultivator. Fourth lady says the flowers I gave to noble consort Yu had heavy yin energy carrying ghosts, scaring noble consort Yu to death. Li Huan, holding a flower pot, said softly, Crown Prince, you're overthinking. The Empress Dowager is just concerned about the harem. That's why she did this. From afar, Xiao Jingjiao suddenly appeared and spoke, Ah, it's quite lively here, isn't it, sister-in-law? Li Huan was startled. She turned to look at that ill-mannered princess. This foolish princess always used to fight with the crown princess. Why is she here today? But she has always listened to the empress, so nothing unexpected should happen. The two, Li Huan and that cultivator, seeing the princess arrive, naturally bowed deeply and greeted her respectfully. This old servant greets the princess. Li Huan still firmly believed that Princess Jingjiao was still the foolish princess who used to fight day and night with Jiang Wanwan. She quickly spoke up. The Empress Dowager spent a lot of money to invite a cultivator to exorcise evil from the harem, but the crown princess won't let him in. What do you think? Xiao Jingjiao said nothing. She coldly brushed past Li Huan, stepping to Jiang Wanwan's side. Sister-in-law, this isn't right. If evil harms someone, what should we do then? Jiang Wanwan was stunned, but Xiao Jingjiao laughed mischievously. Ha ha! Placing her hand on Jiang Wan's shoulder, she persuaded, Sister-in-law, just listen to Jingjiao, okay? The crown princess was confused, but since Princess Jingjiao had spoken, who would dare to argue? She just softly hummed in agreement. Then, that cultivator entered the room. He waved his sword frantically, his mouth constantly reciting incantations. Heaven's spirit, Earth's spirit, Supreme Lord, quickly manifest. The cultivator cast a sly glance towards Jingjiao and Wanwan, thinking to himself, while they're not paying attention, quickly find the flower pot first. Falsely accuse the crown princess of using evil to nurture flowers that kill people. Then I'll have a prosperous life in the future. This guy was actually a fake cultivator, but wanting to go against Xiao Jingjiao with this skill was like being a flat tire, quite inadequate. At that moment, he turned around. He saw that the space in front was completely empty. Confused, he thought, where are the flowers? Even the planting area can't be seen. The system, peeking from a corner, laughed. Ha ha! This woman's scheme really took quite some effort. Next, let me welcome you. As it spoke, the peacock's tail hugged the orchid pot that the cultivator was looking for. Then the system snapped its fingers. With a click after the system snap, boom, all the room doors slammed shut at once. Seeing this, the fake cultivator couldn't help but panic. His eyes widened in fear, frozen in place. What's happening? Why did the doors close by themselves? Then, suddenly, a pale white hand, ice cold, was placed on the cultivator's shoulder. A long, narrow mouth wailed in misery. I died unjustly, save me. The fake cultivator, encountering a ghost for the first time, was so frightened that his mustache stood on end. His face darkened with fear as he screamed for help. Xiao Jingjiao, standing outside, heard the cries for help and laughed inwardly. It was worth the time she spent setting up this little act, where the system pretended to be a ghost. After successfully scaring that cultivator, it also laughed with glee. In contrast to Xiao Jingjiao's satisfaction, Li Huan stood outside holding the flower pot, anxious. This stupid cultivator can't even get the flower pot right. At this moment, the Imperial Guard appeared on Jingjiao's order. Your Highness, this servant greets you. Xiao Jingjiao smirked. You're here. The Imperial Guard, summoned by Jingjiao out of nowhere, was suddenly called over. He frowned, imagining, Xiao Jingjiao dares to summon me here. Surely she must still secretly like me. How disgusting, yeah. What a foolish man. She's already successfully kissed the brave Imperial tutor, yet you're still sitting there fantasizing. Boom. The door of the Crown Prince's residence was pushed open. Along with it came the cultivator's cries for help. He was literally being chased by a ghost. He rushed out desperately, falling to the ground. Coincidentally, he tumbled down right in front of the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard, seeing the cultivator's face, shouted loudly. He quickly handcuffed him behind his back. You're quite something, walking right into the Imperial Guard's trap. I've been searching for you for half a month. Didn't expect you'd come to the palace. Li Huan nearby, hearing the Imperial General's words, exclaimed in surprise, What? Isn't he a cultivator? Li Huan had brought a cultivator to the Crown Princess's palace. Before he could even pretend to be a sorcerer, he was scared witless by Hemorrhoid King and ran away. Hemorrhoid King, looking as scary as a female ghost, crawled out of the door. However, he made sure that only the fake cultivator could see him. You must pay with your life. The terrified cultivator, pale-faced, sat on the ground begging, Ghost lady, I didn't mean to offend you. He, disregarding life and death, confessed everything from start to finish. You should go find her. She forced me to find ways to frame the crown princess. Li Huan behind him looked on in surprise. He was scared senseless. The palace maids watching from start to finish couldn't help but feel scared. Who was he talking to? Was there really an evil spirit here? The Hemorrhoid King system felt both happy and disappointed, fainting so quickly. I pretended to be a female ghost, and it's still not enough. Li Huan, holding the pot of purple wormwood, was furious. Humph, the revered Taoist priest is possessed by evil spirits, speaking nonsense. Quickly take him away from here. She was still delusional, giving orders. But she was stopped by Xiao Jingzhao. Wait a moment, let her reveal her intentions from the beginning. Jingzhao intended to expose. I suspect someone instigated him to do this. Isn't that right, Lady Li? She exclaimed in panic. What? She couldn't believe it would be exposed so easily. Then Li Huan knelt down, bowing deeply. This old servant is wronged. This old servant only came here on the Empress Dowager's orders. Before her now was nothing but a dead end, only darkness. Xiao Jingzhao sneered. Lady Li, openly bringing a strange man into the bedchamber, the crown princess also claims to be following the Empress Dowager's orders. This scared her into silence. Then she waved to the imperial general. You should also arrest Lady Li and take her to the imperial court. That would be proper for the imperial guard. The imperial general, who had been confused from start to finish, thought that Xiao Jingzhao's intention was for him to show leniency to the woman. What is this woman really thinking? You think I'll spare Lady Li for the Empress Dowager's sake? Before leaving, he frowned and said, This humble official thanks the princess for the reminder. Little Shunzi from afar, not hiding anything, had discovered this. He immediately reported to Princess Jingzhao. It seems the imperial general is very angry. Xiao Jingzhao turned away abruptly, not caring if he was just pretending. Hemorrhoid King found this person hard to understand. He was the male lead under that person's pen. Everyone knows this princess doesn't care about this world and never cares about such trivial matters. So what if he's the male lead? To me, he's just a character with terminal narcissism. He can't even compare to a fraction of the villainous state preceptor. You think I'm still the foolish Xiao Jingzhao who secretly loves him? Returning to sit in the palanquin, Jingzhao kept admiring the gift from the crown princess. The crown princess, sincere as a celestial maiden, you've helped me so much, but I don't know how to thank you. This is a treasure from where I was born. It symbolizes eternal love. If the princess meets her true love in the future, please give it to him. The princess held it gently. My true love. I don't belong to this world, so how could I have someone who loves me? Before she could finish pondering, a voice called out, Princess, Your Highness. The state preceptor invites you to the Ministry of Punishment to discuss business. Jingzhao looked outside. Even she was surprised that Lin Yuan had come here. His voice calling for the princess startled her. Then she thought absurdly, is he calling me to the Ministry of Punishment to kill me? Hemorrhoid King teased before the curtain. You must have been thinking about this for a long time. At the Ministry of Punishment, in the darkness, two people in formal attire entered, standing before a woman with her hands tied above her. Jingzhao wondered why he brought her to see this woman. A moment later, that woman raised her head, frightening Xiao Jingzhao to the point of regretting coming here. It was Li Feiran who pushed me into the lake. Emperor Lin Yuan used the previous Xiao Jingzhao's body. He whispered close to her ear. I heard that the princess herself likes to torture those who disobey her. I intentionally left this for you. How does the princess want to torture her? Whipping, hanging, or skinning? Xiao Jingzhao's face turned pale. Her system's alarm went off, reminding that Emperor Lin Yuan's darkness level increased by 10%. Princess Jingzhao silently comforted herself not to panic. She must stay calm and find a way to escape. Li Feiran struggled, her mouth moving without sound, making Jingzhao realize something. Her tongue had truly been cut off. Emperor Lin Yuan chuckled softly. I heard the princess hates talkative people, so I had her tongue cut out already. She hadn't expected his level of cruelty, silently cursing. Hemorrhoid King couldn't bear it anymore. He advised the woman beside him, you'd better pick someone quickly. If we disobey him, we'll hardly survive. Xiao Jingzhao broke out in a cold sweat. Do I really have to do this? Kill someone just to survive? She looked at Li Feiran suffering in the prison. Emperor Lin Yuan, not satisfied, asked if the princess was displeased. Then he pulled Jingzhao into his arms. Then I'll show you something else. Emperor Lin Yuan took Xiao Jingzhao to the top of the Ministry of Punishment and pushed her hand to the edge. Below was a deadly path, a pack of bloodthirsty black wolves, always waiting for their food down there. Emperor Lin Yuan held her at the edge, leaving Jingzhao no way to retreat. Does the princess like this place? So cruel. But his purpose was to find out who was impersonating Xiao Jingzhao, to see if you could still pretend. In the distance was Li Feiran's scream. She was held from behind by Emperor Lin Yuan's guards. Jingzhao trembled, asking the person opposite, "What do you want to do?" The imperial advisor answered briefly, without further explanation, "Punishment." Then he ordered the guard to proceed. The guard pushed Li Feiran close to falling into the wolf pack below. Xiao Jingzhao, speechless and trembling, made Emperor Lin Yuan understand by himself. This fearful appearance was unlike the previous Xiao Jingzhao, and he felt bored, about to turn and leave. Not interesting anymore. Jingzhao behind him was furious enough. Emperor Lin Yuan wondered why. Her hand unconsciously grabbed his clothes. Regardless of his reaction, I said, "Enough, didn't you hear?" Standing on the high city wall, Emperor Lin Yuan pressed Xiao Jingzhao to the edge and asked, "What do you want to do?" At this moment, Hemorrhoid King appeared and questioned, "You damn woman, you're playing the role of an evil villainess. Why are you afraid?" This made Xiao Jingzhao suddenly angry and shout loudly, "Shut up!" Emperor Lin Yuan was extremely surprised to hear her speak. His purple eyes looked down at Xiao Jingzhao and asked, "You're telling me to shut up?" "Yes, you shut up," Xiao Jingzhao replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Emperor Lin Yuan smiled inwardly and thought, "First time someone dares to order me around. Interesting." Sensing the danger emanating from the man opposite, Xiao Jingzhao cautiously stepped back, while asking, "You want to probe my identity?" Then she frowned and questioned, "Well, princess, does Xiao Jingzhao always have to kill innocent people? Or is it because I forcibly kissed you before, so you're unhappy and want revenge?" The villain values soared continuously. Warning levels appeared more and more, making Hemorrhoid King both eager and worried. Dead. This woman is surely dead. After Xiao Jingzhao vented all her anger through words, her face began to droop like a child misunderstood by adults, and said, "If you think I, Jingzhao, am just clinging to you and bothering you, then next time I won't have inappropriate thoughts about you anymore." Hearing this, Emperor Lin Yuan lifted her chin and said, "Inappropriate thoughts about me. Ha, this mouth is very daring." The system continuously displayed notifications. Emperor Lin Yuan's favorability soared by 50%. Warning has been turned off. Congratulations, host has unlocked a new plot, successfully received gifts and skill cards. Seeing the notification, Xiao Jingzhao was surprised and wondered, "What's this? Favorability increased so fast. Wait, why is he coming closer to me?" Emperor Lin Yuan placed a kiss on Xiao Jingzhao's lips, surprising her. "What's this? This feeling is so strange." He bit her lip once, causing Xiao Jingzhao to cry out and think, "It feels too good." As if realizing something, Xiao Jingzhao used all her strength to push Emperor Lin Yuan away. Her face flushed red, showing a mix of anger and shyness. Emperor Lin Yuan looked at her like that and just smiled. "Ha! Interesting." Xiao Jingzhao angrily questioned him. "What are you doing?" Not noticing that her nose was bleeding. Seeing this, Emperor Lin Yuan frowned and said, "Princess, you're bleeding." Only then did she raise her hand to her nose in panic, wondering, why am I bleeding? After thinking this, she fainted. Luckily, Emperor Lin Yuan reached out in time to catch and carry her. He called her name with a slightly worried look, Zhao Zhao. Xiao Jingzhao was brought back to her palace. Xiao Shunzi respectfully said, "Your Highness Princess, the Imperial Advisor has invited a renowned doctor from Jiangnan. He has prescribed some tonics for you to nourish your body." Behind the transparent curtain, Xiao Jingzhao softly said, "I know, you may leave." After Xiao Shunzi left, she became embarrassed and cried, "Ah!" Suddenly I was kissed until my nose bled and I even fainted. If this gets out, I'll surely lose all my reputation. Hearing her say this, Hemorrhoid King, with a magnifying glass and a teasing tone, "You have a reputation. Where? I can't see it." Xiao Jingzhao angrily scolded, "You dare say that? It's all because of you. I helped you pass the Jingzhao Princess Kindness instance," he said. Then Hemorrhoid King boasted, "Mainly I wanted to see if you'd value your life or kill people. But in the end, congratulations on passing. You even received gifts and skill cards. Although they can't be used now, when you travel to the modern world, meeting the celibate CEO, you won't be at a disadvantage." Emperor Lin Yuan, in a black suit with a glass of red wine in hand, smiled and said, "Woman, you've successfully caught my attention." Xiao Jingzhao just smiled awkwardly and said, "Do I have no right to refuse? With a personality that kills anyone he dislikes, I wonder how I'll be tormented in that role." Suddenly, the system sent her a new notification with a new mission content. Punish Shen Wangkai for taking bribes from common people. After Xiao Jingzhao saw this, there was nothing in her mind but 3 question marks. Then she lay down on the bed and complained, "I've just finished one plot, and there's a new mission already. Can't I rest at all?" Hemorrhoid King beside her replied, replied, "Who told Xiao Jingjiao to always do cruel things? And you even transmigrated into Xiao Jingjiao." In an instant, Xiao Jingjiao was right in front of the camp gate. Xiao Shenzi followed. Yes, Xiao Shenzi heard her and immediately obeyed, but also couldn't help wondering to himself, is the princess coming to the camp to visit the imperial general? Suddenly, a tall military officer named Song Bui Luat stood blocking the two of them. He said loudly, "Stop. What are you doing?" At this moment, Xiao Shenzi took out the command token and said, "We are here on the princess's orders to conduct business." That military officer, as if fearing neither heaven nor earth, said, "What princess? Her highness is nothing but a dog, a little whore, isn't she? Copying those palace ladies, and now wants to meddle in military affairs. Go and promote Shen Wangkai to the position of commander." Hearing the officer speak like this, Xiao Shenzi shuddered in fear, thinking, one grain of sand ruins the whole pot of rice. Because of one person, the princess's reputation is damaged. Dongling is dead, yet he dares to insult the princess to her face, cursing the princess. He doesn't have enough heads to pay for this. Contrary to Xiao Shenzi's worried expression, Xiao Jingjiao calmly stepped forward and asked, "You insult the princess like this. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to her?" The military officer heard this and just smirked. "Ha! You can tell on me. What can she possibly do to me?" Hearing this, Xiao Jingjiao frowned and smiled, her words carrying a hint of danger. "If you're so determined, then let's see how you handle it when the time comes." Xiao Jingjiao's mission this time was to stop Shen Wangkai from embezzling and taking bribes. After hearing Song Bui Luat's words guarding outside, Xiao Jingjiao just asked for his name and then ordered, "Wait for my supervisor to return. The princess will surely summon you." Song Bui Luat, confident with the spear in his hand, said loudly, "Please remember this lowly one well. Surname Song, given name Bui Luat. Please don't mistake the person." Xiao Jingjiao's memory suddenly recalled a military officer who was not at all pleased, talented in restoring the country, but had no place to use his skills. In the end, he was framed by Shen Wangkai, died by being torn apart by 5 horses. Her face relaxed, showing no tension, so it's him. No wonder he hates Shen Wangkai so much. Jingjiao frowned and smirked. "If you meet the princess, are you also prepared to speak so rudely and curse her like this?" Song Bui Luat shouted without hesitation. Cursing her would be too light. "I want her to come to the military camp and see for herself. See these soldiers with pale faces. See these outdated and damaged weapons and armor. See the names of new recruits crossed out by noble officials." As he spoke, his hand unconsciously pointed into the camp. "What now? They're from noble families, but aren't my soldiers people too?" Behind Shen Wangchai, Princess Jingjiao is backing him up, embezzling army funds, violating military discipline. "I think this time you came here to supervise is just for show." Xiao Jingjiao still smiled. General Song seems very sure about the supervision plan this time. Without needing time to think, he immediately said, "If you can investigate Shen Wangkai, I'll willingly call you." "Big brother." Jingjiao tilted her head, still smiling amiably. "In that case, please lead the way, little brother." Song Bui Luat turned abruptly, snorting coldly. Just as the three arrived, a girl's voice echoed from inside the camp. "Commander, stop messing around. Little Shenzi is taking care of that guy himself, yet he dares to openly bring a woman of questionable character into the military camp. Commander Shen's guts are really too big." The situation forced Xiao Jingjiao to speak up herself. "The Xiao family from North City has a matter and wishes to see Commander Shen." From inside came the sound of coughing. "Come in." Sitting on a high chair was a fat man, his arm around a woman in green clothes beside him. "I've never heard of Xiao from North City." Xiao Jingjiao raised the princess's token. "Now you've heard of it." Shen Wangchai only knew how to see gold. His eyes lit up brightly. He pushed away the woman beside him, immediately snatched the token and hugged it tightly. "Good, good. This piece of gold is so big. Your Excellency is too kind." Jingjiao stood there, completely dumbfounded. Little Shenzi didn't know how to give him a way out. It was too pitiful. The princess's token had her name engraved on it. How could he mistake it for a piece of gold and grab it? The hemorrhoid king system laughed loudly. "Ha ha! This guy is truly illiterate." Commander Shen, having received what he called gold, silver, and jewels, changed his tone. "Tell me your young master's name, and I will have someone cross it off the new recruits list." Xiao Jingjiao just stood with arms folded and said, "Xiao Zongcheng." He quickly ordered, "Someone, bring the list of new recruits here." Song Bui Luat behind felt something was wrong from the beginning. This is the courtesy name of the 5th prince. Who is this person? How dare they directly call the 5th prince's name? Jingjiao noticed his contemplation. She turned and hissed, signaling him to stay quiet. Xiao Jingjiao, hands behind her back, walked around. "I've heard that Commander Shen has a very close relationship with Her Highness the Princess. Is this true?" Shen Wangtai, hand on the wooden chair, laughed smugly. Not just that. To be honest with you, young master, the relationship between me and the princess, I'd say it's very intimate. Xiao Jingzhao frowned and let out an "oh." At that moment, Shen Wangkai's servant brought the register. Commander, the list of names of the new recruits is here. That guy, acting faster than thinking, ordered, quickly find the name Xiao Zongcheng. Cross it out. The servant obeyed, but immediately realized something stupid was happening. Commander, he stammered, but this is the fifth prince's name. What should I do? Shen Wangkai, still in shock. What? Fifth prince? Song Builuat realized it was time to act. He immediately knelt down. This subject greets the princess. This left that guy completely dumbfounded. Xiao Jingzhao laughed loudly. Little brother Song's eyesight isn't bad. Were you planning to scold me later? Song Builuat, not knowing how to defend himself, began to sweat. Shen Wangchai started to feel afraid. It can't be the princess. The princess has never been to the military camp before. His hands still clutched the command token tightly. That's right. You two must be conspiring to deceive me. Little Shunzi beside him anxiously said, "How insolent, meeting the princess and not paying respects." The soldier from the camp, who brought the name register, was still bowing at their feet. He immediately raised his head to inform that guy, "Commander, the thing in your hand is indeed the command token, with the princess's courtesy name engraved." Commander Shen, upon realizing this, immediately let go and knelt down. This lowly one was momentarily confused. "Princess, please spare my life." He squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to open them. From above came Jingzhao's voice. "General Shen just said that your relationship with me is very intimate. Can you elaborate on that?" She wasn't angry at all, still wearing that smile. "This is my first time here. It's not appropriate for me to directly interfere with military affairs. To avoid being accused of ignorance, I can't punish you. How absurd." Beside her, Ji Wang was winking and holding up a sign. Yin Yang Peculiar Scholar Level 10. Then Xiao Jingzhao turned to Song Builuat and asked clearly, "Would General Song explain on my behalf how to punish the embezzlement of soldiers' wages, violation of military discipline, and disrespect to the royal family's name? How should we punish this?" Song Builuat, quick-witted, immediately understood. This Princess Jingzhao seemed different from the princess he knew. Little Shunzi called out, "General, General." He just managed to come to his senses and replied, "Princess, according to the laws of Donglang, we should dismiss him from office and escort him to Dali Temple, awaiting further processing." Commander Shen broke out in a cold sweat. Dali Temple was a place where people only went in, and if one came out, they immediately raised their head. Princess, but I am Susu's older brother. If you arrest me, Susu will be angry." Xiao Jingzhao's eyes glared at him. "Are you threatening me?" she shouted loudly, issuing orders. "Let Dali Temple strictly investigate this matter. All verdicts must be brought to me for review." After Shen Wangkai had been taken away, Xiao Jingzhao smiled mischievously. "Next is you, little brother Song." Xiao Jingzhao said cheerfully, "Don't you remember the promise you just made?" Recalling Song Builuat's frowning face, he had said, "If we can really prosecute Shen Wangkai, I will willingly call you Big Sister." As if remembering what he had said, Song Builuat blushed and said softly, "Big Sister." But Xiao Jingzhao was far from satisfied. She deliberately teased, "Why can't I hear anything? Little Shunzi, did you hear anyone say something just now?" Little Shunzi, hearing this, just shook his head in agreement. Hearing Xiao Jingzhao say this, Song Builuat at this moment suppressed all his embarrassment and called out loudly, "Big Sister," causing Xiao Jingzhao to sneeze in response. She was now satisfied and went to the side of the Marshal General. She put her hand on his shoulder and exclaimed. Even Ji Wang standing next to her was equally happy. 4 out of 5 times, I also have a little brother now. A few days later, in the imperial study, Xiao Jingzhao was led by an old servant. Upon arrival, he opened the door and respectfully said, "Your Majesty." Hearing that the princess personally participated in handling corruption cases, felt pleased and specially summoned the princess here. After hearing him speak, Xiao Jingzhao entered while thinking. In the original novel, Xiao Jingzhao behaved absurdly, causing the emperor to cough blood in anger several times. Now that I'm using Xiao Jingzhao's identity, I must maintain this relationship for her. Thinking this, she respectfully greeted, "This subject pays respects to Father Emperor." The emperor, seeing her, pretended to be sulky, like a child, and scolded, "Naughty little daughter, you have no conscience. If I hadn't summoned you, you wouldn't have come to visit me." Seeing this, Xiao Jingzhao coyly coaxed her father. How could that be? Although Jingzhao doesn't come here often, I always care about Father Emperor in my heart. Being coaxed by his daughter like this father's heart softened as he patted her head. You've been coquettish since childhood, and I've softened time and time again, he said. He turned around and spoke while walking. Come here, and let's see how much your chess skills have improved. The old rule still applies. I'll give you a 3-move advantage. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhao could only follow him and say, Father Emperor, why do you still underestimate me? Jingzhao doesn't need any advantage. Hearing her say this, Jiwang appeared with a warning. Are you sure? Father Emperor's chess skills are not to be underestimated. Xiao Jingzhao, hearing this, just smiled triumphantly and confidently said, Just kidding. I've won an award in a chess competition. How could I not beat a character I wrote? So after the first game, the emperor called checkmate and declared the end, causing Xiao Jingzhao to ask in surprise, can chess be played like this? Moving on to the second game, it was still the emperor's familiar checkmate. Xiao Jingzhao became regretful and exclaimed, Ah, I almost lost again. In the third game, Xiao Jingzhao coyly pleaded with Father Emperor, Can't you give me a little advantage? Jiwang, observing the matches from outside, wondered, I'm really curious, in that world, what award did you actually win? Xiao Jingzhao sadly replied, The team award in a chess competition for elementary and middle school students. This left Jiwang speechless. Contrary to her gloom, the emperor appeared quite happy and said, Your father has given you many advantages, yet you still lose to this extent. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhao was confused and asked herself, Who's Yi Yi? Jiwang then appeared to answer her question. Yi Yi is Xiao Jingzhao's nickname, which is also that person's nickname. She felt embarrassed. How did I not know that Princess Xiao Jingzhao had such a rustic nickname? It's like a little girl wearing grandma's cotton jacket in the countryside. The emperor patted her shoulder, comforting. Yi, it's all right. Although you didn't inherit your father's intelligence, just try a little harder and you won't lose so badly. Ha ha ha. Xiao Jingzhao, discouraged, said, When comforting others, can you not laugh out loud so happily? She stood up angrily, saying, I'm not playing anymore. I'm leaving. The emperor, sitting on the floor, startled by her words, said, Yi, wait a moment. Then he turned to coax her. Your father isn't tired yet. Play 2 more games with me. After that, you can have whatever you want. Xiao Jingzhao looked back, asking for clarification. Really? Then she pointed at the emperor's precious tea set. Then I want that purple jade tea set. Can I have it? If not, I'm leaving. The emperor's eyes widened as he thought to himself, the purple jade tea set is a priceless treasure. Only one set exists. However, playing chess with my daughter is also priceless. He immediately agreed, indulging his beloved daughter. Yes, 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 you can have it all. At the 4th game, Jiwang beside her encouraged, Come on. If you win, this system will make an exception today and treat you to strawberry snow cakes. Before she could think of her next move, a hand reached out from behind her and pointed, Move here. This surprised her, the big villain. Xiao Jingzhao looked behind her to see Di Linyuan. The emperor was even more delighted by his appearance. Linyuan, you're here. Perfect. Come finish this game in place of Dao Dao. Her chess skills are really terrible. I've taught her for several games and she hasn't improved at all. Upon hearing this, Di Linyuan immediately sat down next to Xiao Jingzhao, making her face turn red. Yes, Your Majesty. Jiwang teasingly questioned. You've already hugged and kissed up high. What else is there that you can't do? Jingzhao angrily grabbed his tail. System Jia, shut up right now. The emperor, proud of his move, said, You little brat, I'm giving you a chance now. You've always beaten me before. This time you're continuing Zhao Zhao's game. Let's see how you can win. Di Linyuan's next move made the emperor break out in a sweat. How is this possible? This situation actually concealed a game-changing move. Jingzhao beside him was surprised. So impressive. I didn't know it could be done like that. Di Linyuan whispered, Want to win? Then said aloud, Zhao Zhao, do you want to win? Xiao Jingzhao blushed and thought to herself, almost jumping up to scold, Please don't look at me with that perfect face. Don't use that deep, magnetic voice to speak to me. Otherwise, I'll be enchanted. Jingzhao shyly turned her face away, not knowing what to say. She secretly glanced at the emperor's expression. He was trying to salvage his game. If the emperor lost this game, he would surely be very upset. Di Linyuan seemed to understand everything. If it was Zhao Zhao's wish, he put down the chess piece, Your Majesty. I concede defeat in this game. The emperor was still in disbelief. Well, that means I've won, he exclaimed joyfully. His attendant also shared in the joy. Your Majesty has won. Look, the Grand Preceptor's General has been crushed by your chess piece. The emperor lifted the chessboard. Good, very good, excellent. This is the first time I've beaten this little Linyuan. The emperor hugged the victorious chessboard tightly. Come with me to the craft workshop. I want to mount this chessboard and hang it in the imperial study. Xiao Jingzhao was speechless. It's just winning one game. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? She immediately realized something was amiss. Wait, the emperor has left. Doesn't that mean it's just me and Lin Yuan now? As she thought about it, recalling those times, her face flushed red as she glanced at Di Lin Yuan. Not good. Seeing Di Lin Yuan motionless, she stood up. Grand Preceptor, then Jing Zhao will take her leave first. Then she accidentally stepped on her dress. This plot twist wasn't in the script. Jing Zhao fell into Di Lin Yuan's arms. Jing Zhao was truly unlucky to the extreme. Somehow, by some twist of fate, she unintentionally stepped on the hem of her dress. She fell directly onto Di Lin Yuan. It was truly unavoidable, and the room fell silent after Jing Zhao's fall. Not even the sound of wind could be heard. Xiao Jingzhao had unexpectedly fallen into Di Lin Yuan's arms. Her face turned bright red with embarrassment. Indeed, as soon as she met this villainous Grand Preceptor, she brought bad luck upon herself. Even on flat ground, she managed to fall. How utterly embarrassing. She couldn't let herself remain in this humiliating situation any longer. She quickly stood up. I'm so sorry, Grand Preceptor. Jingzhao was careless. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Jingzhao once again fell directly onto Di Lin Yuan. Her body now felt powerless, unable to stand up at all. What's happening? Why can't I stand up? At that moment, the system suddenly appeared, answering her question. Of course, it's because the system specially helped you stick on a heavy talisman. The mischievous system continued. Just maintain this position, stuck to him for a while. Who knows, the villainous Grand Preceptor's favorability towards you might increase by 100%. Xiao Jingzhao saw how shameless the little system was. Behind her back was indeed a talisman. On it were written 3 characters for heavy. Jingzhao was furious. I'll give you 3 seconds. Quickly tear up that talisman. If not, I'll definitely come back for your head today. I'll beat you until you can't lift your head. The little system closed its eyes, ignoring her and flying away. It said, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. Wang Ba recited a sutra. Noticing Jingzhao motionless against him, Di Lin Yuan smirked teasingly. How much longer does Jingzhao want to embrace this seat? She felt quite embarrassed hearing that. But what could she do? When that hateful system's heavy talisman was still stuck firmly on her back, Xiao Jingzhao felt utterly helpless inside. I want to stand up too, but I can't stand up at all. Jingzhao then replied to Di Lin Yuan, making up some excuse. I think I've got a cramp in my waist. The system nearby heard this excuse and burst out laughing. Its face showed no trace of contempt. Not a fake excuse at all, Jingzhao. She blushed deeply, tearlessly crying, feeling wronged. Isn't this all because you harmed me? Di Lin Yuan noticed Jingzhao's ears had turned completely red. Her body was suddenly lifted into the air. Surprised, Jingzhao only managed to let out an ah. After hearing Jingzhao's not at all fake reason, Di Lin Yuan not only didn't push her away, but directly embraced her and stood up. Jingzhao was startled by being suddenly lifted so high. Wait, her face, already red before, now turned even redder. This position, who would hold a girl like this? The system, seeing Di Lin Yuan's actions towards its user, laughed gleefully. Truly worthy of being the villain boss. He can take action without hesitation. Di Lin Yuan carried her all the way from inside to the palanquin. Little Shunzi outside, seeing his mistress being carried by the Imperial Grand Preceptor, wondered, Princess, do you now like someone like the Grand Preceptor? Then what about the Imperial General? Still wondering about something. The Imperial General has now precisely been thrown by Jingzhao Princess into the cold palace, hasn't he? Di Lin Yuan looked outside and didn't see Jing's palanquin anywhere, so he asked, Didn't you come here by palanquin? Little Shunzi beside quickly replied, Your Excellency, our princess said walking is better for health, so she didn't take the palanquin. Seeing her little Shunzi being so quick to respond like that, Xiao Jingzhao darkened her face. You talk too much. Di Lin Yuan lifted Jingzhao up again, face to face, and gently asked, Then does Zhao Zhao want to ride in my palanquin? Jingzhao, suddenly invited to share a palanquin with a man like this, was momentarily unable to react. From afar, the silhouette of a person appeared. Di Lin Yuan glanced once and recognized him, frowning. The Imperial Guard Shu recalled previous information. He had asked Xuan Zhao to investigate the princess and report back to him. Princess Jingzhao was extremely fond of General Yu Jingshu. She had even drugged him with improper intentions. Thinking of this, Di Lin Yuan suddenly lost control of his strength and tightened his arms. This caused Jingzhao, who was being held close to him, to be pressed even closer. Di Lin Yuan's tight embrace just now made Jingzhao cry out in pain with a whimper. Jingzhao frowned. Tears of discomfort even leaked out a bit. Grand Preceptor, you're squeezing a bit too hard. Di Lin Yuan, displeased, said, Call me Imperial Uncle. Jingzhao didn't understand why Di Lin Yuan suddenly wanted her to call him that. What are you wondering about? Di Lin Yuan frowned and said arrogantly, I prefer you to call me Imperial Uncle. Understand? Jingzhao didn't reply. From afar, Yu Jingshu, whom Dilin Yuan intentionally let see this scene, frowned as he looked at the two of them, his expression as if realizing something. No wonder this woman has been cold towards me lately. She didn't even come to see me at the military camp. It turns out she's taken a liking to the Grand Preceptor. Indeed, she's a flirtatious girl, Yu Jingshu silently judged. Dilin Yuan, carrying Xiao Jingjiao, glided past the Imperial General. Seeing this, he quickly greeted. This humble official pays respects to the Grand Preceptor. The princess and Dilin Yuan seemed not to care about Yu Jingshu's appearance. They directly treated him as invisible and passed by. Dilin Yuan ordered servants to go to the princess's residence. Then, he gently placed Xiao Jingjiao into the palanquin. Yu Jingshu, seeing this, inexplicably showed a displeased expression. Uncomfortably pursing his lips, the palanquin was lifted. Inside the palanquin, Dilin Yuan was sitting upright. Beside him was Princess Jingjiao. She slowly moved away, thinking with some fear. This person was smiling with narrowed eyes just now, but in an instant, he looks like someone owes him money. Dilin Yuan spoke. Jiao Jiao, do you still have lingering feelings for the Imperial General? Hearing this, Jingjiao opened her eyes wide. Lingering feelings. The system suddenly appeared again, joyfully saying, "Wow, he's jealous. He's jealous, Xiao." Jingjiao at this moment was stunned, shivering from the cold aura emanating from Dilin Yuan's body. Reluctantly admitting, Jingjiao said, "It's true, I once had feelings for the Imperial General." Hearing this, Dilin Yuan became angry, his cold aura intensifying. His face turned dark. Jingjiao continued, "But now I know that old love isn't sweet. I've given up." Only then did Dilin Yuan speak. "Given up, you say?" Then he reached out to grasp Jingjiao's chin. He brought his face close to hers. Looking closely, he called, "Jiao Jiao." Jingjiao obediently replied, "Yes," inwardly embarrassed by this action. With this look, surely he's not going to kiss me. But in fact, he didn't kiss her. Dilin Yuan spoke up, asking, "That day at the Drunken Immortal Inn, it was you, wasn't it?" Exposed, Jingjiao's eyes widened in fear. How does he know? It's over. It's over. Then is it about me removing his clothes that's been revealed? Jingjiao then tried to convince herself, "No, that's not right. He asked me, so he must not have evidence. I just need to deny it." Dilin Yuan seemed to read Jingjiao's thoughts. He preempted, "Jiao Jiao, don't try to deceive me. If you do, I have many ways to make you tell the truth." At this, Xiao Jingjiao recalled the details of the old story she had written. Dilin Yuan then had a perverted smile, threatening Xiao Jingjiao. "Your Highness Princess, I still have enough time to make you understand what it means to beg for life, but not get it, and to wish for death, but not succeed." Jingjiao now fully understood the situation. She obediently admitted, "Yes, it was me." Dilin Yuan continued roguishly, "Last time, you removed my clothes." As he spoke, his hand became restless and slid down to Jingjiao's chest. She worried. "He's not going to kill me, is he?" Dilin Yuan moved in closer to Jingjiao and continued, "Tell me, shouldn't I take back what's mine?" Jingjiao stammered, Take back." Understanding his intention, Jingjiao quickly held her clothes tightly. "This petty man, he's not really going to undress me, is he?" Xiao Jingjiao quickly explained, "Imperial advisor, actually that day Dilin Yuan quickly corrected her. "Call me royal uncle." Jingjiao frowned. "What kind of strange preference is this?" Xiao Jingjiao continued speaking. "Royal uncle, actually that day Jingjiao was." Dilin Yuan interrupted her again. "What's your name?" Jingjiao was bewildered. "Royal uncle is joking." "Of course I'm Xiao Jingjiao." Dilin Yuan refuted. "No, you're not. Although I don't know if in this world there can be two identical people, I can be certain you're not her." He lifted Jingjiao's chin and said coolly, "Wow, truly a final boss." After just a few interactions, he could detect the abnormality in Jingjiao. The palanquin carrying Dilin Yuan and Xiao Jingjiao continued moving towards the princess's mansion. At this time, Dilin Yuan continued, "Half a year ago, you once gave me a white fox to show your goodwill. Do you remember?" Jingjiao vaguely recalled the white fox from half a year ago. Xiao Jingjiao hadn't even met the imperial censor then. How could she have given him anything? Wait a minute. She suddenly remembered a plot point from the story. Xiao Jingjiao, wanting to make the imperial censor jealous, deliberately acted like she fell in love at first sight with Dilin Yuan. She even gave the white fox she caught to Dilin Yuan. Then, comparing it with what Dilin Yuan just said, she confirmed that Xiao Jingjiao indeed had given Dilin Yuan a white fox before, but that was 2,000 chapters ago. Jingjiao's eyes shot sparks at the system. What kind of garbage mission is this? It's really messing up my original storyline. The system, being glared at like that, felt guilty and pretended to know nothing about it. Then it wandered off elsewhere. Dilin Yuan held a lock of Jingjiao's hair and continued, "Jiao Jiao, still don't remember. You from 5 years ago, ignorant and stupid, brainless and dim-witted, arrogant and delusional, wasting this face." Dilin Yuan's words were meant as praise, but they sounded strange somehow. Xiao Jingzhao reluctantly thanked him. Thank you for praising my beauty. Suddenly, Di Lin Yuan moved closer again. Their noses were almost touching. You now are completely different from the beginning. You've become both intelligent and quick-witted. If I'm not mistaken, when you went to the Drunken Immortal Inn before, it was actually to find Si Bai Tong. Jingzhao was surprised. How do you know? I have many eyes and ears. There's nothing strange about knowing a lot, although I know who you really are inside. This shell is very similar to the real Xiao Jingzhao. Xiao Jingzhao was too shocked to speak, silently listening as Di Lin Yuan endlessly exposed the truth. He smiled and continued, Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid. If you want me to keep the secret, there is a way. Jingzhao was shocked and pushed him back. He moved closer, whispering in her ear, as long as Jiao Jiao repays with her body, I will keep absolute secrecy. Xiao Jingzhao's heart was thundering at that moment. Stupefied, she dabbed her forehead with oil-absorbing paper. Who could tell her why the high-level villain, once cold and loyal, had become so cheesy? Di Lin Yuan, seeing no response from Jingzhao, pressed her further against the palanquin wall. At this moment, a voice suddenly announced from outside, Your Highness Princess, the Grand Preceptor has arrived at the princess's mansion. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhao was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed outside. Since we've arrived at the princess's mansion, Jingzhao will take her leave first. Di Lin Yuan glanced at her, smirking mischievously. Do you want me to carry you in like before? Xiao Jingzhao, recalling the earlier scene, shuddered and hastily ran out, saying, No need to trouble Imperial Uncle. Di Lin Yuan observed from inside the palanquin Jingzhao's adorable expressions. He smiled happily. In contrast to Di Lin Yuan, as soon as Xiao Jingzhao entered the mansion, she closed the door tightly and glared at the system with fiery eyes, growling Ji Wang. Shi Wang, sensing the murderous aura, broke out in a cold sweat. In his mind, only one word appeared. Run, run. Before the system could act, Xiao Jingzhao quickly grabbed the system's tail, causing Ji Wang to cry out in pain. Chit! Xiao Jingzhao's face darkened as she gave a dangerous smile. Weren't you so capable before, even giving me talismans? Why are you trying to run away now? Ji Wang, the precious one, grimaced and pleaded. Chit, chit, chit. Host is the best, the most lovable on earth, unrivaled, understanding of others. I really know I was wrong, and I've said it. The system then played on her emotions. Its eyes glistened with tears. Xiao Jingzhao, seeing the system's deliberate act, felt her anger flare up. Stop crying or I'll punch you now. The next day, outside Jijing Pavilion, Xiao Jingzhao was moving towards the emperor's residence. From inside a room, the emperor's laughter echoed, catching Jingzhao's attention. Ha ha ha! Lin Yuan, your boy's eyesight is not bad. Emperor Di Guoxi politely replied, Your Majesty, don't misunderstand. Jingzhao peeked through the door crack, puzzled. Didn't the emperor only invite me here for a meal? Why did he call Di Lin Yuan here too? Jingzhao entered the room. She greeted respectfully. Your child pays respects to Father Emperor. The emperor, seeing his child come to visit, was visibly delighted. Oh my yaya, come here quickly. Di Lin Yuan, hearing the emperor call Jingzhao like this, covered his mouth and laughed. Xiao Jingzhao, called by her pet name in front of Di Lin Yuan, became embarrassed and pouted, Father Emperor. There are still outsiders here. Please don't call me by my pet name. I still need to save face. The emperor nodded in agreement. It seems so. Then the emperor continued. Jiao Jiao, come here and see if there's any young man inside that catches your eye. If you like anyone, Father Emperor will arrange the marriage. Hearing this, Jingzhao felt helpless. This old fellow, this body of mine is only 17 years old and already selecting a consort. This is clearly puppy love. Then, Xiao Jingzhao ran to her Father Emperor's side and acted coquettishly. Father Emperor, your child is still young. Let's forget about selecting a consort. The emperor disagreed. You're already 17 and still young. Look at Duan Duan from the third prince's family. She's not much older than you. She's already, the emperor said sternly. Xiao Jingzhao could only cry without tears. But then, beep, beep, beep. The system's alert sounds suddenly rang out. A blue notification screen appeared. On it was written, System Reminder, Di Lin Yuan's favorability has increased by 52%. Xiao Jingzhao was surprised. She noticed Di Lin Yuan sitting there. I only refused to select a consort. Why did his favorability increase? Could there be some misunderstanding? Meanwhile, the emperor continued to ramble on. Look at these candidates. They were all personally selected by the imperial astrologer. Their birth charts are all very auspicious. Xiao Jingzhao turned to quietly ask the system, if I go back on my word and agree to select a consort, will his favorability decrease? The system replied nonchalantly, why don't you try it and see? Xiao Jingjiao picked up the stack of papers on the table containing information and portraits of the potential consorts that her father and Dilin Yuan had selected. Dilin Yuan immediately noticed. Xiao Jingjiao changed her attitude. She obediently said to her father, your child has thought it over. Indeed, I should look carefully. Perhaps I might find someone I like. The emperor, seeing that his child had come to her senses, happily praised, good, good, good. My girl has become sensible lately. Dilin Yuan furrowed his brows observing Xiao Jingjiao's expression. She sat there looking at each portrait, constantly exclaiming in admiration. Not to mention anything else, the people Dilin Yuan had chosen were all handsome young men. Dilin Yuan, seeing the princess seemingly so interested, spoke up to offer advice. Paintings and real people are inevitably different. If the princess is interested, why not summon all these young gentlemen here? See them in person. How about that? Xiao Jingjiao looked at Lin Yuan with a dull expression. The little system beside her laughed to tears. Others have one-on-one matchmaking. You're matchmaking with a whole lineup. Haha. She looked at him irritatedly. Damn it, he's doing this on purpose. The emperor actually agreed with Lin Yuan's suggestion, praising Lin Yuan. Well said. We will tell them tomorrow. Before the emperor could finish his sentence, Xiao Jingjiao, with sparkling eyes, grabbed the emperor's hand. She coyly called, Father, after careful consideration, your child thinks it's better to focus on studies now. I don't want to fail the second round of exams, being sent to a barren, remote land, unable to see father for years. She explained, the royal descendants of Eastling must take the exam. Passing it grants land. If failed, there's a second round. If the second round is also failed, one is assigned a barren piece of land. The emperor, seeing his child finally wanting to focus on studies, didn't press her about selecting a consort anymore. Ah, you can think like this. Very good, he praised. If you have such a fighting spirit, then we shall entrust you to the imperial tutor. Jingjiao, no longer having to choose a consort, happily nodded repeatedly. Yes, father. I'll definitely let the imperial tutor guide me. It was then that she fully processed her father's words. Surprised, she spoke up. The emperor, satisfied, stroked his beard. Indeed, the imperial tutor is proficient in the 5 classics. With his guidance, you'll surely pass the exam. Xiao Jingjiao could only force a smile. I really should thank you, she thought. Outside the room, where the emperor was chatting with Xiao Jingjiao and Dilin Yuan, palace maids stood in a long line waiting to bring in tea and wine. The emperor took a wine jug and said happily, Ah, if Lin Yuan wants to teach you, then let him become your teacher. This cup of wine for honoring the teacher cannot be missed. After saying this, a cup of wine was brought to her by a palace maid. Xiao Jingjiao looked at the wine cup with a reluctant expression. To think I have to toast Dilin Yuan. Father is really pushing me, Jingjiao lamented inwardly, but she couldn't do anything about it. Taking the wine cup from the palace maid, she respectfully knelt down, using both hands to raise the wine cup to her head level, and bowed. Jiao pays respects to the teacher. Jingjiao lowered her face in embarrassment. Tsk, tsk, important moment, and I misspoke. Sumo-mo, you're quite something too. Dilin Yuan stared at the top of Xiao Jingjiao's head. He took the wine cup whether intentionally or not. His hand brushed against Jingjiao's. He spoke. Stand up. Xiao Jingjiao was surprised by the temperature of Dilin Yuan's hand. His hand is so cold. She quickly withdrew her hand. Ding, ding, ding. The system suddenly chimed again. A blue screen appeared. The system reminded, Dilin Yuan's favorability has increased to 62%. Xiao Jingjiao's eyes widened in surprise. This wine toast also increases favorability. In the original story, Dilin Yuan had an extremely strong possessiveness. Just to have the female lead, he didn't mind imprisoning her. If his favorability towards me increases to 100%, will he lock me up? Xiao Jingjiao looked at Dilin Yuan worriedly. He was now holding the wine cup, his eyes curved in a very happy smile. The emperor, seeing them complete the wine toast, happily praised. Good. Xiao Jingjiao's face darkened. If the favorability can't be lowered immediately, I'd better hide for a while. She stood up. Father Emperor, your daughter is not feeling well. I cannot join you for the meal. The emperor was concerned about his beloved daughter's health. You're not feeling well. Do you need me to summon the imperial physician? Xiao Jingjiao hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No need, I just need some rest. I'll take my leave first. After saying this, she hastily walked out of the room. Dilin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Watching Jingjiao's retreating figure, he chuckled. Touch and run, huh? Xiao Jingjiao had already gone quite far. Little Shunzi hurriedly chased after her, Princess. Please slow down a bit. This servant's legs are short. I can't keep up. Suddenly, from afar, there came a voice, Your Highness, spare me. Xiao Jingjiao halted, causing little Shunzi behind her to bump into her unexpectedly. He cried out, Aya. Jingzhao signaled little Shunzi to be quiet. What's that sound? Her eyes turned towards a small pavilion by the lake. There, a man was whipping a palace maid. Two other palace maids could only stand and watch, unable to do anything. Little Shunzi asked curiously, Princess, what's happening over there? The man's actions became even more outrageous. He darkened his face and shouted, Damned! Then he lashed the whip at the palace maid, tearing a piece of her clothes. The skin underneath also started bleeding because of this. The palace maid, helpless, could only scream without resisting. Xiao Jingzhao saw this and was extremely indignant. Is this person's brain sick? She then quickly ran to where the palace maid was. The Hemorrhoid King system suddenly spoke up. A friendly and warm reminder to you. If you successfully rescue this palace maid, there will be a reward. Xiao Jingzhao ignored what the system said. She accelerated towards the palace maid. Regardless of rewards, save the person first, then talk. The white-haired man continued to shout loudly. His hand was preparing to lash another whip at the palace maid. You ruined my things. Damned. The sound of the leather whip hissed through the air. Stop. Not letting that man continue to abuse the palace maid, Xiao Jingzhao had arrived in time to grab his hand. She prevented the whip from touching the palace maid's skin. Xiao Jingzhao held the man's hand, angry. You. She suddenly paused to observe the man's features. A mole under the left eye. He was the 9th prince, Xiao Yejing. Xiao Jingzhao had cared for this 9th prince since childhood, but gradually forgot about him. The 9th prince had been suppressing anger in his heart. Insomnia all year round led to violence, but now there might still be a chance to save him. Xiao Yejing stared at Xiao Jingzhao. He decisively tried to pull away from Xiao Jingzhao, telling her to let go. Xiao Jingzhao's expression softened, her eyes curved in a fake smile. Royal brother, is it necessary to get like this just because of a palace maid? If there's anything, you can just tell your royal sister, can't you? Xiao Yejing saw Jingzhao's attitude today, surprised the royal brother. Last time, she said she didn't recognize me. How come this time she's still holding on to old grudges? He pouted and turned away. Humph. Xiao Jingzhao maintained a cheerful attitude and followed closely. It's been a long time since we met, royal brother. How could I possibly forget you? She softened her voice, her hand reaching up to stroke royal brother Yejing's hair. Xiao Yejing's eyes widened in surprise, freezing in place. Then, like a child who had endured grievances for a long time, he bit his lip, moved. How could I forget you? Clearly, it was you who didn't remember me. Xiao Jingzhao's expression softened. She took the initiative to hold Ye Jing's hand. Let royal sister take you back home, she said, then led the royal brother back to his residence. Her little servant girl stayed behind to instruct the palace maids. You all, take the injured maid to find the royal physician. That maid obeyed, saying yes. Scene changes to the princess's residence. Xiao Jingzhao, exhausted, rushed to the bed and collapsed. She complained, comforting children is really not easy. The system agreed, especially boys in their rebellious youth. Xiao Jingzhao sat up, remembering the reward mentioned earlier by the system. That's right, where's my reward? The system replied, knew you wouldn't forget about this. The Hemorrhoid King stroked his chin, conjuring 4 screens labeled A, B, C, D, and being especially thoughtful, prepared a jingle. Dun, 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 dun. The reward is divided into 4 choices. See which one you choose. But note that only one will be helpful for the upcoming events. The reward in Box A is unparalleled beauty that captivates thousands of men. The system thoughtfully transformed into Xiao Jingzhao. B is gaining the ability to summon clouds and ride the wind. At this point, the Hemorrhoid King system demonstrated. It turned itself into the Monkey King, summoning clouds and wind. C is having yin-yang eyes to see ghosts and demons. D is to give up. Be a good person once and give a gift to another player. Countdown starts in 1 minute. Xiao Jingzhao grasped the key point. Looking at the system's back, she frowned. Are there other time travelers here? The system, caught off guard by this question, coldly shouted in dissatisfaction. The system refuses to answer this question. Quickly make your choice. Time is running out. Xiao Jingzhao, startled by the system's shout, had to cover her ears with both hands due to the pain. Jingzhao then seriously stroked her chin in thought. Now my mission is to find the murderer who killed Madame Xu. Choosing C would be more beneficial for the mission. Just need to find Madame Xu's ghost, and I'll know the truth. Satisfied with Jingzhao's reasoning, the system was pleased. Not bad. The child is teachable. Xiao Jingzhao's deduction is godlike. But when it came to choosing, she suddenly changed her mind, smiling foolishly. So I choose A, system. Surprised, the system's face darkened. You damned girl, you're already beautiful enough. How much more beautiful do you want to be? Xiao Jingzhao, without any shame, narcissistically played with a lock of her hair while saying these words. I like hearing you flatter me like this. Say more. The system frowned, so angry that smoke came out of its head. The system's voice rang out again. An unknown error occurred. The host's choice A has been automatically changed to choice C. Xiao Jingjiao was surprised. What? The little system wagged its tail. You think you can choose randomly. Among those 4 choices, only C follows the plot. No matter which one you choose, you'll have to return to choice C anyway. Hearing this, Xiao Jingjiao felt anger rising within her, burning with frustration. You knew I couldn't choose, yet you let me choose. The Hemorrhoid King system turned away abruptly. Pretending as if nothing had happened, waving its hand provocatively, it said, just to annoy you. There's a saying that the outcome doesn't matter. What matters is... Before it could finish the sentence, the Hemorrhoid King was kicked by Xiao Jingjiao, punched and sent flying out the window. The Hemorrhoid King shed physiological tears, mouth crying ouch, ouch, ah, ah, ha! After Xiao Jingjiao dealt with this annoyance, she comfortably went to bed. That's for annoying me. Night fell. Tonight was a crescent moon. Xiao Jingjiao had now fallen into a deep sleep. So deep that she was drooling without realizing it. She turned her body once, spreading out. For some unknown reason, her body suddenly started shivering all over. In her deep sleep, she unconsciously hugged herself tightly. The next morning, due to the cold wind from yesterday, Jingjiao couldn't sleep well at all. As a result, she sneezed several times upon waking up, accompanied by pitch-black dark circles under her eyes. She didn't look much different from a panda at this point. The little maid helped Jingjiao dress. Seeing the 2 dark circles under her eyes, she couldn't help but ask, "Princess, did you sleep well last night?" Jingjiao didn't think much of it. She replied, "Well, just that the wind was a bit cold." Hearing this, the maid wondered, "Wind? But I closed the windows yesterday. How could there be wind?" Xiao Jingjiao, hearing her maid say this, became suspicious. Then where did the wind come from? Could it be a ghost? In her mind appeared the image of a ghost wearing a pure white outfit, with pale white hands, feet, and face, hair disheveled. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shiver. Little Shenzi announced from outside, "Princess, the royal advisor sent someone to escort you to study." Xiao Jingjiao quickly responded, "Tell them to wait a moment." Her attire was ready. Jingjiao was about to leave the room when little Shenzi saw her and said, "Princess, your eyes." Jingjiao asked back, "What about my eyes?" Then she turned to look at herself in the mirror, startled and shocked. Heavens, is that me in the mirror? Touching the dark circles, she lamented. How can I face everyone with this face? Jingjiao then noticed some ceramic jars on the antique table. There must be makeup in there. Jingjiao picked up those jars and asked the maid curiously, "Which one is the face powder?" As a maid, how could she let her mistress do such things herself? The little maid quickly replied, "Let me apply it for you, my lady." Xiao Jingjiao carefully showed the maid where to apply the powder. Above and below the eye bags, make it as white as the skin. The maid beside her understood and quickly added, "Let me help you apply some lipstick to change the color." Meanwhile, in the royal advisor's room, Dilin Yuan by now had turned who knows how many pages of his book. Impatiently, he asked Xuanchao, "What time is it, servant?" "It's noon," Xuanchao reported, thinking to himself, "It's the first time someone has kept the master waiting so long, and he's not angry. It seems the master really likes Princess Jingjiao." Seeing through Dilin Yuan's thoughts, Xuanchao suggested, "Master, shall I go find the princess?" Receiving a nod of approval from his master, Xuanchao quickly went to find Princess Jingjiao. But just as he stepped out the door, Princess Jingjiao appeared. Jingjiao, with her usual makeup, was already very pretty. Today she had especially applied some powder to cover her eye bags. She also added a touch of lipstick. This made her face even more radiant. Although Xuanchao already had someone in his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at this beauty. "Princess, you're so beautiful." Jingjiao blushed at Xuanchao's gaze. Covering her mouth, she laughed coyly. "General Xuan, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Xuanchao, caught staring at someone else's daughter all this time, blushed with embarrassment and quickly explained himself. No, I was disrespectful. The royal advisor has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come this way." Xiao Jingjiao walked while pondering. "I wanted to cover my dark circles a bit. Who knew it would take so long to finish? Will he be angry that I kept him waiting so long?" Jingjiao worried. She lingered at the door, not daring to enter. She fretted, wondering how the villain boss would react if angry. Jingjiao leaned in to peek inside. She saw Dilin Yuan also happily looking at her. Jingjiao was caught red-handed, embarrassed and ashamed for trying to peek. She had been caught in the act. Jingjiao approached Dilin Yuan and bowed. She called him royal uncle. Dilin Yuan smiled and called Jingjiao over. She obeyed and sat down next to Dilin Yuan. On the table was a thick stack of books. Jingjiao saw the pile of books and couldn't help but panic. How am I supposed to read so many books? Dilin Yuan now looked closely at Jing Zhao's face today. He gently lifted her chin. He praised her without reservation. Zhao Zhao is so beautiful today. Jing Zhao, hearing Di Lin Yuan's gentle words of honey, blushed shyly. Her heart pounded incessantly, screaming, I don't want to fall for him, but he's too handsome. Being so close to Di Lin Yuan like this made Jing Zhao recall the night she forcibly kissed him by the lake. Perverse thoughts. I want to forcibly kiss him again. Jing Zhao quickly regained her senses. She shook her head vigorously. What are you thinking, Sumumu? The villain boss won't forcibly kiss you. Too dangerous, I almost fell for his charm. Jing Zhao timidly pushed Di Lin Yuan away. Royal uncle, being this close isn't proper. Before Jing Zhao could finish speaking, Di Lin Yuan affectionately patted her head. This one doting on his niece? What's improper about that? Jing Zhao looked up at him. Niece. Di Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to advance, moving closer to Jing Zhao. His deep voice seemed to tempt one to sin. Or does Zhao Zhao want to be my woman? Jing Zhao quickly escaped from the imperial advisor's embrace, yanking her wrist from his grasp. She laughed nervously. Royal uncle is joking. Jing Zhao will always be your niece. In her heart, she worried. Please, I don't want to be a woman you imprison. Hearing Jing Zhao's words, Di Lin Yuan stopped teasing. He picked up a book and flipped through a few pages. If you're my niece, then you must be obedient. Though his words were gentle, they carried great impact. This demeanor wasn't much different from modern-day supervisors. Zhao Zhao, you were an hour late today. Later, you'll study an extra hour. Any objections? How could Jing Zhao dare to object to him? She could only obediently agree. No objections. Xiao Jingjao sat reading, crying without tears. She silently complained to the system. Why, even after transmigrating, can I still not escape studying? On this issue, the system was also helpless. Who told us to be excellent and enter the system first? Night fell again at the princess's mansion. Xiao Jingjao was now in bed, but in her head she could still faintly hear Di Lin Yuan's voice reading. The great learning teaches to illustrate illustrious virtue, to renovate the people, and to rest in the highest excellence. Not a dragon, not a tiger, not a leopard. Achieving nobility, seeing dragons in the sky, seeing great men. Her energy today had been completely drained by studying. Clearly I heard everything he taught, but why does it all sound like gibberish now? The system beside her leisurely placed cucumber slices on its eyes. Instead of complaining, you'd better go to sleep. You still have to study tomorrow. Jing Zhao glared at the system bitterly, but didn't know what else to do. There was nothing she could do. Jing Zhao pulled the blanket up high. Tonight, I must not be disturbed by the cold wind. I have to catch whoever's been bothering me. 2 hours had already passed. Jing Zhao pulled the blanket over her head. The system's irritated voice sounded from under the blanket. For heaven's sake, are you going to sleep or not? Jing Zhao ignored the system's words. She stubbornly kept her eyes wide open with her hands. The system looked at her two bloodshot eyes from sleepiness, yet still forcing herself to stay awake, and grew more irritated. It cursed their shared consciousness. If you can't sleep, I can't sleep either. At this point, Jing Zhao could no longer endure. Enraged, she stuffed 2 cucumber slices into the system's mouth. Damn, system. If you don't want me to hit you, then quickly shut your mouth obediently. The system, bullied by Jing Zhao, cried, boo-hoo-hoo. A sudden noise brushed past Jing Zhao's ear. She frantically grabbed the system's hand, fearfully whispering, "What's that? It's not a ghost, is it?" The system suddenly grabbed, cried out in pain, and threw off the blanket. It angrily shouted, "Damn you, you're gripping my hand too tightly." Jing Zhao, not to be outdone, argued back, "You damn system, you—" Jing Zhao suddenly fell silent, seeing a ghost appear behind the system. It cursed. What the? That ghost directly rushed towards Jing Zhao. She panicked and screamed loudly, tears streaming down her face. Evil spirit. Jing Zhao regained her composure. Recognizing the familiar clothing, she trembled and said, "Wait, are you Madame Yu?" The ghost, recognized by Jing Zhao, turned away and flew off. Jing Zhao hurriedly called after the ghost, "Hey, don't go." Seeing that the ghost had no intention of staying, Jing Zhao urged the system, "Hurry up. Chase after her." The system received Jing Zhao's request. It couldn't help but sigh. "Damn you. Are you serious?" She hurriedly said, "Don't talk so much." I said. Both of them ran out following the ghost's direction. Not seeing any trace of the ghost, Jing Zhao spoke up. "Strange. I clearly saw her fly this way just now. How did she disappear in the blink of an eye?" The system sensed something was amiss. Why do I have a feeling that we're always circling back to the same place? It was indeed so. The two seemed to have fallen into a maze. After wandering around, they returned to the old wall. A song suddenly rang out. "Follow the wind and fly away. Cold wind rustles sorrowfully, spreading here. The daughter is not dead. Come back quickly. Come here." Jing Zhao heard the voice and immediately shouted loudly, "Come out, wandering soul." Yu Guifei, following Jing Zhao's words, finally appeared, her mouth constantly muttering, "Give it back to me. Give my daughter back to me." The system behind Jing Zhao saw the ghost. Frightened, it hid behind her. Jing Zhao heard Yu Guifei's words. She deduced. Could it be that she was pregnant with a daughter, and that's why her uterus was removed? Yu Guifei couldn't find her child here. She flew elsewhere, continuing to mutter, "My child, my child." Seeing this, Jing Zhao called after her. "Hey, don't go." Jing Zhao stepped closer to the ghost. "Do you know who killed you?" Dang, 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 dang. A mournful zither sound echoed in the air. Jing Zhao feared, where's that zither sound coming from? Yu Guifei, after hearing the question about her death, her whole body trembled, her eyes filled with resentment. She turned to look at Jing Zhao, screaming, "I'll kill you." Jing Zhao, surprised, widened her eyes and hurriedly ran away. Wait. While running, she carelessly tripped over a stone. As she fell, she suddenly passed through the tree canopy. In her subconscious, a voice called out. Jiao Jiao, who was calling her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself nestled in the arms of Dilin Yuan. "Imperial uncle." Dilin Yuan looked at her affectionately and said softly, "At night, why didn't Jiao Jiao sleep but came to the cold palace to climb trees?" Jing Zhao wondered. Climb trees. Just now I was standing on the ground. How did I fall from a tree? Ahem, ahem. Yao Yao, aren't you coming down? The crown prince's cough made Jing Zhao realize that there were not just two people, Dilin Yuan and her, but also the crown prince. Yu Jingshu and several guards were strenuously digging up something. Jing Zhao was stunned. How many people were here just now? The system explained why she was in the tree. Previously, the deity you controlled got lost in the barrier. Jing Zhao said to Dilin Yuan, "Imperial uncle, put me down first." The two soldiers who were digging earlier now spoke up to report. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, we found 4 people." They looked at what the two soldiers had just dug up. Jing Zhao saw it and turned pale with fright. "Imperial brother, what is this?" The thing they found was actually the hand bones of a person. The Crown Prince, worried for his little sister, said, "This place is full of scary bones and blood. How long have you been here?" Then he ordered Yu Jingshu, escort the princess back. Jingshu obeyed, but in his mind, he continued to be self-absorbed. "I wonder why the princess in the dead of night would appear here. So he was actually trying to get close to me. How despicable." Jing Zhao looked suspicious. Letting this narcissist escort me. Is Imperial brother serious? The Crown Prince, still oblivious, nodded with satisfaction. He firmly believed that this girl Yao Yao has always been pursuing Yu Jingshu. "I'm letting Jingshu escort her. She must be overjoyed." The Crown Prince was really slow in grasping information. She had changed her target long ago. Yu Jingshu showed no outward reaction. He respectfully invited Jing Zhao to follow him back to the palace. A hand reached out from behind Jing Zhao and embraced her. "The night is cold and windy. The path isn't easy." Dilin Yuan finally spoke up, saying, "Why doesn't Jiao Jiao ride in the same palanquin with me?" Xiao Yao received this suggestion from Dilin Yuan as if she had caught a lifeline. Seeing that narcissist made her feel nauseous. It was better to return with the imperial advisor. She happily curved her eyes and replied, Sure. Yu Jingshu saw this and visibly became displeased. "This task was given to me by His Highness. What right does he have to take it?" Yu Jingshu stepped forward, turning towards Jing Zhao and saying, "Princess, this humble servant will also prepare a palanquin." Before he could finish speaking, Yu Jingshu was pushed away by a palm strike from Dilin Yuan. He was caught off guard and couldn't react. Dilin Yuan withdrew the force from his hand, frowning as he marked his territory. "Jiao Jiao said she wants to ride with me. Imperial General, did you not hear?" Jing Zhao saw the aura between Dilin Yuan and Yu Jingshu, looking as if they were about to fight. She quickly thought of a way to separate the two of them. She pretended to yawn sleepily. "Ah, Uncle Emperor, aren't you taking me home?" Dilin Yuan smiled, holding Jing Zhao's waist. "Tired already. Uncle will take you home." With that, the two of them got into the palanquin together and left, leaving Yu Jingshu behind alone. His face was now grim. He stared at the two of them. How hateful, daring to ignore me. Then he quickly left as well. In the quiet late night, the two, Dilin Yuan and Jing Zhao, sat in the same palanquin heading towards the princess's residence. The palanquin was quiet when suddenly Dilin Yuan's voice broke the silence. "What's your name?" Jing Zhao was startled. Dilin Yuan affirmed. "The person beside me is not Jing Zhao." "Then you must have another name, right?" His eyes were deep and probing. Seeing this look, Jing Zhao couldn't help but feel afraid. Looking at his eyes, "If I don't reveal everything today, I might face death." Jing Zhao pretended to be shy and acted a bit crazy. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I can't reveal my fairy name." Dilin Yuan asked again, "Fairy name?" Jing Zhao continued to act silly and said playfully, "Yes, Yes, I'm a fairy who grew up in the mortal world. To make the story more convincing, Jingzhao leaned closer, pretending to be secretive. She whispered into Di Linyuan's ear, half jokingly, half seriously. I descended to the mortal world for 81 lifetimes. Once I complete my mission, I can return. Di Linyuan at this moment wasn't paying much attention to the story. What he was focusing on right now was Jingzhao's scent. She had such a fragrant scent. Jingzhao's expression turned serious. Uncle Emperor, this is my secret. Don't tell anyone, okay? The system reminded her, stop being crazy. Do you think the villain boss will believe what you say? The system was directly slapped in the face by Di Linyuan's voice. Jingzhao smirked contemptuously. You dimwit, you've been insulting me too much lately. Remember to give me that item. The precious system could only agree. The next morning at the princess's residence, two palace maids, instead of sweeping the courtyard, were whispering to each other. Hey, have you heard? Last night, about 106 corpses were dug up. They all had no uterus. It's so scary. Who did this? I saw many palace maids being taken out of the palace. I thought they were going home, but it's a coincidence. Jingzhao had just stepped out of her room at that moment. Hearing the entire conversation, she was surprised. 106 palace maids all had their uteruses removed. Why did they all die like Yu Gifei? I must investigate this, she thought, rubbing her chin. Then she ordered Xiao Shenzi to go to the Imperial Court of Justice. Xiao Shenzi was surprised, but could only hold back tears and agree. It's only been 2 days, and the princess has already stood up the imperial tutor. Princess, you'll fail the course again. The scene changes to the Imperial Court of Justice. Jingzhao entered and was startled, hiding behind the door. The person she saw was actually Di Linyuan. Oh no, why is Di Linyuan here? She clasped her hands in front of her, constantly mumbling prayers. Don't see me, don't see me. Life isn't like a dream. Di Linyuan quickly discovered Jingzhao hiding behind the door. Why are you here? Jingzhao, exposed, forced out a reluctant smile. At this moment, the hemorrhoid king system appeared, laughing wickedly. With a dark face, it pulled out something that looked like a megaphone from behind. It's a voice control tool, master. Then it shouted into the megaphone. Of course I came to see you. Jingzhao heard her own voice suddenly ring out like that. Angrily, she glared at the hemorrhoid king with a dark face. The precious hemorrhoid king acted innocent. It has nothing to do with me. It turned tail and left. Before leaving, it didn't forget to tease. Nya nya? Xiao Shenzi saw the princess speak so boldly and turned pale with fear. The princess speaks too daringly. Jingzhao hurriedly shook her head to explain. No, that's not what I meant. I was looking for Uncle Emperor to study the lesson together, that's all. Ha ha ha! Di Linyuan looked as if he was talking to a child. He gently patted Jingzhao's head. I believe you. The hemorrhoid king system stood above, observing the two of them like this. It proudly showed off its efforts. Look, I've helped you achieve great happiness. Please call me the most adorable and unique system in this city. Although it said it would change the plot, it seems to have changed too much. Coincidentally, Ye Cheng, the character, had been replaced by Ye Xiaomi, a reader of this novel who had transmigrated into it, also walked by here with her court lady. She saw Jingzhao being so close with Di Linyuan and was surprised. Di Linyuan was supposed to really dislike Xiao Jingzhao. How come they're so friendly now? Well, he doesn't love the original Jingzhao anyway. He loves the host Sumumu, sister. But he does look quite handsome. If only I get close to him, how nice that would be. This woman is really too greedy. She already has Yu Jingshu in her hands. Now she just needs to follow the plot to have a comfortable life with a handsome guy forever. Yet she still wants to add Di Linyuan too. She looked at Di Linyuan with desire, almost drooling. Di Linyuan is indeed handsome. Ting Ting noticed Ye Xiaomi's improper thoughts. The system quickly reminded, before reaching 30% favorability with the male lead, the player cannot pursue other male leads. Mentioning the male lead Yu Jingshu, she became irritated. Talking about Yu Jingshu, he's just like a wooden block. I'm so nice to him, but he can't even raise his favorability to 10%. Does he want to kill me? In terms of wealth and power, isn't Di Linyuan better in every way? Ye Xiaomi plotted. If I can't pursue him, getting a bit closer shouldn't be a problem. Having said that, she approached the two of them. Di Linyuan and Jingzhao both noticed Ye Xiaomi coming towards them. She bowed her head to greet them both. Qingcheng greets the Grand Preceptor, greets Princess Xiao Jingzhao. Jing Zhao saw the female lead Ye Cheng approaching. Her heart danced with joy. Oh, my daughter is so beautiful. As Ye Xiaomi was about to step towards them, she carelessly tripped on the stairs. Ah! She cried out and then lunged straight towards Di Lin Yuan. Jing Zhao, seeing her beloved daughter fall, frantically reached out to catch her. Unfortunately, Ye Xiaomi intentionally threw herself towards Di Lin Yuan. The pain was her own choice. Di Lin Yuan uncomfortably dodged to the side. And so, the face of the female lead Ye Cheng made a perfect landing on the ground. Jing Zhao saw this and became flustered. Darling, are you all right? Di Lin Yuan didn't even bother to look at this point. Ye Xiaomi fell so hard she was in tears. Resentfully looking at Di Lin Yuan, she thought, a woman falls and a man like him doesn't know to catch her. She looked up at Di Lin Yuan and put on a pitiful face. It hurt so much. Her hand reached out, intending to touch him. Di Lin Yuan looked at her with disgust in his eyes. His body exuded an immense killing intent. Qing Cheng was Yu Jingshu's voice. He saw his woman at this moment kneeling between Di Lin Yuan and Jing Zhao. Misunderstanding that Jing Zhao was bullying her, he hurriedly came over to inquire. Qing Cheng, what's wrong? Did Xiao Jingzhao bully you? Ye Xiaomi, scheming, whimpered who, as if tacitly acknowledging that she was bullied by Jingzhao, resulting in this situation. Yu Jingshu helped her up. He raised his voice. Princess Jingzhao, you're jealous of her beauty, so you keep harming Miss Qing Cheng. This time is no different. Today, you must apologize to Miss Qing Cheng. Jingzhao, wrongly accused for no reason, was confused. When did I ever bully her? The hateful Yu Jingshu, still believing that Jingzhao truly harmed Qing Cheng, his lady, angrily rushed forward. Stop denying it. Apologize to Miss Qing Cheng right now. But before he could touch a hair on Jingzhao, his wrist was caught by Di Lin Yuan. At the same time, he also stood in front of Jingzhao. Jingzhao came to the imperial court and accidentally met Di Lin Yuan. Taking this opportunity, Qing Cheng planned to attract Di Lin Yuan and frame her. Yu Jingshu stopped by Di Lin Yuan with an angry face. You dare touch my person. Hearing this, he angrily raised his voice. Even if you're the imperial advisor, you can't ignore right and wrong and cover for this wicked woman. Jing Zhao, as if unable to bear it anymore, said, the imperial general's tone is quite grand. Without knowing the whole story, you can be so certain that I'm wrong. Which of your eyes saw me push her? Ye Qing Cheng, realizing the situation was getting out of hand, said to Yu Jingshu, You gege, I wasn't pushed by the princess. I just tripped and fell carelessly. Yu Jingshu still stubbornly scolded Xiao Jingzhao. He comforted Ye Qing Cheng. Don't be afraid. She threatened you, didn't she? Xiao Jingzhao was truly angry now. She walked over, grabbed Yu Jingshu's collar, and shouted, Enough. This princess has been tolerant of you, so you take advantage and push further. You think because I secretly like you, I won't dare to punish you. Today I'll make it clear to you. Xiao Jingzhao has no interest in you. After saying this, she immediately ordered, Guards, Yu Jingshu has committed a grave offense and refuses to change. Punish him with a flogging and strip him of all palace duties. Hearing this, the servants acknowledged the order clearly. Yu Jingshu was held tightly by two servants. His face still showed confusion, wondering how she dared to do this to him. Di Lin Yuan, on the side, thought to himself with a smile, This girl is truly scary when angry. Ye Qing Cheng was puzzled, wondering in her heart. Xiao Jiao loved Yu Jingshu to death and back. How could she dare punish him? Suddenly, a chime rang out. It was the system sending her a notification with the content that the female lead must increase the male lead's favorability towards herself. If not, she would be punished. Seeing this, she angrily thought, again, that hateful system with its electric shock punishment keeps using this to punish me. To avoid punishment, Qing Cheng immediately knelt down. Crying and begging the princess, Imperial General was just worried about Ye Qing Cheng. In anger, he forgot his place and falsely accused. Angry at the princess, Imperial General, who struggled for years to attain the position of general, I beg you not to strip him of his title. After saying this, she prostrated herself. Princess, please forgive him. Yu Jingshu, on the side, hearing Ye Qing Cheng speak like this, was deeply moved and called out, Qing Cheng. He also thought, indeed, only Qing Cheng values me. The Pheasant King then displayed a notification to Xiao Jingzhao. It showed that Yu Jingshu's favorability towards Qing Cheng had increased by 30%. At the same time, the system also sent Ye Qing Cheng a similar notification. She was extremely pleased and delusionally thought to herself, who said it was increasing too slowly? So he likes the beauty saves the hero trope. No man can escape me. Yu Jingshu and Di Lin Yuan can't stop loving me either. Xiao Jingzhao, seeing this, was overjoyed and immediately asked the Pheasant King, Really, just need to increase it to 70% to complete the mission, and I can go home. The Pheasant King replied, Yes. Xiao Jingzhao thought deviously, looking at these two, it's like they're in love. With a little push, I might increase the favorability by a few more rounds. Thinking this, She approached and used her index finger to lift Ye Qingcheng's chin, saying, "If you want me not to strip his position, that's fine. You just need to take 30 lashes for him." Ye Qingcheng, hearing Xiao Jingjiao's words, was also shocked. She thought, 30 lashes? After taking 30 lashes, I might die. Yu Jingshu, hearing this, immediately tried to stop it. Qingcheng, don't agree. I alone did it, so I alone should bear it. Princess, don't harm an innocent person. Xiao Jingjiao, seeing this, just smiled and raised her hand, ordering, "How brave. Quickly, do it." The servant respectfully replied, "Yes." Ye Qingcheng was extremely worried and asked herself, "Will I fail this mission?" Remembering the feeling of being punished by electric shock from the system made her terribly afraid. "No, I can't let this happen." The servant raised the whip high. As the whip came down, suddenly Ye Qingcheng stood up to shield Yu Jingshu. She cried out, "Ah!" causing Yu Jingshu to call out her name loudly, Qingcheng. He hurriedly supported her and scolded, "Fool, why did you shield me?" Qingcheng, now in pain, could only cling to Yu Jingshu's clothes and call out, "Yu Gege." A notification was sent again to Xiao Jingjiao. Yu Jingshu's favorability towards Qingcheng reached 40%. Xiao Jingjiao happily said to the Pheasant King, "I told you their favorability could increase." The Pheasant King, seeing this, only replied to her, "Congratulations, you foolish woman." Xiao Jingjiao said sternly, "Out of respect for Miss Yi's plea, I won't strip you of your title, but the 100 million cannot be waived. Go to your room, close the door, and repent." Yu Jingshu, hearing her say this, thought to himself, "She is truly cruel. She doesn't like me. This is what I wanted." He simply replied, "I obey," then hurriedly returned with Ye Qingcheng. Xiao Jingjiao just let out a humph and then left as well. As she walked, she thought, "I don't like you. You think you can climb higher by relying on me." Not being careful, Xiao Jingjiao tripped on a stone step. She cried out, "Ah!" She worriedly thought, "Oh no, this is my consequence for letting Ye Qingcheng fall face first. Now it's happening to me. I'm about to lose face." A feeling of stability surprised Xiao Jingjiao, making her wonder, Di Lin Yuan caught her and asked with a smile, "Are you all right?" Xiao Jingjiao, embarrassed and blushing, replied, No, I'm fine." Di Lin Yuan smiled and thought to himself, just now she was like a fierce lioness, but with just one hug, she's blushing. How adorable. Xiao Jingjiao wondered in confusion, why is he smiling at me? The Pheasant King appeared to answer her question, because his favorability towards you has increased again. Congratulations, his favorability towards you has risen to 72%. Xiao Jingjiao, surprised, said, "What?" Xiao Jingjiao looked up at Di Lin Yuan with a puzzled expression. Just a little hug and it jumped from 62 to 72. She blushed, unconsciously suspicious. Is he thinking something improper? She pretended to be uncomfortable and let go. "Let go," she said right then. Xuanzhao entered. Xiao Jingjiao got her wish. Seeing Xuanzhao, Di Lin Yuan became embarrassed. He changed quickly like a spinning top. "Be careful, princess." Xuanzhao respectfully clasped his hands and reported, "Sir, we finished examining 106 bodies." Di Lin Yuan then approached Xuanzhao. Jingjiao, hearing the title, became interested. She also leaned in to listen. "Weren't they just excavated yesterday? How did they investigate so quickly?" Xuanzhao covered his mouth and spoke softly, mysteriously. "They all died just like concubine Yu, losing their uterus. The examination suggests that at the time of death, they were stabbed deeply in the uterus." Xiao Jingjiao listened intently, breaking into a sweat from excessive blood loss. "No wonder I didn't see anything on concubine Yu's body." After reporting, Xuanzhao immediately took his leave. Right after, Di Lin Yuan turned to look at Xiao Jingjiao. Zhao Zhao is very curious about this strange case. Seeing he had hit her weak spot, Xiao Jingjiao felt uneasy. Di Lin Yuan continued, "Do you want to help the people find out the truth?" Xiao Jingjiao quickly played along. She raised her hand and nodded. "That's right." Then she lavishly praised him. "Ah! Ah! Ah! Royal uncle is so smart to know that." Xiao Jingjiao moved closer and whispered to Di Lin Yuan, "If we can just find out who the culprit is, I can gain the people's trust once again." Jimo beside them emotionlessly glanced at Xiao Jingjiao. "This trick again. I know the villain boss's intelligence quotient, so I've already predicted the outcome." In Xiao Jingjiao's calculations, she planned to cry and act coquettishly with Di Lin Yuan. "Royal uncle, let me join the investigation, please." Di Lin Yuan possessed so much information. There's no fear of not finding the truth. I'm really smart, you know? But reality wasn't so simple. Di Lin Yuan reached out to caress Xiao Jingjiao's face. He retorted, "Zhao Zhao begs like this. who would allow it. Xiao Jingzhao thought to herself, do you want me to kneel and beg to be satisfied? Suddenly, Di Linyuan moved even closer, causing Xiao Jingzhao's heart to race. Her face began to redden, visibly. What was he planning to do? Di Linyuan tightly embraced Xiao Jingzhao and forcibly kissed her. The Jiwang witnessed this and was extremely amused. Ah, they're kissing. They're kissing. Baby is too young to watch this. Xiao Jingzhao was powerless to resist. How dare he do this to me? After a while, Di Linyuan finally released her. He looked triumphantly at the breathless Xiao Jingzhao. Ahem, this is how to beg, understand. After successfully forcing a kiss on Xiao Jingzhao, finally, Lin Yuan was satisfied. He allowed her to participate in the investigation together. Xiao Jingzhao was flustered and embarrassed, her limbs all in disarray. Witnessing this scene, Di Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Xiao Jingzhao slowly stepped onto the palanquin, yet she was going with him. Suddenly, there was a sound approaching. She instinctively turned her head, unexpectedly bumping into Di Lin Yuan behind her. Di Lin Yuan leaned in close. Xiao Jingzhao forced a smile. She raised her hand to stop his action. No, it's nothing, she cried silently, feeling helpless. Easy to get in, hard to get out. A while later, they arrived at the scripture pavilion. Di Lin Yuan got off the palanquin first. Xiao Jingzhao lifted the curtain and followed. She was surprised to come to the scripture pavilion. Di Lin Yuan extended his hand towards her. Dao Dao, let's go see the tie-in flesh. Xiao Jingzhao gently placed her hand on Di Lin Yuan's hand. What was that? Di Lin Yuan held Xiao Jingzhao's hand and led her up the stairs step by step. As they walked, he recounted, legend has it, it was made from the 108 wombs of beautiful young women. Eating it grants immortality. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhao was alarmed. 108. 107 people have died, so there's still one victim. Di Lin Yuan slowly pushed open the main gate. Correct. The scripture pavilion has information about the tie-in flesh. We'll find clues soon. On her first visit to the scripture pavilion, Xiao Jingzhao was amazed by everything. There are so many books here. But the books we need are over there. Di Lin Yuan lightly touched a vase on the shelf. A mysterious secret chamber opened up. This place contains many forbidden books. The source of the books is all here. Let's go. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhao suddenly realized, wait, why is he holding my hand? It feels so strange. There are many books here. It will take a long time to search. Xiao Jingzhao shyly interrupted. Royal uncle? She smiled genuinely and said, tell me the book's name. I'll find it quickly. Hearing this, Di Lin Yuan had to let go of Xiao Jingzhao's hand. The book is called Four Kingdoms Great Oddity. Zhao, go find it. Xiao Jingzhao turned around, sighing in relief. She immediately stepped towards a nearby bookshelf, pretending to search. She thought the secret chamber was small, but it was unexpectedly large. While searching, Xiao Jingzhao was attracted by a book and stopped her hand. She was confused. What does this title say? I can't read it. She immediately took that book down from the shelf. Lin Yuan, without her noticing, was already right behind Xiao Jingzhao. He suddenly spoke up. Zhao likes this book. Xiao Jingzhao was startled and answered randomly. Although she couldn't read it, she had to keep up the act. She flipped through the pages, pretending, until she turned to a page with obscene images. Xiao Jingzhao blushed and exclaimed. Then she immediately closed the book. Di Lin Yuan had seen everything. He put his hand on his chin, teasing Spring Palace illustrations. Zhao has quite special tastes. Xiao Jingzhao hurriedly put the book away, forcing a smile. Misunderstanding. It's all just a misunderstanding. She then turned to whisper to Jiwang for help. If I say I can't read, will he believe what I say? Jiwang was dumbfounded at this moment. He helplessly glanced at Xiao Jingzhao. You tell me, in this extremely embarrassing situation, must we pretend as if nothing happened? Then Xiao Jingzhao looked at the book that Di Lin Yuan was holding. She quickly changed the subject. So Royal Uncle has already found the book. Di Lin Yuan didn't cooperate, just gently looking at her. She put her hand on her chest to hide her awkwardness. Continuing to evade, should we read it here? This time, Di Lin Yuan decided to let her off. He smiled. Read it right here. Xiao Jingzhao wondered, looking towards the wooden tables and chairs in the distance. But aren't there tables and chairs for reading over there? Di Lin Yuan leaned down. His smile this time was even deeper. Zhao doesn't see. Xiao Jingzhao stepped back, confused. She looked towards the tables and chairs, searching. At this moment, both were silent as extremely intimate small sounds drifted up. Fourth prince, be gentler with this servant. Xiao Jingzhao and Di Lin Yuan kept looking towards the tables and chairs. These sounds, even thinking with one's knees, one would know what was happening. Xiao Jingzhao raised her eyebrows, smiling helplessly, thinking, good gracious, the fourth prince is actually in the library. Doing that kind of thing in the library, isn't that too depraved? Ji Wang quickly appeared to watch the fun. It looked around eagerly. Where? Let me see. Before it finished speaking, Xiao Jingzhao covered its eyes, smiling mischievously. Children can't watch this. it'll ruin your eyes. But I can. Hey, hey. Xiao Jingzhao hid behind a nearby bookshelf, eagerly peeking out her head to look towards the source of the sound. The book says the fourth prince is a gentle beauty. Quick, let me see what this spring scene looks like. Too curious and excited, Xiao Jingzhao didn't notice behind her. Di Lin Yuan looked at her with a frown of displeasure. He used one hand to embrace her waist and the other to cover her eyes, their bodies pressed close together like this. Di Lin Yuan spoke coaxingly. Be good, Zhao. Zhao can't look. Little ones looking will ruin their eyes. Ji Wang, after seeing this scene, could only shrug. Ha ha, he's saying exactly what you just said to me. Then the two of them left the library. Xuanzhao saw them from afar. Waiting for the two to come closer, Xuanzhao clasped his hands and bowed, reporting, My lord, lunch has been prepared at the mansion. Di Lin Yuan remained silent, as if hoarding gold. Xiao Jingzhao heard this and thought to herself, if he wants to return to the mansion for a meal, then I'll go back to the princess's mansion too. I'll come back to study in the afternoon. Thinking this, Xiao Jingzhao bowed her head and curtsied. Royal uncle, then Zhao Zhao will leave first. As Xiao Jingzhao spoke, she glanced to the side and was surprised. Ah! Xiao Jingzhao's face, full of question marks, looked towards where her palanquin and servants should be. She looked around searchingly for Xiao Shenzi. Where's my palanquin? Xuanzhao bowed respectfully. Princess, my lord has already sent your palanquin and servants back to the princess's mansion. Xiao Jingzhao looked blankly at the man beside her, who was smiling happily. Huh. At this moment, it seemed like she was being trapped. Di Lin Yuan pretended not to see her puzzled look. He stepped towards the palanquin and lifted the curtain. Looking towards Xiao Jingzhao, Zhao Zhao, come here. Xiao Jingzhao helplessly gave up her struggle at the imperial advisor's mansion. Xiao Jingzhao picked up her chopsticks and bowl, marveling at the delicacies on the table. The abundant food seemed to emit a sparkling light, making one's mouth water. Di Lin Yuan, sitting beside her, saw she wasn't eating and asked if it wasn't to her taste. Xiao Jingzhao, her mouth still agape, quickly refuted, no. In fact, her heart was extremely happy at that moment. It's not that it doesn't suit me, it's too perfect. All my favorite dishes are here. This is too much of a coincidence. Xiao Jingzhao ate while praising the delicious food. She didn't forget to cast a puzzled look at the man beside her, who was smiling at her. Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face? Ji Wang appeared cheerfully and answered for him. Of course, it's because of love. Xiao Jingzhao was about to refute when Ji Wang disappeared, system signing off now. A hand reached out to her. Di Lin Yuan moved closer to her. His hand gently lifted her chin. Xiao Jingzhao blushed in confusion. Her inner thoughts were now very chaotic. No way, is Di Lin Yuan going to kiss me again? Is he a kiss maniac? Di Lin Yuan spoke, don't move. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to fill with pink bubbles. Then, he used his hand to remove a rice grain stuck on Xiao Jingzhao's cheek. Di Lin Yuan calmly said, a grain of rice. Xiao Jingzhao felt like she was about to explode. Her face was now as red as it could possibly be. Di Lin Yuan spoke teasingly. Dao Dao, what were you thinking just now to make your face so red? Xiao Jingzhao, face burning, lowered her head to look at her rice bowl. No, I wasn't thinking about anything. Ji Wang appeared at this moment, laughing and teasing her. Haha, you're the one being romantic. Di Lin Yuan continued eating. He asked as if casually, after passing the re-examination, Zhao Zhao, you can choose a position to serve for 2 years in the palace. Do you want to go to the Imperial Brocade Department? Xiao Jingzhao ate her rice while seriously considering the Imperial Brocade Department. That's right, Xiao Jingzhao came for the Imperial Library, not the Imperial Brocade Department. But now, I am Xiao Jingzhao. She was now strangely calm, without any ripples when thinking about the Imperial Library as Xiao Jingzhao. She turned to ask Di Lin Yuan's opinion. I haven't decided yet. Imperial uncle, which department do you think I should go to? Di Lin Yuan was puzzled by her change. You're asking me. Later, he smirked. Come here. Xiao Jingzhao obeyed. She moved closer to him. Di Lin Yuan then leaned down to look at her. Any department is fine as long as Zhao Zhao is happy. Xiao Jingzhao was speechless. What is this? It's like you didn't say anything at all. Di Lin Yuan looked at her beautiful thin lips. He leaned to her ear and whispered, Zhao Zhao. Before Xiao Jingzhao could react, Di Lin Yuan picked her up horizontally. He made her sit on his lap. Di Lin Yuan spoke. Dressing like this? Are you testing this one's self-control? Xiao Jingzhao's face was now flushed red. After Di Lin Yuan said that, his hand mischievously slid across her chest. Xiao Jingzhao only then reacted. She quickly stood up, using her hands to pull her outer robe to cover her chest. Embarrassed to the point of stammering, Imperial uncle, no, it's not. After carrying Xiao Jingzhao to sit on his lap, Di Lin Yuan smiled and said, dressing like this, are you testing this one's self-control? Xiao Jingzhao quickly reacted, standing up and using her hands to pull her outer robe to cover her chest. Too embarrassed, she stammered, Imperial uncle, no, it's not. Xiao Jingzhao turned, using her teary, coquettish eyes to seek help from Ji Wang. Little Ji Wang, can you turn back time so I can do this over? Ji Wang was helpless and speechless. Do you think this is filming a movie? While she didn't know what to do, Xuanzhao reported from the door, My lord, Lord Qin has arrived. Xiao Jingzhao, at this moment, looked at Xuanzhao with a joyful expression. Her savior. She quickly waved goodbye to Dilin Yuan, smiling so much she couldn't close her mouth. If Imperial Uncle already has a guest visiting, then Jingzhao will take her leave first. Dilin Yuan also conceded, This one will have Xuanzhao escort you back. The master and servant pair left the mansion. This scene was witnessed by Qin Chi Han, who came to see Dilin Yuan. He pondered thoughtfully. Why was she coming out of Dilin Yuan's room? Could the rumors in the palace be true? Qin Chi Han was lost in thought as he entered the mansion. Here, Dilin Yuan was fondling the glass that Xiao Jingzhao had drunk from. Of course, Qin Chi Han didn't know this. However, he only thought that glass held more than one special meaning for Dilin Yuan. That's why he was examining it so closely. Qin Chi Han folded his fan, creating a sound that caught Dilin Yuan's attention. Then he spoke. Recently in the palace, many people are gossiping about you and Princess Jingzhao getting close. Rumors say that woman has given up pursuing some general. She's planning to start seducing you. Dilin Yuan still paid him no attention, intently staring at the lipstick mark. Xiao Jingzhao left on the rim of the glass. Dilin Yuan smiled happily. Without even looking up, he mumbled, what else are they saying? Qin Chi Han, as if used to this, didn't bother to question further. He just looked puzzled. Do you really want to hear? Last time I told you about the sixth prince's romantic affairs, you said I talked too much. Dilin Yuan looked up at Qin Chi Han. His face now clearly showed extreme displeasure. Qin Chi Han ignored him, walking to the chair on the other side of the table. All right, I'll tell you, okay. Qin Chi Han sat down. He turned to explain. Simply put, in front of everyone, you carried that woman onto the sedan chair and even forcibly kissed her. I must say, this rumor is getting more and more exaggerated as it spreads. Anyone who doesn't know about your cleanliness obsession would misunderstand. Dilin Yuan calmly spoke up. It's not a misunderstanding. As soon as these words were uttered, they made Qin Chi Han question his life. What do you mean it's not a rumor? Dilin Yuan, are you serious? Dilin Yuan really didn't want to continue this topic. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to know more about his woman. You didn't come here because of that rumor, did you? Qin Chi Han understood and didn't pursue the topic further. Of course not. Isn't this about concerns for the grand ceremony 3 days from now? I came to discuss it with you. The next day at the princess's mansion, Xuanzhao bowed and relayed his master's message to Xiao Jingzhao, reporting to the princess. The master has been busy with the grand sacrificial ceremony lately. He instructed me to inform you that your highness is specially granted 4 days off. Xiao Jingzhao waved her hand. I understand. You may leave. After Xuanzhao left, Xiao Jingzhao's mood visibly brightened. It's truly a case of ask and you shall receive. I was worried about not having time to investigate Madame Yu's case. Now, she lifted her skirt and walked leisurely. I'll go to the Xingye today and take a look. Perhaps I can discover some other clues. In the Imperial Garden, Xiao Jingzhao was walking and talking with Ji Wang. Useless system. You said Madame Yu. Will she appear or not? If she doesn't show up, where should I go to look? Ji Wang floated nearby, not bothering to answer her question. Instead, it teased her intently. Why aren't you being followed by ghosts anymore? As expected, Xiao Jingzhao got angry. You're the one followed by ghosts? I'm here to solve a case. Ji Wang seemed very satisfied with her reaction. Suddenly, a voice called out, Your Highness, from afar. Xiao Jingzhao looked towards the voice and saw the ninth son very angry, scolding a maid. I said I won't drink it, so I won't. Get out of here. The maid was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Your Highness, please don't be angry. Please don't be angry. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jingzhao could only sigh helplessly. Why is this kid angry again? He really doesn't let people worry less. On the other side, the ninth son had started to tire after his outburst. He wiped his sweat and coughed. Anyway, I'll die sooner or later. What difference does it make if I drink it or not? Xiao Jingzhao approached and spoke. Of course there's a difference. If you die early, you won't see the difficult spring scenery anymore. The ninth son looked towards the source of the voice and saw Xiao Jingzhao smiling gently at him. Royal sister, why are you here? Xiao Jingzhao took the medicine from the maid and turned to coax the ninth son. If Aju is good and takes the medicine to treat his body well, next time father goes on his spring tour, royal sister will beg father to take you along. The ninth son's eyes widened with joy as he said, Really? Xiao Jingzhao brought a spoonful of medicine to the ninth son's mouth and continued, Has royal sister ever lied to you? open your mouth. The ninth son blushed, his whole body stiffening. Royal sister was feeding him medicine, so he obediently swallowed the spoonful that Xiao Jingjiao offered. Xiao Jingjiao patted the ninth son's head, praising, "Good boy." "Is the medicine bitter?" she asked. He was like a puppy wagging its tail happily, nuzzling her hand as he answered, "Royal sister fed me the medicine. How could it be bitter?" Xiao Jingjiao was surprised. Really? She believed him and tasted a bit of the medicine herself. Not even a second later, she stuck out her tongue. Ugh, so bitter. The ninth son gave Xiao Jingjiao a piece of candy. It's royal sister's first time taking medicine. Of course it's bitter, but Aju is used to it now. After hearing these words that seemed so calm from the ninth son, Xiao Jingjiao turned away, trying to hold back tears. Boo-hoo, I feel so sorry for the ninth son. When I return to modern times, I'll definitely write about a divine doctor to cure our ninth son. Ji Wang beside her continued to tease. Ha, you've harmed many more people. Why not write about them all at once? This time Ji Wang was too right. Xiao Jingjiao couldn't argue back. She could only pinch its mouth shut. Shut up, she said, pursing her lips sadly. She still had to quickly complete her mission and return to modern times. Only then could she truly help the ninth son. Xiao Jingjiao handed the medicine to the ninth son, gently saying, Aju, be good and finish your medicine. Royal sister has some business to attend to. I'll go first. The ninth son looked at her with pitiful eyes. He tugged at her skirt and said sadly, Can royal sister play with Aju a bit longer? Aju feels very lonely by himself. Xiao Jingjiao turned around and was met with his big round eyes looking at her pitifully. Her heart was in turmoil. I don't want to waver, she thought, but Aju is really so adorable. Seeing her hesitate, the ninth son seized the chance, grabbed her hand, and said happily, Royal sister, do you want to ride a horse? Father gave me a beautiful one a few days ago. Royal sister will surely like it when you see it. At this point, Xiao Jingjiao was truly powerless in the face of Aju's adorableness. She took the ninth son's hand and ran happily. Say no more. Let's go right now. Later, Xiao Jingjiao exclaimed, What a beautiful horse. Before her was a beautiful brown horse. The ninth son was also happy seeing her like this. I knew royal sister would like it. Does royal sister want to try? It's very gentle. Xiao Jingjiao agreed cheerfully. The ninth son helped her onto the horse and asked worriedly, How is it? Can you sit comfortably? Xiao Jingjiao, now on the horse's back, was also a bit scared. It's fine. She inadvertently glanced away and saw Di Lin Yuan and Qin Chi Han also here riding horses. The imperial tutor was here too. Di Lin Yuan had probably also seen her, using his eyes to gaze at Xiao Jingjiao with gentle affection. Xiao Jingjiao blushed, her heart screaming. Why did it feel like after not seeing Di Lin Yuan for a day, he had become even more handsome? Seeing Xiao Jingjiao, Di Lin Yuan and Qin Chi Han slowly approached. Di Lin Yuan looked straight into Xiao Jingjiao's eyes, making her blush with embarrassment. He particularly noticed the ninth prince's hand placed on her back. Royal sister, be careful. Seeing this, Di Lin Yuan gripped the reins tightly, his face darkening. The flames of jealousy began to surge in his heart. His face was filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour the ninth prince alive. Qin Chi Han saw Di Lin Yuan jealous for love for the first time. He was extremely delighted and raised his hand to his chin to enjoy the scene, able to see Di Lin Yuan's jealous expression. It was indeed worth coming along this time. Xiao Jingjiao on the opposite side was also frightened, sweating at Di Lin Yuan's expression. This guy's gaze is like catching his wife cheating, she thought. Hearing Xiao Jingjiao's words, the Ji Wang appeared and said with a smile, But you're not his wife. Xiao Jingjiao pouted and glared at Ji Wang angrily. You crazy system. Are you hiding something from me? How come Lin Yuan and I are a couple? Hit right in the heart. Ji Wang's face turned gloomy, feigning innocence. Who knows? Love is beautiful, you know. Suddenly the horse Xiao Jingjiao was riding unexpectedly neighed. It lost control and galloped straight ahead. Xiao Jingjiao was pulled along with it. The incident happened too abruptly, causing Xiao Jingjiao to be caught off guard, leading her to lose grip of the reins. She fell backwards. Oh no! Seeing this, the ninth prince immediately panicked and reached out towards Xiao Jingjiao. Royal sister. Xiao Jingjiao, teary-eyed, turned pale with fear. It's over. If I fall, my face will be completely ruined. Fortunately, Di Lin Yuan rushed over in time and caught Xiao Jingjiao in his arms. He gently inquired about her condition. His eyes were full of warmth. Jiao, are you all right? Xiao Jiao unexpectedly blushed with embarrassment. No, I'm fine, she thought to herself. He was so far away, yet he managed to catch me. This made Xiao Jingjiao extremely touched. Tears welled up in her eyes. She hurriedly thanked him. Jiao, thanks, royal uncle. Di Lin Yuan leaned his face close to Xiao Jingjiao. His voice gradually deepened. Does Zhao Zhao know how her appearance can seduce men? Xiao Jingzhao panicked. She was momentarily silent, unable to speak. She thought shyly, "You're the seductive one. Your whole family is seductive." From afar, the ninth prince was rushing over. Royal sister, royal sister. He approached and reached out towards Xiao Jingzhao. "I can help you, sister." Seeing this, Di Linyuan angrily watched Xiao Jingzhao's small hands slowly grasping the ninth prince's hand. To prevent this from happening, he immediately and without hesitation wrapped his arm around. He embraced Xiao Jingzhao's waist, causing her to fall into his arms once again in surprise. Xiao Jingzhao angrily shouted at Di Linyuan's face, "Royal Uncle Di Linyuan." Right after that, he domineeringly leaned his face close to Xiao Jingzhao. His hand gently stroked her hair. "Zhao Zhao owes me a life. How do you plan to repay it?" Too close. Xiao Jingzhao became tense. She avoided Di Linyuan's gaze. She didn't know the ninth prince had witnessed everything. He frowned and clenched his fists. "This guy looks at royal sister like he wants to devour her. I must protect royal sister." He hurriedly grabbed Xiao Jingzhao's hand. "Royal sister, I'll take you somewhere else to ride horses, okay?" Xiao Jingzhao left with the ninth prince. Di Linyuan couldn't easily let Xiao Jingzhao go with the ninth prince like that. He stood up and called her name, "Zhao Zhao." He looked triumphantly towards Xiao Jingzhao. "While I'm free, I can teach you how to ride a horse." Xiao Jingzhao turned and politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness, ninth uncle. I've already promised to let ninth brother teach me." Hearing this, Di Linyuan immediately turned towards the ninth prince, who was glaring at him. "If I remember correctly, ninth prince has classes at the Imperial Academy today. I'm afraid you won't have time to teach your sister." The ninth prince, exposed, bitterly gritted his teeth. "Ha, Imperial tutor, you truly make people dislike you more each day." Xiao Jingzhao also suddenly remembered. That's right. Ninth brother has classes this morning at the ninth garden. We'll go horseback riding together in the afternoon, so you're skipping class. Xiao Jingzhao said loudly. "Ah." The ninth prince felt guilty and panicked. "If royal sister knows I'm skipping class, she'll surely despise me." Xiao Jingzhao, seeing the ninth prince's sad face, became silent. The original Xiao Jingzhao also skipped class a lot. "Now that I've taken over her identity, I'm in no position to lecture her." Xiao Jingzhao sighed. "We truly are siblings of the same blood." Then, she placed her hand on the ninth prince's head, gently saying, "Adieu, don't skip class anymore in the future." The ninth prince looked at Xiao Jingzhao's gentle smile. He was very surprised. Royal sister doesn't hate me. I promise you, I'll be very good, very good." Unable to watch this scene any longer, Di Linyuan frowned. He called out sternly, "Xuanzhao, escort the ninth prince back to the Imperial Academy." Xuanzhao immediately obeyed the order. "Yes." After speaking, he slowly approached the ninth prince. The ninth prince looked worriedly at Xuanzhao. Then he turned back to Xiao Jingzhao, whining, "Royal sister, I don't want to go." Xiao Jingzhao smiled, raising her hand to promise, "No, you must study hard. Then when we're free, I'll take you for a walk by the lake." Since Xiao Jingzhao had said so, therefore the ninth prince had to reluctantly go with Xuanzhao. "You promised." Xiao Jingzhao waved goodbye from behind. "Use that to study hard." Before leaving, the ninth prince couldn't help but look back worriedly, looking at Di Linyuan approaching his sister. "That man is very cunning," he frowned, daring to use the method of sending me away to have royal sister to himself. A moment after the ninth prince had left, Xiao Jingzhao, without any pretense, changed the subject with Di Linyuan. "Royal uncle, I don't want to ride horses anymore. How about we go somewhere else?" After speaking, she quickly left. "He went to such lengths to send a Jew away just to teach me horseback riding. He must have ulterior motives. I better escape before it's too late." "Want to leave?" Di Linyuan suddenly spoke, causing Xiao Jingzhao to freeze in her tracks. He then stepped forward and lifted Xiao Jingzhao up. "Ah!" Xiao Jingzhao shouted in surprise. Di Linyuan lifted Xiao Jingzhao onto his shoulder. "Shouldn't you ask if this one agrees first?" Xiao Jingzhao struggled on Di Linyuan's shoulder. "Put me down." As she wished, Di Linyuan put her down, but not on the ground, rather on the horse's saddle. Xiao Jingzhao panicked. This guy really does whatever he wants to do, and Di Linyuan also jumped onto the horse behind her. Immediately after, Xiao Jingzhao fiercely turned her head. Although she was fierce, when Di Linyuan gently touched her body, she couldn't resist the temptation of his beauty and became docile. Di Linyuan whispered into Xiao Jingzhao's ear, "If Dao Dao still tries to leave, this one will be very angry." Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhao blushed and pouted. "Royal uncle, why are you being so unreasonable?" Di Linyuan smiled. "Is that so? Does Dao Dao want to try?" Before he finished speaking, Dilin Yuan pulled the reins, causing the horse to neigh, making Xiao Jingzhao terrified. No need, royal uncle. Father Qinjihan in the distance, seeing Dilin Yuan's first love appearance, couldn't help but laugh. Unexpected, this Lin Yuan is acting like a prince, being tough with the princess. What an interesting show. At the same time, Xiao Jingzhao was pale-faced. Extremely frightened, she shouted loudly. Slow down, slow down. Then beg me, Dilin Yuan said shamelessly. Xiao Jingzhao cried, out of options, had to comply. Then please slow down. Seeing Xiao Jingzhao's state, Dilin Yuan pressed on further. Dao Dao still doesn't remember how to beg others. Xiao Jingzhao then recalled that day. Dilin Yuan caressed her face. How did Zhao Zhao beg afterwards? Not giving her time to answer, he embraced and forcefully kissed her. Back to reality, Xiao Jingzhao frowned. Tears welled up. No way, do I really have to kiss, huh? The horse's hoofbeats gradually slowed. Dilin Yuan smiled, pointing to her lips, signaling. Xiao Jingzhao was momentarily at a loss. She could only silently look at Dilin Yuan. Do I really have to kiss? Her inner heart hesitated. Seeing Xiao Jingzhao still not complying, Dilin Yuan once again raised the whip, intending to make the horse run again, intimidating her. Don't want to beg. At that moment, Xiao Jingzhao finally spoke up. She forced a smile and raised her hand to stop Dilin Yuan. Don't, knowing that without kissing, she couldn't escape from Dilin Yuan's arms. So Xiao Jingzhao came up with a plan. She pretended to be shy and coaxed him, royal uncle. Please close your eyes. Dilin Yuan obediently followed, closing his eyes tightly. Xiao Jingzhao looked at Dilin Yuan with cunning eyes. She smugly started to climb down from the horse. You think you can force me onto the horse, but I can't get down. Suddenly, Dilin Yuan grabbed Xiao Jingzhao's waist, trapping her right there. He held her in his arms as she tried to escape. Xiao Jingzhao tensely evaded. Royal uncle, why did you open your eyes? This prince closed his eyes to give someone a chance to escape. Jiao Jiao, you didn't keep your word. It seems only this prince can help you. After speaking, Dilin Yuan slowly leaned his face towards Xiao Jingzhao. Sensing something ominous, Xiao Jingzhao quickly raised her hand to stop Dilin Yuan's action. Wait. She put on a serious face to deceive him. Royal uncle, you know I'm a celestial maiden who descended to the mortal world, and celestial maidens can't fall in love, so I beg you, don't have feelings for me. Despite such a warning, Dilin Yuan showed no fear at all. He grabbed Xiao Jingzhao's hand. If I still have feelings for a celestial maiden, then what punishment will I receive? Punishment? Xiao Jingzhao flustered at this. A scheme quickly came to mind, reminding her to blurt out a villainous boss line. I won't fall for your trap this time. Xiao Jingzhao, quick-witted, thought of a reasonable lie. She threatened that Dilin Yuan would have a shortened lifespan. You'll die very early. It's just my life. Why should I be afraid? You don't care. Xiao Jingzhao laughed inwardly. Unexpectedly, man proposes, but God disposes. Dilin Yuan didn't care about that at all. He continued to reach out and touch Xiao Jingzhao's chin. That's the punishment for this prince. So what will be your punishment? Xiao Jingzhao pretended to be sad and replied, I'll be sent back to heaven, never to descend again. Dilin Yuan believed it, making him want to possess her even more. He gently lifted Xiao Jingzhao's chin, slowly leaning his face closer. You can never descend again. Jiao Jiao, with this prince here, no one can take you away. With these words, he placed a kiss on Xiao Jingzhao's lips. This caught Xiao Jingzhao by surprise. When Dilin Yuan wasn't scared by her threats enough to let her go, she thought, this guy is too much, always trying to hug and kiss me. What does he take me for? Thinking this, Xiao Jingzhao immediately pushed Dilin Yuan away. She angrily shouted, Dilin Yuan, have you had enough fun? We're not compatible. Not at all. Dilin Yuan calmly asked, Indeed, people say it right. Being handsome is not as good as being thick-skinned. But this Dilin Yuan has both. So, even 10 Xiao Jingzhaos couldn't resist. He continued to hold Xiao Jingzhao's hand tightly. Don't you see? We're a perfect match. Scene changes to Xiao Jingzhao gradually entering her own residence. The Pheasant King happily appears to announce, ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. Dilin Yuan's affection has reached 80%. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhao became even more angry. She ignored it and walked straight past the Pheasant King. Is being liked by Dilin Yuan something to celebrate? Just thinking about being imprisoned by him day and night makes me want to die. Xiao Jingzhao approached the entrance. She was surprised to see someone inside. What are you doing? It was a maid. She was sprinkling some white powder into Xiao Jingzhao's incense burner. Who's in the room? After finishing, she left. Xiao Jingzhao quickly hid behind to observe. Waiting until the maid was out of sight, she then opened the door and entered. Is it in the tea or the incense burner? What did she put in? Xiao Jingzhao walked over to where the maid had sprinkled the powder earlier. She leaned down close to the incense burner and sniffed. It's Fei Meng Xin and Ru Meng San. Xiao Jingzhao put her hand on her chin, thinking. She remembered writing writing in the novel that Empress Liu Beixianhao, whose heart leaned towards Dongling Emperor, secretly poisoned Xiao Jingjiao. After being poisoned, Xiao Jingjiao eventually destroyed the Dongling royal family according to the Empress Dowager's wishes. The present Xiao Jingjiao stared intently at the 3 incense sticks in the burner on the table. Her face smiled. It seemed she had something in mind. She thought, but Xiao Jingjiao, I now can't follow the Empress's wishes anymore. Suddenly, a eunuch entered from outside reporting, Princess, Her Highness Shen Su requests to see you. Xiao Jingjiao surprisingly asked the eunuch back, is that Shen Su the younger sister of Shen Wangkai? The eunuch immediately replied, yes. Xiao Jingjiao promptly waved her hand. Her attitude clearly showed annoyance. She keeps seeking me out time and again. It's to ask for help for Shen Wangkai. Send her away. The eunuch bowed his head. He wanted to say more. Your Highness, Shen Su said, it's not about Shen Wangkai, but about your important matter. Was stunned upon hearing this. She thought she had misheard. Important matter. At present, Su was sitting waiting, very anxious. She kept thinking to herself, is this princess crazy? Why did she have my brother arrested and now won't even let me see her? Suddenly, Su also remembered something. Could it be that she knows what I did to her? Very soon, the eunuch's voice interrupted Su's train of thought. The princess has arrived. Xiao Jingjiao entered from outside. Her appearance was extremely elegant, beautiful, and luxurious. It was impossible not to notice her. Su looked at Xiao Jingjiao's radiant beauty. She felt a bit uneasy in her heart. Just a month without seeing her, and she's become more beautiful. Su hurriedly stood up as Xiao Jingjiao glided past her to sit in the main chair. As Su stood up, she couldn't suppress the jealousy in her heart. Silently cursing, hateful. If I were as beautiful as her, I could make the crown prince infatuated with me. Then Xiao Jingjiao sat down. The eunuch quickly served tea. Princess, please enjoy your tea. Meanwhile, Su also approached her, knelt down, and bowed her head in greeting. Su pays respects to the princess. Xiao Jingjiao sat above, paying no attention to her, calmly drinking tea. She didn't even spare a glance at Su, ignoring her kneeling below. Su looked at Xiao Jingjiao in confusion, cursing. She's my close friend. How dare she ignore me? Xiao Jingjiao closed the tea lid, then turned to look at Su kneeling on the ground. Su was startled with fear. Xiao Jingjiao handed the teacup to the eunuch, and only then spoke to Su. Su, you're being so formal with me. Quickly stand up. Yes. Su stood up. She began to act pitiful. Looking aggrieved, she said to Xiao Jingjiao, Jiao, I know my brother taking bribes was wrong, but considering his past merits, could you forgive him? Hearing this, Xiao Jingjiao's expression became displeased, though not overtly, but still giving off an oppressive, intimidating feeling. Oh my, I thought you came for some important matter of mine. Turns out you lied to meet me and plead for him. Su knew Xiao Jingjiao was implying she had deceived her, so she immediately knelt down in fear to explain. No, princess, please forgive me. I really have something to discuss. After speaking, Su continued to tremble. Why is she looking at me so coldly? Could it be she's taking out her anger on me because of my brother? This won't do. For my future path, I must flatter her. Seeing Xiao Jingjiao still silent, Su continued to explain. Su knows the princess always liked Yu Jingshu, but Yu Jingshu doesn't know his place and is intimate with Ye Qingcheng. Su has a way to make Yu Jingshu despise Ye Qingcheng. Xiao Jingjiao showed interest and asked, what way? Seeing this, Su thought Xiao Jingjiao would listen to her, so she secretly rejoiced, falling into the trap. Then she went to Xiao Jingjiao's side. Leaning close to her ear, she whispered, her face extremely cunning. Princess, the day after tomorrow is the grand sacrifice ceremony. Have someone take action to destroy Ye Qingcheng's purity. Given Yu Jingshu's status, how could he be with a woman who's no longer pure? After speaking, Su smiled slyly. If she agrees, then I'll change the target of my scheme from Ye Qingcheng to the crown princess. If Yu Jingshu despises women who are no longer pure, so will the royal family. I'll become the crown princess. Su stepped back and said sincerely, as long as the princess nods, I'll go prepare. After speaking, she observed Xiao Jingjiao's expression. This way, I'm just one step away from being crown princess. Xiao Jingjiao frowned, knowing Su's true intention was for herself, not for her. Isn't it because you desire to be the crown princess? At this moment, the Hemorrhoid King system appeared with a notification. New mission activated. Host must help the crown princess safely navigate dangers at the grand sacrifice ceremony. Xiao Jingjiao confidently shrugged. Helping the crown princess stay safe is too easy. I just need to not agree to to Susu's mischief. The Hemorrhoid King system immediately rebutted. You think it's that easy, girl? Xiao Jingzhao turned to Susu and said, I've lost all feelings for Yu Jingshu. Susu, don't you know? Such actions would only make me feel dirty. Susu was surprised. She hadn't anticipated this. What tired of Yu Jingshu already? Seeing her panicked expression, Xiao Jingzhao continued, I don't know if you're joking or serious, but I just want to say, Father values the grand sacrifice ceremony greatly. If he discovers anyone causing trouble, I won't be able to bear the consequences either. Xiao Jingzhao sincerely advised Susu. She used her hand to squeeze Susu's suspicious face, pulling it close. Do you understand? Susu had to answer, yes, I understand. In her heart, Susu seemed to have realized something. She's different from before. Xiao Jingzhao waved her hand, telling Susu to leave. You may go now. Susu respectfully complied. After Susu left, Xiao Jingzhao immediately dropped her solemn demeanor and burst into celebration for successfully completing the mission. I scared Susu by bringing up the emperor. The system immediately questioned Xiao Jingzhao. Not so fast. Has the system reported mission completion yet? Xiao Jingzhao, disappointed. Not yet, really. She fell into thought. Could someone besides Susu be involved? The scene changes to Ye Qingcheng's room. She combs her hair while displaying dissatisfaction, thinking, I'm clearly the female lead, yet everyone favors others. That little villain even said that supporting actress is prettier than me. Suddenly, a ding sound rings out on the screen, issuing a mission. Plot activated. Make the crown princess lose her purity during the grand sacrifice ceremony. Qingcheng looks at the mission, angrily questioning the original plot. Is Susu dead or something? Why isn't she doing it? She puts down her comb, complaining, I have to change my approach now. Ye Qingcheng immediately changes her expression, becoming cheerful. She smiles cunningly. But anyway, throwing dirty water on others is my specialty. The scene changes to the grand sacrifice ceremony. Susu is now standing with two other women. Susu proudly boasts, Today I went to Huayu for a haircut. Do you think it's beautiful? The two women beside her quickly smile, pretending to flatter, not just your hair, but your whole person is beautiful. Suddenly, a sedan chair appears. A servant announces, Princess Jingzhao has arrived, drawing the attention of all three of them. Xiao Jingzhao is helped down from the sedan chair. Today she's not wearing her usual attire. Her outfit looks very splendid with a bright orange color. The skirt is embroidered with very intricate patterns. Indeed, today Jingzhao looks much more radiant than usual. Susu and the other two women, seeing Jingzhao, quickly speak up to flatter the princess. You look so beautiful, princess. Your complexion shows the royal family's gentle beauty. We combined aren't half as beautiful as you. The system nearby is allergic to these people's flattery. It sneezes continuously and covers its nose, whispering to Jingzhao. These old ladies smell too strong. I'm leaving first, old princess. Jingzhao actually has to agree with the system this time. The smell is indeed too strong. Are these people using scented laundry powder as skincare lotion? The woman in blue continues to be clever, flattering with her words. Later, when the imperial general sees you like this, princess, he will surely fall in love with you. It's really jumping to conclusions. They still think Jingzhao has feelings for that foolish imperial guard. Susu sees the person beside her being stupid and frowns, reminding her, Are you stupid? The princess no longer likes the imperial general. That woman is surprised. Could it be that now the princess has switched to liking the imperial advisor? I thought the princess was trying to make the imperial general jealous. This woman is truly beyond help. How dare she say such things right in front of Her Highness the Princess? She doesn't even realize her own stupidity. She quickly covers her mouth with her hand. Her face turns pale. She's done for. She accidentally revealed the princess's thoughts. She panics, immediately kneels down. Trembling, she begs the princess for mercy. I'll slap my own face to atone for my sin, princess. Then she uses her hand to repeatedly slap her own face. Jingzhao watches this scene. With a bewildered face, she silently marvels. The ability of ancient people to make a scene is admirable. But please stop hitting yourself. Jingzhao finally speaks up, as if she had been waiting for this moment. That woman immediately stops. Jingzhao doesn't inquire further, calmly saying, Today is the grand sacrificial ceremony. Avoid unpleasantness. Stand up quickly. That woman follows Her Highness the Princess's order. She immediately stands up. Another voice sounds from afar. His Highness, the Crown Prince arrives. Susu hears about the Crown Prince and becomes happy. Blushing, she thinks, the Crown Prince is here. I'm dressed so beautifully today. His Highness will surely like me. Susu gazes lovingly at the Crown Prince as he steps down from his palanquin. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's gaze turns towards Susu's direction. Seeing the Crown Prince looking her way, she can't stop fantasizing about him. He looked at me. What should I say to him? Susu feels shy. Her heart beats wildly. Thump, thump, thump. She imagines a scenario where she and the crown prince face each other. If His Highness is too shy to speak, what should I say? The crown prince finally approaches Susu's location, but the person he's been looking at isn't her. It's actually Jiang Wanwan. His Highness the Crown Prince gently takes Jiang Wanwan's hand. Have you been waiting long? Susu sees the crown prince not paying attention to her and becomes extremely upset. Her face darkens with displeasure. Why did the crown prince choose this woman? I knew His Highness the prince first. Why won't he even look at me once? Ye Xiaomi stands behind, observing everything that's happened. She smirks happily and thinks to herself, I thought Su wouldn't dare to act recklessly. It seems I was wrong. Once a person has ambition, what's to stop them from being manipulated? Jingjiao then enters the court. Her eyes notice a man with light-colored hair. She inwardly speculates about his gentle and romantic appearance. This is Fourth Prince Xiao Quanao. Haven't I met him before at the Imperial Library? Fourth Prince Xiao Quanao is leisurely enjoying tea. When he sees Jingjiao, he quickly greets her. Aya, aya. Zhao Zhao won't even look at Fourth Brother once. Fourth Brother is truly heartbroken. His acting skills are quite refined. Jingjiao silently evaluates in her heart. Then she quickly smiles. Ao Chao, how could that be? As soon as Jingjiao saw you, she remembered 3 days ago there were several young ladies at the Imperial Library. They kept calling Fourth Brother's name. Should I tell Fifth Brother about this? Xiao Quanao, caught off guard by Jingjiao like this, becomes angry but can do nothing about it. You. Jingjiao notices someone new appearing. She excitedly speaks up. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. It turns out the person who just appeared is the Fifth Prince, Xiao Zongyong. In stark contrast to the refined appearance of the Fourth Prince, a true gentleman, the Fifth Prince looks tough in his armor. Xiao Jingjiao raises her hand to call her royal brother. Fifth Brother, come here. Xiao Quanao knows he's just been teased by Jingjiao. His cheeks flush red with discomfort as he thinks, this hateful girl dares to mention my affairs to him. How can I save face now? Jingjiao sees the Fourth Prince's reaction to her teasing and how he looks now. She laughs with delight. She looks at the two of them, feeling very happy inside. Her Fujoshi thoughts suddenly resurface. These two are truly a perfect match. One is cold as ice, the other is romantic and amorous. I ship this pair. The system quickly displays a warning. Romance novels say it's forbidden to force love on others. You're going too far. Jingjiao loses interest and immediately silences the system. Shut up. The Emperor and Empress finally appear. The two of them are accompanied by a group of servants. A servant shouts loudly, announcing their arrival. His Majesty the Emperor arrives. Her Majesty the Empress arrives. Hearing this, everyone quickly kneels down to pay respects. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Empress. Long live. The Emperor speaks. You may all rise. The Empress sits above. She looks at Jingjiao with an unfriendly gaze. That damn girl dares to touch my person. See how I'll deal with you today. At this moment, Jingjiao suddenly looks up. Her eyes meet the Empress's. She feels uneasy and forces a gentle smile. Jingjiao looks at her face with contempt in her heart. Hypocritical old woman. She turns to look at the Crown Prince and Jiang Wanwan chatting happily together. Today, protecting the Crown Princess is the mission. That old woman can be put aside for now. A servant announces in a loud voice, the grand sacrifice ceremony begins. Music and dance commence. Other servants quickly obey. They take their positions to play instruments. At this time, Di Linyuan suddenly appears in the courtyard, dressed in all black, looking handsome. Jingjiao stares at him, mesmerized, unable to look away. Damn it, Di Linyuan is going to perform a dance. I can't lose all my composure like this. Jingjiao immediately covers her eyes, not looking. Don't look. If I look, I'll need someone to bring me a bag of blood urgently. Indeed, like master, like servant. The Hemorrhoid King system is also captivated by Di Linyuan, losing all composure. Oh my damn it, this damn big boss is so handsome, guys. Wow, behind that belt are six-pack abs. Quickly take me to Thailand for gender reassignment surgery, old lady. Jingjiao immediately pushes the system's head down. Don't talk nonsense. They're performing a dance, and you're talking about looking at inappropriate things. Coincidentally, when she looks up, it's just as Di Linyuan is turning towards right in front of her. Jingjiao blushes. Her heart beats rapidly. Thump, thump, thump. She gazes at Di Linyuan mesmerized. Di Linyuan continues his dance. He performs the Seven Blessings dance. He turns towards Xiao Jingjiao. With a deep gaze, Jingjiao's eyes widen. She can't control her heartbeat. What to do? I clearly like gentle and affectionate men like young Master Bai. The system, reading her thoughts, teases Jingjiao about her inner feelings. You like whoever you find handsome. She angrily retorts, I'm not that fickle. At this moment, a hand suddenly reaches out to touch her cheek. cheek. Obedient girl, close your eyes. It turns out Di Lin Yuan is standing in front of her. His finger rests on her forehead, blessing her. The system beside her scoffs, not liking him anymore. It's written all over your face, Ye Xiaomi. Opposite them, seeing their intimate interaction, she's extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Jingzhao dares to steal my man. Which man of yours, Ye Xiaomi? She frowns. Can't delay any longer. Must quickly complete the mission, make Di Lin Yuan fall in love with her. She quickly and quietly retreats elsewhere. Ye Xiaomi moves to the imperial garden, furtively, looking around. Strange, she just saw Shen Su Su here. Why did she disappear? From behind Ye Xiaomi, a woman's voice rang out, "Oh my, is this Miss Ye?" It turns out to be Shen Su Su's voice. She crosses her arms. With a malicious expression, she looks at Ye Xiaomi mockingly. "Miss Ye, looking around 360 degrees, searching for your confined imperial husband." The two palace maids beside her laugh along, flirting with men in broad daylight. Country women truly have no manners. Ye Xiaomi angrily retorts, "You," then suddenly remembers her purpose. She quickly regains her composure. "No, I'm looking for Shen Su Su to ask for her help, not to cause trouble." Ye Xiaomi acts as if nothing happened. With a smiling face, she runs up to Shen Su Su. "Sister, what are you saying?" Qing Cheng came to find Sister Shen. Shen Su Su then asks curiously, "Looking for me." Ye Xiaomi explains, "Qing Cheng heard that sister has admired the crown prince for a long time, so I came today to help you." Shen Su Su asks, "How can you help me?" Ye Xiaomi was just waiting for this. She leans into Shen Su Su's ear and whispers, revealing her own scheme. Make the crown princess disgraced and strip her of the title of crown princess. Today, the crown princess was flirting with some man in the front hall. If it's unclear, won't sister benefit from this? Hearing this, Shen Su Su recalls a few days ago, when she was talking with Xiao Jingjiao. She was affectionately held by the chin by Princess Jingjiao and threatened that today, if the crown princess flirts with some man in the front hall and it's unclear, then if anything happens, then this palace won't be able to bear the guilt for you. Ye Xiaomi is suddenly given a slap by Shen Su Su. She shouts loudly, "Ah, don't think I don't know what's in your mind. You're using the trick of borrowing my hand to kill someone, hoping to become the crown princess, right? By then, no matter who discovers it, you'll be innocent and become the crown princess." Fortunately, Shen Su Su isn't to the point of being called a foolish love emperor. Ye Xiaomi, slapped so painfully, can't help but continuously shed tears. She hurriedly explains, "No, Qing Cheng just wanted to help you." Shen Su Su points directly at the woman in front of her. "I don't care what you do, but if I find out you're framing me." After saying this, she turns and leaves with the two women from earlier. Ye Xiaomi is furious. She's just been slapped and her goal wasn't accomplished. In her heart, she keeps cursing Shen Su Su, "Stupid woman." Looks like there's only one way left. Back to today's grand sacrifice ceremony. The emperor, relaxed, enjoys the dance performance of Di Lin Yuan. He praises, "Today's sacrifice ceremony is rewarded with wine. A toast to all my beloved officials." Everyone raises their cups in unison. Jingjiao takes a sip of wine. She exclaims, "Wow, it's indeed good wine." Then she drinks the whole cup in one go. Di Lin Yuan, sitting beside her, observes, "He's deeply worried. This wine is very strong and she's drinking so much. I'm afraid her alcohol tolerance can't handle it." Xiao Jingjiao, having tasted the good wine, happily can't resist wanting to pour another cup. Jingjiao's hand, about to pour the wine, is quickly caught by Di Lin Yuan. He lifts the round wine pot from Jingjiao's hand. Instead, he gives her a teapot. Di Lin Yuan speaks as if talking to a child. "Children shouldn't drink wine. Have some tea instead." Jingjiao pouts. "You're the child. I'm already 18 years old, you know?" The empress now speaks up. Dao Dao is also of marriageable age and should be wed. Jingjiao turns to look at her in surprise. She continues, "I've selected a few young gentlemen. After the festival ends, I'll introduce Dao Dao to them. Perhaps we'll find a suitable prince consort." Xiao Jingjiao now looks visibly uncomfortable. What prince consort? More like ruining me. The foolish original owner let you decide everything, but I never will. Jingjiao stands up, thanks the Empress Dowager respectfully, and says, "Jingjiao has one condition for the prince consort. He must be able to defeat me. Today is the grand sacrifice ceremony. Empress, call them up here to compete with this princess." The Empress looks troubled. She had been extremely worried just now. If she calls them up, all of Dongling country will know. I chose prince consorts for the princess. They're all good for nothings. Yesterday I put dream-scattering poison in her tea and incense burner. Today, if she uses martial arts, what will happen? But no one knows it was arranged by me. At this point, she can only laugh and agree. All right, as you wish. Two men opposite Jingjiao look at each other and discuss. Just need to defeat Xiao Jingjiao to become the prince consort. If only the Empress Dowager had chosen me. Qin Shi Han turns and asks Di Lin Yuan sitting next to him, If the princess wants to marry through martial arts, why don't you give it a try? Seeing Di Linyuan not responding, he suspiciously says, could it be you've already schemed to get her body, so you don't want to go up anymore? Di Linyuan arrogantly replies, as if I need to do such things. The system comes to his side, holding a green hat, threatening, if you don't go up, I'll put a 20 mimet square green hat on you. Hey, you fool. Di Linyuan suddenly glances at the system, causing the gleefully laughing hemorrhoid king to fall silent and panic. Damn, can he see me? Did he see me teasing him? Panicking so much it drops the hat. Di Linyuan's gaze falls on where the hemorrhoid king baby is. He reaches out his hand, seemingly about to touch the system. Qin Shi Han beside him suddenly asks, what's wrong? Causing Di Linyuan to lower his hand. He replies, nothing. The system sighs in relief. I thought he had seen me. Scared me to death. Following Xiao Jingzhao's wishes, the prince consort candidates are summoned for the challenge. The first match is Li Yu. This Li Yu is definitely the ugliest of the bunch. His face is full of freckles, thick eyebrows, and a huge mole on his lip. He speaks up. This humble servant greets the princess. Li Yu casts his lecherous gaze towards Jingzhao. Blushing, he smirks. Disgusting, depraved thoughts arise in his mind. If I could have this beauty moaning beneath me, that would be quite enjoyable. Jingzhao senses his lewd gaze and feels utterly repulsed. This guy looks so creepy. If I act, I'm afraid I might cripple him. Coincidentally, at that moment, her servant Xiao Shenzi brings up some refreshments. Princess, please have some snacks. Jingzhao suddenly remembers. This Xiao Shenzi who follows me is also a skilled fighter. He could be quite useful. Jingzhao beckons him over. Xiao Shenzi, come here. Hearing his mistress call, he immediately changes direction. The princess's look definitely means something's up. He quickly approaches the princess. As soon as he steps forward, Jingzhao points at Li Yu and orders, beat him for me. Xiao Shenzi is confused. Not understanding why the princess suddenly called him to do this, he stammers in surprise. The other candidates sitting opposite voice their objections. Princess, what's the meaning of this? Having a eunuch fight on your behalf. This eunuch looks so frail, he probably can't even hold a sword. The empress feels personally insulted. She stands up in a fit of rage. Are you mocking this empress? In her heart, she curses. Little harlot, daring to have a eunuch compete. She doesn't respect this empress at all. But Zhao feigns a wronged expression, as if being bullied. Empress, don't you feel sorry for this princess? She was speechless, unable to say anything. Furious, her face darkened. A few days without seeing her, and her little tricks have multiplied. She confidently speculated, Li Yu's martial arts are very strong. How could this eunuch possibly match him? She finally managed to speak up. Do as you wish. Jingzhao smiled brightly. Thank you, Empress. Xiao Shenzi beside her timidly spoke up. But Princess, I don't know martial arts. Jingzhao looked up and questioned him back. Oh, really? You use your bare hands in the backyard every day to chop wood? She continued with a dark face, threatening. One hand on his shoulder, she gave a frightening smile. I've entrusted you with my lifelong duty as a daughter. If you don't fight properly, I'll have you chopping wood every day until you die. Xiao Shenzi turned pale with fear. At this point, he could only helplessly obey. Yes, your servant obeys. He removed the eunuch's hat from his head, revealing a bright face. It must be said that one could see Jingzhao's little eunuch was 10 times more handsome than the prince consort that the empress claimed was carefully selected. Li Yu showed contempt for his opponent. He pointed his sword towards Xiao Shenzi. Little eunuch, out of respect for your long service to the princess, I won't kill you. Xiao Shenzi. Didn't say much, young Master Li? Please make your move. Li Yu spoke decisively and thrust his sword towards Xiao Shenzi's chest. Xiao Shenzi gently turned his body. He easily avoided Li Yu's attack. The two of them pointed their swords at each other. Qin Shi Han sat observing the duel. He casually turned to ask Di Linyuan, who do you think will win? Di Linyuan didn't answer. He continued to watch the duel intently. Qin Shi Han wasn't surprised by Di Linyuan's demeanor. He continued talking to himself. I know you're on the little eunuch's side, but he's on the defensive. If he doesn't attack, he'll lose. Di Linyuan finally turned to look at Qin Shi Han. He said firmly, it's not time to strike yet. Qin Shi Han wondered, not time yet. But Li Yu has been attacking all this time. Xiao Shenzi is just being cautious, blocking each of Li Yu's sword strikes. Li Yu had been attacking continuously and finally showed signs of fatigue. He was panting. Xiao Shenzi quickly seized the opportunity of his lapse. Right now, Xiao Shenzi launched a direct attack, causing Li Yu to fall down in the courtyard. Xiao Shenzi's sword was now placed right on Li Yu's shoulder. He fearfully looked at the sword tip. Xiao Shunzi, now triumphant, smiled, but still remembered his manners and said, "Young Master Li has yielded to me." The others, who had earlier looked down on Xiao Shunzi's martial arts, now changed their tune. They noisily praised him. "This eunuch's swordsmanship is even better than that of the Special Forces soldiers. Who would have thought a little eunuch had such martial arts skills?" Jingzhao smiled with satisfaction. "How could my people be useless?" Jingzhao turned to look at Jiang Wanwan, who was being told something by a palace maid. But beside Jiang Wanwan, the crown prince was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Wanwan asked the palace maid, "The crown prince is waiting for me in the imperial garden." The palace maid replied, "Yes, crown princess. The crown prince said he has a surprise for you." Jingzhao watched Jiang Wanwan leave with the palace maid and panicked. "Oh no, I forgot the main task." Then she turned to say to Shi Wang, "Hey, useless thing, system, get to work." The system cheerfully obeyed. "Okay, Ji Wang." The system flew out behind her. Jingzhao directly struck her back with her palm. It caused her to unexpectedly lose health points, spitting out a lot of blood. The eunuch, seeing Jingzhao like this, shouted loudly, "The princess is coughing up blood." The emperor, hearing this, worried for his daughter, stood up abruptly. He shouted angrily, "How dare someone harm my daughter in front of me? Guards, stop the ceremony and investigate." Jingzhao now had her eyes half closed. Before her eyes, she only saw two panicked palace maids. "Princess, are you all right?" Princess Jingzhao thought to herself, with the lockdown and investigation, the crown princess will surely be safe. She coughed a couple more times and then directly fainted. In the evening, at Princess Jingzhao's residence, she lay on the bed. Slowly waking up, she raised one hand to rub her head. For a moment, not realizing where she was, she asked out loud, "Where is this?" Jingzhao glared at the system. "Damn, I coughed up blood like I was dying. You were getting revenge on me, weren't you, you little—" The system laughed nervously, explaining, "Not at all. I was helping you complete the mission." But Jingzhao only then noticed that there was someone else in the room. "You're awake. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" It was Dilin Yuan's voice. Dilin Yuan held a cup of tea, his eyes full of concern as he looked at her. Jingzhao looked at him, puzzled. Why was he here? The little system flew behind Dilin Yuan and explained, "Because the boss carried you back here." Jingzhao replied to Dilin Yuan, "My head hurts a bit." Xiao Shun brought a bowl of medicine at this moment. "Princess, here's your medicine." Jingzhao looked at the bright green medicine, which looked like poison. Without tasting, she knew how bitter it would be. She covered her nose. She ordered Xiao Shun, "Ah, you put it on the table for now. I'll drink it later." Dilin Yuan took the medicine. He said gently, "Cold medicine won't be effective." Then he scooped up a spoonful of medicine. He gently blew on it to cool it down. Jingzhao blushed at his action. "Is he going to force me to take the medicine?" Dilin Yuan's face was gentle. He brought the spoon of medicine to Jingzhao's mouth. His voice was like coaxing a child as he said, "Come on, open your mouth." Dilin Yuan's usually cold face now in front of Jingzhao showed an expression of infinite indulgence. He scooped up a spoonful of medicine, bringing it to Zhao Jing's face. With a kind smile, he said, "Come on, open your mouth." The maids nearby witnessed the whole scene. They giggled and gossiped among themselves. "The Grand Tutor is actually feeding medicine to the princess. It's so sweet." It seems the eunuchs were telling the truth. The princess and the Grand Tutor are about to get married. The maid's words quickly reached the ears of Zhao Jing, who was being fed medicine. Helplessly, she thought, "Ah, such nonsense." She turned and waved her hand at the eunuchs and maids standing there. "You may withdraw. When I'm done, I'll summon you." The maids complied and retreated. Before leaving, they continued to discuss. "The princess wants privacy, doesn't she?" Another maid chimed in. Yes, that's right." Zhao Jing screamed internally, I don't. Stop guessing." She turned and drank the spoonful of medicine. "It's so bitter," Zhao Jing complained. The system appeared again and commented, "You look so miserable." Zhao Jing stuck out her tongue. "I'm about to lose my sense of taste. It's really bitter. Later, I'll make you drink the entire bowl to taste it yourself." Dilin Yuan knew Zhao Jing was uncomfortable due to the bitter taste, but he still brought up another spoonful, coaxing her. "Bitter medicine cures sickness faster. Drink up." Zhao Jing frowned and pushed the spoon away. "If you haven't tried it, how would you know? If you're so capable, you drink it." Hearing this, Dilin Yuan calmly asked her, "Should I drink it?" Then, to Zhao Jing's surprise, Dilin Yuan very naturally took a spoonful. He blew on it and drank. After drinking, he looked at Zhao Jing and smiled. "Is that enough?" Zhao Jing was quite surprised because Dilin Yuan didn't seem to find it bitter when drinking. When she drank it, she felt like throwing up. "You don't find it bitter." Dilin Yuan calmly closed his eyes and smiled, answering her, I have no sense of taste. It was the first time Zhao Jing heard that Di Lin Yuan had lost his sense of taste. Liar, in the original story, I didn't write that Di Lin Yuan lost his sense of taste. How come he's saying he doesn't have it now? Before she could question further, suddenly one of Di Lin Yuan's fingers touched her lips. Zhao Jing flinched. Di Lin Yuan spoke affectionately. If Zhao Zhao won't drink, I'll have to feed you myself. Hearing this, Zhao Jing quickly took the medicine bowl from Di Lin Yuan's hand and drank it hurriedly. I'll drink it. I'll drink it. Seeing Zhao Jing had finished drinking, Di Lin Yuan took out a candied date and gave it to her. Good girl, here's your reward. Zhao Jing angrily took the candy date reward. You're treating me like a child. Di Lin Yuan smiled, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Only a child would use self-harm to find the culprit. Zhao Jing was immediately stunned. She never thought Lin Yuan would know about this. She stood up and put down the medicine bowl. With a forced smile, she explained, Royal Uncle is joking again. I've always treated my body like gold and jade. How could I harm myself? Di Lin Yuan took her wrist. If it's regular poison, the pulse would still beat, but the qi would be weak. But if the body is injured, the pulse would be rapid, indicating pain. Which type of pulse does the princess have? Zhao Jing quickly withdrew her hand. My pulse? You mean? She put on a commercial smile. Royal Uncle's medical skills are indeed superb, but it's still my business. Royal Uncle, please don't interfere. Di Lin Yuan stepped closer to her. Others' business I don't care about. Only your business I interfere with. Di Lin Yuan pressed close to Zhao Jing. That's showing favor to you, understand? Zhao Jing was surprised, feeling a bit pressured. Showing favor to me. Di Lin Yuan moved even closer, looking at her affectionately. My intentions doesn't Zhao Zhao understand. Zhao Jing's face quickly turned red. She didn't know why her heart was racing. She turned away, stammering, Zhao Jing fell into a state of nervousness. Why is my heart beating so wildly? He likes Di Qing Cheng, not a supporting character like me. Zhao Jing turned to look at Di Lin Yuan with pleading eyes. Royal Uncle, do you remember what I said? That I'm a fairy who descended to the mortal world. Di Lin Yuan nodded. Zhao Jing sincerely raised her index finger, explaining clearly, wanting Di Lin Yuan to understand her situation a bit. I'm not the woman you like. The one you like is someone completely different. You like me because heaven has made you go through a tribulation, forcing you to like me. After hearing this, Di Lin Yuan's expression became unpleasant. Zhao Zhao says I don't like her from the bottom of my heart. Zhao Jing quickly waved her hands to explain. I don't mean you're still influenced by something else. I shouldn't have appeared here in the first place. You shouldn't have liked me. Di Lin Yuan became even more agitated. He questioned her about what should and shouldn't be. What if I say liking you is what should be? Zhao Jing felt a bit awkward. Di Lin Yuan then asked, what's your real name? Zhao Jing was startled, blushing as she answered, Sumumu. Di Lin Yuan's sharp eyes widened. Sumumu, that's your name. Zhao Jing looked at him puzzled, asking, Sumumu, is there a problem with this name? Di Lin Yuan moved closer, one hand on her hair, the other on Zhao Jing's shoulder. The atmosphere became very ambiguous. No, it's a beautiful name, Sumumu. Just as Zhao Jing thought something might happen between her and Di Lin Yuan let go of her and said with a smile, let's go. Zhao Jing was relieved. Her face exploded with embarrassment as she unconsciously asked, go where? Di Lin Yuan turned around. Dream scattering and poison heart powders are very potent. You've taken the antidote, but the poison hasn't been completely eliminated. There's a hot spring in my mansion. Soak for 2 hours every day, and it will completely remove the toxins. The Hemorrhoid King system popped up again, expressing admiration. Wow, spirit spring. That's the spirit spring I want to soak in for life. Xiao Jingjiao still doesn't know what the spirit spring in their words is actually like. Spirit spring. Xiao Jingjiao suddenly remembered the scene of her and Di Lin Yuan kissing and felt embarrassed again. Damn, I'm remembering that bloody thing again. Xiao Jingjiao was startled when Di Lin Yuan touched her flushed face with his hand. Why are you blushing again? Xiao Jingjiao immediately raised her hand to push him away, protesting. No, I'm not. Di Lin Yuan finally let it go. Turning around to leave, he said, then I'll wait for you outside. Xiao Jingjiao, relieved to escape, replied, Even after Di Lin Yuan left, she still stood there dazed. The system appeared and hit Xiao Jingjiao on the head. Woman, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and get dressed to chase after that spirit spring. Eliminate toxins, nourish your beauty, beautify your body. Xiao Jing, with a swollen head from being hit, complained, but I'm a dignified princess. Sneaking into the imperial advisor's mansion to soak at night, isn't that a bit inappropriate? The system put on a matter-of-fact face and replied, you've already hugged, kissed, and been carried. The only thing left is to cook the rice. What's there to be shy about? Although Xiao Jingjiao wanted to argue, she couldn't say anything against the system's correct analysis. At the imperial advisor's mansion, Xiao Jingjiao and Di Lin Yuan had already arrived. In front of them was a group of palace maids waiting to serve. This servant greets the princess. Your Highness, Imperial Advisor. The palace maids finished their greetings. Then they took turns introducing themselves. Princess, I have tea here. Princess, I have medicinal herbs here. Would you like some fruit? Xiao Jingzhao looked at them in surprise. Di Lin Yuan, knowing what she wanted to ask, explained, I knew you'd come for detoxification, so I had to request permission. These are the people His Majesty sent to serve you. Xiao Jingzhao smiled awkwardly, showing she understood. Oh, I see. And here I thought. Di Lin Yuan looked at her with a playful expression. What did the princess think? Xiao Jingzhao, flustered, mumbled, Ah! Ah! Then she turned away, shouting, Nothing. She went straight to the bathing area. Too much. This princess is going to soak in hot water. The Imperial Advisor may leave. Di Lin Yuan looked at her, very amused, and smiled. The princess is really cute. Xiao Jingzhao crossed her arms angrily and scolded. How annoying. On the other side, Di Lin Yuan called someone. Xuan Shuang, come serve the princess. Xuan Shuang, in his words, appeared as a woman with platinum hair. She respectfully complied. Then Xuan Shuang, following Di Lin Yuan's words, went to Xiao Jingzhao. Princess, Xuan Shuang will help you change your clothes. Xiao Jingzhao looked at the woman in front of her, moving to one side. Already knowing about her, she said, Please leave. You're the undercover female general in the mansion who also likes Di Lin Yuan. Do I look tired of living to let you serve me? Think about it. She firmly refused Xuan Shuang. There's no need to trouble Xuan Shuang, General. I can change by myself. After changing her clothes, Xiao Jingzhao contentedly sat in the clear water. Her complexion was excellent. The entire system also came down to soak. Ah, refreshing. A notification appeared on the screen. Completed the mission at the grand ceremony. Helped the crown princess turn danger into safety. Xiao Jingzhao's eyes widened. System, wait, so there's another system besides you. The system, while soaking, closed one eye and explained, That's right. If I disrupt the world to help you too much, then there will be another system to help maintain the original plot. Xiao Jingzhao heard this for the first time. There was such a miracle. She couldn't help but wonder, maintain the original plot. So if it succeeds in maintaining it, will I die at Di Lin Yuan's hands? The system, as per principle, cheerfully replied, yes. Xiao Jingzhao felt very helpless again. It's too difficult. Prime Minister's mansion, Ye Qingcheng's room. A notification appeared with beeping sounds. Mission failed. Prepare to receive lightning punishment. As soon as the notification ended, a scream of pain came from Ye Qingcheng's room. The teacup fell and shattered. Staggering, a palace maid quickly ran over. Seeing Ye Qingcheng writhing in pain, she asked, Miss, are you all right? The palace maid approached and took Ye Qingcheng's hand. Miss, bear with it a moment. I'll apply medicine for you. Ye Qingcheng, due to the system's punishment, was already furious inside. If it weren't for those two, Shen Susu and Xiao Jingzhao, how could I have failed? You two wretches, just wait. Ye Qingcheng clutched the palace maid's hand. Her evil face made the maid scream in pain. Ouch. Miss, you're hurting me. Ye Qingcheng released the palace maid's hand, angrily ordering, Why are you still standing there? Don't you see the shards on the floor? Hurry and pick them up. The palace maid obeyed, kneeling down to pick up each broken piece. Ye Qingcheng looked at the maid's face. She was displeased. It's fine if Xiao Jingzhao is prettier than me, but how dare a mere servant be more beautiful? Thinking this, Ye Qingcheng forcefully stepped on the hand of the little palace maid, still picking up shards. The sharp pieces pierced her hand, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The little palace maid cried in pain, begging, Miss, Miss. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Beep, beep, evil heart detected. Physical punishment once again. Before Ye Qingcheng could understand, a powerful bolt of lightning struck her body. Ye Qingcheng was overwhelmed with pain. She twisted in a terrifying manner. On Xiao Jingzhao's side, she suddenly sneezed. The system immediately covered its face and scolded. Stinky woman, sneezing into the system's tub. So many germs. Xiao Jingzhao shivered. The weather is too cold. A palace maid asked, Princess, aren't you soaking anymore? It hasn't been an hour yet. Xiao Jingzhao replied, I'm sleepy. Returning to the palace, as she was walking, she stepped on a slippery puddle, slipped and fell. Xiao Jingzhao lost her balance and slipped, falling to the ground. The two maids beside her panicked. Princess, Your Highness. Jingzhao frowned and cried out, It hurts so much. She furrowed her brows and called out to the system. The hemorrhoid king baby system remained indifferent, turning its face away, pretending to know nothing. I don't know. I didn't do anything. Okay. Xuan Shuang quickly stepped forward to help Jingzhao up. Princess, let me help you. Xiao Jingzhao nodded. Just as she was about to lift herself up, ah! Jingzhao cried out. Her ankle, due to the fall, had swollen into a large lump. Jingzhao was in so much pain that tears welled up. Pretending to be weak, she blinked her sparkling eyes at Xuan Shuang, acting coy. It hurts so much, I really can't stand up. Xuan Shuang gently comforted her. Princess, please bear with it a little longer. I've already sent for the royal physician. Jingzhao panicked, asking various questions. Is it swollen? Will I be able to walk again in the future? Xuan Shuang looked kindly at Her Highness the princess, who was acting spoiled with her. She gently reassured the princess, "You've just sprained it, not become disabled." Dailin Yuan appeared. The palace maids nearby immediately bowed to greet the grand preceptor. He walked to where Jingzhao was sitting and asked with concern, "What happened to your foot?" Jingzhao replied pitifully, "I just slipped on the wet floor." Dailin Yuan said nothing. He silently lifted Jingzhao's swollen foot and placed it on his lap. Jingzhao blushed as her foot was held like that. "Ah, royal uncle." Dailin Yuan reminded her, "Don't move, it will hurt." Jingzhao noticed the palace maids looking at the two of them and smiling. She couldn't help feeling embarrassed. "This is an ancient feudal world, and you're looking at us like that. It's not appropriate at all." Dailin Yuan applied pressure to Jingzhao's ankle. A sharp pain immediately appeared, causing Jingzhao to frown in pain. "Don't touch it anymore." Dailin Yuan looked straight at her face and said seriously, "The bone is dislocated. It needs to be reset." The two palace maids bowed their heads together, whispering, "Wow, did you see that?" Xuan Shuang behind. Dailin Yuan lowered his head and said, "My lord, I know medicine. Perhaps I should do it." Dailin Yuan refused. "You get some ice. A sprain needs to be iced." Xuan Shuang was sad that her good intentions were rejected by her master, but she quickly replied, "Yes, I understand." Dailin Yuan now knew Xiao Jingzhao's real name. It was Su Mu Mu. He held her foot gently and said, "Mu Mu, bear with it for a moment." Xiao Jingzhao was surprised. "You called me." Before she could finish, Jingzhao cried out loudly. Ah! Dailin Yuan took advantage of Jingzhao's distraction. He quickly reset the joint in her foot. Her ankle made a cracking sound. Jingzhao was adjusted by Dailin Yuan, and the pain was so intense she felt her soul leaving her body. She kept crying in her heart, "Boo-hoo, it hurts so bad." Just in time, Xuan Shuang brought the ice. "My lord, here's the ice pack." Dailin Yuan once again lifted Jingzhao's foot. Xiao Jingzhao thought he was going to reset her foot again. She panicked and shouted, "What are you going to do now?" Dailin Yuan gently placed the ice pack on Xiao Jingzhao's foot. "Ice it for half an hour, then wait for the royal physician to prescribe an ointment for you." With the cold ice on her foot, Jingzhao blushed, not daring to make a sound. Dailin Yuan saw her pained expression and gently comforted her. "Be good, cry if you want to. Don't make such seductive sounds." Jingzhao looked up at the person beside her. Even now, he still had the mind to tease her. It was so frustrating. Jingzhao was angry. She opened her mouth and bit Dailin Yuan's shoulder several times out of frustration. "You're the seductive one. Your whole family is seductive." Dailin Yuan was bitten by Xiao Jingzhao several times like that, but he didn't complain at all. Jingzhao stopped and wondered, "Huh? Doesn't it hurt, old man?" Dailin Yuan even said to her, "If you're in pain, bite more." Jingzhao had her own pride too. She wouldn't just do whatever someone told her to do. She turned her face away, crossed her arms, and said arrogantly, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Dailin Yuan put his arm under Xiao Jingzhao's legs, preparing to carry her. "Sitting on the ground can be cold. I'll help you get out of here." Dailin Yuan suddenly changed his mind. "The poison of Dao Dao is still there. Your joints are still stiff. It's not convenient to move around today. How about staying here for a few more days? Soaking here is very good for recovery." He hoped Jingzhao would soak here to recuperate. She quickly declined Dailin Yuan's kind offer. "No, Jingzhao is already bothering everyone here. I don't want to cause any more trouble." After saying this, she turned to look outside and ordered her own eunuch. "Xiao Shunzi, prepare to return to the palace." Dailin Yuan replied, "Seeing Xiao Shunzi was free, I sent him back to the palace already." Dailin Yuan recounted the morning's events. "You were poisoned during the grand ceremony. The emperor ordered the culprit to be caught." He described how the emperor was fuming with anger, waving his arms wildly, quickly mobilizing troops to capture at all costs the person who poisoned his Jingzhao. Dailin Yuan continued, "The palace is still under investigation. It's very inconvenient to enter and exit." Then he revealed his true thoughts. "I think the princess should stay at the royal advisor's mansion. It saves time too. No need to travel back and forth." Jingzhao was about to refuse when she suddenly stopped. She silently sighed. "Can I even refuse? Everything he says makes sense. How can I argue?" And so, Xiao Jingzhao agreed to D royal advisor's suggestion. "I'm troubling royal uncle then." Dailin Yuan gently replied, "This one doesn't mind the trouble." Then he took Xiao Jingzhao's hand. Jingzhao's face turned as red as a tomato. Embarrassed, she pulled her hand away. "Ah, I can walk by myself now." Dailin Yuan, seeing the princess behave so adorably, couldn't help but smile with his eyes crinkling. "Princess, please feel at ease." The system cheerfully appeared at this moment to announce, "The villain boss's affection level has increased to 85%. When the favorability reaches 100%, the host will receive a reward." Xiao Jingzhao blushed. I don't want to use mysterious items. Xiao Jingjiao suddenly remembered the past. Di Lin Yuan's sudden affection for her was due to the system's control. She rubbed her chin and asked the little system, "That's right, Di Lin Yuan's feelings for me are due to the initial effect you installed. Can you remove it now?" The Hemorrhoid King quickly replied, "What are you saying? When he took you to the Xingxige to investigate, it became irreversible." The Hemorrhoid King system wondered, "The villain boss is wholeheartedly devoted to you. Don't you like it?" Jingjiao gathered up her clothes to walk more easily. She walked while answering, "Please, Di Lin Yuan was created by me. What author would fall for the paper characters they create?" The system immediately retorted, "If that's the case, you're also a paper character." Xiao Jingjiao angrily replied, "Isn't it all because of you? If you hadn't brought me into this world, how could I have become a paper character?" A dress appeared in front of Jingjiao. The pattern looked very familiar. Xiao Jingjiao and the system only then realized that the floating object before them was actually the ghost of Yu Guifei. The two were terrified, their faces drained of blood. They screamed. Yu Guifei, however, didn't react to Xiao Jingjiao this time. She slowly floated away. Xiao Jingjiao immediately chased after her, asking urgently, "Wait, do you remember anything? Who harmed you?" The ghost of Yu Guifei slowly formed each word, Guo. Jingjiao, hearing this, repeated Yu Guifei's words in surprise. Guo Go Shi. That night at the Imperial Preceptor's residence, a person and a system hid behind a tree. It was Xiao Jingjiao and the Hemorrhoid King baby. The Hemorrhoid King baby used binoculars to observe for a while. Certain that no one was there, it reported, "There's no one here." Xiao Jingjiao also scanned the surroundings. She whispered, "There's no one here either." Jingjiao slowly pushed open a door to enter. The Hemorrhoid King whispered softly, "Do we have to enter the villain boss's room? Will anyone see us?" Jingjiao waved her hand, her face full of confidence. "No way. I've checked. He's out on business. He won't be back soon." After saying this, the two stealthily snuck into the room and gently closed the door. As soon as Jingjiao entered, she saw a painting hanging on Di Lin Yuan's wall. Unexpectedly, a person who was usually rumored to never interact with women and was as cold as him had hung a painting of palace ladies on the wall. Jingjiao was so surprised that she exclaimed, "Wow!" The Hemorrhoid King system was no exception. It even solemnly held up a magnifying glass. "The big villain boss is so perverted, hanging palace ladies' pictures in the middle of the house." Jingjiao closed her eyes tightly as she passed the painting. Who would hang such a scene in the middle of their house? The Hemorrhoid King chimed in. Throwing away the magnifying glass, it pretended to be extremely pure and said, "I'm too young to look at that." But it didn't know that earlier, someone had used a magnifying glass to examine the painting. Xiao. Jingjiao returned to the main task. She searched every corner of the room. Where did Yu Guifei say the clue in the study was? She searched the entire room, then suddenly noticed a vase. Jingjiao carefully felt all over the vase. After feeling around for a while, suddenly a door next to the shelf popped open. Oh, here it is. Di Lin Yuan was sitting enjoying tea with Qin Shi Han at that time. He seemed to sense something unusual. The teacup was raised to his lips but then stopped. Qin Shi Han asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Continue." Seeing Di Lin Yuan say this, Qin Shi Han didn't ask further. He excitedly said, "The day after tomorrow, young Master Murong is hosting a banquet. I heard he invited women from Shiluo to perform. Do you want to go watch?" Di Lin Yuan slowly stood up and replied, "Of course. How else would we know how the Taiyin Yu secret technique is being used?" He turned to leave. "Later, send someone to inform the Crown Prince. He'll know what to do." Qin Shi Han was surprised. "You want to give the credit to the Crown Prince." Di Lin Yuan used his eyes sharp as knives to glance at the person who just asked, "Or should I give it to you?" Qin Shi Han realized perhaps he shouldn't pry any further. He laughed it off. "All right then, I'll just watch the show." Back to Xiao Jingjiao. By now, she had successfully entered Di Lin Yuan's secret chamber. Inside, there was only a bookshelf and a set of table and chairs. On the table, there were many documents. Xiao Jingjiao looked around the secret room. Her mind was full of questions. Is this all there is in the secret room? Really? Well, that's good. Fewer items to search through. She couldn't waste any more time. Jingjiao quickly went to the desk. She rummaged through the documents Di Lin Yuan left on the table. She found an envelope among those documents. On it was written, "National Affairs, left by the Crown Prince of Beiling." Xiao Jingjiao looked at the writing on it. Her expression was full of surprise. How does he know Beiling? Is he planning a rebellion? Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Mumu, what are you doing here?" Jingjiao was startled. Di Lin Yuan had already returned. He looked at Jingjiao with a dark face. "Why are you here?" Jingjiao thought anxiously. I'm dead. Caught by the big villain boss. Di Linyuan slowly walked to Jingzhao's side. He asked coldly, "Tell me, what should I do with you?" Jingzhao trembled when questioned like this. "Royal uncle, if I say I just accidentally fell in here, would you believe me? What do you think?" Di Linyuan asked back. Jingzhao was now extremely panicked. Who knows? Are you going to kill me? Di Linyuan, hearing her ask this, fell silent for a moment. So she still didn't fully trust him. She was still afraid he might kill her at any time. He was quiet for a while before answering, "No." Seeing this, Jingzhao became even more panicked. Oh no, he's standing still for a moment. He really wants to kill me. Di Linyuan now looked gently at Jingzhao. He asked softly, "Tell me, why did you come to my secret chamber?" Jingzhao was flustered and couldn't think of an answer right away. What should I say? I came to find evidence that he killed Shu Guifei. But if I tell the truth, won't I die even faster? She was about to make up some excuse, but before she could finish her sentence, Jingzhao was silenced by Di Linyuan with a kiss. Xiao Jingzhao, surprised by the sudden kiss, blushed. Di Linyuan was indeed skilled. He roguishly threatened, "If you don't confess, I will kiss you forever right now." As he spoke, he moved closer and closer to Jingzhao. She was now blushing furiously. She hurriedly pushed Di Linyuan away a bit. "I'll tell you, just stand a bit further away from me." Di Linyuan immediately agreed, but the distance he moved back was only 4 centimeters. Jingzhao was helpless. "You barely moved." She then finally spoke, admitting, "I was looking for evidence of Yu Guifei's death, too." Linyuan. He smiled, brushing past her. "Want to see?" He sat down and took out a stack of documents from the table. It carefully detailed the case of Yu Guifei. He roguishly asked, "Well, want to see?" Jingzhao was delighted upon seeing the documents. "Yes, that's it." She was about to take the documents when Di Linyuan decided to tease her again. He hid it behind his back, patted his thigh a few times, then looked at Jingzhao. "Sit down and I'll let you see." She helplessly pleaded, "Imperial uncle, let's act a bit more normal." He flashed a mischievous smile and then replied, "All right, then normal it is." As he said this, Jingzhao was suddenly pulled directly onto his lap. Jingzhao sat neatly in Di Linyuan's lap. He looked at her with an infatuated expression. This beautiful scene was truly heart-stirring for single dogs. Di Linyuan roguishly held the shoulder of the person sitting in his lap. "But I really like hugging you. This cannot be changed." Xiao Jingzhao was fed sugar until she was dizzy, her face helplessly admitting defeat. Reasoning with this guy was pointless. Di Linyuan finally opened the document. He brought it in front of Jingzhao, asking, "Don't you want to look?" Of course she wanted to. Her main purpose for coming here was for this. Jingzhao sat upright in Di Linyuan's lap, carefully reading the notes inside the document. It stated that Yu Guifei's fetus was not the crown prince's. She immediately suspected it might be Murong Liu's. Di Linyuan quickly confirmed her suspicion was correct. Indeed, Murong Liu is a traitor. He wanted to get rid of this child. Unexpectedly, the drug was too strong and affected Yu Guifei as well. Jingzhao, after Di Linyuan's explanation, understood everything. So she was really killed by Murong Liu. And what about the yin flesh you mentioned earlier, about killing 108 women? Di Linyuan quickly answered her question. That's a different case. After Yu Guifei died, her uterus was dug up and stolen. That's what's called the yin flesh. Jingzhao now truly understood everything. I see. So the person who killed Yu Guifei and the one who removed her uterus aren't actually the same person. Di Linyuan solemnly asked. Xiao Jingzhao, you said finding the culprit who killed Yu Guifei would help you overcome your tribulation. I've found the culprit for you. Shouldn't I get a reward? He's probably plotting to ask for a kiss as a reward. Jingzhao smiled awkwardly and immediately tried to avoid it with an excuse. Haha, it's getting late. Jingzhao should go now. With his beloved already in his arms, how could he let her escape so easily? He immediately used one hand to hold her shoulder and the other to embrace her waist, pulling Jingzhao back onto his lap. He roguishly threatened Xiao Jingzhao's little heart again. Want to escape? Do you know what happens to those who enter my dark room without permission? They'll all be taken to the torture chamber and killed, beaten to disability. Xiao Jingzhao was frightened. Her face paled and her voice trembled as she asked, Imperial uncle, you want to do that to me? How could he do such a thing to the one he loves? He quickly reassured her. No, I know how to cherish a flower and treasure a jade. Then he pressed his face closer to hers, their lips just a little distance apart. Xiao Jingzhao felt embarrassed. How could she let him continue to take advantage of her so comfortably? Jingzhao quickly pushed the person in front of her away. She turned her back to Imperial uncle. I'm a bit sleepy. Let me go back. Sleepy. Di Linyuan smirked. Jingzhao quickly admitted in her heart. That's right. So please let me go quickly. Wait. At this moment, she noticed. There was also a bed in this room, just big enough for one person to lie down. Thinking of this, Jingzhao became panicked. Suddenly, she was picked up by Di Linyuan. He mischievously asked, how about sleeping together? Jing Zhao was truly panicking in her heart by now. How did the plot develop so quickly? Oh my. Afraid that this rogue would really do it, Jing Zhao hurriedly spoke up. Imperial Uncle, don't do anything rash. At this moment, the system finally appeared, but not to rescue its host or anything. It simply stood watching, blushing and acting shy. Ahem, this is adult stuff. Kids can't watch. Hearing Jing Zhao's panic, Di Linyuan laughed. Although I really want to, rushing things is not good. This bed is made from 1,000-year-old warm jade. It's good for your body. Go lie down and sleep. After saying that, he slowly placed Xiao Jingzhao on the bed. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhao realized, had she just said something inappropriate? Embarrassed, she pulled the blanket to cover her face. I'm thinking too wildly. The next morning, at the royal advisor's residence, Xiao Jingzhao stretched comfortably. She yawned loudly. Very naturally, she asked Ying, "What time is it?" "It's very late," Di Linyuan quickly replied. Xiao Jingzhao suddenly froze. "Di Linyuan, did you stay up all night?" He sat on the chair reading documents from last night until now. Indeed, as expected of a villain boss, his endurance was truly admirable. He continued, "Seeing you sleep so soundly, I didn't want to wake you." Xiao Jingzhao hurriedly got up at this moment. She couldn't stop scolding herself. "Tu Mo, you pig. How could you sleep like the dead in front of the villain boss?" Di Linyuan stepped to the side of the bed. He extended his hand in front of Jing Zhao. "I'll take you outside." Xiao Jingzhao was about to stand up when, swish, she felt something unusual in her body. Jing Zhao froze. It can't be. After confirming that her guess was correct, her face unconsciously turned red. Not early, not late. Why did it have to come at this moment? The fate of this test subject, Tu Momo, was really too unlucky. Di Linyuan noticed Xiao Jingzhao's unusual behavior and wondered, "Your face is red. Do you have a fever?" She was now blushing furiously. "How can I explain this?" She answered without daring to look at Di Linyuan's face. "I'm fine. Can you send 2 palace maids here to help me?" Linyuan suddenly noticed a smell. Blood. He gently patted Jingzhao's head. "Be good. Wait a moment." Then he turned and left. Xiao Jingzhao noticed his hand was too red. Oh heavens, did he notice? Oh my god. Scene changes to the princess's residence. Xiao Jingzhao had now returned to her room. Recalling the embarrassing incident earlier, a palace maid brought a white cloth. "Your Highness, the royal advisor sent me to bring you menstrual supplies." So he had indeed noticed. Jingzhao could only remain silent, her ears red, just like Di Linyuan's earlier. Jingzhao lay in her room, thinking about it and crying. "Ha ha ha! Can I die now? I want to dig a hole and hide. Boo-hoo, he knows now, it's so embarrassing." Xiao Jingzhao vented her anger on innocent objects, angrily blaming the system. "Stupid system. How dare you let that Di Linyuan torment me?" The system king seemed not to care at all. "Don't know." From outside, Xiao Shenzi announced, "Your Highness, Shen Susu requests an audience." Xiao Jingzhao was still lying on the bed at this time, wondering why she had come. Although she was very tired, she still had to force herself to sit up. She instructed Xiao Shunzi to tell her to wait in the main hall. Xiao Jingzhao had moved to the main hall. She sat comfortably on the chair as Shen Susu approached. Susu has come this time to thank the princess for her help. Xiao Jingzhao looked puzzled, wondering what this was about. Shen Susu then explained. "So the princess doesn't know. Ye Qing Cheng, at the grand ceremony, tried to make me frame the crown princess. Luckily, I remembered what you told me, otherwise I would have been dead long ago." Xiao Jingzhao was surprised, as if not believing her ears. She asked doubtfully, "Ye Qing Cheng wanted you to harm the crown princess." Suddenly, a system screen appeared in front of Jingzhao. Perhaps it indicated that another player had also entered this novel. Jingzhao was suspicious. "There's another person with a system like mine here." The system king immediately appeared to answer her doubt. "If I arbitrarily disrupt the world order, that system will make you start over from the beginning." Xiao Jingzhao pondered and deduced. Ye Qing Cheng wants the crown princess to follow the rules. She must be that person. She's the owner of the other system the system king mentioned. As expected of a novel author, you've guessed it exactly right. A eunuch approached where Xiao Jingzhao and Susu were standing to report. "Your Highness, the royal advisor has sent you some tonics and has dispatched Xuan Shuang to come." Xiao Jingzhao was slightly surprised, wondering why Xuan Shuang was coming. The eunuch explained, relaying the royal advisor's words, "There are no female attendants by the princess's side, so Xuan Shuang has been sent as a replacement." Xiao Jingzhao felt helpless upon hearing this. She clearly understood Di Linyuan's intentions. It's not about caring at all. It's It's more about monitoring me. The eunuch continued to report, Princess, Xuan has been waiting for a while. Xiao Jingzhao then invited Xuan in. Xuanyang still maintained her dignified, cold expression. She respectfully bowed to Xiao Jingzhao. Xuanyang pays respects to your highness. As soon as Xiao Jingzhao saw Xuanyang, her expression changed, becoming more serious and solemn. General Xuanyang, there's no need for formalities. Susu beside her suddenly burst into laughter for some reason. She whispered into Xiao Jingzhao's ear, it seems the royal advisor really wants to marry the princess. Even a strong female military general has been sent to serve as the princess's attendant. I think you're not being sincere enough towards the royal advisor, you know. Xiao Jingzhao turned and waved Xuan away. You may withdraw. Then she asked Susu, you think so? Susu just smiled confidently and said, Princess, you told Susu before that you don't like the imperial general. It's like using the consort selection. She covered one cheek with her hand and pointed with the other, looking smug. Everyone in Dongling knows that in martial arts, no one can defeat the imperial general. Isn't this just coveting the imperial general? I heard that in a few days, Mo Ronglu will host a banquet. The imperial general will be attending too. If the princess needs, I can help you with that. Before Xiao Jingzhao could hear Susu finish, the system screen displayed another notification. Plot activated. Murder of noble consort Yu. Xiao Jingzhao suddenly asked the system, I've already found the murderer. It's Mo Ronglu. The system replied very proudly that this answer was incorrect, princess. Seeing Xiao Jingzhao looking confused, Susu kept calling her. Xiao Jingzhao responded to her, this banquet is mostly attended by men. I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate. Susu, as if having planned ahead, said, that's not difficult. Princess can disguise herself as a veiled dancer. Who would know? Xiao Jingzhao showed interest in her idea. A dancer. That's a good idea. Susu, seeing her expression, thought Xiao Jingzhao had fallen for the trap. She flattered her. Susu is just offering a good suggestion to help the princess. If the princess agrees, I'll help you right away. Xiao Jingzhao, having no other choice, waved her hand. Go on then. Susu complied and left. As she left, she recalled what that woman had said. As long as she could persuade Xiao Jingzhao to be a dancer at the banquet and then expose her identity, causing her to lose face, then whatever Susu wanted, that person would fulfill. Susu thought to herself, such a noble princess, yet so foolish to be toyed with by me. Xiao Jingzhao watched Susu's smug, retreating figure. She had long known all of her plans. She was just pretending to agree. You little demon, you want to harm me at the engagement party. I'm the author of this story. Did you think I wouldn't know? As Susu reached the door, she suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Xuanyang, who was cursing the weather outside, had heard Xiao Jingzhao's entire conversation earlier. She stared intently at Susu's retreating figure. His Highness sent me to take care of her. But this woman is using the master's kindness to pursue strange men. Meanwhile, as Xiao Jingzhao was sitting relaxed, Xuan entered. Without any preamble, she said directly, Princess and the Imperial General have deep feelings for each other. Why are you still entangled with my master? There are many men in this world. Princess doesn't need to use my master as bait to make the Imperial General jealous. Xuanyang spoke with increasing anger. Xiao Jingzhao looked at her with a slight smirk and asked, your master. In her heart, she silently assessed Xuanyang. This ice-faced little sister, anxious for Di Lin Yuan's sake. Let me tease her a bit. Xiao Jingzhao stood up and walked towards Xuan. So, General Xuan, you eavesdrop on people's conversations. Is this the quality of a general? She whispered behind Xuan's back. Moreover, you believed everything I said to Shen Susu. Xiao Jingzhao began to act out a play of infatuation in front of Xuan. Besides, there's a handsome and powerful state preceptor like a mountain with endless wealth. Why would I fancy a nameless little general, a mere pawn? The system, seeing her teasing expression, scolded. Woman, you lie without blinking. Xiao Jingzhao maintained her expression without change. Whether it's a lie or not doesn't matter. She implied that Xuan's current expression was one of frustration, almost crying, teasing the innocent face of this cold-faced woman. Isn't it fun? The system helplessly said, I give up on you. Xiao Jingzhao, with sparkling eyes, said in front of Xuan, the state preceptor treats me with sincerity. I will repay him with my body. Even if mountains crumble and rivers bend, I will forever love the state preceptor. Xuan, red-faced with anger, cursed, shameless. Xiao Jingzhao smiled at her. If you think this is shameless, I have many more shameless words to share with the state preceptor. She continued to gesticulate dramatically, talking non-stop. In this fleeting world, I want to be with the state preceptor for 3 lifetimes. The sun for the dynasty, the moon for the sunset, the state preceptor for twilight. As Xuan Shuang turned away, silently cursing her shamelessness, a figure approached. Xuan Shuang quickly bowed to Di Lin Yuan. While Xiao Jingjiao was still feeling smug, she heard, "This subordinate greets your excellency." Only then did she startle and look back. Di Lin Yuan came before Xiao Jingjiao, smiling with satisfaction, saying, "Continue." Xiao Jingjiao panicked and jumped up. When did he arrive, and how much did he hear? Xiao Jingjiao, flustered with an unwelcoming expression, forced a smile and said, "Royal uncle, why are you here?" She said this outwardly, but inwardly she was not pleased at all. This guy, not coming early, not coming late, but arriving just when I'm talking. Is he trying to mess with me? Di Lin Yuan approached her teasingly. If I hadn't come, how would I know the princess had such deep feelings for me? She raised her hand, blushing. I don't. You misunderstood. The system was quite pleased with this situation. Ha ha ha, karma spares no one, you old lady. Di Lin Yuan looked at her intently. Before I arrived, you were so bold and imposing. Now you're suddenly shy. Di Lin Yuan coldly turned and told Xuan Shuang to leave. I need to speak privately with the princess. When they were alone, Xiao Jingjiao asked, "What does royal uncle want to say to me?" Di Lin Yuan moved closer, touched her hair, and said with a smile, "In this fleeting world of myriad forms, sun and moon, I only wish to make a vow with Momo. The evening clouds only point towards Momo. I know you're too shy to say it, but here it's just the two of us. You can express your feelings to me." When Xiao Jingjiao heard this, she knew she had just stirred up a hornet's nest. I've dug my own grave. Xiao Jingjiao clenched her fists, unsure whether to speak her mind. No, whatever you heard earlier, those words, I said them all just to tease Xuan Shuang. General Di Lin Yuan questioned her. So you mean I misunderstood your affections? Xiao Jingjiao's face fell for a moment. With a hint of sadness, royal uncle, we're not compatible. Xiao Jingjiao thought she was supposed to return to her own world. If we fell in love, it wouldn't work out. That's why I've been refusing Di Lin Yuan all this time. It's all because of that. Di Lin Yuan listened silently without responding. He turned to leave. Your Highness, please rest. I'll take my leave. Xiao Jingjiao watched Di Lin Yuan's departing figure in surprise. He called me Your Highness. The system mocked her again. Looks like Di Lin Yuan won't pursue you forever. He's letting go. You're free now. Enjoy your freedom. Xiao Jingjiao angrily shut the system up. A few days later, Xiao Jingjiao was taking a walk outside with a eunuch. She was still bothered by Di Lin Yuan calling her Your Highness. Xiao Jingjiao was pulling her hair in frustration. I still need to go to Yunhai Pavilion to investigate the case. I can't keep thinking about him. She startled when she saw a familiar figure in front of her. Di Lin Yuan was walking with Qin Chi Han. Qin Chi Han and he were chatting about something. There's a new restaurant called Huayang in the North City. I heard it's very good. Want to try it? Di Lin Yuan immediately agreed. When Xiao Jingjiao saw Di Lin Yuan passing by, she knelt down to greet him. Di Lin Yuan only glanced at her. Then he walked past, completely ignoring Xiao Jingjiao standing there. Xiao Jingjiao frowned angrily, her face flushed. Why is he treating me like a stranger? She couldn't control herself and cursed him out loud. Grumpy devil, petty devil, selfish devil. The system sympathized with Di Lin Yuan and said, please, when he favored you, you found him annoying. When he's cold, you call him petty. He can't like you. He can't ignore you. Where can you find such a person? Xiao Jingjiao replied dissatisfied. But he can't just turn his back and leave like that. When Qin Chi Han and Di Lin Yuan were far away, Xiao Jingjiao had already sensed the atmosphere between them. They turned and asked, is Di Lin Yuan having a cold war with the princess? Di Lin Yuan calmly closed his eyes. She's tired of sweets and craves bitter fruit. I'm just indulging her. Qin Chi Han laughed. How old are you to play hot and cold? Be careful, she might run away. Di Lin Yuan looked at him with confidence. Who do you think I am? Hearing this, Qin Chi Han thought about his own similar situation. His eyes showed clear sadness. Can I be like you? At Yunhai Pavilion, Shen Susu saw that Xiao Jingjiao was ready. She ran over. Jiao Jiao, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shen Susu took out a candy and put it in Xiao Jingjiao's hand. Xiao Jingjiao held the candy and smiled contemptuously. In principle, after eating this candy, I'd faint and be defiled, causing disgrace to the seventh prince. You want to use this trick on me again? She winked at Ji Wang. Wang, go ahead. Ji Wang agreed and went out. Behind Shen Susu's hair, it sprayed some purple gas. While Shen Susu was trying to persuade Xiao Jingjiao, I bought this candy from the famous Wuji shop. It's the kind you like the most. Xiao Jingzhao smiled at her. Thank you, Susu. Then, Susu quickly tried to lead her away. I'm glad you like it. Let me take you to find the Imperial General. As she took a step, her face turned pale. Staying in place, she held her stomach and said to Xiao Jingzhao, Jiao Jiao, my stomach hurts so much. You go ahead. I'll catch up later. Ji Wang smugly said, this is what happens when you oppose me. Xiao Jingzhao was helpless. So young, yet talking such nonsense. Finally, she arrived at the banquet venue. She looked around and felt it was quite crowded. Judging that most of the court officials were here, a woman using a fan to cover her face caught Xiao Jingzhao's eye. Xiao Jingzhao was stunned. Wait, why does that woman look like my fourth brother? Looking back and forth, she immediately became certain. Indeed, she is the prince. The fifth prince was always at the military camp. Very few people knew him. The fourth prince often wandered outside. He had to disguise as a woman, so no one would recognize him. Xiao Jingzhao looked at the disguised female appearance of the fourth prince. She couldn't help but admire. I have to admit, the fourth prince looks very beautiful in women's clothing. She approached the two and cheerfully asked, Fourth brother, fifth brother, are you two here to investigate concubine Yu's case? Both the fifth and fourth princes were surprised. The fourth prince sighed. We've been discovered. To salvage some dignity, the fourth prince turned to ask Xiao Jingzhao, Jiao Jiao, I'm the charming and handsome fourth brother in your heart, right? Xiao Jingzhao smiled at the fourth prince. Not very sincerely, she said. That's right. Fourth brother is very handsome in my heart. The most handsome. The fourth prince looked at her, knowing Xiao Jingzhao was lying. His face became helpless, thinking, such an obvious fake. As they talked, the fourth prince's cloak fell down again. The fourth prince frowned. While pulling it up, he complained, what kind of clothing keeps falling down? Xiao Jingzhao saw this. Inwardly delighted, she explained while laughing, Fourth brother, don't you know, this outfit is supposed to show off the shoulders to look beautiful. The fourth prince angrily tapped her head. You damned girl, dare to tease me. Then the fourth prince glared angrily at the fifth prince, who had been sitting there silently. If Xiao Chengzong hadn't dragged me to investigate this case together, I'd never wear women's clothing. The fifth prince also saw that sharp gaze, so he asked, what's wrong? The fourth prince looked away, inwardly, calming himself. Forget it. Why should I be afraid of him? I'm older than him. I should endure. Finally, a loud voice from above reached the ears of the three sitting there. Today, Murong is hosting a banquet. I invite all of you to enjoy some wine. Xiao Jingzhao immediately became serious and wary of Murong Yunlu. The officials sitting below started discussing. Young Master Murong is being polite again. We all know what your household sells. Another person also said, that's right, that's right. Young Master Murong's hospitality today must mean he has good merchandise. Murong Lu on the stage waved his hand, hinting to bring it up. Bring up the goods this time. I spent a lot of money to get them from the western regions. The starting price is set. Whoever wants them, bid higher. As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing a black face mask brought in a group of girls. Each of them had a price tag attached. The crowd below immediately started bidding excitedly. They seemed familiar with this process. Number 3. I want number 3. 3,000 taels. Number 3. 2,000 taels. Tio Ting Zhao, sitting below, witnessed this behavior. She couldn't help but feel disgusted. How dare they trade women? The fifth prince below was also offended. He whispered to Tio Ting Zhao, Zhao, when Niha suffered drought and asked for financial support, they all refused, claiming they had no money. Now they dare to spend thousands of taels to buy Western region women. It's hateful. Tio Ting Zhao also chimed in. Human trafficking is forbidden in Donglang. The officials here all know this, yet they still commit crime upon crime. Now let's go back and report to Crown Prince brother. See how they can continue living. Suddenly, Tio Ting Zhao had a strange feeling. She stared intently at the man with the black face masks standing on the platform, who had been looking at her since he appeared earlier. While she was thinking, that man suddenly turned and ran away. Tio Ting Zhao unexpectedly stood up. She silently chased after him, ignoring the fourth prince's confusion behind her. As her figure gradually disappeared, two ruffians on the other side grinned smugly. Tio Ting Zhao, in pursuit of the masked man, had gone behind the grassland. She found that now there was no one in sight. She panted heavily, searching for the person. Could I have been mistaken? Behind her came the crackling sound of someone stepping on grass. She turned around and saw two men. They were the two ruffians from earlier. One had a mole under his chin. The other had freckles on his face. The one with the mole reached out his hand, intending to lure Xiao Jingzhao. This lady, would you like to drink with me? Xiao Jingzhao looked at the two men with annoyance. Not because she was in danger, but because she was blaming Shen Su for choosing such ugly people to humiliate her. Ji Wang didn't quite agree with her. Be smarter. If they want to harm you, why would they find good-looking ones? Xiao Jingjiao smiled friendly, but full of killing intent, at the two men. Since you've rolled up your sleeves, forget about drinking. Let me teach you how to talk to women and what you should say. The two men still didn't understand her meaning. They came closer, clasping their hands playfully. Oh, I wonder how you'll teach us. With those small, slender hands, it must be fun. As soon as he finished speaking, something shot straight into the glabella of the man, with freckles. All three, including the two men, were shocked. Xiao Jingjiao turned around to look for who it was. As that man fell down, Xiao Jingjiao was also hit at her acupoint from behind. When she still didn't understand what was happening, it was the masked man from earlier that she had chased. He grabbed Xiao Jingjiao's neck and said, "Found you, number 108. Only now did Xiao Jingjiao understand the situation. He wanted to lure me here. The 108 he mentioned is... Xiao Jingjiao recalled a rumor she had once heard. The rumor that Tai Yin Yu was made from the wombs of 108 beautiful women. Eating it would make one eternally young, the most beautiful in the world. When she heard it, she was shocked, because it was said that 107 had already been found. Xiao Jingjiao frowned. He's the one who killed concubine Yu, and I'm the unfortunate number 108. Ji Wang now came out to congratulate the bigot. Congratulations, disciple, for finding the killer of concubine Yu. Your reward is a month of rest without having to work. Xiao Jingjiao angrily cursed. Think of your great-grandfather. I'm about to die, and you're thinking about such nonsense. She was now truly in a precarious situation, on the brink of death. Xiao Jingjiao closed her eyes, trembling with fear. Am I really going to die here? As she was thinking she was about to die, the man was suddenly knocked away. Di Linyuan appeared out of nowhere and embraced her. Xiao Jingjiao blushed. Di Linyuan scolded. You dare come here alone? Tired of living? The sound of hurried footsteps quickly approached them. It turned out the guards had also been called, so they quickly surrounded the area. Over here, the masked man saw the situation wasn't good. Fearing he would be caught, he threw some white powder at Di Linyuan. This time I'll let you off, my number 108. Di Linyuan quickly raised his hand to block it, preventing the powder from touching Xiao Jingjiao. As the man fled, Di Linyuan ordered the others to chase after him. After everyone had left, only the two of them remained. Di Linyuan turned to her angrily, questioning Xiao Jingjiao while releasing her acupoints. Why are you dressed like this going out at night? Xiao Jingjiao felt aggrieved. She didn't understand why he was being so fierce with her. What's wrong with dressing like this? When she tried to move, Di Linyuan held her even tighter. Don't move, he said expressionlessly. I'm still angry and don't want to talk to you. Xiao Jingjiao didn't say anything outwardly, but inside she was furious. You came to talk to me, and now you won't let me speak. You arrogant jerk. After that, Linyuan didn't say a word the entire way. He directly took her to his residence. Seeing Xiao Jingjiao's confused look, Di Linyuan explained, the culprit hasn't been caught yet. You're still in danger. Xiao Jingjiao blushed. So staying with you will be safer. Di Linyuan nodded. Xiao Jingjiao was now a bit anxious. Please, how can a man and woman stay overnight together? She stammered, trying to persuade Di Linyuan. Me staying at the Imperial Advisor's residence isn't convenient for Imperial Uncle. But Di Linyuan remained unfazed, still as firm as a nail. If I say it's convenient, then it's convenient. Di Linyuan took the initiative again, carrying her to his chambers. As he carried her in, Xiao Jingjiao was also panicked. She thought to herself, could it be hemorrhoids? The king laughed at her distress. Wow, that's quite stimulating. Di Linyuan put her down and asked Jiao where she wanted to sleep. Xiao Jingjiao was still shy. Imperial uncle, I still prefer my own bed. I'll go back first, okay? After saying this, Xiao Jingjiao turned to escape. But Di Linyuan caught her. Dare to run away. Xiao Jingjiao explained, no, I'm going out for a walk to digest. Di Linyuan leaned in close, as if seeing right through her. You think I believe that? Jiao had been making excuses from start to finish, helplessly. Finally, she accepted. She went to a bed nearby and sat down. Then I'll sleep here. The king winked. Don't worry. The beds are 1 meter apart. Xiao Jingjiao was angry. 1 meter apart is so effective, huh? Di Linyuan sat far away opposite her, drinking tea. He turned and asked if she wanted tea. Xiao Jingjiao firmly refused. Right now, she only hoped Di Linyuan would completely ignore her, just treat her like air. On the other side, Di Linyuan felt his body was unusual. He felt his throat was dry. His heart also felt burning hot. Di Linyuan's face turned red. He looked at Xiao Jingjiao with a strange gaze. Xiao Jingjiao also sensed his gaze was unusual. Di Linyuan recalled when the masked man threw the powder at him. Was the powder he threw poisonous? On the other side, Xiao Jingzhao was sleepy, yawning repeatedly. Looking at Di Lin Yuan's side, she only saw him staring at the teapot. That teapot wasn't even beautiful, yet he was looking at it so intently, so sleepy. Should she tell him to turn off the oil lamp and go to sleep? Thinking this, Xiao Jingzhao silently called out, "Imperial uncle, it's getting late." She hadn't finished speaking when Di Lin Yuan suddenly stood up, startling her. Xiao Jingzhao was puzzled, watching him approach her. Imperial uncle. Xiao Jingzhao also suspected Di Lin Yuan had been poisoned by the masked man earlier. Before she could think further, Di Lin Yuan's face was flushed red, his eyes filled with desire as he approached her. He whispered, "Mumu." Di Lin Yuan pressed himself onto Xiao Jingzhao. It was the first time she'd seen him blush. He hoarsely called Jingzhao's real name, Mumu. Jingzhao panicked. She quickly used her hands to stop Di Lin Yuan. "Imperial uncle, do you need a doctor?" Di Lin Yuan said nothing. Instead, he pressed Jingzhao's acupoint. Di Lin Yuan slowly buried his head in Jingzhao's neck. She was terrified, wondering what he was going to do. Di Yuan then said, "Don't move. Let me hold you for a while. This guy's been drugged. His mind is frozen too, isn't it?" Pressing someone's acupoint and then telling them not to move. Xiao Jingzhao heard this and didn't know what else to do. When someone says hold for a while, it means hold for a while. How could she argue? The next morning, sunlight shone directly on Xiao Jingzhao's face, waking her up. Jingzhao slept so well that she stretched her eyes wide and let out a long yawn. It was then that she suddenly realized, wait, why am I lying on Di Lin Yuan's bed? She quickly checked her clothes. Finding nothing unusual, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her clothes were still on. A palace maid outside announced, "Princess, may this servant come in to help you wash up." Jingzhao was startled. Worried that someone might see her lying on Di Lin Yuan's bed, she hurriedly got off the bed. "Don't let anyone see me sleeping on the villain boss's bed. Even with 100 mouths, I couldn't explain it away." The rascal system replied, "Sleeping in the same room, what's the difference?" "Shut up." Jingzhao quickly covered its mouth. "This rascal system again." Only then did she dare let the maid in. "Ahem, you may come in." The palace maid obeyed. She brought in personal items for Jingzhao. The two of them carefully arranged her hair and clothing for Jingzhao. Everything seemed normal, until the system kept giggling behind her back. Jingzhao didn't understand why the hemorrhoid king was suddenly laughing so gleefully. She turned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" The hemorrhoid king, covering its mouth, replied, "You should look at yourself in the mirror." Only then did she turn to look at herself in the mirror. What caught her eye were the bright red kiss marks on her neck. Jingzhao, embarrassed, dismissed the two palace maids. "You don't need to serve me anymore. You may all leave now." The two bowed their heads and obeyed. Yes. Then they turned to leave. As they left, they huddled together, giggling with delight. "Did you see that?" "Yes, I did." They discussed the kiss marks on Her Highness's neck. A young man and woman sleeping in the same room, waking up with such suggestive kiss marks. It really makes one wonder. Jingzhao blushed, trying hard to recall last night's events. What exactly happened last night? By then, it was time for breakfast. Xiao Jingzhao went to the dining table and saw that Di Lin Yuan was already sitting there. He was waiting for her to arrive before eating. Seeing him still here at this hour, Jingzhao wondered, why is he still here? Aren't you going to court? Di Lin Yuan looked at Jingzhao and said, "Come, let's have breakfast." She stopped thinking about it. Better not to miss a meal. Jingzhao sat at the dining table, but she didn't dare look at Di Lin Yuan. Instead, she kept avoiding his gaze. Inwardly, she prayed, "Don't mention last night. Don't mention last night." Just as Jingzhao lifted her rice bowl, Di Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. At that, Jingzhao hurriedly ate her rice. Nothing happened last night, right? Seeing her avoiding the topic like this, Di Lin Yuan didn't want to mention it again either. He just gently replied, Fortunately, I calmed down and detoxified last night. Otherwise, something would have surely happened." Di Lin Yuan then took out a vial of medicine from his robe. He opened the medicine vial, then turned to Jingzhao and said, "Come here. I'll help you apply the medicine." Little Jingzhao, who was eating rice, had to stop. With a confused face, "I'm not injured." Di Lin Yuan asked again, "Are you sure?" Then he pointed to his neck, gesturing. Jingzhao now understood what he meant. She blushed and quickly refused. "I can apply it myself. No need to trouble your highness." Di Lin Yuan wasn't one for many words. He directly applied the medicine to his hand, then moved closer to Jingzhao, gently applying the medicine on Jingzhao's neck. While applying, he asked caringly, "How does it feel?" Jingzhao blushed and replied, a bit itchy." The medicine application was done. Di Lin Yuan closed the medicine vial, his eyes still not leaving Jingzhao. "That's done." She shyly thanked him. Dao Dao thanks your highness. Has the man in black clothes been caught yet? Di Lin Yuan looked at her and asked back, does Dao Dao know who that is? Of course she knew. I know it's the one who killed 106 women and Yu Guifei. Jing Zhao answered honestly. Hearing this, Di Lin Yuan frowned. He scolded in a low voice, you knew yet still went there. If I hadn't arrived in time, do you know how dangerous it would have been? He moved closer to Jing Zhao again. Before, you said finding Yu Guifei's killer would help you pass your tribulation. I still remember. I wanted to wait until the case was closed before saying anything. Unexpectedly, you, Jing Zhao looked at Di Lin Yuan with a bewildered expression. I just made up a story, a lie, and you still remember it. Xiao Jingdao lowered her face. The fairy tale. Didn't you think I was lying? Di Lin Yuan took Xiao Jingdao's hand, looking straight into her eyes, his gaze full of affection, and said, I'm willing to let you deceive me for a lifetime. Xiao Jingdao, suddenly hearing Di Lin Yuan pour such sweet words into her ear, couldn't help but blush. She withdrew her hand from Di Lin Yuan, embarrassed and unable to look at him. Her thoughts were in a complete mess at that moment. This person, every time he opens his mouth, he teases too much. Di Lin Yuan observed Zhao Zhao's reaction and thought to himself, there's still plenty of time. Slowly, I'll make her willingly stay by my side. Di Lin Yuan spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. That man in black has been caught. Also about last night, I apologize. Jing Zhao picked up her rice bowl, her expression still a bit forced. It's all right about that. She told herself, forget it. Di Lin Yuan didn't mean to. It was because he was helping me with the medicine. Jing Zhao forced a smile. She put down the rice bowl that was still quite full. Looking at Di Lin Yuan, she said, if the culprit has been caught, then who would still try to harm me? If there's nothing else, Zhao Zhao requests to leave first. This time, Di Lin Yuan didn't directly stop her from leaving. He calmly asked, not studying. Xiao Jingzhao was reminded and suddenly remembered. She had forgotten she still had to deal with this matter. So then she had to stay and study diligently. What else could she do? The scene changes to the study in the National Advisor's mansion. Xiao Jingzhao carefully wrote each stroke, but the result still wasn't satisfactory. So much so that when she looked at her own writing, she had to sigh inwardly. It's so ugly. Jingzhao turned to look at Di Lin Yuan, forcing a smile. It takes a lot of time to practice national script before it becomes beautiful. Why don't we study something else? Jingzhao suggests, how about you teach me about military strategy? I think that subject is very interesting, and there's even a competition going on. Listening to Di Lin Yuan lecture was truly torturous, but at least it was better than sitting and meticulously practicing calligraphy until her back hurt like a first-grade child. Di Lin Yuan, of course, saw through Jingzhao's thoughts. He then took her hand to help her practice writing. Avoiding it isn't good. Let me teach you. He pressed his chest against Xiao Jingzhao's back. The distance between the two seemed non-existent at that moment. Jingzhao felt the warmth from the person behind her and blushed. Too close. Why does it feel like he's teasing me? Di Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up, asking, is it hot? Jingzhao was startled and reflexively said, huh? Di Lin Yuan mischievously continued, your face is so red. Is it because it's hot? Jingzhao looked at Di Lin Yuan. In her heart, she was screaming. It's the cold season now. What hot nonsense is this? You know I'm embarrassed and still ask. You're deliberately teasing me. Jing. Zhao frowned, appearing annoyed. No, it's not hot. It's very cold. Then she turned back, preparing to continue practicing writing. Then, do you want royal uncle to hug you? Your royal uncle is very warm. Hug me and you'll stop feeling cold right away. He continued to brazenly tease her. Jingzhao, annoyed, complained to the system. Try Wang, are you sure this is supposed to be an antagonist? This character was cold-blooded in the original work. How come he's so cheesy here? Try Wang shrugged. That was just a character on paper. The person here is real. Besides, how could one be cold-blooded to the person they love? Jingzhao fell into deep thought. In the original, he was like this with Ye Qingcheng too. The system laughed mischievously, saying without any shame, that's because you had the idea to make him a lover boy. Di Lin Yuan was exactly like that, still criticizing her. Jingzhao, fuming, retorted, that's not it. I like the jade tree in the wind type. Very gentle and mild, you know. Try Wang looked confused. Jade tree in the wind. That's simple. Just change his image and it's done. As he spoke, the system's finger began to glow. Who knows if he really intended to change Di Lin Yuan's personality or not. Lin Yuan, regrettably, pulled Jingzhao out of those thoughts. You really don't want a hug. It seemed that after the conversation between Jingzhao and Tri Wang, his system had actually changed Di Lin Yuan's image. He was wearing all black clothes just now, but now he had changed into all white. His eyes were also looking at her very gently. Xiao Jingzhao was now struck by Di Lin Yuan's young master demeanor. It pierced right through her heart. Seeing Xiao Jingzhao not answering him, Di Lin Yuan immediately hugged her tightly. Xiao Jingzhao's heart was racing. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the scene was getting intimate, suddenly a voice rang out, ruining the atmosphere. He frowned and looked up to see who it was. It was the voice of a servant. Imperial advisor, young Master Qin requests an audience. Only then did he reluctantly release Jingzhao from his embrace. His expression returned to its gentle demeanor. We'll stop here for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Jingzhao, embarrassed, didn't dare look at Di Linyuan's face as she replied. Then she quickly left. Di Linyuan moved to the main hall where Qin Shi Han was sitting, waiting for him. Di Linyuan immediately asked, "What are you here for?" Qin Shi Han, fanning himself, "The case of 107 bodies has been solved. You were the main investigator. His Highness wants to reward you and summon you to the palace. You must go, all right." Di Linyuan frowned. "Is that all?" Then he turned to leave. Qin Shi Han hurriedly ran to hold his shoulder. "Don't go. Can't you be patient with me? In half a month, it's His Majesty's birthday. The Northern Wolf Prince Tara is bringing envoys to offer birthday wishes. In reality, it's for a marriage proposal." Di Linyuan, hearing this, still didn't understand. He turned back and asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Qin Shi Han was also at his wit's end with this friend. Usually so intelligent, but why are you so slow today? You're too naive. Our Dongling has only one princess. Who do you think will be sent for the political marriage? Di Linyuan wondered, "So you're advising me to marry the princess as soon as possible?" Qin Shi Han was startled. He didn't expect him to understand it this way. He sincerely advised Di Linyuan, "No, I advise you to let go. That Xiao Jingzhao is vicious and ill-natured. You and I are brothers. I can't watch you jump into a fire pit. You now have a noble status. You can have any beautiful woman you want." One can't really blame Qin Shi Han. He hasn't had the chance to interact with Jingzhao for long. Usually, he's only heard rumors about Jingzhao's past, that she was a cruel person, and so on. He doesn't know that Jingzhao has now been possessed by Sumo Mo. She's no longer the old Jingzhao. His advice like this is ultimately just because he wants the best for his brother. Di Linyuan, after Qin Shi Han spoke ill of his beloved, visibly became uncomfortable. "I only want her." Qin Shi Han didn't understand why Di Linyuan put so much thought into Jingzhao. "What kind of person is Xiao Jingzhao? Is she worthy of your love?" Di Linyuan replied, "When loving someone, one shouldn't ask if they're worthy. The first time I met her, I felt she was very special." He recalled when Jingzhao nervously got off the sedan to greet him while he was reviewing troops in the Imperial Garden. "As if she was born for me, and I was born for her. Shi Han, she's different from others." He turned to look at Qin Shi Han. "She's Sumo Mo, not Xiao Jingzhao." Of course, Di Linyuan only thought this in his head, not saying it out loud. Hearing this, Qin Shi Han looked tired and weary, not wanting to continue this dog food feast, and waved his hand. All right. If we continue, my lonely heart will be hurt again. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. But that Prince Tara, you must be careful of him, or your wife might be taken away. Don't come crying to me then." Di Linyuan's mood became cheerful again. His face showed a smile at the word wife. "That sounds nice. It's the first time I've heard you speak so properly. Big brother, don't humiliate me like that," Qin Shi Han replied gloomily. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhao was sitting in a sedan chair. She was on her way back to the princess's mansion. Sitting in the sedan, Jingzhao couldn't help but think about the moment earlier, when Di Linyuan hugged her tightly. It really made one's heart flutter. But then Jingzhao quickly shook her head, regaining her composure. It was just changing the color of clothes, wasn't it? What's there to be infatuated about? Wang Baobei, seeing her constantly rejecting signals from her heart like this, exposed her. "Your heart is beating so fast. I can hear it from the other world." Xiao Jingzhao angrily turned around, raising her voice coldly, instructing the system not to cause trouble. "You should help the player understand, right? Besides, how can you not be moved? He's handsome, cold, and extremely doting." Jingzhao finally blushed and admitted. Wang advised that being moved is fine, but it must be combined with action. If you hesitate, the big villain boss will be snatched away. Jingzhao hesitated and pondered at this point. "But if I stay by his side forever, how can I return to my original world? This relationship is truly as tangled as silk threads." The sedan chair was moving when it suddenly stopped. A man's voice rang out. "This humble servant greets the princess." He turned out to be Yu Jingshu. Who would have thought that one day he would voluntarily kneel and pay respects to her like this? Before, he wouldn't even give her a glance. Xiao Jingzhao pretended not to notice. She immediately waved her hand, saying, "No need for formalities." Yu Jingshu saw her behavior like this and couldn't help but think, now she doesn't even want to look at me once. Does she really have no feelings for me anymore? This guy is truly neurotic. When she was pursuing him, he was picky and disdainful. Now that she's gone, he regrets it. Moreover, he already has Ye Qingcheng, yet still dreams of Jingzhao liking him. Truly a cheap man. always looking for greener pastures. He can't do anything now except watch the former princess gradually drift away. His thoughts right now are in complete turmoil. Isn't this what I wanted? Why am I not happy now that it has become reality? Memories of the past suddenly flood back with the flow of time. First is the image of Jingjiao with a happy face, trailing behind him, her mouth never stopping its smiles and words. Yugege, I like you very much. Would you be willing to be my consort? Yugege, is this book so beautiful that you keep staring at it? Look at me instead. Jingjiao grabbed his wrist and said coquettishly, Yugege, Yugege. The image of a happy Xiao Jingjiao, infatuated with himself in his past, kept flooding his consciousness. But just a few months later, Xiao Jingjiao seemed to become a different person. There were no more Yugege calls like before. Instead, she became a tough person, daring to raise her voice at Yu Jingshu, just because he called her by name. She even said to his face that he was overstepping his boundaries, not knowing his place. The peak was when she shouted in his face, asserting that Xiao Jingjiao, she, no longer had any feelings for him. Recalling that moment, Yu Jingshu couldn't control his rage. He punched so hard that the damn pillar cracked. Xiao Jingjiao was sitting bored in the sedan chair. Looking pitiful, she asked the system, "Yu Baobao, tell me, is there a way to bring people to another world?" Wang, hearing this, immediately understood her intention to bring Lin Yuan to the real world. He quickly cut off that thought of hers. "Stop dreaming, lady." Ding ding ding. The system alert sound rang. An electronic screen suddenly appeared. A notification popped up. The male lead's affection for Ye Qingcheng has decreased to 20%. Xiao Jingjiao felt like she was struck by lightning. What? As low as 20%. Jingjiao held her head in distress. It was 40% before. Why did it drop so damn much? The system Wang quickly guessed the reason. He must like some other girl now. Xiao Jingjiao panicked. Which girl? Wang slowly explained. It's like you. You say you don't like Emperor Lin Yuan, but deep down you do have a little feeling. If Emperor Lin Yuan were to be intimate with another woman now, how would you feel? Xiao Jingjiao thought seriously before answering, lost and uncomfortable. Wang continued explaining, well, he's the same. People only realize what they cherish when they lose it, but by then, it's already too late. Regret won't help. Xiao Jingjiao finally understood successfully. She turned to look at Wang. Oh, I see. So Yu Jingshu's inner thoughts now realized that he likes Xiao Jingjiao. Wang saw that his host understood so quickly and nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Jingjiao, hearing this, crossed her arms proudly. That scumbag. If he can't keep it, then don't come looking. The system looked at Jingjiao and then agreed. Serves him right. Xiao Jingjiao noticed the system's somewhat off gaze. She turned to question. Why do you curse him while looking at me as if you want to say something? The system quickly waved its hand, pretending to smile. Host is so cute, I didn't say anything. However, it seemed she didn't realize. The hidden meaning in Wang's words was actually referring to her. If she keeps denying her feelings for Emperor Lin Yuan, she might one day become like Yu Jingshu. After sitting on the sedan chair for a long time, she finally returned to the princess's mansion. As soon as she arrived, she rushed to the bed, complaining, "So tired, I need to soak myself. Xuan Shuang, prepare hot water for me." After giving the order, she threw herself onto the bed, not caring about her image. She mumbled nonsense. Big bed, love me, pamper me now. Xiao Jingjiao didn't notice that in the room there was another person present. Two people had witnessed all of her actions. Xuan Shuang silently looked at Her Highness the Princess. The other person was the 9th prince, Xiao Yejing. He looked at Xiao Jingjiao and couldn't help but smile. So, royal sister has such an adorable side. Princess, mind your image. The prince is still here. Xuan Shuang finally spoke up to remind her. Xiao Jingjiao, hearing this, startled and sat up. She saw Xiao Yejing standing there, happily waving hello. Jingjiao immediately turned to stone. What? Did he see my embarrassing behavior? The system appeared, saw everything. At this point, Jingjiao completely collapsed. Xiao Jingjiao nervously stood up and forced a smile, saying, "Haha, I've kept 9th brother waiting for a long time." Because sister was reviewing at the national preceptor's mansion, Xiao Yejing was busy studying all night and didn't return. She then recounted the events of last night. Last night, some bad people wanted to capture sister, so I had to stay there for protection. Are you angry with sister? She said. Then she approached Xiao Yejing. She gently patted his head. Xiao Yejing put on a wronged face and apologized. Next time I won't make you wait again, okay? Xiao Yejing suddenly noticed some red marks on Jingjiao's neck. Xiao Jingjiao still hadn't noticed at this point. She continued to comfort her brother. You wanted to go sightseeing at the lake before, right? Let's go together tomorrow. Xiao Yejing dryly replied. Instead, he asked, Sister, do you like the national preceptor? Xiao Jingjiao, suddenly asked like this, was stunned for a moment. Xiao Jingzhao turned her head away, blushing, I don't know. The ninth prince looked at her resentfully, his expression no different from a puppy's. So will you abandon a Jew? Xiao Jingzhao realized the ninth prince's thoughts. She was a bit surprised. Then she laughed loudly, patted the ninth prince's head to comfort him. How could that be possible? A Jew is the one I love the most. The ninth prince, hearing this, felt a bit happy inside. Knowing that Xiao Jingzhao wouldn't abandon him, his eyes sparkled like a young boy's, and he continued. Yesterday, royal sister promised to take me sightseeing at the lake. Do you remember? Xiao Jingzhao, in a good mood, agreed with the ninth prince. Of course, the weather these days is perfect for sightseeing. The Ji Wang, seeing she was planning to go out, reminded little Lovable to come out and reminded her again. There's only half a month left, you know? Remember to use it sparingly. Xiao Jingzhao's face darkened upon hearing this. This stupid, idiotic system. Just when I was happy, it makes me sad again. At Xining Palace. A maid serving the Empress Dowager, changing her clothes, reported, Last night, the Crown Prince took the National Preceptor to Yunhai Pavilion. Because it involved human trafficking, they were taken to the Dali Temple. The person we arranged to rape the princess has been caught. The Empress Dowager rubbed her head, obviously angry. She scolded them for being incompetent and useless. Quickly send someone to kill them all. The person also asked, Yes, and what about Shen Su Su? The Empress Dowager coldly said, She and Xiao Jingzhao frequently interact. Leave her be for now. As for what should be said and what shouldn't be said, go and teach her again. The next day at the lake, Xiao Jingzhao and the ninth prince, as promised, were sitting in a sedan chair touring the lake. Xiao Jingzhao stepped down from the sedan chair with the ninth prince. As soon as they got down, they saw another sedan chair there. She looked for a moment and felt it was very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Xiao Jingzhao asked the eunuch beside her, Is there someone else touring the lake today? The eunuch reported, Your Highness, it's the National Preceptor and young Master Qin. Xiao Jingzhao walked closer to where they were. Indeed, Di Lin Yuan and Qin Chi Han were sitting on a stone bench. They seemed to be talking very happily. But beside them was also a woman with flowers in her hair. Xiao Jingzhao had never met this woman before, so she couldn't help but wonder. The Ji Wang also knew her mood. He asked, If now Di Lin Yuan was intimate with another woman, how would you feel? Xiao Jingzhao lowered her head. Her emotions were mixed, doubting herself. Would I be like the Imperial Scenery book, lost before realizing to look for it? After thinking for a while, she didn't know when she had reached those people. Only when the guards beside her greeted her did she come to her senses. Xiao Jingzhao turned her head to look for Di Lin Yuan. As a result, when he saw her, he called her over. Xiao Jingzhao obediently went to him. The woman there also stood up and bowed to her. This commoner, Luo Tianchu, greets the princess. Xiao Jingzhao realized it was her. She sighed in relief. You made me nervous. The Ji Wang teased. Just like that, and you're already scared. Di Lin Yuan took Xiao Jingzhao's hand and pulled her over. She blushed and sat next to him. Holding hands in public is so embarrassing. Di Lin Yuan placed a cup of tea in front of her. Please try this tea. I heard it's very good. Xiao Jingzhao was surprised to hear this. Then she remembered what Di Lin Yuan had once said. He had lost his sense of taste as a child, so he probably couldn't taste the tea either. She looked at the teacup sadly, suddenly feeling sorry for him. For over 10 years, he couldn't taste anything he ate. How could one live like that? As she thought this, Xiao Jingzhao's hand gripped Di Lin Yuan's hand even tighter. Di Lin Yuan smiled. The little girl is finally taking initiative with me. So good. The ninth prince standing nearby disliked Di Lin Yuan. This imperial advisor always knows how to make royal sister blush. That's why I don't like him. Yesterday, royal sister said she didn't know, but I can see that she also likes the imperial advisor very much. Qin Ji Han stood up. Bored, he waved his fan, mocking those two. The other day it was sour enough to rot teeth. Now it's sweet enough to make teeth fall out. What needed to be said is done. I'm leaving first. As soon as Qin Ji Han left, the ninth prince brought a chair over and sat close beside Xiao Jingzhao. So Xiao Jingzhao found herself in a situation where she was sandwiched between two people. She sweated, feeling the atmosphere was somehow strange. Why are you two staring at me like that? Xiao Jingzhao spoke first. How about we? Before she could finish, there was a coughing sound from the ninth prince. Xiao Jingzhao worriedly patted his back. A Jew. Are you all right? The eunuch beside, holding fruits, reported to the princess. His Highness's health has been weak lately. The eunuchs and imperial doctors advised against exposure to wind, but the crown prince didn't listen. The ninth prince glared at the eunuch who was blabbing about his weakness. He glared at him. Shut up. The The eunuch trembled in fear and obeyed. Xiao Jingzhao was extremely worried. Why didn't you say earlier? The wind here is very strong. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you here. Let me take you back. The ninth prince thought for a moment. Royal sister and the imperial advisor just met and only exchanged a few words. If they have to part because of me, they'll surely be very uncomfortable. Maybe I don't like the imperial advisor, but royal sister likes him very much, he thought. The ninth prince frowned and refused. No need. Then he stood up, smiled at Xiao Jingzhao, and turned around. A Jew can return by himself. Royal sister, just stay with the imperial advisor. Little one is leaving. Xiao Jingzhao stood up, feeling something wasn't right. Usually, a Jew likes to stick to me. What's wrong with him today? Xiao Jingzhao sat down. Dilin Yuan beside her smiled with satisfaction. Haven't seen you for days. The ninth prince is starting to grow up and understand things. Xiao Jingzhao shyly raised her hand. Do you want to hold hands again? Dilin Yuan was slightly surprised, looking at her. You still haven't caught up with the current situation. Seeing him ask, Xiao Jingzhao began to blush and withdrew her hand. If you don't want to hold hands, then forget it. How could Dilin Yuan accept missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He grabbed her hand, and they silently held hands. Xiao Jingzhao sat shyly beside him. It was very quiet. Usually, Dilin Yuan talks a lot, but why is he so quiet now? Xiao Jingzhao looked over. She saw Dilin Yuan just silently closing his eyes, but unexpectedly, his ears were red. After a while, Dilin Yuan pretended to cough again. Xiao Jingzhao suddenly remembered what he really wanted. She never expected the big bad villain could say such a cheesy confession. Dilin Yuan finally calmed down. He turned and asked her if she wanted to go for a walk by the lake. Xiao Jingzhao, bewildered, was pulled along by him. As they walked, Dilin Yuan's ears were still as red as before. Then the two of them got on a boat. Xiao Jingzhao leaned down, intending to touch the lotus flowers in the lake. She kept fidgeting. Help me move to the left. Dilin Yuan, worried, told her to be careful. While Xiao Jingzhao was still stubbornly reaching for the lotus, Dilin Yuan, with his longer arms, had already quickly plucked the flower. Xiao Jingzhao looked at the lotus in his hand with regret. Why did you pluck my flower? As she was pushing herself forward to take the flower from Dilin Yuan, she fell onto him. Their lips touched. Xiao Jingzhao quickly pulled herself away. Embarrassed, I didn't mean to. Dilin Yuan smiled, but I did mean it. He moved closer to her. Just a little more, and our lips will touch. May I kiss you? Xiao Jingzhao angrily thought, usually you force kisses on me. Why are you suddenly asking me today? Xiao Jingzhao remained silent. Dilin Yuan knew she had agreed. The two of them then kissed. The kiss was so deep that it made Xiao Jingzhao run out of breath and struggle to breathe. Dilin Yuan knew this. Letting her go, next time, remember to breathe. Xiao Jingzhao gasped for air. There's going to be a next time. I'm afraid I'll suffocate. Dilin Yuan put the lotus flower in her hand. Gently, a gift for Mumu. Xiao Jingzhao gratefully looked at him. This is wonderful. At the same time, she was also a bit moved and asked, this Ji Wang, if I transmigrate to a third world, will he still remember me? Ji Wang acted nonchalant. Of course not. Why even ask such a thing? Xiao Jingzhao stared at Dilin Yuan, who was picking another flower. Then would he fall for another woman, row a boat and pick flowers with another woman? Dilin Yuan turned around. I heard Taiyan can make fried lotus flowers to eat. What do you think? Unexpectedly, he saw Xiao Jingzhao crying after he spoke. Dilin Yuan worriedly asked, what's wrong? Xiao Jingzhao rubbed her eyes. It's nothing, just some dust in my eye. Dilin Yuan lifted her face. Come on, let royal uncle blow it away for you. Then he blew gently into her eyes. But Xiao Jingzhao only paid attention to his lips. They say thin lips mean a cold personality. If I leave, it's better if he forgets me. Thinking this, Xiao Jingzhao became emotional. But Dilin Yuan thought, does she want to kiss? Why is Mumu staring at my lips like that? Do you want to kiss? Xiao Jingzhao sadly replied, I want to kiss. Then she took the initiative to kiss Dilin Yuan, thinking, anyway, right now, I'm the one here. Why not enjoy it a little? After the kiss, she let go of Dilin Yuan. But Dilin Yuan said, Mumu, we've kissed and embraced. We've hugged too. Shouldn't you give me a proper title now? He whispered in her ear, I want to hear you call me husband. Xiao Jingzhao panicked. I just wanted to be in love. Why are you making me marry you now? Dilin Yuan leaned in and whispered to Sumumu, I want to hear you call me husband. Sumumu was startled, her heart incredibly excited. What? I only wanted a pure love. How did it come to this? She hurriedly avoided him, embarrassedly saying, Don't say that. Xuanzhao and Xiao Shunzi are still on the boat. What if they hear? Dilin Yuan smiled. It's all right. They won't hear anything you say. After speaking, they both turned towards the boat's side to look at Xuanzhao and Xiao Shunzi. The two quickly turned their heads away, pretending they hadn't heard anything. Indeed, they had heard. Xiao Shenzi hurriedly exhaled. Phew, lucky we turned away in time. Xuanzhao, the young master beside him, had the same reaction. He sighed. Ha! The two looked at each other without planning to. The atmosphere was strangely quiet. It was as if a crow should fly overhead, cawing quack quack. Wife, call me husband once. It was Di Linyuan's voice startling Xiao Shenzi and Xuanzhao. They told themselves, didn't hear anything, didn't hear a thing. Mumu firmly covered her mouth, refusing to call him. Di Linyuan then played another trick. He leaned in to whisper in her ear, then wait until we're alone to call me. After saying this, he planted a kiss on Mumu's cheek with a smack. Being pampered like this, Sumumu's face couldn't help but redden. She couldn't have imagined that he could be so cute and clingy. Mumu suddenly remembered something. Oh, that's right. Today, His Majesty rewarded you twice at court for solving cases. It's already late. You should hurry and go. She was like a young wife urging her husband to work lest he be late. Di Linyuan held Mumu tightly in his arms. He was being far too clingy. No rush. I want to stay with you a bit longer. The scene changes to Bao He Hall. The emperor was at the top, with 2 rows of court officials on either side. The Imperial Guard commander also occupied a spot at the head of the left wing. Opposite him was an empty seat, surely Di Linyuan's place. The emperor and everyone were enjoying wine while watching dancers perform. The Imperial Guard commander held his wine, but his mind kept replaying images of Xiao Jingzhao closing her eyes, ignoring him as she sat in her palanquin, not even acknowledging his bow. Damn it, she rejected and ignored him. Why was it like this? His anger wouldn't subside. He used wine to drown his sorrows. 2 high-ranking officials, seeing the Imperial Guard commander's state, began whispering to each other. This is just a reward banquet. The commander is drinking so much. Perhaps he's become melancholic after being rejected by the princess, drinking like this. How will he greet the Imperial advisor? The Imperial Guard commander was about to drink another cup when he had to stop to see who had just spoken. Di Linyuan appeared. He glided past them, looking dashing. The Imperial Guard commander looked up at him, deeply assessing him. As the Imperial advisor, he was second only to one person and above 10,000 others. With all that power in his hands, why did he have to steal my little Xiao Jingzhao? Who does this little brat think he is? No one stole from you. You missed your chance with Xiao Jingzhao yourself. Besides, Di Linyuan isn't free enough to steal Xiao Jingzhao. The person he stole is Su Mumu after all. Di Linyuan's eyes met the Imperial Guard commander's. He couldn't help but assess him inwardly. His looks aren't better than mine. He's not as rich as I am. His status is also lower than mine. I wonder what that girl saw in him back then. It seems in this world, only I am worthy of Mumu. Di Linyuan frowned as he assessed, then abruptly turned away. After comparing for a while, he felt he was indeed superior in every way. Di Linyuan's face was full of pride. He strode to his seat opposite the Imperial Guard commander. The emperor spoke up. Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. Enjoy this banquet to the fullest. The high-ranking officials quickly raised their cups in unison. Thank you, Your Majesty. Di Linyuan also quickly filled a cup of wine. Holding the wine, his mind kept wandering to Su Mumu. He missed her so much, wondering what she was doing now. Back at the princess's residence, Su Mumu was sitting at her desk. She was holding a brush, writing. It wasn't clear if she was practicing calligraphy or reviewing official documents. She was thinking seriously. There's a flood in the north. How should we deal with it? Mumu suddenly sneezed. She wiped her nose and continued her writing work. Is someone cursing me? Little Shunzi beside her hurriedly waved her hands. It's not me. No one is cursing you, miss. It's your husband who keeps thinking about you. Sumumu waved her hand, signaling little Shunzi to leave. I know it's not you. I'm starving. Bring me some snacks. Little Shunzi obeyed. Yes. Sumumu frowned. Looking at the paper in front of her, she couldn't help but complain. This is several times harder than taking the college entrance exam. Using my brain so much, I need to eat more to replenish my brain cells. The hemorrhoid king system appeared again, its mouth still chewing something deliciously. It spoke in a very provocative manner. Born stupid, eating more won't make you smarter. Surprisingly, Sumumu wasn't angry. Instead of arguing back and forth with the system, she just gently rested her chin on her hand and smiled. Is that so? The hemorrhoid king system, failing to tease Sumumu, felt uncomfortable. Why isn't the milk tasty anymore? Caw-caw. A bird's call caught Mumu's attention. She quickly stood up. She saw the bird gently landing in front of the room. The hemorrhoid king system, seeing the bird right before its eyes, only thought of food and started drooling. Its eyes lit up like stars. Quick, catch it. Then we can roast it and eat it. Sumumu immediately knocked it on the head. How many times have I told you, not everything is edible. Besides, it's a messenger pigeon. What's there to eat? The hemorrhoid king's head now had two big bumps. It was hit so hard that tears flowed. Pretending to be wronged, it went boo-hoo-hoo. But I like roasted pigeon the most, and its only job is to deliver messages. Once that's done, it's useless. Roast it, trust me. Squab is the most delicious food in the world, the Hemorrhoid King pleaded persuasively, but Sumumu directly let its words go in one ear and out the other. She basically didn't want to listen. Mumu removed the scroll from the messenger pigeon's foot. Then she pointed straight at the Hemorrhoid King's face and threatened, if you say one more word, I'll roast you instead. Mumu unrolled the letter. It was the West Tower poem. Sumumu's face lit up with delight. Dilin Yuan is waiting for me at the West Tower. The Hemorrhoid King curiously asked, "Stupid woman, why are you blushing just looking at the letter? Is it from the villain boss? Let me see it too." Sumu immediately refused, tucking the letter into her clothes. Sumumu, beaming like a flower, said happily, "He's asked to meet me." She opened her wardrobe. "What should I wear?" The system could only sigh, puppy love. I'm off to eat roasted squab. Sumumu suddenly stopped. She suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute. I've never given Dilin Yuan a messenger pigeon before. How does it know the way here? In the original story, the supporting female character only sent letters to Yu Jingshu. Could this letter be from Yu Jingshu? Sumumu looked at the letter again. She pondered silently. Sumumu immediately threw away the letter that she had thought was from Dilin Yuan and had lovingly hidden in her clothes onto the ground. Angrily, she said, "Ugh, you scum!" Then she agreed with the Hemorrhoid King. "You can butcher that bird, roast it, and eat it." Hearing this, the Hemorrhoid King rejoiced and cheered. Sumumu was furious. She repeatedly stomped on the letter to vent her anger. "How dare you use Dilin Yuan's name to write me a letter? Dilin Yuan would never write such love poems. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Dilin walked in from outside. His face at this moment was flushed red, perhaps from drinking too much earlier. When drunk, Dilin Yuan was very docile. He didn't talk nonsense, nor did he vomit everywhere. He silently rushed over and clung tightly to Mumu. The Hemorrhoid King, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but blush. The villain boss doesn't write letters, but he'll come to see you in person. Dilin Yuan, with his broad shoulders and strong build, pressed against Sumumu. She, with her small, delicate frame, how could she support his muscular body? Mumu frowned. Struggling to prop him up, she said, "Hey, you're too heavy. Get up." Dilin Yuan still refused to stand up. He mumbled, "Finally, this husband has found his wife." Sumumu gently pushed him away. Seeing his face so flushed, she worriedly asked, "How much have you drunk? Can you move on your own?" Dilin Yuan finally opened his eyes. He looked up at Mumu and gave a roguish smile. Hey, I can't." Sumumu was out of options and had to help Dilin Yuan to the bed. "I'll just stay here for the night." "Okay." Finally, she managed to carry Dilin Yuan's large body to the bed. "You're so heavy, I'm dying." Sumu, who hadn't even had a chance to leave. Dilin Yuan immediately grabbed her hand. "Wife, don't go. Sleep with me, okay?" Dilin Yuan opened his eyes, 3 parts expectant, 7 parts coquettish. "Don't go. Sleep with me, okay?" Sumumu blushed in surprise hearing this. "Sleep with you? Is it the kind of sleep I'm thinking about?" Of course, she only thought this in her head, not saying it out loud. Dilin Yuan smiled foolishly, taking her hand and pressing it to his face. "Just hugging and sleeping, that's all." Sumumu sighed in relief hearing this. "Thankfully, it's not what I was thinking." The Hemorrhoid King baby appeared to tease her. "Your mind is so dark, daring to think such things." Hearing Dilin Yuan say this, Sumumu naturally agreed. "All right then." Then she got into bed. Dilin Yuan immediately turned and hugged Sumumu. Eyes closed, he said gently, "Hugging you." Sumumu buried her face in Dilin Yuan's strong chest. Blushing, she looked at Dilin Yuan's appearance right now. "He's so cute that I can't even imagine it." "Good night," Sumumu whispered. She gently placed a kiss on his forehead. The next morning at the princess's mansion, Dilin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and suddenly realized, "This isn't my bed." He recalled the memories of yesterday. The emperor kept pouring him drinks, cheerfully saying, "Come on, keep drinking." Dilin Yuan was already tipsy at that time. He immediately refused. "I can't drink anymore." Then he opened his eyes and found himself here. "Yesterday, Sumumu's voice rang out, directly cutting off Dilin Yuan's train of thought. "Royal uncle, are you awake?" She walked in from outside, holding a bowl of hangover soup for Dilin Yuan. "I asked the kitchen to make hangover soup for you. Does your head hurt much?" Dilin Yuan looked at Sumumu without answering immediately. He thought to himself, "Yesterday I actually came here. Did anything happen? Sumumu noticed Lin Yuan staring at her without saying anything. She asked nervously, "Why are you staring at me, royal uncle?" Lin Yuan got up abruptly and walked to the dining table. He didn't answer her question. Mumu, you look very pretty today. He lowered his head to look at Mumu. Right, where are my clothes? Mumu hesitantly replied, "Yesterday I thought they were too cumbersome, so I took them off and hung them at the head of the bed for you." Lin Yuan very naturally kissed Mumu's cheek. "Thank you, wife." Mumu hurriedly pushed him away, avoiding his gaze. "Royal uncle, please change your clothes. I'll go out first." "The princess is not ready yet," Xiao Shunzi announced loudly. "The crown prince, fourth prince, and fifth prince are coming." Sumu was startled and surprised. "Why are they all coming here? Is the princess ready?" It was the voice of one of the three princes. Sumumu heard it and panicked. She hurriedly pulled Lin Yuan's hand, urging him, "Brother, quickly hide. They can't see Lin Yuan in these sleeping clothes. They'll surely punish me. We must hide him quickly." Lin Yuan knew if he was caught with Sumumu in this state, even with 100 mouths, he couldn't explain it away. Sumumu could only think of one hiding place and immediately pushed him into the wardrobe. Lin Yuan was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Sumumu had no time to explain. "Just hide for now. Don't move." Then she handed him his clothes from last night. Lin Yuan frowned, wondering, do we need to avoid them like this? Suddenly, Sumumu rushed over, gave him a kiss, and pleaded like coaxing a child, "Please do this for me, okay?" Before Lin Yuan could respond, Sumumu slammed the wardrobe door shut. Lin Yuan inside could only laugh helplessly. This little girl is too ruthless. Now in Sumumu's room, the three princes had lined up at the door. The crown prince spoke first. "We thought you weren't up yet. Have you had breakfast?" Sumumu quickly replied, "Oh, I've eaten. Why are the three royal brothers visiting me today?" The fourth prince, Xiao Quan'ao, finally spoke up. "Of course we missed you. A few days ago, Jiao Jiao left for the palace without saying a word. It made me and fifth brother anxious to see you." Xiao Quan'ao noticed a steaming bowl of soup on the table. "What's this?" Sumumu was startled. "There's still a bowl of hangover soup here." Xiao Quan'ao picked up the bowl of hangover soup. The smell made him cover his nose. His face wrinkled in disgust. "Hangover soup. You know how to drink now." Sumumu quickly made up a story. "I drank a little last night. I had a headache this morning, so I asked Xiao Shunzi to prepare some hangover soup." The fourth prince couldn't stand the smell of the soup. He pretended to gag in disgust. The crown prince spoke up, his face suspicious. "Drinking at midnight. Well, you've made your bed, now lie in it." Sumumu loudly declared with crossed arms, "That's right, I love drinking at night the most." The three princes behind her stared intently at Sumumu's behavior, speechless. The crown prince was still the gentlest with her. "Drinking is very bad for your health. Be careful next time." Then he picked up the bowl of hangover soup and brought it to Jingzhao. "Quickly drink all of this hangover soup." Sumumu turned pale with fear. But having said what she did earlier, she had no choice. She picked up the bowl of hangover soup. The smell was truly unforgettable. Sumumu gritted her teeth and steeled herself. Then in one breath she drank the entire bowl of soup. "Ugh, the taste is horrible. It's so bitter." Sumumu saw that the three of them were still standing there and wondered to herself, "I've finished the hangover soup. Why haven't they left yet?" Xiao Quan'ao rubbed his back, saying, "Hey, standing for so long makes my back hurt." Jingzhao heard this and became excited. Her eyes sparkled, eagerly waiting for the fourth prince to continue. Xiao Quan'ao, either intentionally or not, noticed her expression. He plopped down on a nearby chair. "Jiao Jiao's eyes seem to not want me to leave, so I'll stay a bit longer, okay?" Sumumu, misunderstood, became irritated. "When did my eyes say I didn't want you to go?" Xiao Quan'ao, seeing his little sister's reaction to his teasing, suddenly became serious. "This time, we three royal brothers came here because we have something important to discuss." Sumumu was stunned, wondering what it could be. "It's about your marriage. What kind of relationship do you have with the imperial advisor?" Xiao Quan'ao asked Sumumu with a deep gaze. Sumumu was suddenly stumped by this difficult question. She could only evade, saying, "Well, it's just normal, I guess." The crown prince continued, "Do you two have any conflicts? Is he not jealous of the Imperial Guard commander?" Mumu turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. "What does this have to do with the Imperial Guard commander?" The crown prince was surprised. "Last night, the Imperial Guard commander got drunk. He stood at the city gate calling your name for ages. You didn't know." The fourth prince and fifth prince nodded in agreement. "Last night, the Imperial Guard commander was indeed drunk. He was holding a bottle of wine, crying hoo-hoo at the city gate, calling Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao's image of the imposing and mighty general was completely shattered. Sumumu didn't care about him. Let him call. What does it have to do with me? It's not like I went to meet him. The fourth prince heard this and smirked. He recounted Jing Jiao's dark past. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? Why did you say before that you wanted to include him in your harem of 3,000 men and tell fourth brother about it? Do you prefer the Imperial Guard commander or the Imperial advisor? Sumumu heard this. 1,000 black lightning bolts exploded in her head. What the hell? When did I talk about 3,000 male concubines? That must have been Jing Jiao talking, not Sumumu. The wardrobe made a loud noise. Mumu panicked and looked towards the wardrobe, her face like she'd been caught in the act. Oh no, Dilin Yuan heard everything. Xiao Quanao also heard the noise. He immediately stood up. What was that sound? Did it come from inside the wardrobe? He was about to walk over to check the wardrobe. Seeing this, Mumu hurriedly waved her arms, saying, "No, don't. If they found out, she would surely die." Wait a minute. Mumu spread her arms to block. The fourth prince then quickly went to the wardrobe door, opened it, and pretended to say, "Oh my, it must be the white mouse I'm raising causing trouble again." Mumu stuck her head into the wardrobe, putting on a pitiful face. She sincerely clasped her hands and pleaded in a whisper, "Imperial uncle, please stand still quickly." Lin Yuan whispered back, aggrieved. "If you have 3,000 men, who's the one causing trouble? Do you really keep a white mouse?" The fourth prince's voice rang out again. Sumumu turned around to reply, lying without blinking, "Yes, I just got it. It's very cute." Xiao Quanao was clearly a germaphobe. He hurriedly brushed himself off, saying, "It might have crawled all over this furniture already. Let's go quickly." He then immediately left. Sumumu was pleased to see this. She waved for him to stay, teasing, "Fourth brother, come look. I've raised it to be round and chubby. It's so adorable." Xiao Quanao hurriedly refused. No need. The crown prince also disapproved of this. With a dark face, he reprimanded, "You rotten girl, you dare to keep such a filthy creature. I'll have Madame Sun make you study royal etiquette." After saying this, he also followed the fourth prince and left. Sumumu achieved her goal, happily winking and sticking out her tongue mischievously. I know. Sumumu was extremely proud of herself. Luckily, she had suddenly remembered a bulletin title. His Highness the Fourth Prince is terrified of mice. That's why she was able to chase away those two difficult brothers of hers so quickly. Ha ha! This trick really worked well. Now, only the fifth prince remained in the room. Mumu was puzzled. Why hasn't fifth brother left yet? Oh, I forgot. Fifth brother has been in military camps for years. He's not afraid of mice. The fifth prince, Xiao Zongying, was the only one who hadn't said anything this whole time. He stood silently observing Mumu. Mumu awkwardly spoke up. Fifth brother, do you want to see it?" She actually invited fifth brother to see the white mouse, her hand gesturing towards the wardrobe. Xiao Zongying finally spoke. "Do you like it?" When Mumu heard this, she suddenly froze. Like it. She looked at the person hiding in the wardrobe. Dilin Yuan, the dignified imperial advisor, second only to one and above 10,000. Yet today, for her sake, endured hiding in this cramped wardrobe. It was truly touching. The man I've chosen. No matter what, I like him. Mumu nodded firmly. I like him very much. Her face was beaming at this moment. Xiao Zongying, having received such an answer, didn't question further. As he turned to leave, he smiled gently and said, "If you like it, then keep it. I'll help you talk to fourth brother and big brother." Mumu could finally relax. At last he's gone. Whoosh! Dilin Yuan suddenly pulled Mumu into the wardrobe. Then he directly slammed the wardrobe door shut. Sue. Mumu hadn't yet realized what had happened when she was teased by Dilin Yuan's mischievous behavior. Inside the wardrobe, only sounds that would make others blush could be heard. Dilin Yuan. "Ah, brother." At Princess Xiao Jingjiao's residence, she sat on a stone bench outside. On the table were numerous books and writing brushes. She held a brush in her mouth while holding a book, reading it over and over. She seemed very frustrated. I remember reading something in a book about methods for dealing with floods and natural disasters. Xiao Jingjiao rubbed the back of her neck. Blushing, she complained, "Dilin Yuan, you dog, biting so hard." Suddenly, Xiao Shunzi approached, holding a plate of pastries. He happily approached her. "Princess, your highness, these are mung bean cakes freshly made by the kitchen. Please try them." At that moment, Xiao Shunzi also noticed the bite mark on the back of Xiao Jingjiao's neck. He was momentarily shocked. The imperial advisor is too wild. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingjiao still didn't understand what was happening. She asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Xiao Shunzi then pointed to the back of the princess's neck. "Here." Xiao Jingjiao understood and calmly ate a cake. "It's nothing. In a while, I'll apply some blood-activating and stasis-dispelling ointment, and it'll be fine." Xiao Shunzi asked the princess again, "Don't you have anything else you want to tell me?" Xiao Jingjiao, chewing on a cake, instructed, "What else?" Oh, remember to buy one later. No, buy 2 white mice and bring them here. Xiao Shunzi beside her was more worried than she was. Princess, this servant was not careful and saw you and the imperial advisor behaving intimately in private. Shouldn't you warn this servant not to let any information leak out? Xiao Jingzhao calmly asked. Xiao Shunzi, will you tell others about it? Xiao Shunzi shook his head vigorously. No, I won't. Xiao Jingzhao clapped her hands after finishing the cake. Then, isn't that settled? This princess trusts you. Hearing this, Xiao Shunzi became happy, his eyes bright with emotion. Princess, you trust me. Then, Xiao Shunzi quickly sat down firmly. He clasped his hands sincerely and said loudly, Xiao Shunzi's life was saved by the princess, and now the princess trusts me. In the future, I will certainly climb mountains of blades and dive into seas of fire for the princess without hesitation. Xiao Jingzhao smiled and pointed to the plate of mung bean cakes. All right, I know you're loyal, but these mung bean cakes are a bit too sweet. Next time, remember to tell the kitchen to use less sugar. Xiao Shunzi's eyes were brimming with tears. Just as he was feeling touched, a palace maid came to report. Princess Mishen Su. Su requests an audience. Xiao Jingzhao frowned. Let her in. I haven't had the chance to settle accounts with her, yet she dares to come see me first. Susu approached and greeted Xiao Jingzhao. After the usual formalities, Susu came close to Xiao Jingzhao. She put on a concerned expression. Jiao Jiao, I had such a terrible stomachache at Yunhai Pavilion. When I returned, I found the entire building had been sealed off. Did anything happen to you? Xiao Jingzhao also played along with Susu. I am a princess of a country. What could possibly happen to me? Shen Susu laughed outwardly. That's good then. That's good, but inwardly she was not so pleased. I clearly tricked her into eating that candy. That candy, when combined with alcohol, turns into a love potion. How could she be unaffected? Could it be she didn't drink any wine? Thinking this, she stared intently at the book in Xiao Jingzhao's hand. If the last attempt failed, so be it. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager already has a backup plan. Susu initiated the conversation with Jiao Jiao again. How's your revision going lately? Are you confident about this retake? Xiao Jingzhao replied coldly. It's fine. Passing this exam shouldn't be difficult. Is that so? Susu continued smiling, but behind her back she was hiding a piece of paper. With father's help, my revision might also allow me to pass the exam. She gripped the paper in her hand tightly, recalling how the Empress Dowager's close maid had given it to her, instructing Susu to seize the opportunity to plant the paper in Xiao Jingzhao's study. The aim was to frame her for cheating. Shen Susu looked maliciously at Xiao Jingzhao. Keep studying diligently, you fool. You don't know that you'll soon be accused of leaking exam questions. How pitiful. On Xiao Jingzhao's side, she also noticed Susu's movements. Her eyes darted around. She must be plotting something again. Jiwang asked her, Host, try to guess what it is. Xiao Jingzhao looked at the book, thinking, if it's related to the exam, I've figured it out. She wants to frame me for cheating. Unexpectedly, her answer was agreed upon by Jiwang. In the original story, this incident enraged the public, causing Dongling to become unstable. Xiao Jingzhao was even punished to guard the royal tomb for 3 years. She looked sharply at Susu. No good. We absolutely cannot let this happen. As they were talking, Xiao Shunzi announced another visitor. Princess, the royal advisor has arrived. The handsome appearance of the royal advisor quickly caught Shen Susu's attention. She admired him in her heart. It was the first time she had seen the royal advisor up close. She didn't expect him to be so handsome. Even the crown prince couldn't compare. Xiao Jingzhao rubbed her head in frustration. Why are you here again? Di Lin Yuan, you're the royal advisor. How can you be so free every day? Di Lin Yuan approached and took her hand. I'm here to visit you and to check your homework. Aren't you welcoming me? Seeing the natural closeness between the two, Susu beside them felt a bit incredulous. She frowned. Xiao Jingzhao, since when have you been so intimate with the royal advisor? Though she thought this, the other two paid no attention to her. Lin Yuan even kindly asked about Xiao Jingzhao's wound. This made Shen Susu jealous. How could she be worthy of such a perfect man? The royal advisor must have been deceived by Xiao Jingzhao's appearance. I must expose her, she thought. She then sighed and said to Xiao Jingzhao, Jiao Jiao, I heard that the imperial general fell seriously ill from missing you. Susu continued her act. He has such deep feelings for you. Aren't you going to visit him? If someone were that good to me, I would be moved to tears. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingzhao fearfully moved away. Shen Susu, are you stupid? That you fellow got drunk on his own, then ran up up to the tower to catch the wind. Even if he dies from illness, what does it have to do with me? Moreover, Xiao Jingzhao was disgusted by that voice. Seeing Xiao Jingzhao not responding, Susu smugly covered her mouth. Xiao Jingzhao said nothing more. It seemed her promiscuous nature had been exposed, so she was embarrassed. At this moment, Di Linyuan stood up. He angrily questioned Shen Susu. Who are you? Are you worthy of using the princess's intimate name? You dare to spread rumors. I will order someone to cut out your tongue. Susu was so scared she stepped back, because Di Linyuan seemed not to be joking. Unfortunately, she bumped into Di Linyuan's guard, Xuanzhao. She was scolded. The royal advisor and the princess have matters to discuss. Those unrelated, please leave this place. Shen Susu was so scared her legs bent as she ran away. Royal advisor, forgive me. Princess, forgive me. I'll leave immediately. Xiao Jingzhao looked at her and laughed. Just that, and she's already scared. Then the guards also withdrew. Xiao Jingzhao stared at Di Linyuan. Just right, no one's around. I can tease Di Linyuan. Thinking this, she leaned against Di Linyuan, surprising him. Mumu, she touched his chin. Using a coquettish voice, Di Crispy, do you like me talking like this? Aren't you scared? Di Linyuan not only didn't feel teased, but lifted Xiao Jingzhao's chin. It seems Mumu's tongue also has a problem. Uncle Di needs to carefully examine it. Then Di Linyuan took the initiative to kiss her. Xiao Jingzhao was extremely embarrassed. Isn't this like lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own foot? Di Linyuan released her lips. Seeing Xiao Jingzhao looking at him, he teased her. Mumu, looking at me like that. Do you want another kiss? Xiao Jingzhao immediately covered her mouth with her hand, intending to stop him. No. Then Di Linyuan pulled her to lie in his arms. Xiao Jingzhao naively asked, Royal uncle, are we now in that kind of relationship? She thought to herself, if in the three-dimensional world, this might be considered dating, right? Although he hasn't officially confessed. Di Linyuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. We talk about love every day, and Mumu still doesn't understand our relationship. He wrapped his arm around Xiao Jingzhao's waist. It seems I need to express myself more clearly. Xiao Jingzhao jumped, raising her hand to stop him. No need. I understand now, very clearly. Di Linyuan leaned close to her ear. Good that you understand. From now on, don't call me royal uncle anymore. Call me by my name. Xiao Jingzhao hesitantly called his name. How should I call you? Di Linyuan. Linyuan Yuan. Yuan. So awkward. Seeing her hesitation, Di Linyuan pressed on. If you won't call my name, then husband is fine too. Xiao Jingzhao panicked and shouted, Ah, Yuan! He patted her head and smiled. Not bad. Xiao Jingzhao seemed to be thinking about something. She said, he seems to be one of the examiners for this re-examination. If I have his help, it could be much easier for me. Di Linyuan also paid attention to her studies. Now I should check how far Mumu has progressed with her homework. Xiao Jingzhao raised her index finger. That's right. Yesterday I dreamed that the exam questions were leaked. The rich young masters in the capital bought the answers. Everyone got perfect scores. On the contrary, the poor students who studied hard and diligently were overshadowed. Di Linyuan wasn't very surprised. Mumu's dream is interesting. If this were to happen, how would Mumu handle it? Xiao Jingzhao thought seriously. Of course I'd have new exam questions made, minimize the risk of leaks. But wanting new exam questions made is not an easy task. The exam questions are chosen by Father Emperor. Di Linyuan wasn't very serious. Kiss me once, and I'll tell you what to do. Xiao Jingzhao was stunned. Can we do that? Di Linyuan knew she was shy, so he took the initiative. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. They kissed again. Di Linyuan kept his promise. He told her, to prevent unexpected situations, the Ministry of Rites prepares 2 sets of exams every year. Xiao Jingzhao wondered again. But even with 2 sets of exams, we'd still need Father Emperor's approval to use them, right? Di Linyuan coaxed. Kiss me once more. Xiao Jingzhao angrily chased him away. You're really asking for too much. Di Linyuan teased. Mumu doesn't dare to kiss me. Xiao Jingzhao frowned. Who says I don't dare? She stubbornly used her hands to cover Di Linyuan's eyes. I've heard that in the dark, people's sense of touch increases greatly. A Yuan, do you want to try? Di Linyuan's ears reddened. Mumu, don't tease. Xiao Jingzhao noticed. Look, a Yuan's ears are red. Di Linyuan shyly covered her eyes. You're seeing things. Xiao Jingzhao laughed. Covering my eyes is useless. You're really blushing. She grabbed his face. Look here. Your face is getting hot. Xiao Jingzhao moved closer, touching his face. Don't move. Let me feel. So even the great imperial tutor can get embarrassed. Di Linyuan caught her hand. Mumu, if you keep this up, Imperial uncle will get angry. Xuanzhao, who had just arrived, witnessed everything. He secretly judged that Dalin Yuan, smiling like that, didn't seem angry at all. Xuanzhao spoke up. This servant greets the princess and the imperial tutor. Xiao Jingzhao was startled when someone was about to climb down, but Dalin Yuan seemed displeased. He hugged her face to his shoulder. Don't move. Then he coldly addressed Xuanzhao. Xuanzhao appeared unfazed outwardly, but inwardly he was crying at this treatment. Just a moment ago he was gentle, now he's cold towards him. My lord, it's the hour of Shen, you should go now. Dalin Yuan waved his hand. You wait outside. When Xuanzhao had left, Xiao Jingzhao was still worried. He must have seen me teasing you earlier. Oh no, my lifetime of wisdom. Oh no. Dalin Yuan asked her. You were so bold earlier. Why are you blushing now? Isn't Mumu the type who dares to do but not to admit? Xiao Jingzhao coldly told him to let go. I want to stand up. Dalin Yuan held her back. Listen to me first about the dream. I'll have someone investigate. As for the second exam question, it's with me now. If the dream is true, I'll know how to handle it myself. Xiao Jingzhao was about to ask, it's actually with you. Then she suddenly realized, wait, you believe my dream. Sumumu stared at Dalin Yuan in disbelief. You believe my dream. Dalin Yuan held her hand, frowning slightly, and said softly, why wouldn't I believe it? The Jiwang baby appeared to support you. Please, he even believed that strange phrase that you're a little fairy. What wouldn't I dare to believe after that? Mumu nodded in agreement. That's true. Dalin Yuan took a strand of Mumu's hair, coaxing her. If Mumu makes me happy, I might even use color as the main theme and give you the complete answer to the second exam question. Would Mumu like to consider it? Sumumu was surprised. You want to help me cheat. Thinking the person in front of her really meant it, she felt it disrespected her intelligence. Mumu pushed Dalin Yuan away, her face angry as she turned away. I don't need it. I want to take the exam myself. If I cheat, how am I any different from those rich kids who buy the answers? She confidently added, besides, I've prepared for such a long time. Whether I'm a donkey or a horse, I need to be taken out for a walk. Dalin Yuan laughed, his face proud, patting Mumu's head. Indeed, you have spirit. This husband awaits Mumu's good news. 3 days later, at the exam site, a group of candidates, all from influential families, including those of royal descent, lined up to enter. Sumumu was no exception. After so many days of effort studying diligently, today would determine her future. Mumu stood waiting, quietly reviewing old lessons. Methods for dealing with locust plagues. 1. Manual prevention method. 2. Natural enemy prevention method. 3. Stage-based prevention method. A woman behind, hearing someone muttering lessons, curiously looked ahead to see. Isn't this Princess Jingzhao? Mumu turned around to see who had mentioned her name. A woman in red with dimples crossed her arms. Feng An hasn't seen the princess in a long time. Has the princess been so busy that she's been studying? Mumu then recalled the plot she had written. The Empress Dowager schemed to send Princess Jingzhao to Beiling for a political marriage. Unexpectedly, the one chosen in the end was her own granddaughter, Li Feng'an, on her way to Beiling for the marriage. Princess Feng'an suddenly died. Mumu looked at the person before her, pursing her lips. Li Feng'an was actually a girl she had killed off in her story. Ah, why are you looking at me like that? Li Feng'an said loudly. Su. Mumu stepped closer to Feng'an, gently lifting her chin. Ah, don't be afraid. Can this princess eat you or something? Li Feng'an was flustered, hurriedly stepping back. I'm not afraid. You should be the one who's scared, you incompetent princess. This is already your second attempt at the exam. If you don't pass this time, you'll become a disgrace to the royal family. This Li Feng'an truly hasn't seen the coffin and won't shed tears. How dare she be so bold and disrespectful to Her Highness the Princess? As soon as the words were spoken, a hand quickly reached out and gently gripped Li Feng'an's neck. Sumumu smiled, speaking through gritted teeth. Incompetent princess. Disgrace to the royal family. Li Feng'an was now very frightened inside, but still stubbornly replied, That's how it is. You can ask any student at this exam site, is there anyone who doesn't think so? Sumumu glanced at the crowd behind. Oh, who else dares to think of this princess like that? Step forward and let this princess see. Of course, no one would dare to provoke the fiery Princess Jingzhao, Her Highness. None of them dared to make a sound. At this point, Sumumu released her hand from Li Feng'an's neck. You usually enjoy insulting me in secret so much. Now look at this. Not one dares to admit it. Mumu continued with a blank face. Princess Jingzhao is arrogant and tyrannical, cruel and unrighteous. Bright on the outside, but truly rotten on the inside. This is what you all usually say behind my back, isn't it? They say knowing one's faults and being able to change and do good can erase one's sins. What if this princess also wants to change? Her words directly surprised everyone around. Those few women in front of her still dared to whisper among themselves. Change. How can she change? It's just empty words. Don't actually believe she'll change. That's right. A leopard can't change its spots. To prove she meant what she said, Sumumu immediately raised 3 fingers before those people. She said loudly, Xiao Jingjiao, solemnly swear, from now on, I'll cleanse my heart, change my ways, and be determined to correct my faults. As for actions, I believe you'll see them. Seeing Jingjiao so determined, Li Feng'an looked thoughtful, wondering what act she was putting on now. Yu Jingshu, who was already at the exam site entrance, had witnessed everything. He pondered in a daze, since when did she become so outstanding? Hearing someone call him, Yu Jingshu reflexively turned around. It was Ye Xiaomi. She was holding a red box. Yu Gege, today you have to guard outside the exam site. It must be very tiring. I deliberately brought tea and snacks for you to help you feel less tired, Ye Xiaomi said with an extremely excited expression. In contrast to Ye Xiaomi's enthusiastic attitude, Yu Jingshu only coldly replied, No need, I just had breakfast. I'm not hungry yet. Ye Xiaomi was stunned. Oh, she frowned, feeling extremely frustrated inside. Damn it, his favorability suddenly dropped by 20%. Before she could say more, he's been so cold to me lately. What exactly happened? Ye Xiaomi cheerfully continued. Oh right, you're off duty tomorrow. Can we go see the winter plum blossoms together? The flowers are blooming beautifully these days. Yu Jingshu politely replied, I'm sorry, Miss Ye. My heart already belongs to someone. It's not appropriate for me to view flowers with you. As he said this, his face turned slightly red. Hearing this, Ye Xiaomi was stunned. His heart already belongs to someone. There aren't any women around him. Could it be? Ye Xiaomi asked directly. Is it Princess Jingjiao? Yu Jingshu didn't deny it at all. He immediately admitted with a blush. Ye Xiaomi felt a storm brewing in her heart. That low-born Xiao Jingjiao, she used to chase after him relentlessly. He wouldn't even look at her. Now it's the opposite. He can't forget her. But she quickly regained her confidence. She smiled, looking quite cunning. No, that's not right. I'm the female lead of this book. Who says my male lead can only be Yu Jingshu? This woman is truly beyond help. She must be planning to compete for Di Lin Yuan again. It's like a clay spoon trying to scoop from a jade bowl. Utterly foolish. Ye Xiaomi stood facing Yu Jingshu, silent and saying nothing. After a while, when Yu Jingshu still didn't speak, she slowly wiped away the crocodile tears that had just leaked from her eyes. She forced a heartbreaking smile that could topple a city. I understand. I won't bother Yu Gege anymore in the future. After saying this, she immediately turned away. Her face changed faster than flipping a pancake. The pitiful expression from earlier now looked terrifyingly frightening. She darkened her face, calculating. In principle, if it weren't for my utmost help, Yu Jingshu wouldn't ascend the throne. I'm afraid that until he dies, he'd still just be a minor general. I can't believe he dares to look down on me. Ridiculous. Wait until I become the imperial advisor's wife, then he'll have to flatter me. Thinking of this, she gleefully grinned. Oh my, indeed, no one taxes dreams. But this woman's dreams are too far-fetched. Let's see how Di Lin Yuan deals with her. Outside the exam site at that time, a horse-drawn carriage appeared. The person controlling the horse outside was young Master Xuan Zhao. Of course, the person inside was Di Lin Yuan. He solemnly asked Xuan Zhao how much time was left until the end of the exam. My lord, about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Xuan Zhao immediately replied to the imperial advisor. I want to see the imperial advisor? This voice belonged to the delicate Ye Xiaomi. She hurriedly ran to the carriage, demanding to see Di Lin Yuan. Xuan Zhao had served his master for many years. Of course, he knew Di Lin Yuan's nature of very limited contact with others, let alone women. Moreover, his master already had a significant other. How could he let this delicate girl meet him so casually? Xuan Zhao immediately shooed Ye Xiaomi away. Ye Xiaomi, being so blatantly dismissed by a man, was not only angry but also deeply humiliated. She bit her lip. This lowly guard dares to be so disrespectful to me. Wait until I win over Di Lin Yuan, then see how I'll deal with you. She continued to daydream. Xuan Zhao, what's all this noise about? Di Lin Yuan spoke from inside the carriage, asking Xuan Zhao about the situation outside. Ye Xiaomi heard Di Lin Yuan's voice for the first time. She couldn't help but blush. The imperial advisor's voice sounds so good. A man like this, even if I were imprisoned in his beauty palace for life, I would be willing and content. As Xuan Zhao was about to reply to his lord, Ye Xiaomi rudely interrupted him. My lord, this humble woman is named Qing Cheng. I have important matters to report to you. Hearing this, he finally opened the curtain to see who dared to obstruct his way. So it's you who wants to see me? He coldly asked. Ye Xiaomi quickly responded, Yes, Imperial Advisor. Actually, Before she could finish her sentence, she was cut off by Di Lin Yuan, just as she had done to Xuan Zhao. Get lost. He decisively dismissed Ye Xiaomi. Ye Xiaomi was stunned. He told her to get lost. I'm the female lead, Ye Cheng, the woman he's supposed to spend a lot of effort trying to win over. How can he be so cold? It's because of your character, because you're Ye Xiaomi, not the lovable Ye Cheng. Di Lin Yuan didn't want to waste any more time on this woman. He immediately closed the curtain. Unexpectedly, Ye Xiaomi was bold enough to rush forward and hold the curtain, even raising her voice to Di Lin Yuan. Isn't the imperial advisor curious about Princess Jing Zhao? She has an ambiguous relationship with the imperial general behind your back. Don't you want to know? Di Lin Yuan paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on Ye Xiaomi. She was pleased with his reaction. I knew he would care about this. What man would be willing to be cheated on? She continued to feign righteousness, saying, Qing Cheng knows you like the princess, but Princess Jing Zhao is not a good person. The princess not only has an ambiguous relationship with the imperial general behind your back, but she's also deceiving you, taking advantage of you in many ways. Her lies were indeed skillful, smooth, without a single stumble. Anyone who hadn't interacted with Jing Zhao might actually believe her words. Di Lin Yuan smirked. Ambiguous relationship. Mumu, what do you think about this? The exam time had just ended. Right when Ye Xiaomi was throwing mud at Jing Zhao, Tu Mumu had appeared at the exam hall entrance. She had heard quite a bit of what Ye Xiaomi just said. Ye Xiaomi still hadn't realized anything. She looked at Di Lin Yuan, full of doubt. Mumu, who's that? Only then did she notice Tu Mumu behind her, the Jing Zhao that everyone thought was standing behind her. How long had she been standing there? Tu Mumu approached with a cheerful expression. The words Miss Ye just said, this princess finds very interesting. Why don't Miss Ye explain clearly? This princess, how did I have an ambiguous relationship with the imperial general? Di Lin Yuan didn't want her to waste time with such people. He immediately reached out to help her into the carriage. Don't let irrelevant people ruin your mood. Come here. Tu Mu immediately agreed. Ye Xiaomi saw Di Lin Yuan gently helping Princess Jing Zhao like this and frowned. In the original story, Di Lin Yuan had a severe cleanliness disorder, very serious. Even though he liked the female lead, he had never touched her. Now, unexpectedly, he was holding Xiao Jingzhao's hand tightly like this. How could this be? Di Lin Yuan and Tu Mumu were already seated in the carriage. Di Lin Yuan spoke, ordering Xuan Zhao. Xuan Zhao, clean up the irrelevant person thoroughly. Xuan Zhao immediately understood his master's intention and obeyed. Yes, Ye Xiaomi was still foolishly daring to call out Imperial Advisor. Wait! Before she could finish speaking, a hand rushed towards her, unrelentingly gripping her throat. Xuan Zhao threatened, I'm sparing your life today. Now get lost quickly. Then he released her. Ye Xiaomi was released. She immediately fell down. She sat on the ground, dazed, watching the horse carriage pass by her. It couldn't be. How could Di Lin Yuan like Xiao Jingzhao? The person he should like should be Ye Qingcheng herself. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Tu Mumu observed Di Lin Yuan's features. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Di Lin Yuan turned and asked curiously, What's wrong? Is something the matter? It's just that I find Imperial Uncle very handsome. Tu Mumu pouted as she replied. So handsome that you easily attract admirers, of course. She only dared to think this in her head. Jealous. Di Lin Yuan pulled Mumu's waist closer. He asked gently, Even if I'm more handsome, I only belong to Mumu alone. Tu Mumu immediately blushed. Now this person opens his mouth and says such cheesy lines. He's about to sweep me off my feet. Beep, beep, beep. The system sound rang again. The Pheasant King appeared, carrying a board. The thoughtful system has selected some cheesy lines for the host, wishing the host success in all battles. On the board were 3 cheesy lines. The first one was, Guess where my heart is? On the left, wrong, it's with you. The second, near ink, one gets black. Near you, one gets sweet. The third, do you know the difference between you and a star? Stars are in the sky, but you are in my heart. Tu Mumu looked at these lines helplessly, thinking, saying these would be too cheesy already. Cheesy or not, as long as it's useful, hurry up. The Pheasant King urgently urged her. Tu Mumu, gathering all her courage, Ahem, Imperial Uncle, can you do laundry for me? Di Lin Yuan was surprised by the question about laundry now. Mumu winked and replied, That means I like you. Di Lin Yuan looked bewildered. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Pheasant King system also had to exclaim, Oh my goosebumps are all rising. Di Lin Yuan asked Tu Mumu again, Well, does Mumu know why I always work at 90% instead of 100%? Mumu innocently asked, Why? Because I'm missing a kiss from you. Di Lin Yuan directly scored, leaving Tu Mumu speechless. He really was good at everything, including flirting. Then the two shared a sweet kiss. In this match, Mumu lost completely, willingly and convinced. Breaking from the kiss, Dilin Yuan mischievously continued, want to hear more? I have many more romantic lines I haven't said yet. Tu Mu Mu, dazed from the kiss, with her head spinning, hurriedly refused, no, I admit defeat. I give up. But tell me, how come you know so many cheesy romantic lines? Have you said them to other women before? Mumu, dissatisfied, questioned with a clear conscience. Only you, and you alone. Dilin Yuan immediately patted Mumu's head and gently replied. He continued, every day, Chinjihan says these immoderate words when he sees you, young lady. I often go with him, and over time, it rubs off. Of course, I've picked up a few lines. Only then did he honestly confess the reason why he knew so many flirty lines. Tu Mumu puffed her cheeks, looking displeased. Damn Chinjihan. Chinjihan, who was at the Qin residence at that time, suddenly got cursed at for no reason. He couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Chinjihan wiped his nose and wondered, who's cursing me? Master, Miss Law refuses to come here for dinner. A servant spoke up to report. If she doesn't want to eat, then don't. Do I have to beg her? Chinjihan replied with pride. Tell the kitchen staff not to bring her food either. Let's see how long she can be stubborn. He waved his hand, giving the order. He then stood up, annoyed, and ordered, the food here doesn't taste good. Bring the meal to Qingfengju. The servant obeyed, yes, sir. He watched the back of his master. Only then did he realize, wait, Qingfengju. Isn't that Miss Law's residence? The scene changes to Qingfengju. Qin Zihan and the servant, carrying the food basket from earlier, stood before the door, master and servant. Qin Jihan stared blankly at Lanian Shu, who was standing, looking into empty space. Her eyes looked so sad. At this moment, Lanian Shu noticed someone outside. Seeing it was Qin Jihan, she frowned in displeasure and turned to go back to her room. Qin Jihan, in a flirtatious tone, Miss La, is this how you treat the person who saved your life? His words immediately made Lanian Shu's face darken and freeze. She looked straight into Qin Jihan's eyes and questioned, you call this saving me? Then she lifted her skirt, revealing her feet chained together. The iron chains clanked against each other. Lord Qin's ability to twist the truth is indeed getting more impressive. But Qin Jihan was not at all courteous. He used his paper fan to lift her chin. His face showed no expression. Your father killed my entire family, but I didn't kill you. I even give you good food and clothes. Isn't that saving your life? As for these chains, he said, his foot restlessly stepping on the chain, his hand also restlessly grabbing Lanian Shu's wrist. With a perverted face, I rarely find a bird that suits my taste. How could I let it fly away so easily? Lanian Shu immediately pulled her hand back, looking uncomfortable. Let me go. Qin Jihan then wrapped his arm around Lanian Shu's waist, his fan lightly touching her small waist. Miss La is so slim and delicate. You should eat more. Lanian Shu looked at Qin Jihan suspiciously. What exactly do you want to do? Qin Jihan looked at Lanian Shu with loving eyes. By now, both his hands were firmly on her body. He waved his hand to call the servant. I just want to invite Miss La to have a meal. She immediately resisted. I've already said I won't eat. What if I tell you General La's last words? He said. Lanian Shu, resentful, pulled out a torn piece of cloth from her person. Last time you also used my father's last words as bait. You lured me to the lakeside, but in the end, you only gave me a white cloth. Then she violently threw the cloth away and said loudly, do you think I'll believe you this time? Qin Jihan didn't get angry. He calmly picked up the cloth from the ground. What I gave you was your father's last letter, genuine and authentic. After saying this, he took out the other half of the letter from his robe. He put them together. Look, don't they match perfectly? Lanian Shu looked at the cloth in astonishment. This is my father's handwriting. Give it to me. She hurriedly ran over, wanting to grab the cloth, but Qin Jihan wasn't going to let her take it so easily. He pulled his hand back. He teased, oh my, Miss La is so eager to run into my arms like this. Taking without asking is considered stealing. Miss La, with your strict upbringing, surely you wouldn't learn the habit of stealing, right? After saying this, he immediately picked Lanian Shu up. Next, you should eat properly. The next day at the princess's mansion, Xiao Shenzi ran in from outside to inform the princess. Today, the kitchen has made crystal cakes, dragon and phoenix pastries, and longevity porridge. Just the smell is delicious. Sumomo was still sitting at the table at that time, holding a pen, ready to continue writing. She didn't seem to care much about what Xiao Shenzi just said. Just leave it there. Xiao Shenzi wondered. The exams are all over now. Why is the princess still writing? Is she drawing talismans to ward off evil? The reason he said this was because the language Momo wrote on the paper wasn't Chinese, but English. It's natural that he couldn't understand it. Sumomo continued writing attentively. Using English to record the plot details was both convenient and kept it secret. It's truly killing two birds with one stone. Oh my, I'm so smart. But now, Ye Cheng was no longer the cute girl under her pen. Trying to pair her with Yu Jingshu to help herself return didn't seem very practical. She'd better find another way. If she could bring Lin Yuan back with her, that would be great. Then she could have him as a live-in son-in-law. Heh. Sumomo thought of this and giggled happily, drooling a bit. She imagined Sumomo sitting at home, returning with messy hair, while the handsome Lin Yuan, dressed as a noble lady, saying, "I'll take care of him, princess." Outside the palace gate, a big incident occurred. Students gathered outside the palace gate, accusing the princess of bribing exam supervisors and selling answers. They were shouting, demanding to see her. Xuan Shuang hurriedly came to report this. Contrary to expectations, Momo remained very calm. They're quite quick, even if late. Let's go. Follow this princess outside to see what kind of commotion these people can cause. At the palace gate, a young man standing in front spoke loudly. We've worked so hard for this exam, yet the princess dares to bribe the examiners to buy exam answers. With such scheming, she's unworthy of being the Dongling princess. The crowd below heard this and enthusiastically shouted. They raised their hands in protest. They chanted in unison, "The evil princess is unworthy to be princess. Unworthy. I didn't expect my reputation to be so poor." A single sentence made them fall silent and turn around. This was the Jingzhou princess. Sumomo appeared like a celestial being descending. The men below immediately started whispering. I heard the Jingzhou princess has a sharp temper, a sour face. Each time she leaves the palace, hundreds of attendants follow. This doesn't seem quite right. Momo, hearing the conversation, quickly chimed in. So those rumors aren't very reliable. By now, Sumomo was standing next to the earlier ringleader. The stubborn ringleader looked straight at Momo. Those rumors might not be true, but buying exam answers is a fact. He pointed at a man wearing a set of blue clothes. Today, Zhang Yuan at the Civil Service Hall found the exam answers. They matched exactly with our exam questions. Momo asked softly, "Did you see the exam answers with your own eyes?" That Zhang Yuan, however, pointed to the man in purple clothes beside him. "Not me, I heard it from Zhao Zhen." That Zhao Zhen also refused to admit it. He immediately denied, "I didn't see it either. There were many people crowding around at that time. How could I see?" The situation didn't look good. The ringleader was losing ground, but still wouldn't give up. He insisted, "Even if we didn't see it, it can't be fake." Sumomo calmly replied, "This princess knows that no matter what I say, you won't believe me. So before I came here, I reported this matter to the Dali-si, Yujin-si, and Qing-si. No matter what abilities this princess has, I can't deceive these three departments." The ringleader seemed uneasy. He no longer dared to speak as boldly as before. Momo continued, her face full of confidence. "Tomorrow, I will receive the verdict at Dali-si. Those interested can come and watch." Hearing this, some people below wavered in their stance. Some intended to back down. Others maintained their views, thinking she might be plotting something and discussing animatedly. The princess is willing to open a trial. Maybe it wasn't her doing after all. Not necessarily. What if it's another trick? She could be the thief crying, "Stop thief." Sumomo frowned and warned. Moreover, this princess wants to remind you once again that crimes of the royal family are the same as crimes of commoners. The laws of Dongling do not spare anyone. Before falsely accusing others, you need to think carefully. Well said, princess. We support you. Don't let us down. That's right, we believe in you too. Some of the earlier protesters, after hearing Sumomo's determination, placed their trust in her. They turned to support Sumomo. Receiving such support, she was very pleased. "I won't disappoint you all." The scene changes to the imperial garden. The emperor and empress dowager were then listening to a soldier's report. The princess, fearless of danger, dared to face the public and confront this matter. This has changed people's view of the princess. The emperor, hearing this, was very pleased. He laughed with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha! As expected of my daughter, very brave." The Empress Dowager behind also spoke up. "It's good that she can face it, but if the girl has even a hint of deceit, I'm afraid the consequences won't be good." Her words were truly malicious. The statement seemed harmless, even appearing to show concern for the princess, but in reality, it showed no trust in her at all. The emperor, of course, paid no attention to that. He turned back to speak in defense of his little daughter. "Mother, Jing Er is my daughter. I know her personality better than anyone. Even if she had to leave her exam blank, she would never do such a thing." The Empress Dowager reluctantly agreed. Everyone in the Xiao family is so cunning. What good could come from Xiao Jingzhao?" Then she feigned disinterest and said, "All right, I'm a bit tired, so I'll return to my palace first. Your son will escort you, mother." The emperor immediately bowed. At this moment, When the Empress Dowager had moved a distance away from the emperor, she anxiously asked the old palace maid beside her, how did Shen Su handle it? The old palace maid bowed respectfully and replied, reporting to the Empress Dowager, Shen Su said the guard at the princess's mansion was too strict. She couldn't plant the answers inside. The Empress Dowager, receiving this unsatisfactory result, angrily said, useless thing. If I hadn't seen that Xiao Jingjiao was good to her, I wouldn't have involved her. In the future, if you see her, tell her I still have tasks for her. Yes, Your Highness. The old palace maid immediately obeyed. The next day at the Dali Sea, Sumomo appeared with Di Lin Yuan and 2 others. Behind them, yesterday's crowd also appeared here. Seeing the princess appear again with the imperial advisor, they couldn't help but gossip. Look, the imperial advisor is with the princess again. Wow, the princess is so beautiful. If the princess would marry me, I'd be willing to die happy. Di Lin Yuan glanced at the person standing beside him. Just now, someone praised Momo's beauty. I thought they wanted to steal my position. Sumomo asked confusedly, what position? The position of prince consort, of course. Di Lin Yuan shamelessly teased Sumomo directly in front of so many people. The women outside, seeing this scene, couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Look, the princess and the imperial advisor are such a perfect match. Oh my, the princess's ears are all red. Their relationship must be something special. Everyone be quiet, the judge loudly commanded, accompanied by a strong slam on the table. Today, the princess is here to report a case. She requests 3 jury trials to strictly investigate and address the issue of bribery, examiners selling exam answers, to restore the integrity of the royal family and ensure fairness for all exam candidates. This court has thoroughly investigated and discovered some details. Guards, bring the suspect Shen Su here. Following the judge's order, Shen Su was immediately escorted by 2 soldiers to the court. Shen Su, upon seeing the princess, looked extremely frightened. She immediately begged the princess for help. Princess, please save me. Susu did all of this under your orders. Didn't you threaten me to help you cheat in the exam? Unexpectedly, even at this point, Shen Susu was still so bold. She deliberately tried to implicate Sumomo. The protesters from yesterday whispered, who is this woman? Seems to be the princess's close friend. They have an extremely good relationship. If her close friend says so, it looks like the princess really did cheat. Sumomo showed no signs of panic. She calmly approached Shen Susu and questioned her. You say you acted on my orders. When did I ever command you to do so? Shen Susu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond, so she spoke recklessly. Well, that I've forgotten. The judge held up a piece of paper. Shen Susu, are these the answers for cheating that you mentioned? Shen Susu replied without a moment's hesitation. Yes, that's it. Are you sure? The judge asked gravely. Every word on it was written by me, so I'm absolutely certain. Shen Susu thought to herself, as long as I help the Empress Dowager deal with Xiao Jingjiao, the position of crown princess will be mine. Then the judge continued, well, that's strange. In this court's opinion, these answers don't match the exam questions. Hearing this, Shen Su froze in fear. What? How can they not match the exam? The judge then called a guard to bring him the exam paper. Go, take these answers for the candidates outside to see. The guard quickly went out and distributed them to the candidates. After looking, they said to each other, why don't these answers match our exam questions? That's right, the exam questions were about the minister, but these answers are about Confucius Analects. Are these fake answers? Shen Susu's face darkened. Fake answers. How could the answers from the Empress Dowager be fake? The candidates held the exam papers in their hands, comparing them back and forth with their own exam answers. They discovered something was amiss. They discussed, how come these answers don't match our exam questions? They don't correspond at all. That's right. The first question was about Shangshu, but the answer for the first question is about the Analects. Could these possibly be fake answers? Susu, kneeling below, overheard everything the crowd said. Her face turned pale. Fake answers. The answers the Empress Dowager gave her were actually fake. Emperor Lin Yuan held the exam paper and declared boldly, before someone informed this court that the exam questions might have been leaked, this court had conveniently changed to backup questions. He held up the questions in front of everyone. So these answers are indeed fake. The candidates below heard this and believed it completely. Even the imperial tutor says they're fake, so they must definitely be fake. It seems we misunderstood the princess. The candidate who led the uprising about Xiao Jingjiao leaking the exam also knelt down. He clasped his hands in front of everyone. This humble one was foolish to believe the slanderous words. I hope your highness will be magnanimous and forgive this humble one. Xiao Jingjiao approached him. Stand up. quickly stand up. I have never blamed you, so there's no need to speak of forgiveness. I only hope that if such matters occur in the future, you won't be swayed by rumors. Look at the facts rationally. The candidates nearby saw Xiao Jingzhao's magnanimity. They couldn't stop praising. Well said, princess. Indeed, a beautiful person with a kind heart. Xiao Jingzhao was delighted by the praise, feeling on cloud nine. So this is what it feels like to be a princess. Not bad at all. Emperor Lin Yuan gazed at her intently from the side. My muumuu seems to be glowing. While Xiao Jingzhao was happy, a notification appeared on the screen. A cute reminder from the adorable system. Emperor Lin Yuan's favorability towards you has already reached 100%. The reward has been deposited into the host's account. Please check. Xiao Jingzhao was stunned. 100% so quickly. The Chicken King, on the contrary, was very calm. Not quick, not quick. If you had been more proactive, you might have reached 100% achievement even earlier. A commotion below made the presiding official slam loudly. Silence. What is the final truth? Why did you trade exam answers? Why did you want to slander Her Highness the Princess? Susu had long been trembling under pressure from many sides. She stammered, "The Empress Dowager, the Empress Dowager." It was all the Empress Dowager. Before she could finish her sentence, the Empress Dowager she mentioned arrived. She entered, exclaiming, "Oh, who told you to do what?" This appearance made Susu swallow back all the words she wanted to say. The Empress Dowager coldly said, "I've heard that slandering the royal family warrants extermination of 9 clans. Miss Su slandered Xiao Jingzhao. Does she still want to bite at me unsuccessfully?" Susu turned to see the murderous look in the Empress Dowager's eyes. Empress Dowager, Empress Dowager. Xiao Jingzhao in front of her angrily scolded, "Shut up. You can't even lie properly. I am the Empress Dowager's own granddaughter. How could a grandmother harm her own granddaughter?" Then she went to the Empress Dowager's side, affectionately linking arms with her. "Isn't that right, Empress Dowager?" The Empress Dowager cooperated with her, of course. But in her heart, she cursed her as a fool, afraid that even now, she still thought that I was the one who treated her the best in this palace. The atmosphere was so harmonious that everyone thought they were close. But Xiao Jingzhao had long known the Empress Dowager's evil thoughts. Your real retribution hasn't come yet. If you were to be exposed now, wouldn't it be too easy for you? The Empress Dowager, wanting to quickly escape this situation, said, "All right then, leave the rest to the Ministry of Justice. Jingzhao, escort me back to the palace." As they passed by a room, suddenly there was loud laughter, attracting Xiao Jingzhao's attention. She stared at that room. "Are my brothers inside?" Just then, the Empress Dowager released her. "Good child, you've escorted me this far. That's enough. The 4th prince, 5th prince, and crown prince are all waiting for you. Go on in." After Xiao Jingzhao left, the Empress Dowager truly revealed her nature. If that brat Emperor Lin Yuan hadn't changed the exam questions, you would have failed miserably this time. As soon as she entered, Xiao Jingzhao saw the 4th prince, 5th prince, and crown prince huddled together. The 4th prince in the middle was holding some paper. Xiao Jingzhao curiously asked them, "What are you all looking at? That's so funny." Xiao Jingzhao glanced over, discovering it was her own exam paper. Xiao Jingzhao ran over to take back her exam paper. "Who let you all see my exam paper? You can't look at it." The 4th prince refused to return it to her, using his height advantage to hold it up high. This kind of handwriting is very rare in the world. Let your royal brother take a careful look. Haha. The crown prince on the side also laughed along. "Tell your crown prince brother, how did you manage to write so poorly?" Xiao Jingzhao was still upset. She continued reaching out to take back her paper. "Give it back to me." The 4th prince didn't return it, teasing her for not being able to reach. "Can't reach it." Suddenly, Xiao Jingzhao felt herself being lifted up. It turned out Emperor Lin Yuan had used his hands to lift her by the waist. Before her bewilderment, Emperor Lin Yuan answered, "Isn't this reaching it now?" With Emperor Lin Yuan's help, Xiao Jingzhao finally got her paper back. "Nya nya, I still got it back from you." The 4th prince was angry. "You little..." Then Xiao Jingzhao smugly said to Emperor Lin Yuan, "Royal uncle, let's go." As they left, Xiao Jingzhao held up her exam paper for Emperor Lin Yuan to see. "Royal uncle, is my handwriting really that bad?" Emperor Lin Yuan calmly replied, "It's not bad." This left the 3 princes behind, with their mouths agape. The young imperial tutor must be going blind. As they were about to board the carriage, Xiao Jingzhao suddenly remembered, "Wait a minute, how did I end up in his carriage? I clearly have my own carriage." Xiao Jingzhao worriedly hinted, "Royal uncle, We haven't made our relationship public yet. Always being together will make people gossip behind our backs. Emperor Lin Yuan thought about a different issue. Mumu wants to go public. Xiao Jingzhao covered his mouth, flustered. I didn't say that. Don't speak nonsense. Emperor Lin Yuan caught her hand affectionately. All right, I'm not speaking nonsense. I have something I want to show you. How about we go back to my residence together? At the imperial tutor's residence, Emperor Lin Yuan showed her many precious jewels filling up a mirror. He introduced, this is the salt revenue stream. These are 5 estates outside the city. This is... Xiao Jingzhao interrupted him. Stop. Royal uncle, why are you showing me all these things? Emperor Lin Yuan inquired. Mumu, what do you think of these as betrothal gifts? Xiao Jingzhao was startled by these words. Betrothal gifts. Emperor Lin Yuan, seeing her shyness, continued. Although it's said that parents decide children's marriages, I still want to hear it from your own mouth. Dao Dao, are you willing to marry me? Xiao Jingzhao frowned. That sounds quite proper, doesn't it? She turned her head. What if I don't agree? Emperor Lin Yuan moved closer. Then I'll ask a few more times. I'll keep asking until you agree. Xiao Jingzhao wanted to avoid it, smiling. The imperial tutor is too confident. If that's the case, I'll save my answer for next time. The reason she avoided it was because Xiao Jingzhao still wanted to enjoy the time of being in love. She couldn't easily agree. Emperor Lin Yuan held her cheek. Is that so? Then I'll try harder. So next time you might agree with me. Are you sleepy yet? Tonight, just rest at the imperial tutor's residence. What do you think? Xiao Jingzhao pushed him away. How could that be? Royal uncle, me sleeping in your bed doesn't seem quite right. Emperor Lin Yuan wanted to persuade her. What's not right about it? It's not like you haven't stayed overnight here before. Xiao Jingzhao remembered the time when Emperor Lin Yuan was poisoned. Feeling a bit helpless, she tried to avoid it again. Last time was for a reason. Besides, last time was different from this time. How can they be the same? Emperor Lin Yuan seized the opportunity. So you mean, as long as there's a reason, you can stay here, right? Seeing Xiao Jingzhao's dilemma, he turned around. All right. I won't tease you anymore. If you want to go back, then let me take you back. Xiao Jingzhao, as if liberated, quickly dodged away from him. No need. I can go back by myself. After leaving that place, Xiao Jingzhao still couldn't shake off the feeling. What a hateful man. Only good at bullying people. The eunuch beside her had an announcement for her. Princess, the Ministry of Rights announces that you've passed the second round of exams. They want to ask in advance which department you intend to enter. The reason for asking this is because royal descendants, after passing the second round of exams, must choose a department in the palace to work for 2 years. Only after those 2 years can they receive land grants. Xiao Jingzhao thought very seriously. Which department to choose? She had to think this through carefully. The Ji Wang gave her a cute reminder. The candidate can choose to work in the Ministry of Justice. Grasp the career path of the female lead, Ye Qing Cheng. Start the moment of brilliance. Xiao Jingzhao wondered, if I grasp Ye Qing Cheng's career path, then what? The case-solving rate from the original plot will appear. Of course, the Ji Wang said proudly. That's obvious. At that time, maybe the candidate will feel like a great detective and invincible. How about that? Xiao Jingzhao angrily knocked the Ji Wang's head. Invincible, you say? Don't try to fool me anymore. If it weren't for the high resentment rate of the 3 lives, how could I have transmigrated here? Having said that, Jingzhao turned to report to the waiting eunuch. I will work in the Ministry of Rights. Another notification appeared. Congratulations to the candidate for unlocking the side story, changing Dongling's education system, abolishing the hereditary bureaucratic system. Xiao Jingzhao was surprised. There's even a side story. The Ji Wang explained, when the candidate makes a choice different from the arrangement, it will generate different plot points. Xiao Jingzhao seemed to understand the issue. So you're saying that all the plot points are based on my choices and how they unfold. While they were arguing, there was a sudden sound from the other side. Please, envoy, come this way. Xiao Jingzhao looked over. Her gaze stopped on Li Feng'en. Xiao Jingzhao was curious. Is she guiding the envoy from Beiling? Another notification appeared. Congratulations, candidate, you've activated Save Li Feng'en. No marriage, no death. Li Feng'en's biography side story. The Empress Dowager arranged for Princess Jingzhao to go to Beiling for a peace marriage. Unexpectedly, in the end, the person sent for the peace marriage was her own granddaughter, Princess Li Feng'en. On the way to Beiling for the peace marriage, Princess Feng'en suddenly passed away. Thinking of this, Xiao Jingzhao felt regretful. Such a beautiful woman dying on the way to a peace marriage. It's truly a pity. Finally, she decided to go over there and strike up a conversation with Li Feng'en. The envoy from Beiling already has a general guiding them. Why trouble the noble princess? Li Feng'en coughed once, displeased. Ahem, I have good intentions to guide them. Why do you care? The general then introduced her to the two envoys. This is our princess of Dongling. The two envoys immediately put their hands on their chests and bowed. The short-haired one spoke first, followed by the long-haired one. Second Prince of Beiling, Talamu, pays respects to the princess. Envoy of Beiling, Quan Keng, pays respects to the princess. Xiao Jingzhao smiled politely. The two honored guests may rise. Looking at Li Feng'an again, she saw her gazing adoringly at the envoy Quan Keng. Xiao Jingzhao was surprised that she was so captivated by beauty. Xiao Jingzhao gently pinched Li Feng'an. Li Feng'an frowned and questioned, "Why did you pinch me?" Xiao Jingzhao pointed to the corner of her mouth, saliva. As Li Feng'an was tidying herself up, Xiao Jingzhao said to the other three, "I and Princess Feng'an have a few words to exchange. We won't delay the general from escorting the Beiling envoys to the audience. Please, go ahead." The general was a bit surprised, but had to take his leave. Seeing the group leave, Li Feng'an panicked. "Why did you ask me to stay here? I still want to escort the envoys to the audience." Xiao Jingzhao covered her mouth and whispered, "Beilang's territory is all desert. I heard they only bathe once a year." Li Feng'an shuddered. "That stinky woman. How dare you ruin my mood at this moment?" She crossed her arms and turned away. "Rest assured, I won't marry into Beilang. I still have to watch you grow old alone." Xiao Jingzhao smiled smugly. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Hearing this, Li Feng'an wanted to confirm. "From your tone, has Dilin Yuan become your boyfriend?" Xiao Jingzhao was a bit surprised. Boyfriend. How did she know this term from the real world? Could she also have transmigrated here? Sumumu blinked. She pretended to mention things popular in modern times to check if Li Feng'an was a time traveler or not. Wang Yibo, QQ, phone. Li Feng'an heard these words for the first time. She asked confusedly, "Mumu, what bo? What Q?" After checking, Sumumu indeed confirmed that she wasn't from the real world. Sumumu didn't want to guess anymore. She directly asked Li Feng'an, "The boyfriend you mentioned earlier, where did you learn that word?" "Of course, from the script," Li Feng'an answered nonchalantly. Mumu wondered. "Script?" Li Feng'an immediately explained, her tone enthusiastic. "The Lovesickness by young Master Yongle is absolutely wonderful. If a man like Siyun loved me secretly for 15 years like that, I'd die without regrets." Mentioning Siyun, a jolt of electricity seemed to run through Mumu's brain. Siyun. That name sounds familiar. Li Feng'an sighed. "It's just a pity the ending isn't good. Otherwise, it would be perfect." "Hey, I'm not finished talking. Where are you going?" Sumumu didn't waste time listening to Li Feng'an talk about those stories anymore. She immediately left. "I'm going to buy some scripts to read." Li Feng'an enthusiastically reminded her. Young Master Yongle's scripts are very popular. If you're just going to buy now, you definitely won't be able to get them. Sumumu stopped, turned back, and replied, "If I can't buy them from bookstores, I'll borrow them from somewhere else." Li Feng'an wondered, "Where from?" Li Feng'an's question was immediately answered. Thanks to Feng'an's reminder, Sumumu led Li Feng'an to the residence of the Anshen Prince, or more accurately, Li Feng'an's home. Li Feng'an looked at the nameplate of Anshen Prince's residence, angrily speaking up. "Isn't this my home? What are you doing at my house?" Sumumu shrugged. With a calm expression, she said, "Of course, to borrow books." Without waiting for Li Feng'an's agreement, Sumumu stepped inside. Feng'an immediately lifted her skirt and followed, her mouth constantly grumbling. "What kind of relationship do we have? You say you want to borrow books, and I'll just lend them to you. Hey, are you even listening to me?" Sumumu indeed wasn't paying attention to Li Feng'an's words. Words entering one ear immediately left through the other. She basically didn't take them to heart. She calmly chose a script from the full shelves. She casually opened to a page and read. She couldn't help but marvel at these words. "Is this written by young Master Yongle?" Li Feng'an stood behind Sumumu, pretending to be aloof. "But if you beg me, perhaps I'll be merciful." Before she could finish, Li Feng'an saw Sumumu inexplicably crying her eyes out. Feng'an panicked. "You, don't cry. I haven't said anything yet." Sumumu also didn't understand why she was unconsciously shedding tears like this. "Why am I crying? Is it because of this sentence?" Her hand touched the page. She pointed to the line. "My wife Jinger ascends to the ninth heaven, descends to the yellow springs. I vow to live and die with her, never betraying her, silently bearing unspeakable pain." These were Xiao Jingzhao's feelings. Li Feng'an was still confused at this point. "If you want to read it, just take it. It's not like I'm bullying you." Sumumu closed the script. Turning around, she asked, "Do you know where young Master Yongle is?" "I don't know, never met him in real life, but his books are all sold at Jishan Hall. You can go there and ask." Li Feng'an answered enthusiastically. "At Jishan Hall, young Master Yongle only comes here to deliver books on the 15th of each month. If you want to meet him, wait until that day." The shopkeeper told Sumumu. "Thank you," she said after receiving the answer, then turned turned to leave. Mumu and Xiaoxinzi were now disguised as commoners. She had carefully prepared an additional face veil to partially conceal the beauty of her face. Xiaoxinzi spoke up. Princess, do you need this servant to secretly investigate information about Yongle young master? Sumumu's face was still deep in thought at this moment. After a while, she replied, no rush. The person we need to meet will be met in due time. Today, you must follow me. Suddenly, voices appeared, attracting the attention of both of them. Sumumu looked at the crowd in the distance. She asked Xiaoxinzi curiously, what's happening? Xiaoxinzi also looked in Sumumu's direction, then answered, judging by their clothes, it might be students from Yingtian Academy having a dispute with others. Over there, a dark-skinned woman loudly pulled a man's arm. Her tone was forceful. Being noticed by this princess is your lifelong blessing, yet you dare to refuse. The dark-skinned lady shouting loudly was none other than Tapadana, Princess of Bailing. The man whose arm Tapadana was pulling, frightened to the point of falling to the ground, hurriedly refused this kindness. This kind of blessing I don't need. Sumumu stepped forward. In broad daylight, forcibly abducting East Ling's citizens like this should be punished at the Dali Temple. Tapadana looked at the woman before her. You're threatening me. Her hands still not releasing the man called Shen. Sumumu maintained a gentle demeanor. She extended her hand, explaining, it's not a threat, just telling you a principle in East Ling. Even if the emperor breaks the law, he's punished like a commoner. Take action. Bring her to Dali Temple. Xiaoxinzi, receiving his master's order, immediately rushed behind Tapadana, swiftly tying her hands behind her back. Tapadana shouted loudly, release me. Do you know who I am? I am the Princess of Bailing. If my royal brother finds out you've arrested me, he will absolutely not forgive you. Mumu showed indifference. Turning away, she said, it's deafening. Xiaoxinzi must stuff a cloth in her mouth. Only then will she be quiet. Days later at Baohe Palace, the second prince of Bailing, Tapaluomu, led his vengeful sister Tapadana into the palace. Behind them were a servant and Bailing's envoy, Kwangkong, escorting the two. Tapaluomu lightly tapped Tapadana's forehead, softly scolding, you've caused trouble for me as soon as you arrived. If it weren't for today's banquet by the Eastling Emperor to entertain us, Bailing envoys, I wouldn't have been able to get you out of Dali Temple. Tapadana showed that she had realized her mistake. All right, royal brother, you've been nagging the whole way here. She angrily continued, have you found the masked woman who arrested me? When we find her, I must certainly. Before finishing, Tapadana carelessly pointed straight at Sumumu and said, that's her. Tapaluomu looked doubtful. It's her, the Eastling princess. No wonder she dared arrest me. Tapadana gritted her teeth. Her grudge against Sumumu still itched in her heart. Second Prince Tapaluomu turned to remind her, in a moment, speak more politely. Who knows, she might be your future sister-in-law. Tapadana grasped her royal brother's hand tightly. Her face showed reluctant acceptance. You can marry anyone else, it's fine, but you can't marry that woman. Tapaluomu looked at his vengeful little sister. He couldn't help but sigh. Our purpose for coming this time is for a peace marriage. Eastling only has one princess. If I don't marry her, who should I marry? It's not just you who can make a peace marriage. I can too, Tapadana said mischievously. The man sitting next to Xiao Jingjiao isn't bad. He's very much to my taste. She had actually set her eyes on Dilin Yuan. His romantic fate was truly too good. Tapadana gazed at Dilin Yuan with infatuated eyes. Let him be my consort. That would also count as a peace marriage. On Mumu and Dilin Yuan's side, Mumu covered her mouth and whispered to him, Royal uncle, your position doesn't seem to be here. Dilin Yuan indeed didn't disappoint them. He replied in a sweet voice, wherever you sit is where my position is. Dilin Yuan said this so naturally that it made Mumu blush deeply. Dilin Yuan didn't care where they were. He directly pulled Mumu to lean against him. Besides, today's banquet isn't for anything good. If some scoundrel makes an unreasonable request, I can also refuse on your behalf. Mumu looked up at Dilin Yuan before her. In a low voice, do you mean you want to make our relationship public? Dilin Yuan didn't deny it. He looked at her with eyes full of deep affection. Is Jiao Jiao willing? Is Jiao Jiao willing? Dilin Yuan asked Sumumu with a loving gaze. Mumu immediately replied, I am willing. Royal uncle, thank you for agreeing to stand here facing this with me. Dilin Yuan responded in his roguish tone. What's there to thank? After all, you're my yet-to-be-married wife. How could I let others snatch you away? Sumumu blushed again and turned away. She shyly replied, Who's your wife? Dilin Yuan raised an eyebrow and gently caressed Mumu's cheek. Jiao Jiao is so sensitive. I don't know what to do in the future. His Majesty arrives, announced a servant. The emperor entered the palace majestically. Everyone in the room knelt down simultaneously. They bowed their heads and paid respects. Long live the emperor. Long live, long live, long live. The emperor's expression today was very cheerful. All beloved officials, please rise. Today I've prepared this banquet to entertain the envoys from Bailing. I hope Prince Tapaluomu and the envoys will feel at ease. Tapaluomu raised his wine cup to thank the emperor. He had traveled thousands of miles to East Ling to negotiate peace at the border. He expressed Bailing's wish to marry the East Ling princess, to reconcile the two countries and consolidate border peace. Upon hearing this, Dilin Yuan immediately darkened. The emperor looked troubled. This matter. The emperor thought to himself, I had good intentions to entertain, yet you want to take away my beloved daughter. Before her father could speak, Sumumu spoke first. I already have someone in my heart. This trip to Bailing, I'm afraid I cannot go. Hearing this, the emperor frowned, his face showing a bit of loss. What? Yi already has someone in her heart. I don't even know who this brat is. Yet he could make Yi look at him, the emperor continued. Ahem. Eastling wishes to negotiate peace with Bailing. However, this marriage alliance should be discussed more thoroughly. Tapadena spoke up. What's there to discuss thoroughly about getting married? At most, we can change to someone else. She blushed, looking towards Dilin Yuan, and said, Your country's grand advisor is refined and unrestrained. He's like a jade tree in the wind. Very much to my liking. I wonder if he's married yet. Lin Yuan coldly replied, Although I am not yet married, I already have someone in my heart. Princess Tapadena of Bailing continued to demonstrate her lack of intelligence. She arrogantly said, Ha, East Ling says they want to negotiate peace, but now everyone claims they already have someone in their heart, always pushing away the marriage alliance. As I see it, this clearly shows disrespect for our Bailing. Hearing this, Tapaluomu immediately had to remind his sister to speak cautiously. Dilin Yuan replied, Princess Dana, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. The princess and I are not avoiding anything. He took Mumu's hand. We actually have feelings for each other. We admire each other. Then Lin Yuan held hands with Mumu, raising them for everyone to see. So the rumors were true. The grand advisor and the princess really are in love. Unexpected. Everyone whispered and discussed. The emperor frowned, his face showing displeasure. Yi actually likes that youngster Dilin Yuan. Although Dilin Yuan isn't bad, I still feel he's not worthy of our Yi. Then he spoke up. Actually, peace negotiations don't necessarily have to rely on marriage alliances. Both sides just need to sign a treaty to expand trade. This can also ensure 100 years of peace. Tapaluomu agreed with this view. Your Majesty is absolutely right. Marriage alliance is a means, not an end. The most important thing is to protect the peace between our two countries. For a long time, hearing this, the emperor happily raised his cup to toast everyone. Well said. Let's drink to the peace between our two countries. Mumu also raised her glass, about to drink when Dilin Yuan stopped her. The fruit wine is cold. Warm it up before drinking. If I remember correctly, you might be close to your menstrual period, right? Dilin Yuan said softly. Mumu blushed in surprise. Oh my, how does he remember it even more clearly than I do? The Jiwang covered her mouth and giggled. Perhaps it's because of love. Mumu happily enjoyed the wine, her cheeks already flushed red. But because the wine was delicious, she wanted to drink a few more cups. She had just picked up another cup when Dilin Yuan stopped her again. Jiao Jiao, you can't drink anymore. Give me the wine cup. Mumu, now slightly drunk, stubbornly refused to listen to him. She held onto the wine cup tightly. This is my wine. Whoever dares to secretly drink it, I'll. Mumu opened her mouth, raising both hands, looking like a tiger cub, going, aha, to bite. Dilin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Little Shunzi behind them was already red-faced, feeling embarrassed for the two of them. Ah, I can't watch. I can't watch, he said. Grand Advisor, why don't you let this servant take the princess? This servant will escort the princess safely back to her palace. Dilin Yuan coldly replied, no need. Then with his gentlest demeanor, he softly helped Mumu lean against him. Be good, let's go home. Then he immediately picked Mumu up. Tapadana, seeing this scene, had an expression of great admiration. That Xiao Jingjiao, apart from her beautiful face, what else does she have that's better than me? Anyway, I still have to stay in East Ling for some time. I don't believe I can't win against her. The horse carriage was now prepared outside. Mumu, inside the carriage, was still very rowdy. Evil dragon roars. Ahu! Dilin Yuan held Mumu tightly in his arms. He gently said, don't move around. Okay. Drunk Mumu was very stubborn. She puffed her cheeks and replied, no, listen to the evil dragon roar. You are now mine. Dilin Yuan maintained that gentle demeanor. I've always been yours, Mumu. Mumu drowsily said, don't you need to kiss to seal it? Dilin Yuan could only smile helplessly at her adorableness. This little girl is getting more and more clingy. He then kissed her left cheek. Mumu felt it wasn't enough. She pointed to the other side, the right side too. You have to kiss both sides. He quickly fulfilled her request. More, Mumu was about to say, but Dilin Yuan interrupted her. Mumu is so beautiful like this. How can I resist? Saying this, he held Mumu's head and pulled her into a kiss. Finally, Sumumu woke up from yesterday's drunkenness. In her head appeared the scene of Dilin Yuan cupping her cheeks, lovingly saying, Mumu, be good and call me Yuan Gege. Mumu obediently called, Yuan Gege. Last night must have been a dream, right? Why was it so cheesy? Sumumu suddenly pinched her own cheek. Ouch. This confirmed it wasn't a dream. She turned over, closing her eyes to sleep more. Good thing it was a dream and not reality. Even if called, I won't get up. Mumu drowsily reached out to touch something beside her. What's this hard yet warm thing? Mumu opened her eyes wide. Oh my god, the thing I've been touching is actually Dilin Yuan. His eyes were still closed, and he was wearing only a set of pajamas. A firm chest was exposed. Sumumu sat up in panic. Who am I? Where is this? What am I doing? Dilin Yuan's eyes were still closed, but he pulled Sumumu into his arms. In a deep, warm voice, he said, Good morning, Your Highness. Mumu replied in confusion. Only then did Dilin Yuan open his eyes. Compared to Your Highness, I prefer you calling me Yuan Gege. Mumu was startled, gradually recalling yesterday's memories, the evil dragon's roar, and her obediently calling him Yuan Gege. That dream was actually real. Is it too late to pretend to be asleep now? She avoided Dilin Yuan's gaze, pretending to know nothing. Yuan Gege. What, Your Highness? What are you talking about? Dilin Yuan wasn't letting it go. He moved closer, teasing the evil dragon's roar. What comes next? Mumu now felt regret. She shouldn't have drunk last night. Dilin Yuan grabbed Sumumu's wrist. Forgot. No problem. Yuan Gege can help Mumu remember. He took Mumu's hand and placed it on his chest. Not only that, he slowly guided her hand downwards. Sumumu was teased until she felt dizzy. After this cat-and-mouse game, Sumumu quickly tidied herself up, then hurriedly got on a horse carriage to travel to Li Feng'an's place. Even in the carriage, Sumumu's face was still red. She quickly fanned herself to cool down her face. The situation earlier was truly too dangerous. Dilin Yuan and her were lying on the same bed. Both were wearing only a single nightgown. He even perversely kissed her hand. Mumu's hands are very skilled. Yuan Gege likes it when Sumumu holds his hand tightly. She felt anxious inside. What a vile, deceitful scoundrel. At that moment, the Chicken King system emitted the warm voice of this cutie, reminding her, the life of supporting character Li Feng'an is in danger. Please, host, go to the martial arts arena immediately to rescue the female supporting character. Sumumu was startled. Wasn't Li Feng'an still not integrated into her role? How could her life be in danger? Mumu wondered. Scene changes to the martial arts arena. Li Feng'an and the Northern Ling envoy Quan Kan were watching two swordsmen duel. Li Feng'an cheerfully spoke. The envoy thought, who will win this round? Quan Kan, from start to finish, didn't look at Li Feng'an once and coldly replied, These two are evenly matched. It's hard to tell who's better. We'll just have to see whose endurance is better. At this time, Thapdana was sitting on a horse. On her back was a quiver of stone arrows. Her eyes turned to where Li Feng'an was standing. She asked, That palace maid is the princess of East Ling, right? Yes, my lady, the palace maid replied. Thapdana then ordered, Go call her over here. I have something to say to her. Li Feng'an was summoned. She quickly went before Thapdana. Feng'an pays respects to the Northern Ling princess. May I ask if the princess has any business with me? Thapdana dismounted, taking the bow from her maid's hand. Without saying a word, she glanced at Li Feng'an. Then she drew the bow. Aiming straight at the bullseye on the target, she released. The arrow flew and hit the bullseye. Li Feng'an watched and felt surprised. After that display, Thapdana spoke arrogantly, asserting her claim, Quan Kan belongs to this princess. If you don't want to die, stay away from him. Li Feng'an wasn't afraid. Instead, she found it laughable. Belongs to the princess. Li Feng'an confronted Thapdana, her tone slightly mocking. Why have I heard that Lord Quan Kan has rejected the princess many times? Thapdana, having her tail stepped on like this, was so angry she blushed, raising her hand to slap Li Feng'an. How dare you speak to me like that? Insolent. Mumu's voice rang out. She quickly grabbed Thapdana's wrist. Although the Northern Ling princess is an honored guest, bullying the East Ling princess without reason, I'm afraid is not appropriate. Sumumu's face was very gentle, but her words carried a warning. Thapdana decisively yanked her hand away, shouting, Who are you to interfere? The maid beside her, seeing her mistress about to cause trouble again, quickly came over to whisper, reminding the princess to calm down. The prince said, "You're not to cause any more trouble." Hearing this, Thapdana naturally didn't dare to act imperiously anymore. "I've heard the princess's archery skills are not bad. If you beat me, I won't cause trouble for her." Sumumu happily agreed. "What's the rush? I haven't finished yet. If you lose, I won't just cause trouble for her, I'll want your grand preceptor too." "How about that?" She made an outrageous demand. It seems that Baklang's upbringing of this princess was too superficial. She just said King Khan was hers. Now she's insisting on De Lam Uyen. Shameless beyond imagination. Sumumu just laughed to herself. Then she looked proudly at Thapdana, her tone challenging. "My man, you think you can have him just like that?" Teo Tingjiao moved closer. "You want tacos, man." Thapdana frowned. Right after, Teo Tingjiao took the bow, saying generously, "I can compete with you." These words left Thapdana speechless. Teo Tingjiao rolled up his sleeves with a proud air. "But the conditions must be mine." Pointing to the not-so-distant target, he spoke. "There are 10 straw targets opposite. Whoever hits the most bullseyes wins. If I win, you can't bother Feng'an anymore. If I lose, I'll apologize to you." Thapdana quickly grasped the main point. "You agree to apologize to me." Hearing this, she became visibly happier. "Agreed. But I won't let go of the grand preceptor." With that, Thapdana gracefully jumped on her horse and went ahead. The eunuch spoke up. "Princess, your horse is ready." Li Feng'an anxiously said, "Wait a moment. You haven't ridden a horse or shot a bow in over 3 years. Will you be all right?" Teo Tingjiao cheerfully said, "Oh, worried about me." Li Feng'an blushed and stepped back. "Not at all. I'm afraid you'll have to apologize later, embarrassing our Donglang." Teo Tingjiao lightly jumped on the horse. "Don't worry. When have you ever seen me apologize to anyone?" Tri Wang excitedly took photos around Teo Tingjiao. "Huamumu, these 3 shots are so cool." The competition began after a few minutes. The eunuch, acting as referee, announced that Princess Thapdana hit 9 out of 10 targets. Thapdana turned to Teo Tingjiao. "Your turn." Teo Tingjiao drew her bow. She recalled De Lam Uyen's teachings. Suddenly a voice echoed in her head, telling her this was the moment. "Shoot, Teo Tingjiao, shoot." She released the arrow. The eunuch immediately announced, "Princess Tingjiao, 10 out of 10 hits." Thapdana's jaw dropped. 10 out of 10. How is that possible? Teo Tingjiao responded with a smile. On the city wall, the emperor turned to De Lam Uyen, boasting, "Our daughter is very skilled." De Lam Uyen just grunted in response, but inwardly he was quite proud. "This Moo belongs only to me." The emperor beside him, seeing this gentle side of him, teased, "It's a pity that with a moment's inattention, some rabbit came and snatched her away." De Lam Uyen coughed awkwardly. Below, Thapdana, unsatisfied, pointed at Teo Tingjiao and accused her. "You must have cheated somehow. I've been riding horses since childhood, but never hit 10 bullseyes. How could you?" Li Feng'an saw this and gloated. "Perhaps it's natural talent. So what if you grew up on horseback? In front of true skill, even that becomes insignificant. Isn't that right, Princess Thapdana?" Thapdana was furious. "It's just winning at archery. What's there to be proud of? Next time, I'll definitely show you all what I'm capable of." Tri Wang set off fireworks in celebration. "Congratulations on completing the mission to rescue Feng'an from the female supporting character." Teo Tingjiao was pleased. "So is there a reward?" Tri Wang covered his mouth, laughing. "Of course there is. I've prepared a lovely, energetic young lady for you." Tingjiao frowned. "Ah, a young lady." Li Feng'an ran over and hugged Teo Tingjiao tightly, exclaiming joyfully, "Dao Dao, I knew you were the best. You're really amazing." Teo Tingjiao struggled, coughing. "Could you hug a bit gentler? I'm about to be squeezed to death." Li Feng'an quickly let go. Sorry. I got too excited. Are you okay?" Teo Tingjiao took deep breaths. "I'm fine." Li Feng'an began to stammer. "Ah, thank you for earlier." Teo Tingjiao dismounted, saying nonchalantly, "No need to thank me. I just saw injustice and stepped in. Today I'd help anyone being bullied by Thapdana." In her heart, Li Feng'an pouted. "What a wicked woman. I've already lowered my head to show gratitude, yet you're still so unreasonable." Li Feng'an turned her face away. "Whether I thank you or not is my business. What's it to you? Ugly woman." Teo Tingjiao was flustered. How did I become the wicked woman?" She quickly tried to console the sobbing Li Feng'an. "But I didn't bully you at all. Why are you crying?" Li Feng'an sobbed, recounting her childhood woes. "You stole an outfit from me when we were little. Then you wouldn't talk to me. Now, I bow my head to make amends, but you're still cold to me. You even used my things to wipe my tears. You are bullying me." After saying this, Li Feng'an cried even harder. Teo Tingjiao quickly patted her back gently. "I don't remember those childhood things anymore. And I didn't mean to be cold to you just now. It's because our positions are different. If we're too close, it could be dangerous. Li Feng'an quickly asked, what danger? Tiu Tingzhao didn't say. I can't tell you right now. Just know there's danger, that's all. If the Empress Dowager asks you about today, just say I deliberately embarrassed you. Later, when we're outside, yell at me loudly a few times, okay? Li Feng'an was confused, not understanding. Tiu Tingzhao explained, just do as I say. It's not convenient for us to be seen together outside. Let's go. I'll leave first. You have a cup of tea, then go. Li Feng'an watched Tiu Tingzhao's back as she left, wondering, why can't we go out together? Why would it be dangerous? Meanwhile, as soon as Tiu Tingzhao stepped out, she saw De La Muyen. She happily approached the imperial uncle. Why are you here? De La Muyen was waiting for her, calm and gentle. He said as he blindfolded her, this one has a gift for you. Keep it a secret for now. Put this on. Then La Muyen praised, Mok Mok is so obedient. With that, he picked her up. Tiu Tingzhao was surprised. Oh my, Imperial Uncle, there are many people here. De Lam Uyen whispered. Don't worry, no one dares to look at us at the beauty pavilion. De Lam Uyen kindly reminded, careful, there's a doorstep. Tiu Tingzhao, blindfolded, reached out her hands trying to sense her surroundings. Where is this? De La Muyen chuckled softly. You'll know soon. As they stepped through the door, a sweet fragrance wafted straight into Tiu Tingzhao's nose. I think I smell peach blossoms. Hearing this, De La Muyen gently removed her blindfold. He praised, Dao Dao's nose is indeed sharp. All right, you can open your eyes now. Tiu Tingzhao squinted as she looked around. She was incredibly surprised by the scenery. Her eyes and mouth wide open, she couldn't help but exclaim, wow. The view from here looked down upon trees full of blooming flowers covering the entire area. It's so beautiful. De La Muyen took the opportunity to embrace Tiu Tingzhao from behind. This is my gift to you. Do you like it? Tiu Tingzhao was touched. Her face flushed as she smiled and nodded. Then she suddenly realized something and turned her head towards De La Muyen, saying happily, speaking of gifts, I have one for you too. De La Muyen was a bit surprised. Oh, Tiu Tingzhao immediately took out 2 strings from her pocket. She handed them over. These are the Yinan strings that the crown princess gave me. They say when 2 people in love wear them, as long as they're close to each other, they'll make a beautiful sound, she said. Tiu Tingzhao immediately hung one on De La Muyen's clothes, then on her own as well. Just like this now. De La Muyen suddenly interrupted, Mok Mok. This surprised Tiu Tingzhao a little. She stopped talking abruptly. De La Muyen immediately embraced her. He couldn't resist placing a kiss on her lips. Instantly, Tiu Tingzhao, seeing this, willingly cooperated with him. Thank you, Mok Mok. I like it very much. Tiu Tingzhao blushed shyly, intentionally avoiding De La Muyen's gaze. It's just give and take. No need to thank me. Suddenly, she realized this high pavilion looked somewhat familiar. Tiu Tingzhao held herself back. Sweat began to form on her cheeks. The beauty pavilion where De Lam Uyen imprisoned Deep Queen Thun also seemed to have a high pavilion and peach blossom garden like this. Could this be the beauty pavilion mentioned in the book? Thinking of this, she couldn't contain her curiosity and turned abruptly to ask De Lam Uyen. Imperial Uncle, is this place called the beauty pavilion? De Lam Uyen looked at Tiu Tingzhao with gentle eyes. He softly said, it hasn't been named yet. Does Mok Mok want to call it the beauty pavilion? He then raised his hand to his chin, imagining beauties entertaining on the high pavilion. Today the pavilion is empty, overlooking the flower forest. That's actually a nice name. Hearing De Lam Uyen's answer, Tiu Tingzhao frowned. Her face clearly showed visible worry. It's finally named the beauty pavilion. Is it just a coincidence or predestined fate? But I've already changed the plot. De Lam Uyen doesn't look at Deep Queen Thun. Perhaps he won't imprison Deep Queen Thun here. Suddenly, it started pouring outside. De Lam Uyen pensively looked up at the falling raindrops. It's raining. Looks like we can't return to the mansion for now. Then he turned to Tiu Tingzhao. How about we have a meal here? We'll go back when the rain stops. Tiu Tingzhao asked surprisingly, is there even a kitchen here? De Lam Uyen smiled slightly. Food and utensils are all available. Scene changed. Tiu Tingzhao was sitting with De Lam Uyen at the dining table. She looked at the dishes on the table with disappointment. Seeing this, De Lam Uyen asked, what's wrong? The food doesn't suit your taste. Tiu Tingzhao looked at De Lam Uyen with sparkling eyes. She pouted and said, it's not that. All this food is meat. Eating too much will make me fat. As Tiu Tingzhao finished speaking, De Lam Uyen immediately ordered a nearby servant. If that's the case, take some dishes away. Replace them with some lighter dishes. Yes, sir. I can't bear to see delicious food leave without being tasted. Tiu Tingzhao quickly waved her hands to protect the food. I haven't finished speaking. What's wrong with being fat? I can just lose weight later. Witnessing Tiu Tingzhao's adorable action, De Lam Uyen couldn't help but laugh. Mok Mok makes a good point. It's your husband who didn't think it through. The servant standing nearby added, my lord, the rain is getting heavier. I'm afraid we can't return anymore. Perhaps we should stay here for the night. De Lam Nguyen then picked up some food for Teo Tin Jiao. Eat more. Fat or thin, you're still my mok-mok. Seeing this, the servant hesitantly continued, then, shall we prepare 2 rooms or? Hearing that question, De Lam Nguyen didn't answer immediately. He glanced at Teo Tin Jiao. Seeing her glaring at him, he sighed, prepare 2 rooms. Yes, sir. Teo Tin Jiao continued eating. You're wise, my lord. De Lam Nguyen gently replied. My wife speaks, of course I must listen. That sweet remark made Teo Tin Jiao unconsciously shy, her face turning red. After dinner, Teo Tin Jiao returned to her room to change. Looking at the string on her hand, she unconsciously remembered Jiang Van's words. You've helped me a lot already. I don't know how to thank you properly. This is a love string from my hometown. It represents faithful love. If your highness meets someone you love, give it to that person. At that time, Teo Tin Jiao still thought, someone I love. I'm not even from this place. How could I have someone I love? Back to the present, Teo Tin Jiao smiled, thinking back to that time. Things really have changed a lot. Suddenly, the jade pendant on Teo Tin Jiao's string began to glow. The door opened. Teo Tin Jiao reflexively looked in that direction. She was surprised to see De Lam Nguyen. Why are you here? He slowly approached, leaned in close, and embraced Teo Tin Jiao. He said boldly, your husband agreed to prepare 2 rooms, but didn't say we'd sleep in 2 rooms. The next day at Tunin Palace, the maid smiled kindly. The Empress Dowager mentioned the princess early, but worried you'd be late for the competition if you came. But she's been waiting for you for a long time. Lai Feng'an, walking beside her, recalled what Teo Tin Jiao had said. She worried. Teo Tin Jiao said yesterday, the Empress Dowager would seek me out. Today it's come true. I hope there's no real danger. At the door, the maid announced, Princess, your highness has arrived. The Empress Dowager said joyfully, Feng'an, come here. Li Feng'an bowed. Feng'an greets the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager kindly said, quickly, come sit by me. These are pastries I had the kitchen make especially for you. You used to love these the most. Try them. Li Feng'an sat down and politely said, Feng'an thanks the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager got to the main point. Feng'an, I heard you were bullied by that Northern Ling princess yesterday. Teo Tin Jiao stood up for you instead. Li Feng'an was surprised, remembering Teo Tin Jiao's words. She was right after all. Li Feng'an quickly withdrew her hand, preparing to take the pastry. She said nervously, what do you mean, Empress Dowager? She and I are like fire and water. How could she stand up for me? But if she did it intentionally, it only made me and the Northern Ling princess more uncomfortable. She quickly knelt at the Empress Dowager's feet, looking extremely aggrieved. Empress Dowager, you must stand up for Feng'an. The Empress Dowager stroked Feng'an's head, extremely doting. You're the princess I cherish. Just go back. You'll have news very soon. Li Feng'an happily said, thank you so much, Empress Dowager. As soon as Li Feng'an left, the Empress Dowager's expression changed. Is everything prepared as instructed? The maid who was smiling kindly earlier now had a sinister smile and reported, Empress Dowager, it's all ready. At the Emperor's birthday banquet, a palace maid will drug the Northern Ling princess and take her away. When it's investigated, the maid will insist to her death that she was sent by Princess Ting Jiao to harm the princess. Then she'll commit suicide, leaving no evidence. Princess Ting Jiao will have no way to deny it. The Empress Dowager smiled with satisfaction. Well done. Have you replaced Teo Tin Jiao's gift to the Emperor? The maid replied, yes, with worthless stones. Li Feng'an, hiding behind, heard everything and was horrified. So in the Empress Dowager's eyes, I'm just a pawn to frame Teo Tin Jiao. No, I must quickly tell Teo Tin Jiao about this. At the princess's residence, Teo Tin Jiao entered and complained. Men's mouths are deceitful devils. They only enjoy teasing. I wonder who it was yesterday hugging that man here and there. Teo Tin Jiao waved her hands in embarrassment. Shut up! Right. Before, when competing with Thapdana, I think I saw Teo Tin Jiao's memories. Next to her was a man teaching archery. Do you know about this? Trivuong laughed nervously. This is a heavenly secret. I'm leaving now. Teo Tin Jiao tried to stop him, but couldn't. Outside, a eunuch respectfully said, Princess Feng'an has sent you a letter. Teo Tin Jiao was surprised. Oh, what did she write to me? She opened the letter. Inside it said, the Empress Dowager switched your gift and wants to use this method to harm you. Be careful. Teo Jiao closed the letter, satisfied. Saving her wasn't in vain. She even knows to inform me. Is the messenger still here? The eunuch replied, yes, he's still outside. Teo Tin Jiao waved her hand, signaling him to come. Tell him to relay a message to Feng'an. The eunuch listened and said, this servant will go deliver the message right away. Teo Tin Jiao smiled. That's right. Earlier I told you to prepare gold thread and fabric. When I'm bored, I'll take them out to do some work. The eunuch quickly followed the order. A while later, Lam Nguyen arrived. He saw Teo Tin Jiao embroidering a picture picture. The scene was indescribably beautiful. He thought to himself, Mok Mok is truly beautiful. Her embroidery style is also more beautiful than others. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew Tiu Tingjiao's hair. A hand reached out gently to tuck her hair. Tiu Tingjia was surprised. Imperial uncle, why are you here? De La Muyen said directly, to visit you. He sat down beside her, gently asked, is this a birthday gift for the emperor? Tiu Tingjiao shared her thoughts. Giving jade would be crude and ugly. I plan to personally embroider a landscape painting and present it to the emperor. Suddenly, De La Muyen asked, then does Mok Mok know this one's birthday? Tiu Tingjiao anxiously called for help. System, quickly appear and tell me when this damned guy's birthday is. Trivuong appeared, sighing. If you as a mother don't know, how would a child like me know? Tiu Tingjiao angrily said. Then what use are you? She turned and stammered. Well, Imperial Uncle, don't you consider my birthday as? De La Muyen quickly answered. The 9th of June. Tiu Tingjiao was inwardly surprised. She didn't expect it to be the same as her own birthday. De La Muyen moved his face closer to hers. Mok Mok didn't say it. Shouldn't she be punished for not knowing my birthday? Tiu Tingjiao blushed. What punishment? De La Muyen didn't answer. He directly kissed her lips. A few days later, the court officials greeted His Majesty. We wish Your Majesty blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea, longevity without bounds. 10,000 years. 10,000 of 10,000 years. The court officials below the hall chanted in unison. The emperor on the throne spoke. Beloved ministers, please rise. The court officials respectfully thanked the emperor. The ceremonies were completed. Thaplok Mok respectfully performed a ritual. Today is Your Majesty's birthday celebration. I specially offer this birthday gift to wish Your Majesty good health and longevity. The emperor opened the gift. That birthday gift was somehow blurred. Tiu Tingjiao wondered, you useless system, what is this? Even birthday gifts are blurred. Trivuong calmly replied, nothing can be done. Who told you not to write clearly in the book what gift the Northern Prince gave? But don't worry, others who see this blurred thing will automatically rationalize it. Tiu Tingjiao was torn between laughter and tears. I didn't expect you to be such a lazy system. Thapdana looked at Tiu Tingjiao with an unpleasant face. What use is being pretty? Soon there will be a time to embarrass you. She stood up, placed her hand on her chest respectfully. Although my brother has already given a birthday gift, Thapdana still wants to offer an additional dance. Wishing Your Majesty 10,000 blessings. I hope Your Majesty will allow it. The emperor quickly agreed. In the middle of the hall, the woman swayed her body gracefully and seductively. Tiu Qingao drank wine, appreciating and praising. Indeed, not bad. Tiu Tongvin directly took the wine glass from his hand. He said seriously, drink a little less. Tiu Qingao teased, fifth brother, saying that is wrong. A beauty is performing a dance. How can we not have good wine to enhance the mood? Tiu Tongvin said nothing and directly drank the glass of wine he had just taken. Tiu Huiyangao regretted, oh my wine. After finishing the wine, Tiu Tongvin stood up and coldly left. Tiu Huiyangao was confused. He drank my wine and still got angry. What's wrong with him? Being an older brother is really tiring. I should go check on him. He said this and stood up to follow. Seeing this scene, Tiu Tingjiao rested her chin on her hand, satisfied. Last time it was the fifth prince who insisted on dressing the fourth prince as a woman to solve a case. Now he knows how to be jealous over little things. This progress is indeed not bad. She covered her mouth and smiled secretly. It's just a pity that I can't often see the fourth prince and the fifth prince together. If only I wasn't shipping them online. Just thinking about it is exciting. Trivuong shrugged beside her. This is nothing difficult. When the time comes, I'll transmit it for you to see. Tiu Tingjiao was overjoyed. Really. Trivuong winked. Let me handle it. De La Muyen looked at Tiu Tingjiao adoringly. Thapdana, who was dancing, saw this and felt uncomfortable. Is the royal advisor's eyesight not good? I've danced right in front of him. Right in front of him. Yet he hasn't looked at me once. If he likes looking at Tiu Tingjiao so much, I'll make her lose face for him to see his fill. The dance ended, and the emperor praised, danced very well. Thapdana danced beautifully. Thapdana bowed her head. Your Majesty is too kind. Then she looked at Tiu Tingjiao. I heard Princess Tinjiao once stayed up all night to practice dancing for a man. Perhaps her skills would be better. I don't know. Do I have the honor today to see the princess of your country dance a piece or not? Thapdana was smug. Tiu Tingjiao's singing is offbeat. Surely her dancing will be even worse to watch. I don't believe she can dance better than me. Tiu Tingjiao stood up. Since the princess of Baklang has invited so enthusiastically, Tinjiao can only give it a try. Thap Dana was surprised. She dares to accept for real. In that moment of surprise, Tiu Tingzhao had stepped closer to her. But Princess Thap Dana has said one thing wrong. This princess never learned to dance for a man, but only to make myself happy. After Tiu Tingzhao finished speaking, she began to dance gracefully and elegantly. Her enchanting eyes looked at Dalam Uyen. He returned her gaze with gentleness. Tiu Tingzhao extended her hand towards Dalam Uyen. Dalam Uyen was surprised for a moment, then placed his hand on hers. Is this an invitation to dance together? Dalam Uyen stood up. Mokmok is getting better at this. So he danced with her. They danced as if they only had eyes for each other, unable to contain anything else. Tiu Tingzhao's provocative gaze caught Thap Dana's eye. Is she showing off to me? It's infuriating. Dalam Uyen's face turned serious as he whispered to Tiu Tingzhao. So in Mokmok's eyes, I'm just a tool. Tiu Tingzhao smiled. How could that be? Royal uncle is overthinking. Dalam Uyen moved closer to Tiu Tingzhao. Little sister Mokmok is playing with fire. Dalam Uyen held Tiu Tingzhao closer. Little sister Mokmok is toying with fire. Tiu Tingzhao gently pushed Dalam Uyen away. Royal uncle, this is father's birthday celebration. Don't be reckless. The two continued to dance gracefully while whispering to each other. Dalam Uyen smiled. So Mokmok had planned this all along. The dance ended. The entire hall applauded. The emperor clapped and praised. Excellent. Even the butterflies have come to be matchmakers for us. If we don't bestow marriage, wouldn't it be a shame to the romance of nature? Tiu Tingzhao blushed. What bestow marriage? Dalam Uyen, however, wasn't as surprised as she was. He respectfully bowed. This subject thanks your majesty for the grace. The emperor asked Tiu Tingzhao's opinion. What is your thought, my child? Tiu Tingzhao blushed and looked at Dalam Uyen. So we're about to be married. He has always worn dark-colored clothes until now. I wonder how he would look wearing red. Tiu Tingzhao then bowed. Your daughter thanks father for the grace. The emperor was delighted. Today is not only our birthday, but also the day we found a good match for our beloved daughter. Proclaim our decree. Princess Tingzhao is talented and beautiful, respectful and diligent. To form this good union, we allow Di to become Tingzhao's consort. He will retain his position as imperial advisor. As for the date, the 15th day of the 8th month, 3 months from now, is an auspicious day. Let it be set on that day. Tiu Tingzhao was surprised. 3 months later, this is too fast. Dalam Uyen tilted his head and smiled. Yet I feel it's too slow. The Empress Dowager frowned, seeing their affectionate exchange. 100 plans, 1,000 schemes. But I didn't anticipate that the emperor would bestow marriage today. This has completely disrupted my plans. Where is my close servant Feng An? Why don't I see the girl? The servant replied, Your Highness, I heard from the prince's people that yesterday Princess Feng An suddenly fell ill and couldn't leave her sickbed. Not hearing the rest, the Empress Dowager darkened. Damn it. Everyone seems to be ruining my plans. Seeing the Empress Dowager's displeasure, Tiu Tingzhao smiled. Oh, I almost forgot. There's still one gift left to present. She spoke up. Today is father's birthday. Tingzhao has also prepared a gift for father. The emperor's face lit up. Is that so? Then I must examine it carefully. The eunuch unrolled a painting. Tiu Tingzhao introduced it. This is a screen painting of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. I wish father's blessings to be as vast as the Eastern Sea and to firmly hold our Dongling's territory. The Empress Dowager, seeing the painting, became angry and asked her old servant, Why is it an embroidered painting? Wasn't it changed to a different type? A less valuable one. The old servant was also surprised. This old servant doesn't know how this happened either, Your Highness. The emperor approached the painting. Did you embroider this painting? Tiu Tingzhao replied, Yes, father. It took me several months to complete. I hope you like it. Dalam Uyen, standing nearby, also spoke up. I can testify. This painting was indeed embroidered by Dao Dao. The emperor was pleased. Dao Dao hasn't even entered your household yet, and you're already speaking up for her like this. After she marries into your family, won't you spoil her to the heavens? Day, Lam Uyen smiled. I will do my best not to disappoint your majesty. Tiu Tingzhao, embarrassed, tugged at his sleeve coyly. Royal uncle. The emperor laughed contentedly. I'll remember these words of Lam Uyen. As the birthday banquet ended, everyone departed. Zhang Vanvan walked together with Tiu Tingzhao. She spoke. Time passes so quickly. When I was married, you weren't even of age. Now you're about to be married yourself. Seeing you find someone to spend your life with, I'm truly happy for you. Tiu Tingzhao, both embarrassed and joyful. Sister-in-law, please don't tease me anymore. You and the crown prince are the ones truly destined by heaven. Zhang Vanvan said sorrowfully. destined by heaven. Once I too thought he and I were destined by heaven. She shook her head. Now it seems only I am willing. Only I am willing. Tio Tingjiao immediately asked, Sister-in-law, are you and the crown prince having problems? Jiang Van wiped away the tears she could no longer hold back. There's no problem at all. I was just blind to everything. Tio Tingjiao put her hand on her chest, reassuring, Sister-in-law, please don't be sad. Although I don't know what happened between you and my royal brother, rest assured I will always stand by your side. Jiang Van said sadly, Zhao will laugh at me. Today is father's happy day, yet here I am being gloomy. It's not right. Tio Tingjiao comforted. It's all right, sister-in-law. I'll go ahead now. Take care on your way. As the crown prince of Donglang was leaving, he saw a cold scene. Tio Tingjiao frowned, looking at the hand of the servant delivering a letter. This person's hands didn't look like a servant's. Instead, they resembled those of a young lady who had been carefully raised. She looked closer at his face and smiled. So it's her. Tio Tingjiao lifted the servant's face, teasing, This servant looks quite pleasing to the eye. What's your name? The servant stammered. My name is Xiao Muzi. Tio Tingjiao touched his beard, smiling. Xiao Muzi, this princess thinks your beard is growing quite nicely. How about I pluck 2 hairs for fun? She then yanked off the fake beard, forcefully. Li Feng'an, beneath the beard, angrily stepped back. You recognized me from the start. Tio Tingjiao laughed cheerfully. Did you think this little act could fool me? Li Feng'an shouted. Give it back to me. Tio Tingjiao, still unable to hold back her laughter, said, What business do you have coming to find me? Li Feng'an blushed and took out a jade pendant. She mumbled, I heard the emperor arranged your marriage with the imperial tutor. It's fitting to give you this now. Congratulations. Tio Tingjiao happily accepted it. Thank you. Li Feng'an quickly grabbed Tio Tingjiao's hand. No need to thank me, but now that you've accepted my gift, you must answer my question. Tio Tingjiao asked curiously. What question? Li Feng'an said excitedly. I'm just a bit curious. Have you and the imperial tutor, Tio Tingjiao looked confused. What do you mean? Li Feng'an pursed her lips and made a hand gesture. This. Tio Tingjiao blushed and looked away. Of course not. Li Feng'an shook her head and sighed. You're still so innocent. She began to explain. Do you know Lula, the second daughter of official Lu in the capital? She fell in love at first sight with young Master Zhang, who owns a wine shop in the East City. They were both very innocent and pure. Guess what happened on their wedding night? That young Master Zhang, he couldn't perform. Li Feng'an covered her mouth, laughing, and continued, So before getting married, you must try it at least once. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer. Tio Tingjiao asked, puzzled, how could the imperial tutor possibly not be able to perform? Wait, in the novel, I think I added this to De Lam Uyen's character setup. Mok recalled her previous comments and those of her readers. Eating tangerines without spitting out the peels. Such a powerful villain. No, wouldn't he have a relationship with Deep Queen Thun? To Mok immediately replied, Don't worry, the big boss De Lam Uyen has little functionality down there, so he absolutely won't have a relationship with the female lead. After remembering this, she held her head in distress. No way. Tio Tingjiao was stunned, her heart sinking, her face darkened. Little functionality down there. Seeing this, Li Feng'an called out worriedly, Are you all right? At the same time, a eunuch's voice came from outside, welcoming the imperial tutor. De Lam Uyen asked sternly, Where's the princess? The eunuch respectfully replied, She's inside, sir. Please enter, imperial tutor. Hearing De Lam Uyen's voice, Tio Tingjiao and Li Feng'an, who were just talking about him, became somewhat flustered. De Lam Uyen slowly entered. He immediately noticed Li Feng'an disguised as a servant nearby. Seeing this, Tio Tingjiao hurriedly ordered, You may leave. Li Feng'an took this opportunity to quickly slip away. Yes. At this moment, Tio Tingjiao was so nervous she broke into a sweat as she watched Li Feng'an's retreating figure. Please, 1,000 times please don't let it be exposed. Fortunately, De Lam Uyen paid no attention to the fact that Tio Tingjiao was worried. He approached her, caressing her face. Gently lifting her chin, he asked, Is he more handsome than me? This question from De Lam Uyen made Tio Tingjiao, who was worried, open her eyes wide in surprise. She looked at De Lam Uyen's serious face, thinking to herself, Is he really jealous like this? Tio Tingjiao then put her arms around De Lam Uyen's neck. With a flattering smile, she said, How could that be? You're the most handsome. Seeing this, De Lam Uyen went along with Tio Tingjiao's action and picked her up as if to mark his territory. Since your words are sweet, I'll forgive you. Being so close to De Lam Uyen like this, Tio Tingzhao unconsciously thought about what she had just told Li Feng'an. She thought to herself, that hindrance of Dalam Uyans isn't really an official setting. I just casually mentioned it in the comments. Perhaps it's not actually like that, right? Thinking about these things now doesn't serve any purpose. It's better to get straight to the point. Thinking this, Tio Tingzhao quickly put on a face to seduce Dalam Uyan. She stroked his hair and softly called, "Royal uncle." Then Tio Tingzhao leaned in and gently bit Dalam Uyan's ear, causing him to push her away in surprise. Still with that face, Dalam Uyan then placed his finger on Tio Tingzhao's lips. "Don't bite randomly." Tio Tingzhao was stunned for the second time. Her inner thoughts were even more dejected than before. He pushed me away. How could he push me away? Noticing Tio Tingzhao's unsettled expression, Dalam Uyan immediately asked, "What's wrong? Why is your face so pale?" Hearing this, Tio Tingzhao forced a smile. Flustered, she said, "No, nothing. Why has Royal Uncle come here today?" That's how it appeared on the surface. But in her heart, she couldn't keep calm and burst into tears. Oh no, so Dalam Uyan really can't do it. Meanwhile, at Tunin Palace, Li Mama was worried about the Empress Dowager. "Empress Dowager, it's getting late. Please go to rest." The Empress Dowager was still uneasy. She asked Li Mama, "What do you think? Will Chiofi come again tonight?" Seeing this, Li Mama approached closer. Smiling, she guided the Empress Dowager to bed. "Empress Dowager, you're overthinking. That Chiofi feared you most when alive, now dead. She can't cause any big waves." Suddenly, she saw a shadow flash by the doorway. Seeing Li Mama freeze and stop talking, the Empress Dowager tensely turned her head. "What's wrong? Did you see something?" Li Mama asked in panic. Empress Dowager, before she died, was Chiofi wearing all red? The Empress Dowager immediately changed her expression. Her eyes widened. Mouth agape, she said incoherently. Clearly, she was wearing white. Hearing the Empress Dowager's answer, Li Mama, with trembling hands and feet, pointed towards the entrance. Then perhaps has blood dyed her clothes red. What was bound to happen, happened. The door to the Empress Dowager's chamber suddenly burst open. The Empress Dowager and Li Mama were extremely panicked. Both their faces turned pale. The Empress Dowager quickly ordered Li Mama, "Quick, close the door. Don't let that unclean thing in here." As soon as she finished speaking, Chiofi's ghost appeared, standing right behind her, smiling. Too late, Chiofi immediately grabbed her face terrifying as she said, "It's very cold down there. Come with me." This terrified the Empress Dowager to the extreme, making her scream. Due to her advanced age, she couldn't keep calm and fainted to the ground. Li Mama quickly knelt down. Trembling, she begged, "Lady Chiofi, please let this old servant go. This old servant had nothing to do with your death. I beg you to spare me." Hearing this, Chiofi immediately approached her. "I can spare you, but you must reveal the Empress Dowager's true face before the Emperor. Tell him clearly how exactly I died." As soon as Chiofi finished speaking, Li Mama agreed without hesitation. I'll tell everything." Half an hour later, after receiving news of the Empress Dowager's fainting, the Emperor immediately brought a royal physician along and came to the Empress Dowager's chambers. The physician carefully approached the Empress Dowager to observe. The Emperor stood watching from afar, worried. "How is the Empress Dowager?" The physician slowly came to the Emperor's side and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager fainted due to extreme fright. This subject has burned calming incense for her. Perhaps after a cup of tea she will awaken." The Emperor could only nod upon hearing this. Suddenly, Li Mama, kneeling on the ground, began mumbling. Chiofi's death was caused by the Empress Dowager, and the princess too. The Empress Dowager even wanted to kill the princess. Everything was ordered by the Empress Dowager. It had nothing to do with me. It really had nothing to do with me at that time. Li Mama was now in a state of delirium. Her eyes were wide open and drool was unconsciously flowing. The Emperor immediately paid attention to her. "What's wrong with this Mama?" The physician beside him looked and guessed. He sighed, shook his head and replied, "This Mama has also been frightened. She's gone mad." Li Mama continued mumbling, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me." Hearing this, the Emperor seemed to realize something. He immediately ordered the physician, "Tonight's events must be kept secret. You may leave." "Yes." At the same time, Deng Lin Yuan entered with guards. He cleared his throat, extended his hand, and said, "Your Majesty, this is evidence that your subject found in Li Mama's room. This poison comes from the western regions. After using it for a long time, it causes bleeding from 7 orifices, like Lady Chiu Fai, death by suffocation." The Emperor took the vial from the guard's hand. He frowned. "No wonder we couldn't find the cause of Chiofi's death at first. So it was poison from the western regions." At this moment, the Empress Dowager woke up. She sat up, coughing. The emperor saw this. The emperor showed clear disappointment as he turned to confront her. Does the Empress Dowager have anything to explain? Realizing that the matter had been exposed, the Empress Dowager tensed up, breaking out in a cold sweat. She pretended to whimper. Now will your majesty listen to anyone's explanation or not? The emperor angrily clutched the vial in his hand. You are the Empress Dowager. Uyenyi was just a concubine. After all, what deep grudge did you have against her, to be so cruel as to cause her death? The emperor's accusations made the Empress Dowager even more frantic. She grimaced and shouted, I'm cruel. On the contrary, I ask you, do you remember how Mintrin died? Saying this, the Empress Dowager covered her face with her hands. Back then, Mintrin fell in love with her at first sight, but she was determined to like you. After Mintrin was rejected, his heart turned cold and he went to the battlefield. But who could have expected that a person who was still alive and well, upon returning, would become a cold corpse? Getting more and more agitated, the Empress Dowager, resentful, blamed everything on the emperor. If Mintrin hadn't died on the battlefield, would this throne have been yours to sit on? You all caused my son to die miserably in the south. I want you all to pay with your lives. I want all of you to pay for my son's life. Seeing the Empress Dowager like this, the emperor sighed. So that's how it is. You actually thought. He shook his head in disappointment. Then he spoke frankly. Uyenyu did not cause Mintrin's death. Neither did I. The reason why Mintrin wanted to go to Nam Man was all because of you, Empress Dowager. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager was stunned and stammered. Because of me. How? The author indicates that this is the end. When the author updates with part 2, the channel will release it. Thank you everyone for watching.